Bang! A blood-stained hand suddenly burst out from the soil. Immediately after, a face, full of stories and drenched in blood, slowly emerged. A figure, smeared with mud and blood, struggled its way out of the earth. Huff huff. Yi Tian gasped heavily for air. Having just experienced a brush with death, he had finally escaped the confines of the soil. Moments later, a dazed realization struck him. Where am I? Yi Tian snapped out of his stupor, scanning his surroundings with a face full of confusion. Looking at the clay around him and the pit he had just climbed out of, an unsettling feeling surged in his heart. What's happened to me? Feeling the sticky blood and mud covering his entire body, rage flared up within him instantly. What is going on? God damn it! I was buried alive. Yi Tian quickly assessed his situation, overwhelmed by a mixture of grief and anger, his heart aching as if pierced by a knife. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness hit him, and the world around him began to spin wildly. Ah! A torrent of memories surged into his mind like a flood, causing his head to throb violently in pain. Clutching his head, he let out a low, agonized moan. After some time, Yi Tian slowly opened his eyes, but this time, the confusion was gone. He finally understood what had happened. His gaze swept over his body with a complex expression as he muttered to himself. Could this be the legendary reincarnation? Indeed, Yi Tian had transmigrated. In his past life, he was a self-made man, someone who had built a trillion-dollar empire with sheer willpower and strength. But in this life, his identity was that of a kind-hearted young man preparing to take the martial arts exam, a youth who happened to share both his name and his face. However, this kind-hearted young man had met with misfortune. He had been severely injured by 3 people from the same training camp and was even buried alive. Of course, those 3 were already adults. Bastards! God damn it! Are they even human? After understanding the truth of the events, Yi Tian was furious, unleashing a string of curses as grief and anger consumed him. For such a kind soul to be brutally injured and even buried alive, what kind of justice was this? Where were the laws? Where was justice? He picked up a broken phone lying nearby, attempting to check the time, only to find that it was shattered beyond use. Through the memories that flooded in, he realized that the last $100 or so in his phone had already been transferred away. This realization filled the transmigrated Yi Tian with unbearable rage. God damn it, even the phone is smashed. And they even took the last $100. Don't worry, I will avenge you. Yi Tian clenched his fists tightly, his eyes gleaming with righteous fury masked in violence. Gradually, he began to piece together information about this world from the overwhelming wave of memories. This was a world entirely different from his previous life, a parallel universe. Here, it was called the Azure Blue Star. And the current Yi Tian was on an azure blue star that had already fallen into an apocalyptic state. On this planet, spiritual energy had been revived, and martial prowess reigned supreme across the globe. Here, every adult could awaken a gifted ability through the martial arts exam. Once awakened, they could pursue admission to a martial arts university and become a martial artist. This was a world where strength was the ultimate currency. Martial artists were the epitome of power, holding dominion over life and death for ordinary people. In this world, martial artists enjoyed countless privileges. Thus, all the inhabitants of Azure Blue Star pursued a singular goal: to become a martial artist. Yi Tian gradually began to comprehend just how drastically different this world was from his previous one. Here, martial artists wielded the power of life and death, controlling the very fate of the world. Ordinary people didn't even have the chance to determine their own destinies. Because of this, Yi Tian's gaze became increasingly resolute, and he murmured to himself, I must become a martial artist. My fate will be determined by me. And I will become the strongest martial artist in this world. I will hold others' destinies in my hands. To become a martial artist, one must awaken a gifted ability. Without awakening, one could never become a martial artist. And today happened to be the day in Bright Light City, Yi Tian's region, when all adult martial arts exam candidates would awaken their gifted abilities. The quality of the awakened gifted ability would determine one's martial path achievements in the future. A low-level gifted ability meant limited martial achievements. A high-level gifted ability would lead to ever-increasing martial success. In this world, awakened gifted abilities were ranked by levels. On Azure Blue Star, the ranking of gifted abilities, from lowest to highest, was as follows: F tier, E tier, D tier, C tier, B tier, A tier, S tier, SS tier, and SSS tier. Among them, F tier abilities were the weakest, while SSS tier abilities were the strongest. F tier abilities were common occurrences every year. However, SSS tier abilities, according to Azure Blue Star's records, had not appeared in 500 years. This fact alone demonstrated the rarity and value of SSS tier abilities. It could be said that SSS tier abilities existed only in legends. Even S tier and SS tier abilities were incredibly rare. In Bright Light City, where Yitian resided, a medium-sized city with a population of 5 million, there had been no SS tier ability awakenings for a full century. The last time an S tier ability appeared was 10 years ago. This showed just how rare and powerful S tier abilities were. After understanding the rankings of gifted abilities and the difficulty of awakening them, Yitian muttered to himself, "If I can just awaken an A tier ability, or even a B or C tier ability, that would be enough." He knew all too well that S tier and above were legendary existences, and the chances of awakening them were almost negligible. Sometimes, one had to be realistic. Today was the day for adult martial arts candidates to awaken their abilities, and Yitian had to hurry back. Otherwise, he would miss the noon martial arts exam and lose the chance to awaken his ability. Pain. It hurt so much. Yitian suddenly became aware of the severe injuries inflicted on his head and legs by those three bastards. "Humph. You three." He let out a cold snort, a flash of hatred glinting in his eyes. Attempting to stand up forcefully, he realized that his leg had been broken by those three bastards. To make matters worse, blood was still trickling down from his head, a result of their actions. Yitian felt the sticky mixture of blood and mud on his head. Even his broken leg was bleeding profusely. He was consumed by fury and grief as he roared internally. "Those three beasts, how could they be so cruel? I won't let them live, they must die. Even if the heavens themselves intervene, I will have my revenge." At that moment, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. A mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Host, your system has arrived. Would you like to activate it?" Yitian was stunned upon hearing the mechanical voice. "A system?" The voice continued. "Yes, host, the system has automatically bound itself to you. The system comes with a beginner's gift package. Would you like to open it?" Yitian quickly regained his composure. Time was running out, and blood was still flowing from his head, his life was hanging by a thread. He nodded firmly and said, "Open it." Ding. Understood. The system has gifted the host a beginner's package. Beginner's package opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an SSS level innate ability that has not been awakened on Aqua Blue Star for 500 years. Yitian widened his eyes upon hearing the system's voice. SSS level innate ability? An SSS level ability that hasn't been awakened for 500 years? Yes, host. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the SSS level innate ability of Aqua Blue Star that hasn't been awakened in 500 years, Heavenly Fury Divine Flame. SSS level innate ability, Heavenly Fury Divine Flame. Just as the words left his mouth, the skies above underwent a dramatic change. The once clear azure sky instantly turned white. Not only that, but a white fire dragon emerged in the heavens. Roar! A dragon's thunderous roar echoed in all directions. In Radiant City, countless people looked up toward the sky above Yitian. Wow! A white dragon! Look at that! That white dragon looks so fierce. Quick, take out your phone and snap a picture for social media. In Radiant City, many people stared unblinkingly at the white dragon circling above Yitian, marveling in astonishment. Several others quickly pulled out their phones to capture the moment and share it online. Meanwhile, a group of powerful figures gazed upward, locking their eyes on the white dragon hovering over Yitian. Is this the legendary white dragon? I thought white dragons only existed in myths. And now, we see a real one before us. This must herald the emergence of a rare treasure. We have to hurry over, the treasure might just be mine. As a result, numerous powerful individuals began rushing in Yitian's direction. At the same time, the white dragon transformed into a surge of overwhelming energy and flowed directly into Yitian's body. Ah! Yitian immediately felt a wave of discomfort. The immense energy of the white dragon was healing his injuries from within. Before long, Yitian slowly opened his eyes, white flames flickering within them. He stood up, noticing that the injuries on his legs had fully healed. Additionally, his head no longer bled, and the pain had completely vanished. At this moment, Yitian felt an unprecedented surge of power, as though the entire world was within his grasp. Yitian's eyes gleamed with determination as he fixed his gaze on a massive boulder nearby. He let out a low shout, "Heavenly Fury Divine Flame." Instantly, a white fire dragon materialized by his side, majestic and formidable, like a divine being descending to the mortal realm. "Go," he commanded, and the white dragon, like an unleashed beast, charged ferociously at the massive boulder. Boom! The boulder was obliterated by the Heavenly Fury Divine Flame white dragon, reduced to ashes in an instant, leaving not even a trace of residue. This sight left Yi Tian utterly astonished. He hadn't imagined such immense destructive power, capable of annihilating everything. Ding! At this moment, the system's voice chimed in. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the SSS level Heavenly Fury Divine Flame. Kind reminder, as the host's cultivation progresses, the power of the Heavenly Fury Divine Flame will continue to grow, eventually reaching world-destroying levels. Yi Tian nodded, a surge of joy welling up in his heart. System, thank you. You're welcome, host. A sense of urgency ignited within him. He had to hurry back. Today at noon was the day of the high school awakening ceremony, the most crucial moment in every individual's life on Aqua Blue Star. During that moment, one could use the awakening stone to become an awakener, enabling them to cultivate and become a warrior, gaining unparalleled strength. Although he now possessed an SSS-level innate ability, he had yet to successfully awaken using the awakening stone and officially become an awakener. Therefore, he had to awaken the SSS-level Heavenly Fury Divine Flame in front of everyone. However, an unease lingered in Yi Tian's heart, as though his body didn't fully belong to him. He paused for a moment, his eyes flashing with unwavering resolve. I, Yi Tian, swear here and now, if those three who injured and buried me alive meet a good end, then may I meet a miserable fate. As soon as the words left his lips, something strange occurred. After his declaration, a trace of killing intent flickered in Yi Tian's eyes, as if capable of extinguishing all resentment. The aura of grievance surrounding him dissipated, seemingly clearing a radiant path for him. At this moment, Yi Tian's soul and body finally fused perfectly, appearing as though a divine being had descended. Congratulations, host, for unlocking a 1-star mission. 1-star mission, kill the 3 individuals who injured and buried your former body alive. The system will reward the host with 100-fold cultivation speed. 100-fold cultivation speed? Yi Tian's eyes lit up at this reward, and a boundless determination ignited within him. Yes, host, the system's voice reaffirmed, solidifying Yi Tian's resolve. He had to eliminate those 3 beasts. Yi Tian climbed out of the deep pit, his steps swift as the wind, heading straight for the city's training camp. Today was the day of the martial awakening ceremony, and he not only aimed to amaze everyone but also deliver a shocking retaliation to those who had harmed him. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Not long after Yi Tian left, numerous powerful figures gathered near the deep pit. Holy crap! A pit this large must mean a rare treasure has descended. Nobody try to take it from me, this treasure is mine. Yours? Says who? It's mine. A divine phenomenon heralds a treasure's descent, the strong will claim it. These powerful individuals, who were revered in the outside world, now fought fiercely over the so-called treasure. Little did they know, the treasure they were fighting over had already been taken by Yi Tian, leaving them to squabble in vain. Radiant City's first training camp, Yi Tian's usual training ground. Radiant City had 20 training camps in total, but the first training camp was the most prestigious. Those who could enter the first training camp were either wealthy elites or exceptionally talented individuals like Yi Tian, who had earned their place through sheer skill. Inside Class 5 of the first training camp. Gimme that. Gimme that. Some students argued. No way. Come and catch me if you can, a cheeky voice retorted. Despite the noisy atmosphere during the break, everyone secretly paid attention to a particular figure. The boys occasionally glanced at a stunning silhouette, their eyes filled with admiration and hidden affection. I'm so jealous of Yi Tian. Yeah, such a beautiful girl likes him. Yi Tian is really enviable. Exactly. Xin Tian is utterly devoted to Yi Tian. Too bad he doesn't seem to accept her feelings. The object of their focus was a striking girl with a high ponytail. Her fair skin and star-like eyes made her the dream girl of most boys in the first training camp. Xin Tian. However, at this moment, Xin Tian gazed out the window, her brows slightly furrowed, her heart filled with worry. Xin Tian, what's wrong? Are you worried about your Yi Tian brother? Her friend Shui appeared, lightly patting her shoulder and teasing her. Hearing this, a blush spread across Xin Tian's delicate face. She quickly turned around, her expression serious as she asked, Shui, has my brother Yi Tian returned? At noon, the awakening ceremony for innate abilities will take place. It's the most important moment. Shui's smile disappeared instantly, and she shook her head, saying, I heard from other students that they saw Wang Chang, Lu Yuan, and Zhang Xia taking Yi Tian out of the training camp. Now they've all returned and even attended a class. I asked them about it, and they said they parted ways with Yi Tian and don't know where he is now. Xin Tian couldn't hide the worry in her heart. After thinking for a moment, she suddenly looked up, as if making a firm decision. No, I have to go outside the training camp to find brother Yi Tian. Xin Tian, the talent awakening ceremony is about to start. This is the most important moment of our lives. You can't leave at a time like this. This is indeed the most important moment for me, but it's just as important for Brother Yi Tian. Xan Tian said resolutely, "No, I must go find Brother Yi Tian." She stood up, preparing to head outside the training camp without hesitation, determined to prioritize Yi Tian's safety above all else. However, at that very moment, a voice rang out. Isn't that Yi Tian? Why is he covered in blood and some mud? Many in the class noticed Yi Tian outside the teaching building and couldn't help but voice their confusion. Hearing their voices, Xin Tian's heart tightened. She rushed to the window, startling the people who were playing nearby. But everyone knew about Xin Tian and Yi Tian's relationship, so they silently made way for her to stand at the best spot by the window. Yi Tian was the center of attention not just in the class but in the entire training camp. His appearance instantly grabbed everyone's gaze. Brother Yi Tian, why is he covered in blood? Xin Tian leaned against the window, staring at Yi Tian below the teaching building, his body drenched in blood and mud. Tears welled up in her eyes and spilled over, her heart full of worry and pain. Training Camp, Class 4. This was the class Wang Chang, Lu Yuan, and Zhang Xia belonged to. They were the culprits who had injured Yi Tian, brutally wounding him and even burying him alive in an attempt to kill him. At this moment, the three of them appeared calm on the surface, but inside, their hearts were in turmoil, as if they were about to be swallowed by raging waves. Looking closely, one could even see faint traces of bloodstains on their clothes. Wang Chang, Lu Yuan, and Zhang Xia gathered together during the break, and no other classmates dared to approach them. Because the three of them were infamous bullies in the first training camp. Relying on their wealthy and powerful families, they often oppressed others in the same training camp, making people fear them. Although Lu Yuan appeared calm, his heart was a chaotic mess, filled with anxiety. He glanced at Wang Chang and Zhang Xia beside him and whispered, "What do you guys think? We injured Yi Tian, buried him alive, and killed him. Will we be punished for it?" Wang Chang's face darkened, and he said coldly, "As long as we don't say anything, who would know that Yi Tian was killed by us? Exactly, as long as we don't talk, no one will know." Zhang Xia quickly echoed. However, the pale faces of Wang Chang and Zhang Xia betrayed the fear hidden within their hearts. "This is the first time in my life I've killed someone." "Me too, it's my first time killing someone." Yeah. Same here." The three of them felt restless yet also a faint sense of thrill, even excitement. Who told that Yi Tian to be so popular? Yeah, who told him to be so handsome? Who told him to always have such good grades? Thinking of Yi Tian's excellence, the three of them gritted their teeth, filled with resentment. And why does every girl I like end up liking Yi Tian? That Yi Tian is just from an ordinary family, what gives him the right? Exactly. We have more money, better family backgrounds, so why is he more favored than us? The more they spoke, the deeper their hatred for Yi Tian grew, and their guilt gradually dissipated. In the training camp, they were privileged, entering the prestigious Bright First training camp through connections. However, upon arriving, they discovered that their wealth and status couldn't outshine someone like Yi Tian from an ordinary family, which made them furious. Gradually, the fear of their first murder began to fade as they spoke. "Hey, don't you think our first time killing someone, at first, felt scary? Now that no one knows we did it, I even feel a bit thrilled." "Yeah. Since no one knows, it's actually kind of exciting." As Zhang Xia recalled the feeling of injuring and burying Yi Tian alive, he couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. Why not find a few more people later, kill them, and bury them alive too? I feel like killing again would be super thrilling. Yeah, I think it would be really exciting. Zhang Xie grew excited as he thought about their earlier actions. Sure. I think we should find a few ordinary folks, kill them, and bury them alive. Even if we're found out, our families are so wealthy and powerful, what could they possibly do to us? Lu Yuan chimed in. Then Wang Chang laughed and added, "In the future, when we hang out with friends, we can boldly brag that we killed someone back then. Imagine how much they'd admire us, ha." The three of them exchanged glances, a frenzy of excitement surging in their hearts. Ha! Suddenly, the three of them noticed their classmates all leaning against the windows, looking at something. So, they walked towards the windows. "What are you all looking at?" Lu Yuan frowned and asked the classmates. Startled, someone quickly replied, "Yi Tian. Yi Tian is downstairs, covered in blood, and there's mud on him." Hearing this, the three of them jolted, their bodies shuddering in unison. "Move, let us see." The three of them hurriedly pushed aside the others at the window and looked downstairs. At that moment, Yi Tian seemed to sense something. He looked up, locking eyes with Lu Yuan, Wang Chang, and Zhang Xie. Thud. Lu Yuan collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide as saucers, his voice trembling uncontrollably. How is he still alive? Wang Cheng's heart tightened abruptly, his gaze fixed unblinkingly on the blood-covered, mud-streaked Yi Tian below. His pupils dilated instantly, as though he'd seen a ghost. Zhang Xia was even more stunned, his mouth agape, his body trembling uncontrollably. Wasn't he supposed to be dead? At this moment, a faint smile appeared on Yi Tian's face, as if mocking their ignorance. His sharp eyes pierced through them. Did you really think you could take me down so easily? Yi Tian's voice was low and powerful, as if declaring his unyielding spirit. This is just the beginning. In an instant, the air around them grew tense, as though heralding the storm to come. Lu Yuan, Wang Chang, Zhang Xia, are you ready to face my counterattack? Yi Tian slowly stood up, exuding an overwhelming aura, like a beast awakening from its slumber. The three exchanged glances, panic rising in their hearts. They hadn't expected Yi Tian to still be capable of fighting back under such circumstances. Their plan had crumbled in an instant. Come on, try your luck. Yi Tian roared, his voice reverberating through the entire floor like a thunderclap. A life-and-death confrontation was now inevitable. What the hell? What's wrong with Yi Tian? Why is he covered in blood and mud? From the upper floors of the teaching building, many students leaned out to look down at Yi Tian, their faces filled with shock and unease. Oh my god! What happened to my idol? Who hurt my idol like this? This is outrageous! Who had the audacity to lay a hand on Yi Tian? Some were furious, while others were filled with worry, all pained by Yi Tian's tragic state. Do you think Yi Tian is in a lot of pain? I'm so worried about him. Yi Tian had always been highly admired in the Bright First training camp for his exceptional talent and personality. Now, his current predicament had drawn the attention of the entire school. In Class 5 of the first training camp, the atmosphere was tense as everyone discussed the situation. Oh my god, why is Yi Tian covered in blood? And mud too. He's my idol, for crying out loud. Who dared to do this to Yi Tian? The students were in shock, and some even showed concern on their faces. Their gazes instinctively fell on Xin Tian, who secretly admired Yi Tian. Yi Tian, how could this happen to him? Covered in blood, it's heartbreaking. Xin Tian's eyes were brimming with tears, and her best friend quickly comforted her. Xin Tian, stop crying. Crying won't solve anything. Don't cry now. What if your tears run dry and you can't express anything when you see Yi Tian later? If Yi Tian doesn't know you cried for him, what's the point? Xin Tian glared at her friend and said firmly, why would I cry in front of Yi Tian? I like him, but I don't have to tell him that, right? I just want him to be safe and sound. That's enough for me. Her best friend sighed helplessly. You're acting like a complete simp. Xin Tian shook her head in rebuttal. Liking someone and wanting them to be okay isn't simping, it's devotion. Her best friend, still worried, said, but he's in such a terrible state right now. He looks seriously injured. Hearing this, Xin Tian's tears stopped, and her expression turned colder and more determined. Her best friend immediately noticed the rising anger and thought to herself, Xin Tian is about to explode. Yi Tian's injuries are so severe. I feel so bad for him. We need to go check on him and find out who's responsible for this. We absolutely can't let them get away with it. Her best friend nodded in agreement. She also had a soft spot for Yi Tian and decided to go with Xin Tian to see him. Soon, the two left the training classroom and headed downstairs, their hearts filled with nervousness and anticipation. Yi Tian was covered in blood and dirt, his appearance somewhat terrifying. However, his wounds had long since healed entirely, though no one else knew this. When Yi Tian had first joined the training camp, his gruesome appearance had startled the security guard at the school gate, who immediately reported it to the higher-ups. Yi Tian wasn't surprised by the reaction. He had deliberately left the blood and grime on his face and body to create a sensation. It was all part of the plan to pave the way for his awakening ceremony today. Today marked the annual awakening ceremony for adulthood in the Bright First training camp. The leaders were busy hosting higher-ups and couldn't spare the time to come personally. As per Yi Tian's request, the security guard accompanied him to wait at the base of the teaching building for the instructor. Yi Tian intentionally stood in a conspicuous spot, ensuring that all the students in the camp could see his shocking state. Before long, the instructor and other class teachers arrived in a hurry. Yi Tian, what happened to you? Why are you covered in blood and mud? Yi Tian's instructor, Manhwa, a lean middle-aged man, was stunned at the sight. The other teachers were equally shocked, their expressions instantly turning grave. They realized that if this matter wasn't handled properly, the consequences could be severe. At this moment, Yi Tian looked coldly at Manhwa and the other teachers, his lips curling into a slight smirk as he calculated his next steps in the meticulously planned operation. Teachers, good day. I was attacked by Wang Chang, Lu Yuan, and Zhang Xia. Without hesitation, Yi Tian recounted the entire incident in detail, his voice powerful and resonant, as if each word struck a chord in the hearts of everyone present. He wanted to gauge the instructors' reactions, as their stance would determine his next move. The instructors listened intently, their expressions serious, while in the corner, Xin Tian and her best friend strained their ears, listening attentively. Soon, Yi Tian finished recounting the events, his gaze sharp as he scanned the instructors, awaiting their responses. The instructors fell silent, and the atmosphere grew heavy. Zhang Xia's instructor, his face dark with rage, burst out, "Those three are nothing short of beasts. To think they'd resort to assault and even burying someone alive. Humph. This is utterly unacceptable." The instructor of Class 4, an elegant woman in her 30s, clenched her fists in anger, her crimson lips trembling slightly. "Yi Tian, what you've endured cannot be ignored." Chen Hua, Yi Tian's instructor, was furious. "This is outrageous. Minor scuffles can be overlooked, but this level of malice? We must summon their parents to the training camp." At this point, another instructor spoke up. "Ahem, both of you, the three of them are about to graduate. After today's awakening, they'll take the martial exams in a week. Summoning their parents won't help." Yi Tian nodded slightly, thinking to himself that this was indeed a complication. But he had achieved his goal. He now knew that these instructors wouldn't turn a blind eye to justice. The other instructors looked at Yi Tian with a hint of sympathy. Class 4's instructor said softly, "Yi Tian, don't worry. Those three may come from wealthy families, but we'll make sure they compensate you properly. For now, let's treat your injuries, okay? Also, we've prepared a fresh set of clothes for you." The other teachers chimed in, "That's right. Yi Tian, let's treat your wounds first. If they're too severe, it could cause more problems. Don't forget, there's still the awakening ceremony later. And next week's martial exam. Getting into a good university should be your top priority." Passers-by occasionally glanced at Yi Tian, and those upstairs continued to gossip. A sense of urgency tightened in Yi Tian's chest. If he continued to stay in this state, the entire training camp would soon know about it. Moreover, with the higher-ups present today, if things escalated, the consequences would be unimaginable. Looking at the concerned instructors, Yi Tian felt a twinge of emotion. Chen Hua's worry, in particular, seemed genuinely rooted in concern for his future. Yi Tian shook his head. "No need. I'm fine as I am." The instructors were stunned. Normally, this would be the moment to scold someone, but seeing the bloodstains on Yi Tian's face and his body covered in blood and dirt, they couldn't bring themselves to reprimand him. Finally, one of the instructors stepped forward. "Yi Tian, making a fuss won't solve anything. Even if you stir up trouble, you won't gain anything from it. If it were an ordinary person who hurt you, we could seek justice for you. But the families behind Wang Chang, Lu Yuan, and Zhang Xia hold significant influence in Bright City." The other instructors nodded in agreement, and another added, "Even if you make a big deal out of it, their families can easily smooth things over. They have martial artists behind them, even several powerful families. As an ordinary person, you simply cannot compete." These instructors had access to the background information of everyone in the training camp. They knew Yi Tian's situation and understood that it was almost impossible for him to make Lu Yuan, Zhang Xia, and Wang Cheng pay a heavy price. "Exactly. Yi Tian, you're too young to understand how powerful their backgrounds are. All these families have martial artists supporting them. To put it simply, as long as you're not dead, their families will just pay you some compensation, and that'll be the end of it. Unless you display an A-grade or even S-grade talent at the awakening ceremony. Otherwise, even if you die, sigh." The instructors present sighed helplessly. At Bright City's first training camp, many students had parents who were martial artists, so the instructors had to tread carefully. In this world of global martial arts dominance, strength was always the most important factor. When conflicts arose between ordinary people and those with powerful backgrounds, the training camp naturally leaned toward the latter. It was an unwritten rule. Unless the ordinary person displayed extraordinary potential or unparalleled talent, they had no choice but to endure in silence. Yi Tian looked at the group of instructors, their faces filled with helplessness, and silently smirked to himself. Calmly, he asked, "Instructors, tell me, if I awakened an S-grade talent or higher, what would happen?" As soon as he finished speaking, the instructors froze on the spot, clearly not expecting Yi Tian to ask such a question. "Instructor." Chen Hua spoke slowly, his tone tinged with helplessness. "Yi Tian, no one in Bright City has awakened an S-grade talent in 10 years. Such a talent is almost impossible for ordinary people to achieve. Even those with the bloodlines of powerful martial artists struggle to reach it. He shook his head, as if feeling pity for Yi Tian. This S-grade talent. Manhwa hadn't even finished his sentence when Yi Tian interrupted, his gaze firm. Instructor, all I need to know is, if I awaken it, what will happen? Zhang Xie and his instructor, standing off to the side, couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing this. A hint of mockery flashed in their eyes. Yi Tian, if you awaken an S-grade talent, you can do whatever you want. At that moment, a fiery determination ignited in Yi Tian's heart. Perhaps this was his chance to rise. Yi Tian looked at the instructors, his eyes burning with resolve, and asked seriously, if I awaken an S-grade or higher talent, can I truly do anything? The instructors' laughter echoed in the air. It wasn't mockery toward Yi Tian but rather skepticism about his potential. After all, the odds of awakening an S-grade talent were extraordinarily slim. However, the instructors still answered him earnestly. Yi Tian, Bright City has millions of people, and it's been 10 years since anyone has awakened an S-grade talent. If you truly awaken an S-grade or higher ability, you can do anything you want. If you awaken an S-grade talent, any martial arts academy in Huaxia will accept you without hesitation. The instructors emphasized, their faces showing a mix of anticipation and goodwill. Yi Tian nodded slightly, silently vowing to himself, I will make them witness my potential. He turned and walked toward the training classroom, his heart brimming with determination. Just then, Instructor Manhwa stopped the other instructors who were about to call out to Yi Tian. He sighed, his tone filled with resignation. Forget it. Yi Tian's already in this condition, and the talent awakening ceremony is about to begin. Let him do as he pleases. The instructors exchanged glances. Though they were worried, they chose to remain silent. After all, Zhang Xie and his two companions came from privileged families, each with multiple martial artists in their households. Manhwa continued, let's hope he can let go of some of his resentment and find a bit of peace. But if we don't stop him, we'll get scolded by the leadership, another instructor muttered under his breath. Let them scold us. The instructor of Class 4 sighed. Yi Tian was nearly beaten and buried alive by Zhang Xie and his group. They were the ones who did wrong, not Yi Tian. Although this instructor was Zhang Xie's mentor, they were powerless against Zhang Xie and his companions' actions. A sense of disgust grew in their heart toward the trio. Secretly, they hoped Yi Tian could awaken a stroke of fortune in this awakening ceremony and deliver a lesson to Zhang Xie and his group. The instructors began discussing Yi Tian's talent potential. Yi Tian has always performed well academically. He should be able to awaken a talent of at least C grade. They nodded in agreement, filled with hope for Yi Tian's future. Let's hope Yi Tian can awaken a C grade or even B grade talent. That way, his future prospects will be much brighter. The instructors voiced their support one after another. Do you think Yi Tian could awaken an S grade talent? Manhwa's question elicited a wave of laughter. Old Chen, you've taught so many classes, and now you're daydreaming? Bright City hasn't had an S grade awakening in 10 years. Do you really think it'll happen this year? The other instructors shook their heads, their eyes filled with resignation toward reality. What we just said to Yi Tian was merely to give him hope, hoping he could come to terms with everything. Silently, the instructors prayed in their hearts, wishing for Yi Tian to create a miracle in this awakening. If he awakens an S-grade talent, it'll cost far less to deal with Zhang Xie and the others. If he truly awakens an S-grade talent, Zhang Xie and his group will undoubtedly face retribution, and there'll be nothing we can do to stop it. In Class 4, the culprits who had beaten and nearly buried Yi Tian alive, Zhang Xie and his two companions, were now sitting in their chairs, gasping for breath, and trying to calm their nerves. They had just witnessed Yi Tian's bloodied figure outside the teaching building, his eyes fixed intently on them. The sight had terrified the three of them, causing them to collapse to the ground in fear. Zhang Xie regained his composure, his face filled with shock, and slowly said to Wang Chang and Lu Yuan, do you think that was really Yi Tian? Wang Chang's face was grim. Of course it was real. My ex-girlfriend has always been infatuated with him. She would never mistake him for someone else. Lu Yuan echoed, I remember too. Xin Tian was always fond of Yi Tian. Even if he turned to ashes, I'd recognize him. The three exchanged glances, their eyes filled with disbelief and shock. Didn't we already break his leg? I clearly remember smashing his head several times with a rock. I heard the sound of his skull cracking. I remember his leg bones were shattered by us long ago. As they recalled the process of severely injuring Yi Tian, a growing unease began to rise in their hearts. We buried him alive, and after a few minutes, he stopped moving. Then we deliberately waited for a while, yet he still didn't die. How is Yi Tian's life so tough? The three of them exchanged bewildered glances, their hearts filled with confusion. At this moment, the other students in the class were keeping their distance, afraid of being implicated. Bang! Suddenly, the door of Class 4 was kicked open, and the entire class's gaze instantly focused on the entrance. Xin Tian. What is she doing in our class? Wow! Xin Tian is so beautiful. Yeah! Xin Tian is absolutely stunning. Many female students looked at Xin Tian standing at the doorway, their eyes filled with admiration and envy. Xin Tian was indeed a well-known goddess in the school, attracting the attention of countless boys. Yi Tian is so lucky. Such a beautiful girl has a crush on him. I heard Xin Tian confess to Yi Tian before but was rejected. He said he just wanted to focus on his studies. Such gossip had spread like wildfire within the training camp, and Zhang Xie and his two friends also harbored secret feelings for Xin Tian. Xin Tian. Xin Tian. Xin Tian. Seeing Xin Tian walking toward them, Zhang Xie and his friends became so excited that their hearts raced, and they hurriedly greeted her. However, Xin Tian paid them no attention and coldly approached them. Smack! 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 Without mercy, Xin Tian slapped each of them hard across the face. Whoa! The students of Class 4 gasped in shock as Zhang Xie and his friends' left cheeks swelled instantly. Xin Tian, what are you doing? On what grounds are you hitting us? Did we offend you? Zhang Xie, Lu Yuan, and Wang Cheng covered their swollen faces and angrily questioned Xin Tian. Xin Tian stared at them coldly and said mercilessly, "You dare ask? You injured brother Yi Tian and even buried him alive. Are you even human?" Xin Tian's furious roar swept through the classroom like a storm. What? Zhang Xie and his group injured Yi Tian and buried him alive. The blood and dirt on Yi Tian earlier were caused by them. The classmates began whispering among themselves, their accusatory gazes directed at Zhang Xie and his friends. Upon hearing Xin Tian's words, Zhang Xie, Lu Yuan, and Wang Cheng's faces turned pale, and a sense of panic surged in their hearts. Lu Yuan covered his face and hastily explained, "Xin Tian, you've misunderstood. We were just joking around with Yi Tian." Xin Tian sneered, "Joking? Yi Tian was covered in blood, do you think that's a joke?" Coincidentally, Zhang Xie, Lu Yuan, and Wang Cheng all secretly admired Xin Tian. However, their families had constantly instilled in them the idea of pursuing Xin Tian because of her prestigious family background, which only made them feel more insignificant. This storm was destined to cause an uproar in the Guangming First Training Camp. Zhang Xie and his friends had been raised with the idea of chasing after Xin Tian, combined with her exceptional personality and beauty. Strictly speaking, they were nothing more than Xin Tian's sycophantic admirers. At this moment, Zhang Xie covered his face, his heart flooded with grievance. He raised his head, his gaze firm as he looked at Xin Tian. Xin Tian, can't you see? Yi Tian has no interest in you. His words were like a thunderclap, shattering the silence in the air. That day, the three of us saw with our own eyes that Yi Tian rejected your confession. There's no need for you to be his sycophant. Hearing Zhang Xie's words, Xin Tian's lips curled into a cold smile, and a stubborn glint appeared in her eyes. Who I like is my business. Yi Tian just wants to focus on his studies for now and isn't ready for a relationship. Her confidence left Zhang Xie and his friends feeling powerless. When he does want to be in a relationship, the first person he thinks of will definitely be me. As long as I keep liking him, one day, Yi Tian will be moved by me. Xin Tian's voice was like a solemn vow, firm and unyielding. This isn't being a sycophant, this is devotion. Her eyes sparkled with tenderness for Yi Tian, and for a moment, it seemed like the entire world trembled for her love. However, Xin Tian's words were like a sharp blade, piercing deep into Zhang Xie and his friends' hearts. Pain surged like a tidal wave, and they felt as if all their hopes had been shattered in an instant. At this moment, Zhang Xie and his friends also realized that the path to pursuing Xin Tian would never be smooth. Filled with burning anger, Zhang Xie covered his left cheek and said indignantly, "Xin Tian, you know I've liked you for many years." Xin Tian coldly responded, "I only like Yi Tian." Lu Yuan, unwilling to give up, interjected, "But Yi Tian doesn't like you." Xin Tian replied calmly, "It doesn't matter, as long as I like him." Lu Yuan felt a sharp pang in his heart as he stared intently at Xin Tian, forcing a bitter smile. "Xin Tian, you know I've always liked you." Xin Tian shook her head firmly. "I've rejected you several times, Lu Yuan. The person I like is Yi Tian, not you." Lu Yuan's expression turned complicated as he said, Xintian, I know you're starting to have a better impression of me, right? Xintian looked puzzled. Question mark. Lu Yuan continued, recently, your tone when rejecting me has become much softer. His eyes gleamed with a hint of triumph, as if he saw a glimmer of hope. Xintian looked at him helplessly and shook her head. You're overthinking it. I don't like you. Lu Yuan stubbornly said, I don't believe it. I'll wait for you. I believe that as long as I persist, you'll be moved by me one day. Xintian looked at him with disdain. Get lost. I only like Yi Tian. At this moment, Wang Cheng joined the fray. Xintian, I've been pursuing you for so many years. Do you not like me even a little? Without hesitation, Xintian replied, the only person I like is Yi Tian. Wang Cheng's expression immediately darkened, his face a mixture of anger and disappointment. Unwilling to back down, Zhang Xie declared, Xintian, I'll keep pursuing you. I believe that as long as I persist, you'll be moved. Xintian scoffed. Moved by what? I only like Yi Tian. Wang Cheng, frustrated, said, Xintian, I've chased you for so many years. Surely you feel something for me by now? Xintian replied coldly, I feel nothing for you. I only like Yi Tian. Lu Yuan made one last attempt, Xintian, I'll keep liking you no matter what. I believe that as long as I persist, you'll fall in love with me. Xintian mercilessly retorted, you're delusional. The only person I'll ever love is Yi Tian. Hearing this, the three of them were on the verge of losing their tempers. But Yi Tian doesn't even like you. Xintian shook her head firmly, her face resolute, the three of you are overthinking it. Yi Tian just wants to focus on studying. Right now. As long as I stick to it, when he does want to fall in love, the first person he will consider will definitely be me. After speaking, Xintian cast a cold glance at them, her tone icy, from now on, don't contact me anymore. I'm afraid Yi Tian might misunderstand. With that, she turned and walked out of Class 4's training room without looking back. Zhang Xie, Lu Yuan, and Wang Chan watched Xintian's retreating figure, a hint of wistfulness in their eyes. Xintian is so beautiful. Yeah. She's really stunning. Do you remember what we agreed on? Whoever wins Xintian's heart first, the other two can't interfere? The three exchanged glances. Lu Yuan sneered, I've been pursuing Xintian for so many years, she's bound to be moved by my dedication. Wang Cheng retorted unwillingly, I've also been chasing her for years. I believe when she's ready for love, she'll choose me. Zhang Xie smirked, I'm better looking than both of you. If Xintian wants to date someone, it should be me. In response, Lu Yuan and Wang Cheng exchanged a knowing look and chuckled coldly, heh. Then, all three of them covered their left cheeks, staring at the doorway Xintian had vanished through, murmuring in unison, I wonder if Xintian's hand got hurt when she slapped us just now. The nearby classmates looked at Zhang Xie, Lu Yuan, and Wang Cheng with a hint of pity in their eyes. Class 5. Yi Tian had just stepped back into the training room, and the previously lively class fell silent in an instant. Everyone turned to look at him, as if they were seeing a legendary hero. After a brief moment of silence, the students began expressing their concern. Yi Tian, are you okay? Yi Tian, should we go to the hospital first? Yi Tian, I have a spare uniform. If you don't mind, you can wear mine. The classmates surrounded Yi Tian, worried about his injuries, as he was well liked in the class. Seeing their genuine concern, Yi Tian couldn't help but smile faintly, the corners of his mouth curving upwards. Thank you, I'm fine. Hearing Yi Tian's calm response, the enthusiastic classmates continued, let us know if you need any help, Yi Tian. Exactly, Yi Tian. We'll definitely back you up. Don't push yourself too hard, Yi Tian. We know you don't want to trouble us, but we don't mind at all. After expressing their support, the students dispersed, careful not to put any undue pressure on him. Yi Tian glanced at the items on his desk and couldn't help but chuckle softly, his heart filled with warmth, thank you. His desk was piled high with snacks, alongside bottles of alcohol and rolls of bandages. In that moment, Yi Tian felt the true meaning of friendship and support. Just then, a vibrant and youthful girl walked into the classroom. The room fell silent as soon as she appeared. It was Xintian. Her presence quieted the entire class. Everyone's gaze occasionally shifted to Yi Tian, as the whole class knew that Xintian had feelings for him. Xintian quickly made her way to Yi Tian, looking at him with deep concern, her eyes filled with anguish. Yi Tian Gij, does it hurt? Yi Tian looked at Xintian and smiled faintly. Thank you, it doesn't hurt. In his mind, Yi Tian recalled how the original owner of this body had rejected Xintian's confessions 9 times over the past 3 years. He felt only polite courtesy toward her. His thoughts were elsewhere, focused on the moment when he would awaken his innate ability in front of everyone and take revenge on the three who had injured him. Hearing his words, Xintian's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. In her heart, she thought, Yi Tiangij must be pretending to be strong. He's lost so much blood, he must be in so much pain. For him to say that, he's so kind. I have to do something for Yi Tiangij. At that moment, Instructor Chen Hua entered the room. All eyes shifted to him as he spoke. Chen Hua glanced at Yi Tian, sighing inwardly before announcing loudly, "Now, everyone, head down to the field to gather. What's about to happen next is the most important moment of your lives, the awakening of your innate abilities." Upon hearing the instructor's command, the students hurriedly made their way downstairs to the field, preparing for the awakening ceremony. Yi Tian picked up a pen, anticipation brewing in his heart as the moment drew near. On the training grounds of the Bright Light First Training Camp, students were gathered, with Yi Tian among them. Many eyes were fixed on Yi Tian. His body was covered in bloodstains, and his face was marred with dirt and dried blood, evoking a mix of sympathy and shock from the crowd. How did Yi Tian end up like this? He's covered in blood. There's blood on his clothes, and dirt all over his body. What on earth happened to him? The murmurs spread across the field, and the rumors about Yi Tian and Zhang Xie's conflict had already circulated widely among Class 4 students. I heard Yi Tian was beaten up by Zhang Xie, Wang Chang, and Lu Yuan. They even buried him alive. What? Seriously? Buried alive? How could someone even do something like that? Hearing this, people were stunned, their expressions filled with disbelief. Just look at Yi Tian now, covered in blood, his face full of wounds. It must be true. Exactly. He looks so pitiful. It has to be real. A sense of righteous indignation surged within the crowd. Beaten and buried alive? That's inhuman. How could those three stoop so low? Are they even human? I've heard Yi Tian is such a good person. How could they harm someone so kind without feeling any guilt? Outrage erupted among the students. Seriously, Zhang Xie and his group are monsters. If they're capable of burying someone alive, what wouldn't they dare to do? They must be severely punished for this. If we don't stand up for Yi Tian today, who will stand up for us tomorrow? The field quickly descended into chaos. Seeing the growing commotion, Wang Chang and Lu Yuan began to panic. Zhang Xie, however, sneered coldly, casting them a dismissive glance. What are you afraid of? Our families are far more powerful than most. This is nothing more than a minor fuss. What can they do to us? Yi Tian has no backing whatsoever. He's in no position to challenge us. Hearing Zhang Xie's words, Wang Chang and Lu Yuan gradually calmed down, thinking to themselves, that's true. Yi Tian really has no influence. Zhang Xie smirked again. Does he really think he can use public opinion to bring us down? What a naive dream. As long as we awaken strong abilities, like a C-level or B-level power, our families will naturally step in. By then, who will even remember this incident? Lu Yuan nodded in agreement. Exactly, Yi Tian has no connections. He's just an ordinary person trying to fight us with public outcry. How utterly naive, Zhang Xie sneered, his tone dripping with disdain. Unless he awakens an S-level ability, proving himself to be extraordinarily talented, no leader would ever side with him against us three. His words cut sharply, aiming to shatter any hope. Wang Chang joined in with a mocking laugh. Ha! An S-level ability? Bright Light City hasn't seen one awakened in 10 years. Yi Tian? There's no way he'll awaken an S-level ability. Wang Chang's voice was laced with derision. If he truly awakens an S-level talent, I'll die. At this moment, Yi Tian's gaze was as sharp as a blade, locking onto Zhang Xie, Lu Yuan, and Wang Chang in the distance. A fleeting murderous intent flashed through his mind, and the atmosphere seemed to thicken with tension in the air. Zhang Xie and his two companions were engaged in conversation when suddenly, they felt countless piercing gazes directed at them, sharp like knives, closing in relentlessly. Swish, swish, swish. On the training field, the crowd surged like a tide, surrounding Zhang Xie, Lu Yuan, and Wang Chang. Their piercing stares came not only from Yi Tian but also from everyone present on the field, all focusing on the trio. What do you all want to do? Zhang Xie asked with a trembling voice, unease evident on his face. This is the first training camp. Lu Yuan's voice also quivered, filled with helplessness. Don't act recklessly. Wang Chang began to panic as well. However, the righteous crowd encircling them showed no sign of retreating. Instead, their fervor only grew stronger. So, you are Zhang Xie, Lu Yuan, and Wang Chang. Angry accusations rang out from the crowd. You may look human, but how could you commit such beastly acts as intentionally injuring someone and even burying them alive? Someone roared in fury. Look at Yi Tian. His face is covered in blood, and his clothes and pants are soaked with blood and mud. Another voice added fuel to the fire. The atmosphere of rage spread like wildfire, and Zhang Xia, Lu Yuan, and Wang Cheng suddenly became the target of everyone's ire, pointed at and condemned by all. Shame on you for training alongside us. It's an insult, someone shouted angrily. Exactly, you don't deserve it, another chimed in. Yi Tian, such a good person, was harmed and buried alive by the likes of you. The accusations grew louder and more relentless. Is this the distortion of humanity, or the collapse of morality? You're just bullying someone who's honest and kind. The surrounding crowd grew increasingly agitated, their sense of justice swelling. Zhang Xia, Lu Yuan, and Wang Cheng turned red with anger and shame, desperate to defend themselves, but their voices were drowned out by the crowd. And you still dare to speak? Why didn't you think about this outcome when you heard Yi Tian? Someone sneered coldly. Just scolding you is too lenient. If Yi Tian hadn't been lucky, he'd already be dead by now. The voices of anger echoed like thunder. You scum! The accusations were like a storm, chilling to the bone. Shame on you. We're embarrassed to train with you. The onlookers pointed fingers at them in fury. People like you, once in society, are nothing but a menace. Disgusting. The crowd voiced their outrage one after another. At this moment, facing the wrathful onlookers, Zhang Xia, Lu Yuan, and Wang Cheng began to feel a growing fear in their hearts. Who spat on me? Zhang Xia roared, his voice tinged with helplessness. Stand up. Wang Cheng started to resist as well. However, the crowd ignored them and continued hurling insults. We all spat at you. What about it? Someone responded arrogantly. 3 beasts who hurt and buried someone alive, another voice declared firmly. 1 spit from each of us, and we'll drown you. Hetue, Tue. With the sound of spitting echoing, the crowd united, their anger reaching its peak. Ah! Zhang Xia, Lu Yuan, and Wang Cheng were so infuriated they nearly lost their minds. You all, we won't forgive you. Oh? And what about when you bullied Yi Tian? Can't handle the tables turning now, someone retorted. If we don't stand up for Yi Tian today, who will stand up for us in the future? The crowd shouted in unison. Everyone, let's go. Spit on these 3 beasts who hurt and buried someone alive. The furious roars shook the heavens. Hetue, Tue, Tue. Tue, Tue. The crowd surged toward Zhang Xia, Lu Yuan, and Wang Cheng, spitting at them, leaving them with no place to hide as their faces became covered in frothy saliva. Meanwhile, not only Yi Tian's classmates but also students from other classes began to gather around him. Yi Tian, are you okay? Yi Tian, do you need to go to the infirmary? Someone asked with concern. Don't worry, we'll give those 3 scumbags a piece of our minds for you. Words of comfort filled Yi Tian's ears, surprising him. He hadn't expected the training camp to be so united, so full of a sense of justice. Hearing everyone's concern, Yi Tian felt a surge of warmth, a strong sense of camaraderie. Yi Tian gave everyone a genuine smile and said firmly, "Thank you all. I'm fine." Hearing Yi Tian's response, his classmates encouraged him one by one. Yi Tian, don't worry about us. Yi Tian, good luck with your awakening later. We support you. Ignore those scumbags for now. They hurt you and buried you alive, they'll face retribution. Exactly. Yi Tian, surviving such an ordeal is a blessing in disguise. Yi Tian listened, his heart moved, and he earnestly said, "Thank you, everyone. Yi Tian, do your best when awakening your talent. Yi Tian, you're alive and well, heaven must be on your side." At this moment, the training field presented 3 distinct scenes. One group gathered around Yi Tian, comforting and encouraging him. Another surrounded Zhang Xia, Lu Yuan, and Wang Cheng, angrily condemning them for Yi Tian's sake. And the last group stood off to the side, watching with curiosity, as if enjoying a dramatic spectacle. Not long after, the camp's leaders, some high-ranking officials of Bright City, and the instructors began to arrive one after another. What are you all doing? Everyone, return to your respective classes and stand in line. Seeing the chaos on the field, several instructors and the disciplinary director shouted loudly to restore order. At the sight of authority, everyone quickly shrank back and returned to their classes to stand in line. The crowd surrounding Zhang Xia, Lu Yuan, and Wang Cheng dispersed, revealing a shocking sight. Lu Yuan and Wang Cheng were already lying on the ground. What happened? One of the instructors hurried over to check on Lu Yuan and Wang Cheng, frowning as he asked. Zhang Xia, trembling, pointed at the surrounding students and complained in a panic, "Instructor, they just scolded the 3 of us." Lu Yuan and Wang Cheng were scolded so harshly that they fainted. Zhang Xie's face was filled with anger, as if he were deeply wronged. Yi Tian watched silently from a distance, astonished. I can't believe everyone's combat power is this strong. The instructor furrowed his brows and asked, why would so many people scold just the three of you? Instructor, I. Zhang Xie's face turned red, unable to explain. The instructor, unconvinced, called over a nearby student to ask what had happened. After hearing the explanation, her eyes widened in disbelief. Turning to seek confirmation from Yi Tian, her expression darkened upon seeing his bloodied and mud-covered appearance. Her face immediately became stern, and she no longer paid attention to Zhang Xie. Seeing this, Zhang Xie quickly shut his mouth. Soon after, medical personnel from the training camp arrived to carry off the unconscious Lu Yuan and Wang Chang. Yi Tian observed the scene, frowning slightly. However, Zhang Xie remained standing in place, his expression tense. On the stage, a massive awakening stone stood silently, with an instructor nearby handling registrations. The leaders and high-ranking officials of Bright City were already seated at the tables and chairs on the stage. At this moment, the leaders of Bright City noticed the commotion on the training field. The city's lord, Xian Chang, a dignified middle-aged man, furrowed his brows slightly. He glanced at Xian Tian from Class 5, and then, by chance, his gaze landed on Yi Tian, who was covered in blood and dirt. He was startled. Beside him, Ho Tao, the principal of the first training camp, also had a grave expression. Xian Chang turned to Ho Tao, smiling as he asked, did something just happen? Ho Tao quickly responded, rest assured, Lord Xian, nothing unexpected will occur today. Hearing the principal's assurance, Xian Chang nodded in satisfaction. His gaze shifted to a middle-aged man in a suit standing nearby. That man was the disciplinary director. He immediately turned to Ho Tao and said, Principal, I'll go take a look. The earlier commotion on the training field had drawn the attention of several leaders. As powerful martial artists, they naturally didn't miss any details. Especially the Lord of Bright City, a martial king-level expert, whose discerning eyes were razor-sharp. The disciplinary director quickly descended the steps, approached Chen Hua and the instructor of Class 4, and asked, Chen Hua, what happened here? Why is your student Yi Tian covered in blood? He then turned to the homeroom teacher of Class 4 and asked, what's going on with those two students from your class? Why did they faint? I heard a lot of people yelling insults at them earlier. Hearing the disciplinary director's questions, Chen Hua exchanged a glance with Zhang Xie's instructor before recounting the events truthfully. The facts. After hearing the account, the disciplinary director's gaze darkened. He first glanced at Yi Tian, then shifted his attention to Zhang Xie, falling silent for a moment before asking again, what about Yi Tian's family? What's his family's situation? How many members are there, and what do his parents do for work? He then turned back toward Zhang Xie's homeroom teacher, his expression thoughtful. What about Zhang Xie's family situation? What do his parents do for a living? Chen Hua and Zhang Xie's instructor exchanged another look before replying slowly. Yi Tian comes from an ordinary family. His parents were laborers with heavy workloads and passed away early. Now, he's the only one left in his family. Chen Hua continued, however, Yi Tian has excellent academic performance and outstanding character. His classmates all like him. The disciplinary director waved his hand dismissively, cutting him off. All right, I see. Zhang Xie's instructor hesitated briefly, glanced at Yi Tian, and sighed before saying, Zhang Xie's family is quite well off. They run a business and have a large family, including 3 martial artists. The disciplinary director was surprised. 3 martial artists? Zhang Xie's instructor nodded. The disciplinary director, after confirming, continued to ask, and the other 2 families? Are they similar to Zhang Xie's? Zhang Xie's instructor nodded again. The other 2 families are in even better circumstances than Zhang Xie's. The disciplinary director contemplated for a moment, his brows furrowing deeply, and said, later, instruct the other instructors to stop their students from insulting Zhang Xie and the others. Additionally, send someone to the infirmary to ensure Lu Yuan and Wang Chang are protected. Under no circumstances should they be harmed. And make sure to keep an eye on Yi Tian at the scene. He must not harm Zhang Xie. The disciplinary director added, their safety must be guaranteed. At this, Yi Tian's instructor, Chen Hua, could no longer contain his anger and said furiously, disciplinary director, Yi Tian is the victim here. Even though he's powerless against martial artists, shouldn't he at least receive some form of compensation? The disciplinary director frowned and replied, Instructor Chen Hua, the incident involving the conflict between those 4 will be decided by the training camp's leadership. It's not for you to worry about. Chen Hua protested indignantly, a conflict? Disciplinary director, this wasn't just a fight. Zhang Xie and his group tried to harm Yi Tian and even attempted to bury him alive. Zhang Xie's instructor remained silent on the side. The disciplinary director patted Chen Hua's shoulder, speaking in a more measured tone. "All right, Instructor Chen Hua, isn't Yi Tian still alive? He's just a kid from an ordinary family. Surviving is already a blessing. Don't forget that the families of martial artists have privileges." Chen Hua could no longer hold back his anger. "This is outright bullying of a good kid like Yi Tian." The disciplinary director snorted coldly. Instructor Chen Hua, watch your words. Yi Tian is just an ordinary person. How could he possibly compete with families that have martial artists? Unless he awakens an S-level talent, the school will always side with the martial artists." Chen Hua, fuming, retorted, "You." At that moment, even Zhang Xie's instructor couldn't stay silent anymore. "Disciplinary director, this is going too far. Even if you can't punish Zhang Xie and his group, they should at least compensate Yi Tian for his losses. Making him wait until he awakens an S-level talent to protect him, this is just setting him up for failure. Bright City hasn't seen an S-level awakening in 10 years. The disciplinary director replied indifferently, "Then there's nothing more to discuss. Remember, during the awakening process, ensure Zhang Xie's safety and prevent Yi Tian from making any moves against him." With that, the disciplinary director turned and left, showing no regard for the two instructors. Truly an unlucky fellow. To hell with you, you bastard. Chen Hua cursed in frustration, while Zhang Xie's instructor remained silent. Shortly after, Chen Hua explained the situation to Yi Tian and patted him on the shoulder. "Yi Tian, I still have some money. After the awakening ceremony, I'll take you to the hospital to get checked. This school is so unfair, claiming that unless you awaken an S-level talent, they'll just sweep this matter under the rug." An S-level talent? Out of the millions in Bright City, no one has awakened one in 10 years. This is blatant bullying. Yi Tian, hearing Chen Hua's words, smiled faintly and said, "Instructor, thank you. No need to go to the hospital, I've already healed. Instructor, when I awaken my talent later, you'd better be mentally prepared." Chen Hua froze for a moment, feeling both relieved and moved. What a good kid. He's even joking to cheer me up. But seeing that Yi Tian didn't seem affected by Zhang Xie and his group, Chen Hua's worries began to ease. He looked at Yi Tian and teased, "Unless you awaken an S-level talent, I don't think I'll need to prepare myself." Yi Tian replied seriously, "What if it's an SSS level talent?" Chen Hua was taken aback and, after a moment, laughed, responding, "Yi Tian, if you awaken an SSS level talent, then you'll be unstoppable. You'll see the most enthusiastic, most humble smiles from the disciplinary director and the training camp leaders. And whatever you ask for, the school will grant it. Go for it." Chen Hua patted Yi Tian on the shoulder before walking toward the front. Yi Tian remained silent, his heart surging with waves of determination as his gaze locked onto the awakening stone on the stage. He thought to himself, "I will awaken nothing less than an SSS level talent. This time, my awakening will shock the world. The moment of awakening is near. If I can achieve the power to kill, I must secure the richest resources, train rapidly, and enhance my strength." He seemed to feel the powerful aura emanating from the awakening stone. His heartbeat quickened, and his blood burned with excitement. "Once I possess an SSS level talent, who can stand in the way of my rise?" His heart was ignited with a fierce fighting spirit, vowing to leave his mark on this world. "Today, we welcome the talent awakening ceremony for the new batch of students from the training camp." The instructor's voice boomed like thunder, shaking the entire field. "Among you, the talents awakened will range from F grade, the lowest, up to SSS grade, the highest." Each word was spoken with force, as if igniting a flame of hope in everyone's hearts. "Once you awaken your talent through the awakening stone, all of you will become exceptional awakeners," the instructor declared passionately, his eyes shining with anticipation. "After becoming awakeners, through diligent training, you can advance to become warriors." His words rang like a battle horn, stirring the ambition in everyone's hearts. "Those of you who become warriors will be revered by others and possess formidable power." The instructor's words were like sharp blades piercing into everyone's hearts, arousing boundless passion and desire. "I can't wait to awaken my talent," a voice rose from the crowd below, instantly sparking lively discussion. "Yeah. Once we awaken our talents, we'll become awakeners," another responded enthusiastically, their eyes gleaming with hope. "After becoming awakeners, we can train to become warriors," a young boy exclaimed, filled with dreams, as if he could already see his brilliant future. "Once we become warriors, we'll gain privileges and power." The crowd buzzed with excitement, their voices full of fervor. However, reality was harsh. Most awakeners struggled to cross the threshold to become warriors. Advancing to the warrior level required immense resources and a talent of at least D grade. For the majority, this challenge was insurmountable. Such was the brutal truth of the current global age of high martial power. Next, let me introduce today's honored guests at our training camp. The instructor's voice rang out again, carrying immense authority. First, we have the Lord of Radiance City, Lord Xin. His words were deliberate, as though announcing a great honor. Lord Xin, the ruler of Radiance City, is the strongest among us and a true martial king. When he uttered the words martial king, the entire field was suddenly enveloped in a solemn atmosphere, and a sense of reverence arose in everyone's hearts. Lord Xin of Radiance City rose slowly. Although he tried to suppress his aura, the oppressive force he exuded still commanded respect from all present. Clap, clap, clap. Thunderous applause erupted, with everyone expressing heartfelt admiration for this supreme figure. Wow! The Lord has already reached the level of martial king. That's incredible. The students below were filled with awe, their faces brimming with admiration. The Lord is so imposing. Even the principal and school leaders treat him with such reverence. Murmurs of amazement spread through the crowd, filled with wonder and respect. Yet, Lord Xin's eyes occasionally glanced toward Xin Tian, who stood nearby, while her gaze remained fixed on Yi Tian on the stage. Lord Xin frowned slightly, a trace of unease flickering in his heart. He noticed the bloodstains on Yi Tian and thought to himself, what has this boy been through? Yi Tian felt the overwhelming pressure emanating from the Lord and thought to himself, a martial king? I will reach that level one day and surpass it. If anyone could hear Yi Tian's thoughts, they would undoubtedly be shocked. After all, a martial king was a rarity, appearing only once in millions of people. The instructor continued introducing the other leaders of Radiance City. Today's event was not limited to the awakening ceremony of the first training camp. Other camps were also holding their ceremonies. The first training camp was the most prestigious in Radiance City, with even Lord Xin personally attending. Apart from the Lord, who was a martial king, the other three city leaders present were all martial spirits, while the principal of the first training camp, Ho Tao, was a martial master. The camp's director of education was a martial general, and the instructors were warriors already considered powerful among ordinary people. With such a formidable teaching force, becoming a warrior was no easy feat for most people. It was a lifelong aspiration they might never achieve. Now that the introductions are complete, it's time for the awakening to begin. The instructor's voice rang out powerfully, as if opening the door to a new life for everyone. Those whose names are called, please come to the stage for your awakening, he continued, brimming with expectation and solemnity. The awakening ceremony of the first training camp officially commenced. Holding a microphone, the instructor began reading the names. Class 1, Wang Yang. As the words were spoken, a bespectacled boy with a bowl-cut hairstyle hurried onto the stage. His trembling body betrayed his excitement and nervousness. Wang Yang, don't be nervous. Place your hand on the awakening stone. The instructor's warm yet firm voice was like a gentle breeze, dispelling Wang Yang's fear. Taking a deep breath, Wang Yang obediently placed his hand on the awakening stone. In that instant, the stone emitted 4 beams of light, along with the mark of water. Beside it, the description of his talent appeared, drawing everyone's attention. Wang Yang, awakened C-grade talent, water escape. The instructor and the leaders nodded approvingly, their faces lighting up with satisfaction. Excellent! He lived up to expectations. Wang Yang stared at his awakened talent with overwhelming excitement, his joy spilling over as he waved his arms. Ha ha! A C-grade talent, water escape, this is amazing. At that moment, Wang Yang felt the surge of energy within him. In an instant, his aura climbed like a rocket. I've become an awakener. His face flushed red as he nearly jumped for joy. The instructor beside him smiled and said, yes, you're now an awakener at the 4th level of body refinement. If you train diligently and use energy stones, you can reach the 9th level of body refinement within years. Eventually, with a few more years of hard work, you're destined to become a true warrior. Hearing the instructor's words, Wang Yang nodded excitedly, his heart brimming with determination. For ordinary people, a C-grade talent was already considered exceptional. In fact, for most people, a C-grade talent was the pinnacle of what they could hope to achieve. The surrounding crowd looked at Wang Yang with envy, their eyes gleaming with desire. The descendants of warriors, or the offspring of even more powerful figures, had the chance to awaken higher-level talents. Next, Zhaoyi. Next, a chubby boy stepped onto the stage, his small, pudgy hand gently placed on the awakening stone. Soon, the awakening stone emitted a faint glow. Grade F talent ability, decaying electricity. The instructor beside him spoke in a flat tone, but the disappointment in his voice was unmistakable. Although Zhao Yi had become a grade 1 awakened body temperer, no one seemed surprised, as they were long accustomed to such results. Most people awakened with grade F talent abilities, or at best, grade E. Just a grade F talent ability? Doesn't matter, if I work hard enough, I will succeed. Zhao Yi clenched his fists and silently vowed to himself. Don't underestimate the ambitions of a young man with nothing. I am destined to rise above this. He stepped off the stage, a determined resolve filling his heart. Next. And so, time flew by. Nearly 2 hours had passed. Most people's awakening results were grade F or grade E. Only a few academically talented students awakened grade C talent abilities. Among the descendants of martial artists, 3 of them astonishingly awakened grade B talent abilities. At this moment, the instructor's voice sounded again. Next, Zhang Xie. All eyes turned to Zhang Xie, but Yi Tian remained calm as ever. Meanwhile, the surrounding audience seemed slightly let down, as the excitement they had anticipated failed to materialize. Zhang Xie cast a glance at Yi Tian, then confidently walked up to the stage and placed his hand on the awakening stone. Suddenly, 5 rays of light burst forth, accompanied by the appearance of an earth symbol. Zhang Xie, awakened grade B talent ability, Earth Cauldron. The instructor's voice rang out, and Zhang Xie immediately felt a surge of powerful energy sweep through his body. In an instant, he had become a grade 5 awakened body temperer. Not bad. The instructor and the school leaders exchanged satisfied smiles, clearly impressed by Zhang Xie's performance. Thank you, Zhang Xie said, his face flushing with joy. The instructor smiled and said, in just a few years, you will undoubtedly become an outstanding martial artist. Zhang Xie nodded excitedly, but a trace of malice flickered in his eyes as he secretly fumed. Yi Tian, just you wait. During next week's martial exam, I, along with Lu Yuan and Wang Chang, will make sure you don't leave the wilderness alive. Yi Tian stood still, neither avoiding nor dodging Zhang Xie's gaze. His calm stare made Zhang Xie's heart tighten, a small trace of fear creeping in. Soon, it was Class 5's turn. Next, Xin Tian. As soon as this name was called, the atmosphere on-site erupted with excitement. Xin Tian's reputation in the training camp was at its peak. Not only was she beautiful, but her gentle personality made her the goddess in the hearts of countless boys. Wow! It's finally Xin Tian's turn. Yeah, Xin Tian is so gorgeous. The crowd's eyes were filled with admiration and adoration, and more than a few sneaky glances were cast at Yi Tian, knowing that Xin Tian had been pursuing him. Xin Tian seemed unconcerned with the attention surrounding her. She turned back to glance at Yi Tian before confidently stepping onto the stage. The Lord of Bright City, Xin Chang, noticed the peculiar atmosphere and felt a surge of unease in his heart. Could it be that my sweet little Xin has feelings for this bloodied boy? However, as Xin Tian placed her hand on the awakening stone, the stone instantly lit up with 7 dazzling rays of light, accompanied by the appearance of a water symbol. 7 rays of light. Grade A talent, the instructor exclaimed. With the surge of energy, Xin Tian's cultivation immediately reached grade 7 awakened body temperer. The instructor, overjoyed, said, Congratulations, Xin Tian, for awakening a grade A talent ability, Water's Whisper. She responded with a smile, Thank you, instructor. The surrounding instructors all congratulated her. After all, no one had awakened a grade A talent ability last year, making Xin Tian's achievement this year particularly remarkable. Principal Hotao quickly turned to Lord Xin Chang and said, City Lord, your daughter truly is a phoenix among people. No one this year can compare to her. Pride filled Lord Xin Chang's heart, his gaze at his daughter brimming with undisguised affection. Yet Xin Tian's gaze remained fixed on Yi Tian, causing Lord Xin Chang's heart to skip a beat. Xin Tian awakened a grade A talent ability. This is no trivial matter. Xin Tian is amazing. She actually awakened a grade A talent ability. The crowd marveled, their eyes filled with envy. However, Xin Tian seemed indifferent to the praise. Her attention was solely focused on Yi Tian. Next. The awakening ceremony continued, but Xin Tian's dazzling performance made the subsequent awakenings pale in comparison. Most of the awakenings that followed were grade F, grade E, or even grade D, and the atmosphere gradually cooled. Finally, it was Yi Tian's turn. Next, Yi Tian. All eyes instantly turned to him, especially Zhang Xie, who sneered. If Yi Tian awakens a grade C talent, that would already be remarkable. After all, with injuries as severe as his, he probably won't even reach grade D. Just wait. The 3 of us will use even harsher methods to finish him off. Zhang Xie made a silent vow. A boy from an ordinary family dared to humiliate them in the training camp. Yi Tian wouldn't live long. A flash of malice crossed Zhang Xia's eyes as he cursed Yi Tian's luck in his heart. At that moment, Xin Tian's sweet smile shone on Yi Tian like sunlight, as she encouraged him. Yi Tian Gij, do your best. Thank you, Yi Tian said with a faint smile, feeling a sliver of warmth in his heart. Yi Tian, you can do it. Yi Tian, good luck awakening a great sea talent. Yi Tian, believe in yourself, you can do this. Yi Tian, you're so academically outstanding, you can definitely awaken a great sea talent. Cheers and encouragement echoed all around. Although everyone believed Yi Tian had the potential to awaken a great sea talent, his severe injuries made it seem as though even a great D talent would be unlikely. Yi Tian's injuries are so severe, it breaks my heart. I hope he miraculously awakens a great sea talent. He's usually so brilliant, it should be possible. The crowd's concerned gazes followed Yi Tian as he slowly stepped onto the stage, their voices filled with blessings. Even the school leaders and city lords were taken aback by Yi Tian's appearance. Covered in blood, he looked particularly tragic. Yi Tian, if you recover first and then awaken, it might be better. A wounded body could affect the talent you awaken. City Lord Xin Chang expressed his concern. Yi Tian heard this, smiled faintly, and replied firmly. Thank you, City Lord, but there's no need, I believe I can do it. The City Lord looked at Yi Tian and couldn't help but admire him. This boy is no ordinary person. Yi Tian approached the awakening stone and gently placed his hand on it. A peculiar feeling surged in his heart, as though the stone was carrying the weight of his talent. At that moment, the awakening stone suddenly lit up with 7 dazzling rays of light. 7 rays of light again. The instructor exclaimed in shock, his gaze sharp. But then he sensed something off, and his eyes widened dramatically. Wait, no, it's not just 7 rays of light. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted from the awakening stone. The instructor's expression changed instantly, his voice breaking with disbelief. Holy crap! The awakening stone exploded. What the hell? What's going on? Did Yi Tian just blow up the awakening stone? The crowd gasped in shock, and the atmosphere instantly grew tense. No one could believe their eyes as they anxiously awaited what would happen next. Yi Tian just placed his hand on the awakening stone, and the stone immediately shattered into pieces. The audience below the stage erupted in astonished cries. The awakening stone actually exploded. This is truly an eye-opener today. This is insane, absolutely out of this world. This is like badass opening the door for badass, it's badass to the core. The crowd couldn't help but burst into laughter, excitement crackling in the air. In their school days, everyone was always thrilled by anything unrelated to studying, and today was no exception. However, the audience soon began to voice their confusion. Why would the awakening stone explode? Yeah, it's the first time I've ever seen an awakening stone blow up. That's crazy. If I could make the awakening stone explode, I could brag about it for the rest of my life. Exactly. If I made the awakening stone explode, I'd tell everyone that back in the day, during the college entrance exams, the awakening stone blew up because I was just too handsome. The boys and girls chattered excitedly. Then, their gazes turned toward the stage, full of envy as they stared at Yi Tian. I'm so jealous of Yi Tian. Making the awakening stone explode, he could brag about this forever. Yeah. Why couldn't I be the one to make the awakening stone explode? But, hey, Yi Tian's a good guy. This kind of scene is perfect for showing off. Some people, eager to show off themselves, cast envious looks at him. At this moment, the more perceptive individuals began to piece things together. They asked suspiciously, why is it that everyone else uses the awakening stone without any issues, but when Yi Tian uses it, it explodes? Yeah, everyone else's awakening stone worked just fine. Didn't you hear what the instructor said earlier? Yi Tian made the awakening stone light up with 7 beams of light. As someone brought this up, the others began to recall. That's right. I heard it too. The instructor said the awakening stone lit up with 7 beams of light. 7 beams of light? Isn't that the same as Xin Tian? Exactly. 7 beams mean an A-rank talent. I never would have thought Yi Tian could awaken an A-rank talent. I figured even a C-rank talent would already be impressive for him. Many classmates sighed in amazement, engaging in lively discussions. However, someone quickly pointed out an inconsistency. Wait, something doesn't add up. Xin Tian awakened an A-rank talent, Water's Melody. But Xin Tian didn't make the awakening stone explode. So, there's only one explanation. And that is, Yi Tian didn't awaken an A-rank talent, he awakened a talent far beyond A-rank. When someone deduced this, everyone around was startled by the conclusion. That's impossible. You know that anything above A rank is an S rank talent. According to the instructor, it's been 10 years since anyone in Bright City has awakened an S-rank talent. Holy crap! Does that mean we're about to witness a miracle? Damn! It feels improbable, but seeing the awakening stone explode in front of us makes it seem possible. Let's see what the instructors have to say. Meanwhile, below the stage, Xin Tian wasn't paying attention to everyone's discussion about Yi Tian's talent. Her eyes were fixed solely on Yi Tian, and she thought to herself, I wonder if brother Yi Tian got hurt in the explosion. I feel so worried for him. On the stage, the instructors, after a brief moment of shock, began to discuss Yi Tian's talent awakening. One instructor looked at the shattered fragments on the ground and asked, has the awakening stone ever exploded before? Yeah, it feels like this is the first time, but also kind of familiar. The younger instructors were baffled, but the older, more experienced ones seemed to understand. A few white-haired leaders spoke excitedly. 10 years ago, in Bright City, there was another adult student whose awakening stone exploded during their talent awakening. And that student awakened an S-rank talent. Ha! That student is now one of the most outstanding individuals in Bright City. Hearing the older leader's account, the younger instructors all turned their gazes to Yi Tian, their eyes wide with realization and their voices rising. Could it be? Yi Tian, has he awakened the S-rank talent that hasn't appeared in Bright City for 10 years? The younger instructor's breathing quickened. If Yi Tian really awakened the S-rank talent that hasn't been seen in 10 years, holy sh*t, that'd be incredible. Next to Bright City's mayor, Xin Chang, the principal of the first training camp, Ho Tao, immediately stood up and shouted to the other instructors, quick! Go fetch the highest grade awakening stone from the training camp, the one that hasn't been used in 10 years. Hurry! Principal Ho Tao's voice roared like thunder, and several instructors immediately stood at attention, responding in unison. Yes, sir. Don't worry, Principal. We'll get it right away. With that, the instructors shot off like arrows, rushing toward the top-tier awakening stone stored deep within the school. Just then, the school's financial officer approached. He glanced at Yi Tian and then turned to the principal, saying, Principal, that exploded awakening stone had a market value of 500,000 Huaxia coins. Do you think Yi Tian should compensate for the loss? The financial officer's gaze carried a hint of malice as he stared fixedly at Yi Tian. However, Yi Tian showed no sign of backing down. He replied firmly, Sorry, I don't have the money. The explosion of this stone was a quality issue, it has nothing to do with me. Hearing Yi Tian's words, the financial officer's lips twitched slightly. Yi Tian was an orphan, relying on government subsidies to survive, receiving only 1,500 Huaxia coins per month. 500,000? He couldn't even gather 5,000, let alone 50,000. Apologies, Yi Tian. It's just that the awakening stone was so valuable. The financial officer scratched his head awkwardly, clearly at a loss. At this moment, Principal Ho Tao thundered. Compensate? For what? How could Yi Tian have predicted that the awakening stone would explode? It's obvious that the awakening stone couldn't handle Yi Tian's talent. If it exploded, then so be it. Yi Tian, you don't need to compensate for anything. Hearing the principal's support, the financial officer quickly nodded like a pecking chicken. Understood, understood. Don't worry, Principal, I'll handle it properly. Yi Tian smiled faintly, a sense of gratitude welling up in his heart as he said, Thank you. The principal quickly walked over to Yi Tian, speaking gently. Yi Tian, there's no need to thank me. As long as you awaken an S-rank talent, everything will be fine. If you truly awaken an S-rank talent, not only won't you have to compensate, but will also reward you generously. A glimmer of light flashed in Yi Tian's eyes, and the corners of his mouth lifted into a mischievous smile. He teased. Principal, what if I don't awaken an S-rank talent, but an SSS rank talent instead? As soon as the words left his mouth, the entire scene fell silent. All the instructors and leaders froze, staring at Yi Tian in shock, as if they couldn't believe he would say something so audacious. The instructors tried to find traces of humor on Yi Tian's face but were met with his calm and composed expression. Even the city lord of Light City, Xin Chang, along with the two other leaders, could not help but lift their heads, gazing at him with complex emotions. The martial king-level powerhouse Xin Chang thought to himself, could this young man truly have such potential? But it's been so many years since anyone awakened an S-grade talent, and an SS-grade talent hasn't been heard of for a century. As for an SSS-grade talent, that's the stuff of legends. Xin Chang shook his head, silently reflecting. I'm overthinking. An SSS-grade talent couldn't possibly awaken so easily. However, if this child could awaken an S-grade talent, that would already be an extraordinary achievement. At this moment, the principal heard Yi Tian's words, and the smile on his face instantly vanished. After a moment of silence, he spoke seriously. Yi Tian, if you truly awaken an SSS grade talent, forget about blowing up 100,000 worth awakening stone. Even if you blow up this entire training camp, I would still cheer for you. Although the principal spoke jokingly, he didn't truly believe that Yi Tian could awaken an SSS grade talent, as such a thing existed only in legends, something even he had never witnessed. After the initial shock, the other instructors and leaders began to regain their composure, inwardly assuming Yi Tian was joking. However, Yi Tian's composed demeanor made them think twice. The city lord of Light City, Xin Chang, continued to observe him and thought to himself, could this boy really awaken an SSS grade talent? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. An SSS grade talent is mythical. Even in the highest academies of Huaxia, I've never seen it. How could it possibly awaken here? Soon, Xin Chang dismissed his own thoughts. Principal Ho Tao, observing Yi Tian's calm demeanor, was reminded of the student who awakened an S-grade talent 10 years ago and the similar scene of an awakening stone explosion today. He became convinced. This Yi Tian will definitely awaken an S-grade talent. With this thought, the principal grew increasingly excited. Having an S-grade talent student emerge during his tenure would be a monumental achievement. However, upon seeing the bloodstains and disheveled state Yi Tian was in, his heart couldn't help but tighten. Immediately, Principal Ho Tao summoned the disciplinary director with a fierce tone, questioning angrily. What's going on? Look at Yi Tian, he's covered in blood. Has Yi Tian suffered any grievances in the training camp? Hurry up and get him taken care of. The disciplinary director, who had just witnessed Yi Tian's awakening stone explode with 7 beams of light, felt a pang of nervousness in his heart. Rest assured, Principal. I will handle this matter properly. Turning to Yi Tian, the disciplinary director put on a warm smile and said, Yi Tian, don't worry. We at this training camp will seriously and strictly address this matter. Those 3 who severely injured you will apologize, and they will be appropriately penalized and compensate you. Had Yi Tian not shown signs of potentially awakening an S-grade talent, the disciplinary director would never have been so enthusiastic. He would have likely downplayed the matter or even shielded Zhang Xie and the other 2, given their influential family backgrounds supported by powerful martial artists. However, with the possibility of Yi Tian awakening an S-grade talent almost certain, they had no choice but to handle the matter with utmost seriousness. Hearing the disciplinary director's words, the principal also spoke earnestly to Yi Tian. Yi Tian, rest assured. Our training camp will handle this matter fairly and justly. In the past, the training camp often leaned towards families of influential martial artists, while students from ordinary families like Yi Tian were often ignored or treated dismissively. Yet now, with Yi Tian likely to awaken an S-grade talent and display extraordinary potential, the training camp had to approach this matter with utmost seriousness. The city lord of Light City, Xin Chang, and the other leaders finally realized the reason behind Yi Tian's bloodstained body, and they were taken aback. They hadn't expected him to have been injured by 3 people. Xin Chang glanced not far away, noticing his daughter Xin Tian looking at Yi Tian with a face full of worry. His heart sank with a chill. Still, considering the possibility of Yi Tian awakening an S-grade talent, which was an enormous potential asset, Xin Chang and the other leaders grew more solemn. Little Ho, we must not let Yi Tian feel disheartened by this. Xin Chang suddenly stood up and addressed the principal. The principal understood the implication behind the city lord's words immediately and responded quickly. Rest assured, city lord. Our training camp will ensure Yi Tian is treated fairly and won't be let down. Xin Chang patted Yi Tian on the shoulder and spoke gently. Child, you've been wronged. Don't worry, we will stand up for you. Yi Tian waved his hand casually and calmly said, No need. Just don't stop me later. The leaders and instructors exchanged glances, clearly unable to follow Yi Tian's train of thought, unsure of what he intended to do. Just then, someone suddenly shouted, The awakening stone is here. Several instructors carefully carried in an awakening stone 3 times larger than the previous one. This was a top-tier awakening stone worth over 1 million Huaxia coins. The crowd's attention was immediately drawn to the advanced awakening stone, and they exclaimed in amazement, Wow! This awakening stone looks incredible. Yes. Yi Tian is about to awaken his talent next. I can't wait to see Yi Tian's awakened talent. Everyone, including the instructors and leaders, focused their eyes entirely on Yi Tian. Amid the heightened anticipation, Yi Tian said nothing. He simply placed his hand steadily on the advanced awakening stone. In an instant, the awakening stone radiated 10 dazzling beams of light. Not 7 beams, but 10 beams of light. Everyone's eyes widened in shock, their mouths agape. It's not S-grade talent. Holy crap. It's SSS grade talent. Holy crap. At that moment, the venue erupted into chaos as the crowd buzzed with astonishment and excitement. The legendary talent. Holy crap. In that very moment, the entire scene exploded into pandemonium. Yi Tian, amidst the crowd's eager gaze, calmly placed his hand on the awakening stone. In an instant, swish, 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 swish. 10 dazzling beams of light burst forth like meteors. Beside those 10 beams of light, a white flame insignia ignited. Next to the flame insignia, for majestic and solemn characters appeared, Furious Heaven Divine Flame. Yi Tian's expression remained composed, as though everything was within his control. Meanwhile, the instructors were dumbfounded, their pupils dilating in shock. One of them couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy crap! 10 beams of light SSS grade talent." The disciplinary director quickly stepped forward as well, his jaw dropping in disbelief. "Holy crap! It's really SSS grade talent." Principal Ho Tao, bald and middle-aged, shoved aside the other instructors and leaders of the training camp, staring unblinkingly at the information on the awakening stone. His entire body froze. As the principal of the first training camp, Ho Tao's mouth twitched uncontrollably, and he trembled as he muttered, "It's truly SSS grade talent. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap!" Principal Ho Tao's excitement was uncontrollable, and the nearby director of education hurriedly supported him, fearing he might fall due to his overwhelming emotions. Suddenly, Principal Ho Tao burst into laughter, his voice thundering, "Ha, ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. During my tenure, an SSS-level talent has finally emerged. This is simply, ha ha ha." At this moment, Ho Tao was so excited he could almost fly, secretly feeling proud and thinking, an SSS-level talent, this is a legendary existence. The appearance of such a talent during his tenure means he is bound for a promotion. The instructor's frenzied reactions left the audience below the stage dumbfounded. So the usually stern principal can be this excited too. This is no ordinary talent. No wonder the principal is so thrilled. That's right, Yi Tian's awakened talent is truly extraordinary. The crowd discussed fervently, their gazes filled with envy and admiration. Others said one after another, "Didn't you hear what the instructor said? Yi Tian has awakened an SSS-level talent. Is there something wrong with your ears? No one in Bright City has awakened an S-level talent in the past 10 years. As for SSS level, that's a legendary talent." However, those closer to the awakening stone refuted, "No, I really heard it, it's an SSS level talent." "I heard it too," the instructors all said. Yi Tian awakened an SSS level talent. 10 beams of light, it's definitely an SSS level talent. Look at the bald principal's expression, his face is completely red. The usually stern principal is actually so excited because of Yi Tian's talent, it's truly unbelievable. As the discussion continued, more and more people widened their eyes in shock. Holy crap! Could Yi Tian really have awakened an SSS level talent? This is a legendary talent. Yi Tian is truly amazing. Many people looked toward the stage, only to see Yi Tian with a calm expression, composed and unruffled, as if everything was within his expectations. Meanwhile, the principal and leaders around him were so excited that they were gesturing wildly, unable to contain themselves. Yi Tian stood with the principal and leaders, exuding an air of a reclusive master with a serene demeanor. Many students watching this scene couldn't help but sigh. Don't you think Yi Tian looks so composed next to the instructor? While the principal and training camp leaders seem like they've never seen the world. I'm so envious of Yi Tian. He awakened an SSS level talent. That's just incredible. Yi Tian is truly amazing. While everyone was admiring Yi Tian, there was one person staring at him, looking as if their soul was about to leave their body. Xin Tian, what's wrong? Her best friend beside her asked with a concerned look, her eyes flashing with surprise. Yi Tian awakened such an amazing talent, you should be happy. She continued, her tone filled with encouragement. Why do you look so out of it? Her best friend couldn't help but pat Xin Tian on the shoulder, trying to cheer her up. Indeed, Xin Tian did look a bit out of it at the moment. Her eyes revealed a complex emotion she couldn't control. I just feel that brother Yi Tian has awakened such an incredible talent. Xin Tian finally responded softly, her heart full of envy and regret. This is an SSS-level talent. I only awakened an A-level talent. The gap between the two of us is too wide. Xin Tian's confidence was instantly shattered, and she sighed inwardly. Xintian, your father is a martial king. Her best friend beside her continued to encourage her, her voice full of confidence. Moreover, your father oversees the entire Bright City with more than 5 million people. Yi Tian may have awakened an impressive talent, but he's still weak right now. A sly glint flashed in her best friend's eyes, and her tone carried a hint of malice. In my opinion, we might as well take this opportunity and then deal with Yi Tian. He. The laughter of her best friend was filled with unspeakable secrets. Xintian turned her head to look at Shui in confusion, only to find her expression full of mischief. She immediately understood her meaning, her cheeks flushed red, and she hurriedly said, Shui, what nonsense are you talking about? At this moment, Shui wrapped her arms around Xintian and whispered, if you can't handle it alone, Xintian, I can help too. As good sisters, of course, we should share the burden together. Her eyes sparkled with playful mischief. Xintian's face turned as red as a ripe apple upon hearing her best friend's words. Her eyes darted around, as if lost in thought, while an inexplicable flutter stirred in her heart. On the other side, Zhang Xie's condition was far from ideal. Unlike Xintian's emotions, his face was pale, as if all strength had drained from his body. When he heard the teachers say that Yi Tian had awakened an SSS-level talent, a wave of fear instantly swept through him. Why? Why did he awaken an SSS-level talent? Zhang Xie roared inwardly, his face filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Isn't this the legendary talent? Why would someone from an ordinary family awaken such a powerful talent? His heart was filled with questions and despair, unable to contain himself. Zhang Xie immediately took out his phone and hurriedly sent a message to Lu Yuan and Wang Cheng in the training camp's medical room. Yi Tian has awakened the strongest SSS-level talent ability. We need to quickly come up with a plan. After sending the message, a wave of tension surged in his heart, causing his hands and feet to tremble with anxiety. In the heat of summer, Zhang Xie looked at Yi Tian on the stage and felt his hands and feet turn cold, as if he were in an ice cellar. His heartbeat accelerated, and unease flickered in his eyes. He looked at Yi Tian on the stage, and their gazes happened to meet. Yi Tian's calm eyes were like an abyss, devoid of any emotion, and Zhang Xie's body involuntarily shuddered. At this moment, Zhang Xie's eyes no longer held resentment and venom, instead, they were filled with an unmistakable fear. There are so many people here now, Yi Tian probably wouldn't dare do anything to me. He comforted himself in his heart. At worst, I'll apologize to him and offer compensation. Could he really kill me in front of so many people? He gritted his teeth, silently praying in his heart, hoping to get through this crisis safely. Zhang Xie looked at Yi Tian, and a wave of fear surged within him. He realized that the young man before him was the turning point of his fate. Yi Tian merely cast a cold glance before withdrawing his gaze, secretly calculating in his heart, later, I must completely deal with Zhang Xie and the other two, leaving no future troubles behind. At that moment, the sky underwent a sudden change. What was once a clear, sunny day instantly became shrouded in dark clouds, creating an eerie and chilling scene. Damn! What's going on? Everything was fine just now, and now it's like this. Could it be the end of the world? People looked up one after another, their faces filled with worry. Suddenly, a deafening dragon's roar echoed across the sky, leaving everyone stunned and a wave of panic rising in their hearts. My God? This is a dragon. A white dragon covered in white flames suddenly appeared in the air, its blazing gaze fixed on Yi Tian, sending chills down one's spine. Quick, everyone, stay alert. Protect these people. The Lord of Bright City, Xian Chang, commanded loudly. Faced with the sudden appearance of the dragon's shadow, his decisiveness and composure commanded respect. At his order, the soldiers quickly formed a circle, tightly protecting the people on the training ground. Yi Tian watched all of this, his heart slightly shaken. He hadn't expected the Lord of Bright City to be so resolute. At that moment, the Lord of Bright City, Xian Chang, suddenly pulled Yi Tian behind him and said firmly, Don't worry, we will protect you. Hearing these words, Yi Tian felt a warmth in his heart. He understood that the Lord was worried because of the celestial phenomenon and was protecting him for that reason. City Lord, thank you, but there's no need. Yi Tian responded calmly. Xian Chang was stunned. He hadn't expected Yi Tian to be so composed, and a trace of surprise involuntarily arose in his heart. At the same time, Principal Ho Tao also realized the gravity of the situation and immediately shouted to the others in the training camp, Everyone, protect Yi Tian. Yi Tian is the most important right now, and we absolutely cannot let him get hurt. After speaking, Ho Tao resolutely shielded Yi Tian behind him, secretly sighing to himself, This is a once-in-a-millennium genius, he must be protected at all costs. The path to future promotion is right before my eyes. Other school leaders and instructors quickly gathered around, forming a protective circle, while the crowd below exchanged glances, secretly anxious. Seeing this, Yi Tian slowly said to them, "I trust you, but step aside. This celestial phenomenon is directed at me." Ho Tao's heart trembled, and he immediately responded firmly, "Yi Tian, don't worry, we will definitely protect you. You truly are a good child, afraid we'll get hurt in wanting to face it alone." His voice carried a tone of concern. "We will absolutely not let you get hurt." Ho Tao's heart was resolute, already convinced that Yi Tian was the legendary SSS level genius who must be fully protected. As long as he remained safe, future glory would be within reach. Yi Tian smiled faintly, "City Lord, Principal, Instructor, rest assured that Fire Dragon won't harm me." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone exchanged glances and finally hesitated before stepping aside. Yi Tian nodded, walked out of the crowd, and stood beneath the towering figure of the furious heavenly flame white dragon, his heart filled with determination. Roar! The fury of the heavenly flame white dragon let out a thunderous roar and charged straight at Yi Tian, carrying overwhelming power that even Xian Chang, with the strength of a martial king, felt his heart tremble. In the blink of an eye, the white dragon entered Yi Tian's body. A trace of white flame flickered in Yi Tian's eyes, and his aura surged instantly, leaping directly from an ordinary person to the 10th level of body tempering. This scene shocked Xian Chang to his core, and the training camp principal, Ho Tao, was even more stirred. This kid has even attracted a celestial phenomenon. Truly an SSS level genius. Protect him well, and I won't have any worries for the rest of my life. My goodness, his cultivation realm has actually reached the legendary body tempering level 10. The crowd below erupted. Holy crap! That white dragon entered Yi Tian's body. Yi Tian's cultivation aura is actually at body tempering level 10. Didn't the instructor say that the tempering realm after awakening only has 9 levels? All of this was nothing short of astonishing. Yi Tian's rise seemed to ignite everyone's hopes and dreams in an instant. Why can Yi Tian break through to the 10th level? Yi Tian's cultivation is just one step away from reaching the warrior realm. He triggered a celestial phenomenon, even the legendary white dragon appeared. It's truly incredible. Yi Tian is simply a myth. The gazes of the audience below were filled with envy and reverence, as if witnessing a legend in cultivation. The dark clouds in the sky quickly dispersed, and the white flame in Yi Tian's eyes began to fade. His aura stabilized at the 10th level of body refinement, resembling an invincible war god. In this world, martial arts cultivation is divided into 9 stages of body tempering: warrior, martial general, martial master, martial spirit, martial king, martial emperor, martial venerable, and martial saint. The vast majority of people start with the 9 stages of body tempering. Only peerless prodigies who refine their body tempering to the extreme can cultivate to the legendary 10th stage of body tempering. Yet Yi Tian, relying on his SSS level talent, directly reached the 10th stage of body tempering on the awakening stone. This left everyone in shock. City Lord Xian Chang walked up to Yi Tian, his face full of amazement. "Yi Tian, you are truly extraordinary. You just awakened, and you've already reached the 10th stage of body tempering. This is a legendary realm." Yi Tian smiled faintly and humbly said, "You flatter me, City Lord." Looking at Yi Tian's calm demeanor, Xian Chang nodded in approval, unshaken like Mount Tai, truly impressive. Then, Xian Chang said seriously, "Yi Tian, I will immediately report your situation to the higher-ups. Your awakened SSS level talent is undoubtedly the strongest in history. I believe the higher-ups will grant you generous rewards." Hearing this, Yi Tian's eyes lit up. The more rewards, the better, especially cultivation resources. Xian Chang was momentarily stunned and secretly chuckled to himself. This kid is really greedy. Then, Xian Chang turned to look at the martial spirit level bodyguard beside him and said with a smile, "He is a martial spirit level bodyguard, temporarily responsible for protecting you. What do you think?" That bodyguard was none other than the director of the Security Bureau of Bright City, Director Su. Those around them cast envious glances upon seeing this. Martial spirit level warriors are considered big figures wherever they go, and now one is tasked with protecting Yi Tian, truly enviable. Yi Tian nodded. "Then I must thank him." He was not arrogant because of his extraordinary strength. Instead, he understood that his current brilliance was for securing richer resources in the future, and for those 3 enemies who had injured and buried his former self alive. Clearly, his dazzling performance would inevitably attract the attention of some enemies. However, he was not afraid, as he had protectors by his side and confidence in his heart. After finishing her words, Xian Chang hurriedly left to report Yi Tian's talent to her superiors. At this moment, Yi Tian turned his head, his gaze locking onto Zhang Xie not far away. Killing intent surged, as if declaring that his moment of revenge was about to arrive. Zhang Xie witnessed this scene and immediately began trembling all over, cold sweat streaming down his face. However, just as Yi Tian glanced at Zhang Xie, it seemed Zhang Xie sensed something. He suddenly turned his head, his face instantly turning pale, his body trembling as if he had a foreboding of something terrible. On the stage, City Lord Xian hurriedly left, eager to report to his superiors about Yi Tian's awakening of an SSS-level talent, his heart filled with joy and anticipation. At this moment, the training camp principal beside him said to Yi Tian with a beaming smile, "Yi Tian, we have already reported your SSS-level talent to the higher-ups immediately." Yi Tian nodded, secretly delighted. As long as he demonstrated sufficiently powerful talent and potential, the resources he could obtain in the future would be endless. By then, his strength and social status would undoubtedly rise along with it, unstoppable. Then, the training camp leader said to Yi Tian, the SSS-level talent you awakened is truly astonishing. China hasn't seen anyone awaken such a powerful talent in hundreds of years. We never expected it to be you." Yi Tian gazed at the training camp principal and asked calmly, "Principal, what are you trying to say?" Ho Tao from the first training camp, upon hearing Yi Tian's words, immediately interjected, "So, Yi Tian, regarding your reward for this year, we need to discuss it with the higher-ups. In previous years, the person with the highest talent awakening would always receive generous rewards from the first training camp. This year is no exception." Seeing Yi Tian's displeased expression, Ho Tao quickly added, "Yi Tian, rest assured, with your exceptional talent, I can guarantee that your reward this year will be the most generous among everyone in previous years." After listening, Yi Tian nodded and said, "Good, as long as there are rewards, the more the better." Ho Tao was stunned, not expecting Yi Tian to be so straightforward. However, his impression of Yi Tian instantly improved, and he secretly admired him in his heart. At the first training camp, Ho Tao smiled at Yi Tian and said, "Yi Tian, you might not need to take the martial arts exam a week from now. You can directly enroll in the martial arts university." Yi Tian's eyes lit up upon hearing this. That would be fantastic. Ho Tao. After a brief moment of daze, the principal laughed and said, "Yi Tian, the talent you awakened is truly extraordinary. In previous years, students applying to martial arts universities had to take the martial arts exam, fill out their preferences, and let the universities choose them. But this year, you get to choose the martial arts university." Ho Tao grew more and more excited as he spoke, as if he were witnessing an unprecedented brilliance. Yi Tian asked, "Will the representatives of top martial arts universities come to Bright City then?" Ho Tao was silent for a moment, then said seriously, "In previous years, they wouldn't come. However, this year is different. Because of you. The talent you awakened is too powerful, they will definitely come." Yi Tian nodded, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. "It's best to have representatives from all the schools come. I want to meet them all at once." Ho Tao was stunned, looking at Yi Tian with a peculiar expression, thinking, "Why do you act like a leader?" But considering Yi Tian's SSS-level talent, Ho Tao no longer dwelled on it and patted his chest. "Yi Tian, don't worry, I'll convey your message to the higher-ups." Yi Tian nodded in gratitude. Then, he turned to look at Zhang Xie. The director of the first training camp, seeing this, quickly and warmly said to Yi Tian, rest assured, we will definitely handle the matter of Zhang Xie and the other two harming you, burying you alive, and trying to kill you with the utmost seriousness." At this moment, Ho Tao also patted Yi Tian on the shoulder and said urgently, "Yi Tian, don't worry, the first training camp will always stand by your side." After hearing this, Yi Tian calmly said, "I want the result now." Ho Tao and the Dean of Students exchanged a glance and immediately agreed, "Alright, we'll have Zhang Xie's family come right now, so they can apologize to you in person and compensate you." Yi Tian shook his head, "No need, I'll handle it myself." Hearing Yi Tian's words, Ho Tao and the Dean of Students were stunned for a moment, then quickly said, "Yi Tian, the first training camp intends to deal with your matter seriously. However, this issue is quite complicated and involves a lot of procedures. Please understand our difficulties." "That's right. Yi Tian, we've always been on your side." The two of them explained simultaneously, fearing that Yi Tian might blame the first training camp. If Yi Tian awakened a talent below grade A, the leaders might handle it indifferently. If it were grade A talent, or even grade S talent, the first training camp might turn a blind eye. As it turned out, Yi Tian awakened the most terrifying grade SSS talent. This means the first training camp will fully support Yi Tian. Not only that, the senior members of the training camp also had to find ways to curry favor with Yi Tian. Because Yi Tian, who had awakened the legendary SSS level talent, had such astonishing potential that they dared not offend him. Looking at the martial spirit level bodyguard arranged by Lord Xian for Yi Tian, Ho Tao and the Director of Education could only force a dry laugh, feeling uneasy inside. Yi Tian overheard their whispers and understood, but he did not want to address it directly. He said slowly, "I want to handle this matter myself." Ho Tao and the Dean of Students felt relieved upon hearing this and quickly said, "Yes, yes. Yi Tian, we've always been on your side. Protecting vulnerable groups is our responsibility." Zhang Xie and the other two, relying on their family's wealth, actually dared to target you. That's truly outrageous. Then, Ho Tao noticed Yi Tian's displeasure and quickly added, "Yi Tian, handle it however you see fit. We will always support you." Ho Tao and the Dean exchanged a glance, silently calculating in their hearts. They believed that Yi Tian would at most impose some punishment on Zhang Xie and the other two. Then, when they intervened, Zhang Xie's family could apologize to Yi Tian and compensate for the losses. Perhaps by then, Yi Tian might even feel grateful to them. After all, Yi Tian's potential was immense, and going along with him was the wise choice. Yi Tian nodded slightly, then stepped off the stage and slowly walked toward Zhang Xie below. The classmates, who had been engaged in heated discussions just moments ago, immediately fell silent upon seeing Yi Tian step off the stage. The scene turned quiet in an instant, and all eyes were fixed on Yi Tian. Zhang Xie saw Yi Tian walking toward him, and his face instantly turned pale as he shouted in panic, "Don't come any closer." However, Yi Tian paid no attention and continued to walk resolutely toward Zhang Xie. After a brief silence, the crowd began to whisper among themselves, "Yi Tian will probably beat up Zhang Xie. Zhang Xie and his two companions deserve it. Who told them to do such despicable things? Exactly, I really want to see how badly Yi Tian will beat them up." The instructors nearby did not intervene, clearly aware of the incident where Zhang Xie and his two companions severely injured and buried Yi Tian alive. Sigh. You reap what you sow. Zhang Xie and the others have truly gone too far. It's completely understandable that Yi Tian wants to vent his anger. Many instructors sighed with emotion, while their eyes revealed anticipation. I haven't seen the strength of someone at the 10th stage of body tempering yet. I really want to see Yi Tian's power. Yeah, I want to see it too. Yi Tian stepped closer to Zhang Xie, his expression cold as he stared directly at him. How do you want to die? Zhang Xie, upon hearing this, laughed in anger. Ha ha, Yi Tian, with so many people here, do you dare to kill me? I've practiced martial arts since I was young to strengthen my body. You may not be my match. Before he finished speaking, Yi Tian slapped him directly across the face. Put! Zhang Xie's teeth instantly sprayed out, and his left cheek immediately swelled up. Yi Tian, Zhang Xie glared angrily at Yi Tian, not expecting this kid to be so ruthless. However, Yi Tian's response was a heavy punch. Boom! Yi Tian's fist landed on Zhang Xie's face, the force of his body refining stage level 10 punch pouring out like a raging storm in an instant. Zhang Xie, at the 6th stage of body tempering, was no match for Yi Tian and was sent flying backward with a single blow. Bang! Zhang Xie slammed heavily against the wall, unable to muster even the strength to resist, sliding down like a ragged sack. Damn! This strength is simply astonishing. Isn't he just at the body tempering realm? How can he possess such immense power? Not far away, the instructors who witnessed all this exclaimed in shock, their hearts filled with astonishment. Wow, damn! Zhang Xie got slapped by Yi Tian, and his teeth flew out. The students were dumbfounded, covering their own left cheeks, their hearts overwhelmed with disbelief. Damn! The most impressive thing was that punch from Yi Tian just now. That punch sent Zhang Xie flying, and he's still hanging on the wall. Everyone's gaze turned to Zhang Xie, who was half embedded in the wall from the impact, then shifted to Yi Tian. They all shrank their necks and thought to themselves, this guy is ruthless. Zhang Xie is a martial artist at the 6th stage of body tempering, with extraordinary physical qualities, yet he was beaten like this with just one punch. It's truly unbelievable. If it were me, I couldn't do it. Don't even think about it, Zhang Xie's current cultivation is far stronger than ours. His family has been rigorously training him since childhood, so his skills are solid. Most of us going up there probably wouldn't even be able to move one of his fingers. Below the stage, the crowd began to engage in heated discussions, the atmosphere tense yet exhilarating. Zhang Xie awakened a B-level talent, reaching the 6th stage of body tempering, making him a standout among his peers. But Yi Tian, on the other hand, was at the legendary 10th stage of body tempering, possessing the Fury Heaven Divine Flame, with strength far surpassing ordinary people. Yi Tian is so awesome right now. Such a powerful person like Zhang Xie was actually sent flying by Yi Tian. Is this the power of body tempering stage level 10? That's incredible. In everyone's eyes, besides shock, a trace of fear unexpectedly appeared, and they couldn't help but shiver inwardly. The instructors were equally astonished. As martial artists, their understanding of strength far surpassed that of ordinary people. Did you all notice just now? Yi Tian's punch has already touched the level of a martial artist's strength. The instructor beside Chen Hua said excitedly. Chen Hua nodded, his expression grave. I think so too. Just now, Yi Tian's punch clearly had the power of a martial artist. The instructors nearby all expressed their agreement. Could it be that Yi Tian is already a martial artist? But his aura is clearly still at the body tempering realm. Yet the power of that punch is in no way inferior to mine as an early-stage martial artist, one instructor quickly added. The other instructors also nodded in agreement, their hearts filled with astonishment. Not far away, Ho Tao and the other leaders exchanged glances, their eyes full of shock. Unexpectedly, even the body tempering realm can display the power of a martial artist. This Yi Tian is truly a genius. No wonder he awakened an SSS level talent, the rewards are indeed more generous. Ho Tao stared at Yi Tian's back, lost in thought. Bang! At that moment, Zhang Xie slowly slid down from the wall and fell heavily to the ground. Ouch! Zhang Xie cried out in pain, his face swollen like a pig's head, fear flickering in his eyes. He looked up and saw Yi Tian walking toward him, immediately shouting, Yi Tian, don't come any closer. However, Yi Tian mercilessly stepped in front of him and stomped down heavily. Snap! Zhang Xie's leg was instantly crushed, and a wave of excruciating pain surged through him as he howled in agony. It wasn't over yet. Yi Tian delivered a powerful kick, breaking his other leg as well. Ah! Zhang Xie's legs were crippled, and he lay on the ground in unbearable pain, his appearance utterly pitiful. Now you know the agony of having your legs broken, don't you? Yi Tian said coldly. Not far away, everyone gasped in shock. Yi Tian, so ruthless. Whoa! The sound of Zhang Xie's leg breaking was so crisp, I even heard it. Yi Tian, truly ruthless. Many were dumbfounded, their hearts filled with astonishment. However, some people were worried about Yi Tian's actions. Yi Tian, isn't this a bit too harsh? Teaching Zhang Xie a lesson is enough, there's no need to break his leg. Doing this seems a bit too cold-blooded. Many people felt a trace of fear toward Yi Tian in their hearts. However, quite a few others believed Yi Tian's actions were justified. Look at Yi Tian now, covered in blood. Just think about how miserably he was tortured by those three before. I think Yi Tian's approach is absolutely correct. To deal with bad people, you have to be even tougher than they are. Otherwise, you'll only end up being bullied. Below the stage, discussions about Yi Tian's actions arose one after another. Some believe Yi Tian is too ruthless, while others think he did the right thing. When dealing with bad people, you have to be even more ruthless than they are. On the stage, the leaders of the first training camp remained silent, exchanging glances, surprised by Yi Tian's decisiveness. They had initially thought Yi Tian would just vent his anger by hitting Zhang Xie a couple of times, but unexpectedly, he directly broke Zhang Xie's leg. The teaching director beside Ho Tao quickly said to him, Principal, Zhang Xie's family has several martial artists and a decent family background. You see, Yi Tian has vented his anger now. Shouldn't we make him stop? If something happens to Zhang Xie, what do you think we should do? The dean looked worried, as Zhang Xie's family were martial artists, and the matter could escalate. Ho Tao heard the dean's words, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he said with a smile, Old Huan, do you know that Yi Tian awakened an SSS level talent? The city lord awakened an A-level talent and became a martial king level powerhouse. We all have to listen to the city lord. With Yi Tian awakening an SSS level talent, becoming a martial king shouldn't be difficult for him. The dean of students pondered for a moment, then suddenly realized, Principal, I understand. Ho Tao nodded and continued, Zhang Xie's family does indeed have martial artists, but their limit is only at the level of martial general. But Yi Tian has now awakened the legendary supreme talent. A martial artist is just his starting point, given time, even martial king is within reach. Yi Tian's potential is immeasurable. The dean of students quickly agreed. The principal's instruction is that we should fully support Yi Tian now. Ho Tao smiled faintly, don't worry, as long as Yi Tian hasn't killed Zhang Xie, there won't be any trouble. Other leaders of the first training camp expressed their agreement. Yes, if Yi Tian wants to vent his anger, let him vent. As long as he doesn't kill anyone. Yi Tian looks like a good kid, he wouldn't kill anyone. That's right, he seems honest and definitely wouldn't do something like that. Not far away, Yi Tian looked down at Zhang Xie from above. Zhang Xie looked up, his face full of terror. "You demon." Yi Tian shook his head and said coldly, "I'm not the demon, I'm just here to collect his debt." "Lu Yuan, you three actually injured and buried him alive, you're nothing but beasts. Don't worry, they'll be joining you soon." Killing intent overflowed in Yi Tian's eyes. Zhang Xie felt threatened and showed a look of terror. "Yi Tian, I beg you, spare me. I regret it, I was wrong, I was truly wrong." Zhang Xie was full of remorse, tears, and snot streaming down his face. Yi Tian looked indifferently at Zhang Xie beneath him. "Zhang Xie, you're just scared because you know I really will kill you." Hearing these words, Zhang Xie couldn't help but tremble, raising his head. "Yi Tian, my father is a martial artist, and so is my uncle." Yi Tian coldly shook his head. "Today, no one can save you." Bang! With a loud bang, Yi Tian directly stomped down on Zhang Xie's head. Bang! Zhang Xie's skull instantly shattered, gruesome beyond compare, even more tragic than when they injured and buried Yi Tian alive back then. "Zhang Xie, die!" Before his death, his eyes were filled with fear, and his face was full of regret. A moment of silence, then a scream shattered the deathly stillness. "Zhang Xie is dead. Ugh! Yi Tian killed someone." At this moment, everyone was shocked and terrified. Yi Tian killed Zhang Xie. My heavens! Many people watched the scene of Yi Tian killing Zhang Xie, their faces instantly turning pale as paper. Ugh! Some even vomited directly upon witnessing the moment Yi Tian killed Zhang Xie, because many people in the training camp had never seen such a bloody scene. At this moment, their hearts were filled with shock and fear. "Oh my god, Yi Tian, he actually killed someone, ugh! Ugh! I actually saw it, he killed someone, it's so terrifying. Yi Tian, he's practically a monster now." Inside the first training camp, many people looked at Yi Tian, their faces showing expressions of fear. "Brother Yi Tian, he killed Zhang Xie." Among the crowd, Xin Tian stared blankly at Yi Tian's back, her face turning somewhat pale. However, Xin Tian's best friend, Xine, looked at Yi Tian with eyes full of admiration. "Yi Tian is so amazing. Personally settling the score with his enemy, that's just so cool. Xin Tian, don't you think so?" Cindy excitedly hugged Xintian's shoulder, her face full of excitement. She was one of the few people who felt thrilled upon witnessing this scene. Cindy's gaze followed Yi Tian's figure, and a barely noticeable trace of longing appeared in her eyes. Xintian, however, did not notice Cindy's emotions at this moment. Her mind was still replaying the shocking scene of Yi Tian killing Zhang Xie. Suddenly, Xin Tian snapped back to her senses, quickly took out her phone, and prepared to make a call. Xine saw this and asked in confusion, "Xin Tian, what are you doing? Brother Yi Tian has just killed someone. Zhang Xie's family definitely won't let him go. I need to tell Dad to send someone to protect brother Yi Tian." Cindy gave her a thumbs up after hearing this. "You truly are the girl who likes Yi Tian the most." A blush appeared on Xintian's face, but thinking of Yi Tian's situation, she quickly made a phone call. Cindy patted Xintian's shoulder and comforted her. "Xintian, you're overthinking it. Yi Tian will be fine." Xin Tian said anxiously, "But, brother Yi Tian killed someone in front of everyone." Xine pointed to the bodyguard not far away. "Xin Tian, your dad assigned a martial spirit level bodyguard to protect Yi Tian. Who here could possibly be his match?" Xin Tian heard this and immediately looked in the direction Cindy was pointing. Sure enough, she saw a burly bodyguard closely watching Yi Tian's every move, vigilantly guarding him. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. Cindy continued, "Xin Tian, look, although the leaders of the training camp were shocked by Yi Tian, none of them came out to criticize him. This shows he's fine. Besides, Xin Tian, think about it, Zhang Xie is the perpetrator. They even buried Yi Tian alive. If Yi Tian hadn't been so lucky, he would have been killed by Zhang Xie and his group. So, Yi Tian is the real victim. Yi Tian killing Zhang Xie was merely repaying him in kind." Hearing her best friend's words, Xin Tian looked at Yi Tian, her eyes showing a trace of pity. Not far from Yi Tian, on the stage, Ho Tao and the leaders were completely dumbfounded at this moment. They stared at Yi Tian and Zhang Xie on the ground, their eyes wide open, mouths agape. Clearly, Yi Tian's act of killing Zhang Xie was utterly shocking. Yi Tian actually killed Zhang Xie. How could this happen? How did he kill Zhang Xie? How are we going to explain this to Zhang Xie's parents? Ho Tao and the other training camp leaders exclaimed in shock. Especially Ho Tao, whose expression changed drastically after coming to his senses. Yi Tian killed Zhang Xie. This scene was completely beyond his expectations. He never expected that Yi Tian would actually take action and kill someone directly. "Principal, should we capture Yi Tian now?" a training camp leader asked cautiously. Ho Tao glared at him and said coldly, "Capture what?" Yi Tian, he has now awakened an SSS level talent. In the future, our first training camp will rely on him to gain fame. The opportunity for promotion and wealth is right in front of us. The other leaders nodded in agreement, saying, "That's right. If Yi Tian had an ordinary talent, we could still hand him over to Zhang Xie's parents. But now, Yi Tian, he possesses an SSS level talent. That's a legendary talent. We absolutely cannot touch Yi Tian. Yi Tian has now awakened an SSS level talent. Even at the body tempering realm, he possesses strength comparable to a martial artist. His potential is simply limitless." Ho Tao looked at Yi Tian not far away, his gaze complicated. He sighed and said, "Ah, indeed, Yi Tian's potential is too great. We can't touch Yi Tian." But now, in front of everyone, he killed Zhang Xie. This is hard to handle. At this moment, the director of education calmly analyzed, "Principal, Zhang Xie is already dead. There's no need for us to consider anything for him anymore. Besides, Zhang Xie only had a B-level talent. At best, he could have cultivated to the level of martial spirit in his lifetime. As for Zhang Xie's family, although they are martial artists, their lifetime limit is only martial general." After pausing for a moment, the director of education added, "But Yi Tian is different. Someone like Lord Xin, with an A-level talent, has already become a martial king. As for Yi Tian, with his legendary SSS level talent, his future achievements might be martial lord, martial saint, or even something more terrifying. I feel that Yi Tian will stand at the pinnacle of China in the future. We absolutely don't need to offend Yi Tian for Zhang Xie and his family. Indeed, we should even help Yi Tian deal with Zhang Xie's family." Upon hearing the dean's analysis, the other teachers nodded one after another. "That's right. The dean is right, Yi Tian's future is boundless." Ho Tao listened to the conversation between the training camp leaders and instructors nearby, recalling the celestial phenomenon when Yi Tian awakened, and then thinking about how Yi Tian had just reached the body tempering realm yet already possessed the strength of a warrior. Thinking of this, Ho Tao's gaze gradually became resolute, as if he had made some kind of decision. He looked at everyone and said, "Remember, from now on, our first training camp will firmly stand by Yi Tian's side." Upon hearing Ho Tao's words, everyone trembled and responded, "Understood. First training camp will firmly stand by Yi Tian's side." As he spoke, Ho Tao led the other leaders and instructors, slowly walking toward Yi Tian. The crowd below the stage saw this and quickly made way. At this moment, Yi Tian looked at Zhang Xie's corpse on the ground, whom he had killed, feeling somewhat uneasy. This was his first time killing someone in this world of global high martial arts. Yi Tian felt a bit uncomfortable and murmured to himself, "I guess if I kill Lu Yuan and Wang Cheng too, I'll completely get used to this feeling." At this moment, Ho Tao, along with the leaders of the first training camp and a group of instructors, approached Yi Tian and said, "Yi Tian, are you okay? By the way, Zhang Xie committed heinous crimes and deserved to die. By the way, did Zhang Xie's face hurt your hand or make it sore?" The leaders and instructors nearby were stunned upon hearing Ho Tao's words. They hadn't expected the usually stern and authoritative Ho Tao to be so enthusiastic, even somewhat ingratiating, in front of Yi Tian. Ahem. Ho Tao also noticed his own demeanor and glared at the surrounding crowd. Everyone quickly said to Yi Tian, "Yi Tian, did your hand get hurt from hitting him? That Zhang Xie is really outrageous," using his own head and face to frame Yi Tian. "Yi Tian, rest assured, someone as heinous as Zhang Xie, if you kill him, you're ridding the world of a menace. Our first training camp firmly supports your righteous actions, Yi Tian." Yi Tian. Yi Tian waved to Ho Tao and the other leaders, saying, "I'll leave the rest to you. I have something to do now." The balding principal, Ho Tao, asked curiously, "Yi Tian, where are you going now?" He waved his hand and said, "The infirmary." Yi Tian is now going to kill the other two who injured and buried Yi Tian alive. Yi Tian is now at the 10th level of body tempering and has just awakened an SSS level talent ability, Fury Heaven Divine Flame. It can be said that Yi Tian's current strength has already made him invincible in the body tempering realm. Moreover, his power is enough to rival that of martial artists. After all, Yi Tian now possesses the strength of a martial artist and can even surpass levels to kill one. At this moment, Yi Tian's heart burned with fierce fighting spirit, ready to completely eliminate the two villains, Lu Yuan and Wang Cheng. Once he dealt with them, Yi Tian would gain 100-fold cultivation speed. He understood that in this era of global martial arts, strength was the only true path to dominance. "Leave Zhang Xie's aftermath to you." Yi Tian looked at Zhang Xie's corpse beneath his feet, his face fearless as he spoke to the leaders and instructors of the training camp. As a former super tycoon of a trillion-dollar conglomerate in his past life, Yi Tian was well aware that his current possession of the SSS level innate ability Wrathful Heavenly Flame was enough to make these leaders serve him. After speaking, Yi Tian headed toward the medical room of the training camp. At this moment, Lu Yuan and Wang Chang were being scolded so harshly by the crowd with a strong sense of justice that they were completely disoriented and unable to resist. Ho Tao looked at Yi Tian's back and couldn't help but laugh. Why does it feel like we're the students, and Yi Tian seems more like the instructor? I think so too. The dean immediately agreed. The way he talks really makes you feel like we're his students. Forget it, Yi Tian has now awakened an SSS level talent. Whatever he says is right, Ho Tao chuckled. Just like I said, even if he blows up the training camp now, I'd still praise him for how loud the explosion was. Other leaders and instructors burst into laughter upon hearing this. That's right. He has awakened an SSS level talent, so he can do whatever he wants. At this moment, Zhang Xie's instructor looked at Chenhua, who was standing nearby, and said seriously, Instructor Chenhua, does Yi Tian have that kind of ability to make his words come true? Chenhua was taken aback, and Zhang Xie's instructor continued, do you remember what Yi Tian said earlier? He said what would happen if he awakened a talent above S level. We all thought at the time that he was full of resentment and couldn't possibly awaken an S level talent. Chenhua nodded in agreement. As Yi Tian's instructor, he had been present at the time. He actually awakened an S-level or higher talent. Zhang Xie's instructor exclaimed in amazement, this Yi Tian is truly incredible, oh wow. You don't think he's one of those chosen ones from a novel, do you? Chenhua joked, what if he really is one of those protagonists? Zhang Xie's homeroom teacher said seriously, if he really is the protagonist, that would be fantastic. We've witnessed the growth of a protagonist. The two exchanged smiles. In this world, how can there be so many protagonists? We must have read too many novels. Ha ha. However, Zhang Xie's homeroom teacher then said seriously, Student Yi Tian, the life ahead of you will become more and more exciting. That's true. The Mediterranean principal of Guangming No. 1 High School looked at Zhang Xie's corpse on the ground, his brows furrowed. Find a stretcher and some white cloth, return Zhang Xie's body to his family, and see how they react. If they want to kill Yi Tian, we must stop them. Zhang Xie's home was an impressive standalone villa. His family ran a business in Guangming City, and the family boasted 3 martial artists. In this world, martial artists held an extremely revered status and possessed immense power. Naturally, Zhang Xie's family's business in Guangming City was thriving. At this moment, inside Zhang Xie's villa, the principal of Guangming No. 1 High School and several school leaders had brought Zhang Xie's body here. Ho Tao and a few training camp leaders sat in the living room, feeling uneasy as they waited for Zhang Xie's parents. Ha ha ha. Before long, hearty and cheerful laughter echoed. A middle-aged man with a beard and a ruddy complexion walked in through the door. He was Zhang Xie's father, Zhang De. At the same time, he was also a top-tier martial artist, with strength reaching the late stage of martial arts. Beside him was a delicate-looking woman in her 30s, Zhang Xie's mother, Zhu Xiu. She was not a martial artist, merely an awakened individual at the 3rd level of body tempering. Ho Tao and the other leaders exchanged glances upon hearing Zhang Da's voice, feeling a slight sense of awkwardness. The principal and all the instructors have come to my Zhang family, and the hospitality has been lacking. I ask for your forgiveness. Principal Zhang De and the other leaders cupped their hands in greeting and smiled, saying, I wonder if the principal and the leaders have come to my Zhang family because of my unworthy son, Zhang Xie. The principal and the leaders exchanged glances upon hearing Zhang Da's words, their expressions growing increasingly awkward. The principal nodded slightly and said slowly, indeed. Zhang Di and his wife Zhu Xiu exchanged a glance, their hearts filled with excitement. They knew that today was the pivotal moment that would determine a lifetime, the day of awakening talent. The two of them thought simultaneously. It must be our precious son, awakening a powerful talent, which is why the principal and the leaders have come personally to congratulate us. The more they thought about it, the happier they became. Their eyes turned to the principal, filled with anticipation. However, the surroundings were completely silent, and the atmosphere grew increasingly strange. Where is our precious son? Zhang De and Zhu Xiu couldn't help but ask. The principal and the leader exchanged glances again, their faces showing difficulty. The principal gave a signal to a leader beside him. Although reluctant, the leader still raised his head, pointed to the corpse covered with a white cloth on the stretcher on the ground, and said, Zhang Xie, he's there. As soon as the words fell, the entire hall instantly felt like an ice cellar. What? My precious son? Zhang De and Zhu Xiu stared at the ground in shock, unable to believe it. Swish! Zhu Xiu immediately lunged toward the stretcher, frantically tearing off the white cloth covering it. "Who is this?" "This is my precious son, Jiang Xie." Looking at Jiang Xie, whose face was completely disfigured by Yi Tian, Zhu Xiu found it hard to bear. The principal and the leaders could only nod silently. Moments later, Zhu Xiu couldn't help but burst into tears. "My poor child. How could you die so tragically?" Zhang Di, standing to the side, wore a somber expression, no longer showing any trace of his earlier excitement and joy. The principal and other leaders stood silently nearby, the atmosphere growing increasingly heavy. Zhang Di raised his head, his gaze sharp as a blade, and shouted angrily, "Principal, what exactly do you mean by this? My son was training in your first training camp, how could he have died?" At this moment, the Dean of Instruction stepped forward and hurriedly said, "Jiang Xie, calm down. Your son wanted to kill someone, but ended up being killed by the person he wanted to kill." Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiu instantly sobered up and said sharply, "My son was killed, and the person who killed him must pay with their life." The principal shook his head and calmly said, "Sorry, that's not possible. Yi Tian, who killed your son, was merely acting in self-defense. Your son, Jiang Xie, first harmed Yi Tian and even buried him alive. The ones at fault are Jiang Xie and the other two. Yi Tian has no reason to pay with his life for your son." Zhu Xiu's face instantly turned pale as paper upon hearing this. You all. Facing the principal and leaders at the martial master level, she was completely powerless. On the side, Zhang Di thought to himself, for Yi Tian to be fully protected by the training camp's principal and leaders, he must have extraordinary background or potential. "Principal, are Yi Tian's parents martial artists like us? Are his family members much stronger than us?" Ho Tao shook his head and sighed. "Yi Tian, this child, comes from an ordinary family. His parents passed away long ago." Zhu Xiu jumped out again, rudely saying, "Then let this Yi Tian pay with his life for my sons." "Shut up!" Zhang Di fiercely glared at his wife, signaling her to keep quiet. He continued, "So this Yi Tian has awakened a very powerful talent and has great potential?" The principal and everyone nodded in unison. Zhang Da's heart sank. He calmed himself and continued to ask, "Principal, what level of talent has my son Jiang Xie awakened?" The principal said in a deep voice, "B-level." Zhang De felt a pang in his heart upon hearing this and thought to himself, "A B-level talent? Much better than my own talent." But then he excitedly said, "Isn't this Yi Tian going too far? Awakening an A-level talent, though stronger than my son, doesn't give him the right to kill. My son wanted to kill him, but didn't he survive? Isn't this just a matter of apologizing and compensating to resolve it?" In Zhang Da's opinion, since Yi Tian had awakened an A-level talent stronger than his son's, there should be an explanation. The principal shook his head and said, "Yi Tian's awakening is not A-level, but higher than A-level. S-level." Zhang De exclaimed in shock upon hearing this. Then, Zhang De was momentarily stunned, and immediately, his voice became somewhat calmer. "This Yi Tian, his talent is quite remarkable. Bright City hasn't seen anyone awaken an S-level talent in 10 years, has it?" However, Zhang Da's thoughts instantly became complicated, as if he had understood something, and then he changed his tone. "Yi Tian killed our Jiang Xie, and it was indeed understandable. After all, our Jiang Xie wanted to kill Yi Tian first, which was indeed a bit excessive." At this moment, Zhang De felt a wave of discomfort surging in his heart. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that if Yi Tian awakened an S-level talent, his path to revenge would be hopeless. Zhang De was feeling very downhearted at this moment. Just then, the principal shook his head again and said calmly, "Not S-level either." Zhang De suddenly raised his head, his eyes lit up, and his heart surged with excitement. He felt that perhaps there was still a chance for revenge. However, the principal's next words struck like a bolt from the blue. "Student Yi Tian has awakened an SSS level talent, the legendary talent." Zhang De listened, his pupils suddenly contracted, and it felt as if countless thunderbolts exploded in his heart. He was so shocked that he couldn't believe it, and the scene instantly fell silent, even the air became heavy. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang De walked to the corpse of Jiang Xie lying on the ground, burning with rage. Looking at his son's body, he furiously cursed. "Yi Tian, he was someone from the same training camp as you. How could you harm him and even bury him alive? Humph. You deserve to end up in such a state." Zhang De took a deep breath, his gaze fixed firmly on Jiang Xie's corpse, and said slowly, "Jiang Xie, how could you commit such heinous acts? Today, I sever the father-son relationship with you, Jiang Xie. Principal, teacher, wife, hashtag end at %." Zhang Da's heart burned with rage, as if the path of future revenge had already been laid out. He was no longer the one passively accepting fate, but a strong man about to turn the tables. Hearing Zhang Da's words, everyone present was stunned. Zhang De, are you crazy? You want to sever the father-son relationship with Xie? Xie is your own flesh and blood. Zhang Xie's mother, who was lying beside Zhang Xie's corpse, angrily rebuked upon hearing her husband's words. Zhang De shook his head, his gaze resolute and his voice deep. Zhang Xie first harmed that Yi Tian, and then went to kill him. This is simply unforgivable. Zhang Xie's heart is so malicious. I, Zhang De, no longer want a son like this. Zhang De, you. Xu Xiu wanted to say more, but when she turned around, she saw tears glistening in Zhang Da's eyes and instantly fell silent. Then, Zhang De quickly adjusted his emotions, expressionless, cupped his hands toward the principal and the school leaders, and said, apologies for making you all laugh. Ho Tao and the school leaders exchanged glances, nodded, and said solemnly, all right, we hope Mr. Zhang and his wife can find peace in their grief. Zhang De nodded, thought for a moment, and said, Principal, please help me convey a message to that Yi Tian. Upon hearing Zhang Da's words, everyone instantly became tense, their hearts uneasy, unsure of what he was about to say. Zhang De slowly said, regarding Zhang Xie's act of harming Yi Tian and attempting to kill him, neither I, my wife, nor our family were aware of it. Ho Tao and the others nodded, the earlier scene had already proven everything. Then, Zhang De said, please inform Principal Yi Tian that we have severed all ties with Zhang Xie and have no connection with him. Later, just have someone bury him in any random pit. Xu Xiu trembled upon hearing this, her body shaking with shock and disbelief. The principal nodded, and Zhang De added, thanks to Yi Tian for killing Zhang Xie. He killed Zhang Xie. I hope that in the future, as Yi Tian grows, he won't harm us innocent people. After speaking, Zhang De bowed deeply to the principal and the others. Hao Tao and the others remained silent. In the end, this world still respects strength above all. Additionally, the mental distress and medical expenses caused to Yi Tian by Zhang Xie, our Zhang family is willing to cover. As he spoke, Zhang De took out a gold card and said firmly, there's 1 million on it. Please help me hand it over to Yi Tian. Hao Tao accepted the card and said solemnly, rest assured, I will explain it carefully to Yi Tian. That Yi Tian is a reasonable person. I believe he will understand. That would be best. The first training camp, Ho Tao and his group, left just like that. Zhang De turned around, looking at Zhang Xie's corpse, tears streaming down. He said to his wife, my dear, it's not that I don't want to help Xie, but I really can't do anything about it. Xu Xiu, who was crying beside him, nodded and choked out, I know, that Yi Tian has awakened the legendary SSS level talent. In the future, that Yi Tian is bound to rise to great heights effortlessly. Our Zhang family simply can't compete with him. Zhang De nodded and said in a deep voice, that's right. Who would have thought that someone in this year's first training camp would awaken an SSS level talent? Sigh, the key is that Sierra provoked him first. Sierra wanting to kill him was indeed a bit excessive. In the future, Yi Tian will undoubtedly be one of China's top powerhouses. We cannot make an enemy of him. Speaking, Zhang De said to the butler beside him, find a random pit and bury Zhang Xie's corpse. Additionally, remove Zhang Xie from the Zhang family genealogy. From now on, the Zhang family has no connection with Zhang Xie. The butler beside him listened, saw that the family head Zhang De was expressionless, and quickly responded, yes, family head, I will handle it right away. At the same time, Yi Tian also arrived at the medical room of the first training camp. The medical room was spacious and bright, and 3 beautiful female doctors immediately came forward to greet him. Student, please sit aside, we'll help you treat your wounds. They noticed the bloodstains on Yi Tian's face and the blood marks on his clothes and pants, eager to offer assistance. Yi Tian smiled slightly, thank you. No need. Where are the 2 people who were just carried in after fainting? The 3 beautiful female doctors exchanged glances and said in unison, those 2? They just checked something on their phones and already left. After hearing this, Yi Tian understood in his heart. It seemed the 2 had received Zhang Xie's message in advance and had already fled. However, Yi Tian was not flustered and directly asked for the contact information of the 2. Then, Yi Tian used the landline in the infirmary to dial Lu Yuan's number. Ring 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 ring. Soon, Lu Yuan answered the call on the other end, hello, you are. It's me, Yi Tian. Bang. The sound of something shattering came from Lu Yuan's side. Yi Tian, how did you get my number? Why are you calling me? It was clear from Lu Yuan's trembling voice that he had realized Yi Tian had awakened an SSS level talent. If not for this, Lu Yuan would never have felt fear toward him. Lu Yuan, come here and face your death. Yi Tian's voice was cold and resolute, like a sharp blade. Don't push me. There are several martial artists in my family. Dare to try coming to my house. Lu Yuan's sneer carried a hint of defiance, but deep down, he was faintly trembling with fear. Beep beep. Yi Tian's lips curved into a faint smile as he hung up the phone without hesitation. Bastard! Lu Yuan's face turned livid with rage. Originally planning to flee outside the city, he instantly changed his mind, his heart filled with fury. I'll go home right now and see if you dare to come to my house. You're walking right into a trap. He changed direction and sprinted toward his home. At the same time, Yi Tian called Wang Chang, but Wang Chang's reaction was completely different, with a hint of fear in his voice. Yi Tian knew about Wang Chang's family situation, so he turned and headed toward Wang Chang's house, his goal clear: kill Wang Chang directly. 3 beautiful female doctors watched Yi Tian's departing figure. One of them said, "Do you think this blood-covered boy will really? I feel like it will. Did you see that powerful person who was just beside him?" Another doctor interjected, "That person's aura is so strong, clearly someone with an extraordinary background, to have such a powerful individual as a bodyguard." At this moment, not far behind Yi Tian, a martial spirit level expert arranged by Xin City was silently protecting him. At Wang Chang's home, the atmosphere was particularly tense. Wang Chang's family background was far better than Zhang Xie's. Both his parents were martial artists, and there were also several relatives in the family who were martial artists. His family's business was thriving, clearly not to be underestimated. Xiao Cheng is back. As soon as Wang Chang arrived home, his parents greeted him with smiles. What level of talent did you awaken today? Wang Chang stammered, his face turning red. Dad, Mom, I didn't awaken any talent. What? Did you faint and miss the awakening? His father, Wang Wei, and mother, Zhang Hua, immediately came to his side, their eyes filled with confusion. Zhang Hua checked Wang Chang's pulse, her expression puzzled. Strange, Xiao Chang, you're not sick. I also think you don't seem sick. Wang Wei said, puzzled. Wang Chang felt a wave of shame in his heart. Naturally, he was too embarrassed to admit that it was his classmate's sense of justice that had scolded him into fainting. Finally, he stammered, Dad, Mom, someone wants to kill me. Zhang Hua instantly flew into a rage. Who dares to be so bold as to try to kill my son? I'll definitely kill them. Wang Wei frowned as he looked at Wang Chang and slowly asked, why does he want to kill you? What did you do that was so excessive? Wang Chang's ears instantly turned red. After hesitating for a moment, he said, his name is Yi Tian. Zhang Xia, Lu Yuan, and I injured him together. We originally thought we had killed him. In the end, we buried him alive, thinking he was dead. Unexpectedly, he actually survived. He even returned to the first training camp and awakened his talent. As soon as Wang Chang finished speaking, his parents' faces showed expressions of shock. Wang Chang, are you out of your mind? Zhang Hua couldn't help but scold. Wang Wei also said seriously, this time, you all really went too far. Wang Chang lowered his head, remaining silent. Wang Wei and Zhang Hua stopped scolding him and instead asked, what about the other person's family? Wang Chang replied, his parents passed away early, and he lives on state subsidies. Hearing this, Wang Wei and Zhang Hua instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Wei said slowly, an ordinary family is fine. Take some money to compensate Yi Tian. Wang Chang was silent for a moment before finally saying, Dad, Yi Tian has awakened a very high talent. Wang Wei and Zhang Hua exchanged a glance, silently pondering, awakening a B-level or A-level talent is indeed impressive. Then let's wait. After we finish eating, we'll go buy some nutritional supplements together, and spend a bit more money to take you to. Apologize to that Yi Tian. Wang Wei earnestly instructed, son, remember, we must not provoke people with high talent in the future. Wang Chang nodded, but an inexplicable sense of nervousness welled up in his heart. Dad, Mom, but Yi Tian didn't awaken a B-level talent, nor an A-level talent, but something even higher. Zhang Hua's eyes widened in shock, exclaiming, S-level talent. Beside him, Wang Wei's face changed drastically, this is bad. At that moment, the air in the entire room seemed to freeze. S-level talent, what did it mean? It meant that Yi Tian would become a legend of this era, leading the entire family to glory, and might even change the entire world structure. This is no joking matter. Wang Wei said urgently, if other families find out, they'll definitely send people to recruit him, and there might even be danger. Zhang Hua's heart raced, her face full of worry. We must protect Yi Tian, or he will become the target of everyone. At this moment, Yi Tian was in his room, sensing the tense atmosphere outside, but he was secretly excited. He knew his destiny was about to change, and the road ahead was brighter than he had imagined. I won't let anyone harm my family. Yi Tian silently vowed, clenching his fists tightly, his eyes shining with unwavering determination. Mom, Dad, don't worry. I will make good use of this talent to protect us. Yi Tian's voice carried a strong sense of conviction, reaching his parents' hearts. Wang Wei took a deep breath, his eyes flickering with complex emotions. Alright, since you've awakened an S-level talent, get ready to face the challenge. We need to plan ahead to ensure absolute safety. Yes, we must act. Zhang Hua nodded, her determination unmistakable. Yi Tian smiled faintly, his blood boiling with excitement. I will become the strongest in this world, and no one can stop me. What did you just say? Zhang Hua, Wang Chang's mother, grabbed Wang Chang and anxiously asked, Xiao Chang, what talent did you just say that Yi Tian, the one you bullied, awakened? Wang Chang was startled by his mother's sudden action and struggled, only to find he couldn't break free. His mother's intense reaction deepened his fear of Yi Tian. At this moment, Wang Chang's father, Wang Wei, also stared intently at Wang Chang, his tone turning serious. Xiao Chang, did you just say that Yi Tian awakened a talent higher than grade A? Yes, yes. Wang Chang nodded vigorously like a pecking chicken. Bang! Zhang Hua let go of his hand, and Wang Chang fell heavily to the ground, crying out in pain. Ouch, what are you doing? Wang Wei's expression gradually turned serious, and he thought to himself, an S-level talent. Our bright city hasn't seen an S-level talent awakened in 10 years. That's right. Awakening an S-level talent means future achievements will surely surpass the Lord of Xin City. Wang Wei and Zhang Hua exchanged glances, their eyes flickering with complex emotions. Wang Chang's face turned pale upon hearing his parents' words, and he murmured to himself, Yi Tian will surpass the city lord in the future. That means his achievements will exceed those of the Martial King. Martial King! That's the realm I've dreamed of reaching. His heart was filled with unease and fear. Wang Wei looked at Wang Chang, his expression growing increasingly serious. Xiao Chang, this is bad. You three harmed Yi Tian, who awakened an S-level talent, and even buried him alive. This means you have already formed a deadly feud. Zhang Hua chimed in from the side, the grudge this time is no small matter. Have you contacted Zhang Xie and Lu Yuan? What did their parents say? Wang Cheng quickly took out his phone and anxiously checked. Zhang Xie still hasn't replied to my messages, and I just tried calling him, but I couldn't get through, Wang Cheng said nervously. Lu Yuan went home, and he said his father just broke his leg. Wang Cheng's legs went weak as he trembled and looked at his parents. Dad, Mom, you're not going to break my legs too, are you? Wang Wei and Zhang Hua, who had been frowning, suddenly had a glimmer of light in their eyes upon hearing their son's words. That's right. Let's break Xiao Chang's legs first. Then take Xiao Chang to apologize in person and offer compensation. If we hit him hard enough, maybe Yi Tian will see how miserable Xiao Chang is, and if we compensate more, he might forgive him. Bang! Wang Chang, hearing his parents' conversation, sat down on the ground in fear and shouted in terror, Don't come near me. However, Wang Wei and Zhang Hua paid no attention, each pulling out a steel pipe as they walked toward Wang Chang, saying, Xiao Chang, don't blame us for being ruthless. We're doing this for your own good. Seeing this, Wang Cheng hurriedly retreated and suddenly shouted, Dad, Mom, actually Yi Tian hasn't awakened an S-grade talent. Hearing this, Wang Wei and Zhang Hua both stopped in their tracks, and the steel pipes in their hands fell to the ground with a clang. Clang! Wang Chang let out a sigh of relief, and Wang Wei and Zhang Hua also breathed a sigh of relief. That Yi Tian, it's good that he didn't awaken an S-level talent. It's good that he didn't awaken an S-level talent. I told you, our Guangming city hasn't had anyone awaken an S-level talent in 10 years. How could he be so lucky to awaken an S-level talent? Wang Wei and Zhang Hua both said. Wang Chang was silent for a moment before finally speaking, Dad, Mom, Yi Tian didn't actually awaken an S-level talent. Upon hearing this, Wang Wei and Zhang Hua's faces lit up with smiles. However, Wang Cheng continued, actually, Yi Tian awakened the legendary SSS level talent. Upon hearing this, Wang Wei and Zhang Hua's bodies trembled instantly, frozen in place. After a moment, Wang Wei and Zhang Hua suddenly looked up at Wang Chang, startling him, Dad, Mom, it's true. Look, it's all over the first training camp group and the training camp forum. Wang Cheng hurriedly handed his phone to Wang Wei and Zhang Hua. Wang Wei and Zhang Hua carefully examined the information on the phone. Moments later, Wang Chang noticed his parents' expressions suddenly became calm. Dad, Mom, why don't you just hit me? Zhang Xia, Lu Yuan, and I really had no idea that Yi Tian would awaken the legendary supreme talent of SSS level. If we had known, even if we were given 10 times the courage, we wouldn't have dared to injure or bury him alive. Upon hearing Wang Cheng's words, Wang Wei and Zhang Hua couldn't help but tremble all over, a sense of unease surging in their hearts. After a brief moment of calm, Wang Wei stared at Wang Chang and said in a deep voice, Wang Chang, there's actually something I've always wanted to tell you. Wang Cheng frowned in confusion. Dad, why are you calling me by my full name? Wang Wei's expression darkened as he said coldly, don't call me Dad. You've got the wrong person. Wang Cheng was stunned. Wang Wei's voice was as cold as a blade. Wang Cheng, you are not actually my biological son. Wang Cheng's heart trembled, but he quickly laughed. Dad, that joke isn't funny at all. Zhang Hua, standing nearby, immediately chimed in. Wang Cheng, you were picked up from a trash can, you have nothing to do with us. Wang Cheng seemed struck by lightning, frozen in place, his face filled with utter disbelief and shock. A moment later, he roared, impossible, absolutely impossible. Wang Wei cast a cold glance at the butler. Butler, throw this kid who claims to be Wang Cheng out. Zhang Hua was equally ruthless, announced to the public that Wang Cheng was picked up from the trash heap and has nothing to do with us. The butler, an awakened one at the 7th stage of body tempering, immediately responded upon hearing their orders. Yes, sir, madam. I will handle it right away. The butler turned to Wang Cheng and said coldly, Wang Cheng, please leave the Wang family immediately. Wang Cheng's anger erupted instantly. Pointing at Wang Wei, Zhang Hua, and the butler, he roared hoarsely, I will remember you all. He looked up to the sky and shouted in fury, 10 years east of the river, 10 years west of the river, don't look down on a poor youth. With that, he turned around in anger and stormed out of the house. Wang Wei and Zhang Hua exchanged a glance and sighed. Wang Wei said in a deep voice, Xiao Chang, it's not that we don't want to help you, it's that we simply can't. Yi Tian's talent is too terrifying. If he grows stronger, destroying my Wang family would be as easy as flipping a hand. Zhang Hua held her husband's hand, her face full of worry. Alas! Husband, this isn't your fault. Xiao Chang and the others did indeed make a mistake, it's just that the retribution came too quickly. I think that Zhang Xia and Lu Yuan will definitely not meet a good end. Wang Wei nodded and said slowly, an SSS level talent, neither Lu Yuan's father nor the family behind him may dare to protect him. Zhang Hua deeply agreed, indeed, an SSS level talent. Wang Wei gazed at the sky and murmured to himself, I never expected that a person with SSS level talent would appear in Bright City. It seems Yi Tian's emergence will change this world. At that moment, Wang Cheng burst in, consumed with rage, slamming the door open and roaring furiously, Yi Tian, I will definitely kill you. It's all because of you that I've become like this. He glared angrily at the front door, his eyes filled with intense resentment. At this moment, a calm voice sounded behind him, it wasn't me who made you like this, it was you who chose this path. It is your own evil that has brought you to this point. Wang Cheng suddenly turned around, his pupils contracting sharply. Yi Tian. He looked at Yi Tian in front of him, trembling all over, and stammered, Yi Tian. When did you arrive? Yi Tian looked at him indifferently. Just arrived. His gaze was as cold as ice, devoid of any emotion. Wang Cheng's face twisted instantly, his eyes filled with ferocity as he roared, I want you dead. You don't deserve to make me die. Yi Tian's eyes were sharp as a blade. Facing the charging Wang Cheng, his expression remained calm, as if none of this had anything to do with him. Wang Cheng swung his fist, as heavy as a sandbag, fiercely toward Yi Tian's face. Smack! Yi Tian extended one hand and effortlessly blocked Wang Cheng's punch. Snap! Bang! Yi Tian squeezed forcefully, and Wang Cheng's fist was instantly crushed, his agonized screams piercing the air. Ah! Wang Cheng's face turned bright red in an instant, his pain resembling that of a pig being slaughtered, while a trace of ruthless killing intent flashed in Yi Tian's eyes. Swish! Yi Tian kicked Wang Cheng's leg with immense force, which Wang Cheng was completely unable to resist. Snap! His leg instantly broke, and a painful howl rang out once again. Ah! Yi Tian showed no mercy, directly kicking Wang Cheng's other leg. Snap! Wang Cheng's other leg also broke as a result, and the mask of agony was completely etched onto his face. Bang! Wang Cheng's legs were kicked and broken, his whole body resembling a kite with its string cut, crashing heavily to the ground. Ah! Yi Tian, how dare you treat me like this? This is my doorstep. My family members are all martial artists, you're doomed. Wang Cheng pointed desperately at his own front door, his heart filled with curses and resentment. Yi Tian heard his words and turned his gaze toward Wang Cheng's front door. Bang! At that moment, Wang Cheng's door suddenly closed, and a cold voice came from inside. Wang Cheng was picked up by the family head. Now that he is an adult, he has no connection to our Wang family. The Wang family is unaware of the grievances between Wang Cheng and young Master Yi Tian. We hope young Master Yi Tian will not blame our Wang family. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian immediately understood the truth of the matter. He looked at Wang Cheng and said indifferently, it seems like they don't acknowledge you. Hearing the voice from behind the door, Wang Chang let out a painful roar. Why? However, there was no response from inside. Yi Tian slowly walked toward Wang Chang, and Wang Chang began to panic. Dad, Mom, help! Yi Tian wants to kill me. No matter how he shouted, the room remained silent. Bang! Yi Tian punched Wang Chang heavily in the face, instantly causing it to swell. He could no longer make a sound. Not long after, the two had already left the city. This is? Wang Chang looked at the scene before him, his legs broken, his cheeks swollen, utterly confused. Yi Tian was also slightly surprised. This was the very place where Zhang Xia, Wang Chang, and Lu Yuan had severely injured and buried him alive years ago. At this moment, the pit where he was once buried alive had already turned into a deep crater. Around it were numerous excavation marks, as if searching for some kind of treasure. Yi Tian understood in his heart that all of this was caused by the commotion when he awakened his SSS level innate ability Wrathful Heavenly Flame, which had shocked countless powerful beings. He looked around, filled with emotion, then turned to Wang Chang and said calmly, "This is the place where you three once injured and buried me alive. Do you remember?" Wang Chang's eyes suddenly narrowed upon hearing this, his body began to tremble, and he seemed to recall something. Bang! He suddenly knelt before Yi Tian and started kowtowing. Yi Tian looked indifferently at Wang Chang on the ground. Seeing no reaction from him, Wang Chang continued to bow. Bang 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 bang. Wang Chang's forehead began to ooze blood. Yi Tian, I beg you to spare me. Yi Tian looked at the battered Wang Chang and said coldly. At that time, did the three of you spare him when he begged for mercy? Wang Chang was completely unaware that Yi Tian was different from back then. Trembling, he quickly said, I'm sorry. At that time, we just thought it was thrilling, thought it was exciting, so we injured you and buried you alive. Tears and snot streamed down his face as he spoke, his expression filled with fear and despair. Yi Tian looked at Wang Chang, who was kneeling on the ground begging for mercy, and shook his head. You're just scared. You must endure the same pain he did to truly atone for your sins. Yi Tian's words were like a heavy hammer, instantly shattering Wang Chang's emotions into pieces. Yi Tian, I was wrong. Just as Wang Chang raised his head, a rock suddenly smashed heavily onto his head. Bang! 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 Yi Tian, burning with rage, gripped the rock and furiously struck Wang Chang's head, just as Wang Chang had once used a rock against him. The flames of revenge burned fiercely in his heart. Ugh! Wang Chang gradually lost his voice, his eyes dazed, and his heavily injured state left him as helpless as the Yi Tian of the past. Die for me! Yi Tian roared, kicking Wang Chang into a deep pit, feeling an unparalleled sense of satisfaction in his heart. Then, he picked up a shovel and began to bury Wang Chang alive, a surge of pleasure filling his heart. Not long after, it was all over. Congratulations, Master, you have successfully killed the second person, Wang Chang. The system's voice rang out, and Yi Tian knew that Wang Chang was completely dead. He stood by the mound of earth, looking exactly like Wang Chang, quietly waiting for over an hour. He murmured softly, I merely used the method you used against me to deal with you. Then, Yi Tian's eyes grew resolute, his gaze shimmering with the light of vengeance. There's one last person, Lu Yuan. Kill him, and I can completely avenge you. At the same time, I can gain 100-fold cultivation speed. With his mind made up, Yi Tian stood up and stepped toward Lu Yuan's house. The Lu family, a giant and bright city, is like a towering peak that inspires awe. The Lu family boasts 10 martial artists, with Lu Yan, the head of the family, being a formidable martial master, the president of the Chamber of Commerce, and a figure of immense power. Moreover, the Lu family has mysterious connections behind the scenes, instilling fear in outsiders. Apart from the city lord's mansion, the Lu family is the most intimidating presence in Bright City. The Lu family's residence is entirely different from the Zhang and Wang families. While the Zhang and Wang families live in villas, the Lu family resides in a grand and imposing traditional Chinese pavilion, exuding magnificence. At this moment, the Lu family hall echoed with Lu Yuan's pleas for mercy. Dad, stop hitting me. I was wrong, Dad. He lay on the ground, his leg already broken, writhing in agony. A leather belt lashed fiercely against Lu Yuan's body, accompanied by a crisp sound that sent chills down one's spine. The one striking Lu Yuan was none other than his father, Lu Yan, the head of the Lu family. Lu Yan had a refined appearance and wore a pair of glasses, yet at this moment, he was utterly furious. I warned you long ago not to provoke those who have yet to awaken their talents. Smack! Dad, I was wrong, I was really wrong. Lu Yan stared at him coldly, her tone icy. An ordinary person who has already awakened their talent, if you provoke them, you must kill them directly, root and all. Now tell me, where did you go wrong? Lu Yuan lowered his head in despair, and endless fear and regret surging in his heart. Lu Yuan, where did you go wrong? Amid his father's furious roar, Lu Yuan, lying on the ground covered in wounds, responded with a trembling voice. Dad, I was wrong for not completely killing Yi Tian. Smack! Ah! Before he could finish speaking, Lu Yen mercilessly lashed Lu Yuan's face with a whip, causing him to cry out in agony. Smack! Smack! Lu Yen's fury was like a raging storm, continuing to lash at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, lying on the ground, was in such agony that he could barely hold on. His face was covered in blood as he desperately begged for mercy. Dad, I was wrong. Dad, can you tell me what I did wrong? Slap 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 slap. Finally, Lu Yen was exhausted from hitting, drenched in sweat, and stopped. At this moment, Lu Yuan was like a dead dog, lying on the ground, powerless to resist. Lu Yen looked at him and said coldly, I'll tell you where you went wrong. First, that Yi Tian hasn't awakened his talent yet. He's a potential stock, why did you provoke him? Second, since you provoked him, why didn't you completely kill him and eliminate the root of the problem? After saying this, Lu Yen delivered another fierce kick, sending Lu Yuan flying over 10 meters and crashing heavily to the ground. Useless! You violated both of the taboos I warned you about. Lu Yuan slowly lay down, the pain in his body almost suffocating him. After a while, he trembled as he spoke. Dad, we clearly broke both of Yi Tian's legs back then. Moreover, we already smashed his skull. You heard the sound at the scene too. We buried him alive and waited a full 60 minutes to confirm he was completely dead before leaving. Upon hearing this, Lu Yan's pupils suddenly contracted, and his heart trembled. Swish! He instantly appeared in front of Lu Yuan, grabbed his collar fiercely, and questioned. What you just said, is it true? Lu Yuan was lifted into the air, struggling powerlessly, and answered with difficulty. It's absolutely true. Dad! Bang! Lu Yen suddenly let go, and Lu Yuan fell heavily to the ground. With a spluttering sound, blood gushed out wildly, and his breath grew even weaker. At this moment, Lu Yan's expression turned serious as he muttered to himself. It shouldn't be, it shouldn't be. According to Yuaner, that Yi Tian should be completely dead. Lu Yuan lay on the ground, despair filling his heart, while Lu Yan grew even more puzzled. Why is it that no matter how Yuaner and the others kill Yi Tian, he just won't die? Wasn't he just an ordinary person who hadn't awakened his talent back then? Logically speaking, being treated like that by Yuan and the others, he should have died long ago. Suddenly, Lu Yan's heart trembled. Could it be that Yi Tian is the legendary chosen one? At this moment, a knocking sound came from outside the door. Knock, knock, knock. Interrupting Lu Yan's train of thought, he said impatiently. What is it? The butler hurriedly shouted outside the door. Master, young master, there's a young man outside covered in bloodstains, about the same age as the young master. He says he's Yi Tian and has come to see the young master. Lying on the ground, Lu Yuan instantly became excited upon hearing this name and shouted passionately. Father, it's him. Yi Tian actually came. He's walking right into the trap, we can kill him. Lu Yuan excitedly said to Lu Yen. Smack! Lu Yen slapped him and snorted coldly. Shut up! He turned to the butler and asked. Butler, is there anyone else by his side? The butler quickly responded. Behind him is Director Su, the head of security for Bright City, accompanying him. Lu Yan's pupils suddenly contracted upon hearing this. The security chief of Bright City, he is a martial spirit level powerhouse, the number one under the city Lord Xian Chang. Lu Yan sighed, feeling a faint sense of unease in his heart. It seems the rumors are true, that Yi Tian has really awakened the legendary supreme talent. Otherwise, the city lord wouldn't have sent the security bureau chief to protect him. Lu Yen waved his hand and ordered. Invite the two of them in. Then, he glanced at Lu Yuan, who was lying on the ground, and gave him a hard kick. Bang! Blood spurted wildly from Lu Yuan's mouth, his heart filled with shame and anger, burning with fury. In the future, not only will I take your family fortune, but I'll also pull out your oxygen tube. Not long after, Yi Tian and the director of the security bureau walked into the Lu family hall. So this is Yi Tian? Watching Yi Tian walk in, Lu Yen sized him up and down, secretly thinking. His demeanor is quite impressive, but his strength is somewhat lacking. However, when he noticed the bloodstains on Yi Tian's body, his heart sank. It seems today's matter won't end peacefully. Lu Yen quickly stood up and smiled, saying, Welcome, Director Su and young friend Yi Tian, to my humble abode. Your presence truly brings honor to my home. The Security Bureau Director beside Yi Tian, Director Su, smiled faintly and said, Master Lu, there's no need to be so polite. I'm merely accompanying young Master Yi Tian to the Lu family. Yi Tian nodded slightly, but his gaze shifted to the figure of Lu Yuan lying on the ground. At this moment, Lu Yuan's face was contorted, his body trembling, completely engulfed by fear. Lu Yan saw this and quickly said, You haven't eaten yet, have you? Our Lu family has prepared a sumptuous meal for you. Director Su looked at Yi Tian, understanding in his heart that everything was under Yi Tian's control. Yi Tian shook his head and said coldly, No need, I came here just to take Lu Yuan away. The grudge between him and me, the head of the Lu family should have already heard about it, right? Lu Yan hurriedly said, Apologies, young Master Yi Tian, my unworthy son has caused you trouble. I truly wasn't aware of what they did to you before. If I had known, I definitely would have. Yi Tian interrupted him, If you had known, then you'd be in big trouble. Lu Yan was momentarily stunned, a wave of unease surging in his heart. He quickly continued, Young friend Yi Tian, this unworthy son of mine has already been beaten to a pulp by me. I've broken his legs. Could you possibly spare him? Rest assured, this time, I will compensate little friend Yi Tian for all his losses. Lu Yan hurriedly assured. Yi Tian coldly stared at Lu Yan, Master Lu, I am taking the person with me. The compensation, you will also pay. Lu Yan's heart burned with anger, yet he still forced himself to remain calm, looking warmly at Yi Tian, Little friend Yi Tian, my Lu family has over a dozen martial artists in the Bright City Chamber of Commerce. I am the president. Yi Tian sneered disdainfully, I awakened an SSS level talent. Lu Yan continued, Little friend Yi Tian, my cousin has already reached the level of Martial King in Nanjiang province, and our family members are spread throughout the entire Nanjiang. Yi Tian replied indifferently, I awakened an SSS level talent. Lu Yan grew even more anxious, Little friend Yi Tian, my niece from the Lu family was admitted to the Imperial Capital University last year and became a disciple of a martial emperor expert in the capital. Yi Tian coldly repeated, I awakened an SSS level talent. Lu Yan was furious, You. Director Su shook his head and sighed. Lu Yan felt helpless and snorted coldly, Yi Tian, you can take Lu Yuan away. Also, regarding Lu Yuan's previous actions that hurt you, no one in the Lu family was aware. I hope you won't show leniency toward our Lu family. Yi Tian nodded, I'll take Lu Yuan with me. Afterward, remember to send me some compensation. Lu Yan's mouth twitched, his heart filled with frustration, yet he was helpless. Yi Tian paid no attention to his unpleasant expression, grabbed Lu Yuan by the back of his collar, and directly dragged him out of the Lu family. When they arrived at the place where Lu Yuan was buried, Yi Tian's gaze sharpened, and his eyes widened instantly. Because Lu Yuan was already dead. On the way, due to severe injuries and excessive blood loss, Lu Yuan had already stopped breathing. Ding! At this moment, a mechanical voice sounded. Congratulations to the host for killing the 3 people who injured and buried the predecessor alive, avenging him. Then, the mechanical voice continued. Congratulations to the host for awakening the 100-fold cultivation speed. Now, the personal attribute panel will be opened for the host. Yi Tian opened his attribute panel. Name, Yi Tian. Vital energy, 10. Level, body tempering stage 10. Talent, SSS level. Ability, wrathful divine flame. Martial skills, none. Yi Tian looked at his attribute panel and suddenly understood. The core of cultivation in this world lies in Yuan power. Ordinary people do not possess Yuan power, only the awakened can have it. The strength of Yuan power directly determines a person's power. 10 Yuan power is equivalent to 600 kilograms of force. This realization filled Yi Tian with immense confidence. In this world, cultivators need to enhance their Yuan power through Yuan stones. For an ordinary person, it takes several years to fully absorb 1 Yuan stone, while a martial artist requires 100 days. A Yuan stone, about the size of a fist, is valued at a staggering 200,000 Huaxia currency. Meanwhile, the average monthly salary of an ordinary person is only 3,000 to 5,000 Huaxia currency, making the purchase of a Yuan stone almost an unattainable dream. It is imaginable how precious the Yuan stones are. Yi Tian's monthly income is only 1,500 Huaxia currency. For an ordinary person, it would take at least more than 10 years to save up for a single Yuan stone. This figure is astonishing. On Water Blue Star, wealth and strength are directly proportional. The rich and powerful grow increasingly stronger, while ordinary people are helplessly mediocre. However, Yi Tian was well aware that he would soon have access to resources. Currently, his Yuan power had already reached 10 Yuan, far surpassing the vast majority of people. Before becoming a martial artist, ordinary people could only reach a maximum of 5 yuan, with a strength limit of 300 kilograms. Yet Yi Tian's strength had already reached 600 kilograms. This was simply unbelievable. His power was double that of others at the same level. Coupled with the hundredfold cultivation speed he had obtained, it was simply unimaginable. If he could acquire yuan stones, the level he could cultivate to would be beyond comprehension. At this moment, Director Su patted Yi Tian on the shoulder and asked, "Yi Tian, now that all three have been slain by you, do you still harbor any resentment in your heart?" Yi Tian shook his head and replied, "The people are dead, and the energy has dissipated." Director Su nodded in satisfaction after hearing this. "That's good. You personally killed those three, which means you've removed your inner demons. Your future cultivation will be smooth and unhindered." Yi Tian looked at Director Su with gratitude. "Director Su, thank you." Director Su was a middle-aged man with a righteous and dignified appearance. He continued, "The fact that you could kill those three is not because of my status, but because of your talent and potential. Even my protection of you is due to your extraordinary talent." Yi Tian nodded, and Director Su added, "So, with such outstanding talent, you should work even harder in your cultivation." In major cities like the imperial capital, Magic City, and Nanjing, the prominent families have laid a solid foundation for their children since they were young. Those precious essence stones have been available to them from birth. Therefore, the progress of those family heirs is often a decade ahead. As Director Su spoke, Yi Tian listened attentively. Perhaps worried about discouraging Yi Tian, Director Su comforted him. "However, Yi Tian, you don't need to worry. You have awakened top-tier talent, and your future potential far surpasses theirs. While they have family backgrounds, you have talent, and your future will be even more brilliant. It's just that at this stage, you are starting more than a decade behind them in terms of cultivation with abundant resources. But with the extraordinary talent you are now displaying, you will receive extremely abundant resources in the future." Yi Tian nodded earnestly, "I understand." Director Su nodded with satisfaction and took out 2 gold cards from his pocket, handing them to Yi Tian. "These are compensations from the Zhang family and the Wang family, each worth 1 million huaxia currency." Yi Tian did not immediately take the gold cards but instead slowly asked, "Director Su, can this money be converted into yuan stones?" Upon hearing Yi Tian's words, a trace of admiration flashed in Director Su's eyes, and he then slowly said, "Yi Tian, this totals 2 million huaxia currency, which can buy 10 yuan stones. It's just that I think you won't need this much." Yi Tian said, "I can use this much, don't worry, Director Su." Director Su, but for ordinary people to absorb the energy of a single yuan stone, it takes months or even years. Even for martial artists, it takes at least 100 days. What's more, you're not a martial artist yet. Yi Tian, I'm different from others. I'm SSS level. Director Su. Director Su's heart trembled suddenly. After a while, he said slowly, "All right, I'll handle it for you in a moment." Yi Tian, "Thank you, Director Su. Also, the Lu family hasn't given me the compensation yet. Director Su, if you have their contact information, please help me follow up with them." Director Su, "All right, I'll talk to the Lu family right away." Yi Tian's residence. Located in a rundown apartment building. Previously, Yi Tian's parents were ordinary workers. After the accident involving his parents, the construction site boss only compensated 5,000 huaxia currency. Yi Tian was still young at the time and didn't understand anything. Later, after some time, they relied entirely on government subsidies to live. Director Su of the Security Bureau looked at the dilapidated rental house in front of him and frowned. He sighed inwardly. "I never expected that the place Yi Tian used to live in was this bad. We need to inform the higher-ups to get Yi Tian a new villa." Yi Tian didn't mind, he was already used to it. "Yi Tian, take a shower first, clean off the blood on your body and face, then we'll go have a meal. Finally, we'll go to the hospital for a checkup." Director Su expressed concern. Yi Tian nodded and said, "All right." Soon, Yi Tian cleaned himself up thoroughly. Without the bloodstains, he gave off a much better impression. Director Su looked at the freshly cleaned Yi Tian and couldn't help but be stunned. "Yi Tian, you're so handsome. Yi Tian." Afterward, they ate, went to the hospital, and Director Su exchanged source stones for Yi Tian. Time had already reached the evening. Looking at the fist-sized, sparkling crystal stone in front of him, Yi Tian's lips curved into a smile. "System, how do I absorb the elemental energy?" Crystal stone, activated. Yi Tian. "Host, you are now at the legendary body tempering level 10, your absorption speed can rival that of a martial artist. Yi Tian picked up a piece of elemental energy and shouted in a low voice. Elemental stone, activate. Host, would you like to activate the 100-fold cultivation speed? Activate. In an instant, small vortices seemed to appear around Yi Tian, frantically absorbing traces of energy from the Yuan stone in his hand. Absorbing throughout the night. By the next morning, the crystal in Yi Tian's hand, the Yuan stone, had already turned to powder. Hard to imagine. Ordinary people need months or even years to fully absorb a single Yuan stone, but Yi Tian absorbed it in just one night. At this moment, Yi Tian's body's Yuan power increased by 5 units. 1 unit of Yuan power equals 60 kilograms, so 5 units amount to 300 kilograms. His strength increased by a full 300 kilograms. If an ordinary person knew about Yi Tian's cultivation speed, they would definitely be shocked speechless. At the same time, today, news of Yi Tian's talent spread like a whirlwind across the entire city, and even rapidly and fiercely across the whole country. Yi Tian's SSS level talent astonishes the world, defying the heavens. At this moment, the Lu family actually wanted to curry favor with Yi Tian. The Lu family's grand mansion. My son, Yuaner. Woo woo woo. In the Lu family's hall, Lu Yuan's mother hurried back, her cries heart-wrenching. She was a martial artist, her strength already at the late stage of a martial artist, and in Guangming City, she was undoubtedly a top-tier powerhouse. Master, why did you let the Yi Tian take Lu Yuan away? She wept bitterly, her voice choked with sorrow. Yuaner is already dead now. Lu Yan stood to the side, his expression grave, and slowly said, that Yi Tian has awakened an SSS-level talent. Lu Yuan's mother was momentarily stunned, then her anger flared. Master, Yi Tian is just an awakened, not yet a warrior. Our Lu family has more than 10 warriors. Lu Yan continued, Yi Tian has awakened an SSS-level talent. Lu Yuan's mother was even more furious. Master, that Yi Tian is just a child from an ordinary family, while we are the wealthiest in Bright City. Lu Yan's tone was resolute. Yi Tian, he has awakened an SSS-level talent. Lu Yuan's mother completely lost control, roaring, that Yi Tian is utterly lawless, daring to take Yuaner away from our Lu family. Isn't this a slap in our face? Lu Yan let out a long sigh. From the beginning, it was Yuaner who relied on our family's background to bully Yi Tian. Now that Yi Tian has awakened the highest talent and is fighting back, isn't this normal? After hearing this, Lu Yuan's mother cried sorrowfully, Wah! I know Yuaner was wrong first, but he's our only son. Woo woo woo. Immediately, she seemed to go mad. Master, how about we go and kill that Yi Tian? These words instantly scared Lu Yan into a cold sweat. He widened his eyes and scolded, Are you crazy? That Yi Tian awakened an SSS-level talent. It's the legendary supreme talent. Now, the city lord and principal Ho Tao have already reported it. Before long, the strongest martial arts universities will come to fight over Yi Tian, and there might even be many supreme powerhouses battling fiercely to win him over. A wave of panic surged in Lu Yan's heart. If we make a move against Yi Tian, the next step will be the end of the Lu family. Madam, you don't want our Lu family to be annihilated, do you? Lu Yuan's mother turned pale upon hearing this, as if struck by lightning. Lu Yan looked at his wife and said urgently, Go take a bath first. The crying Lu Yuan's mother froze for a moment. Why would I take a bath for no reason? Lu Yan's face turned red, and he stammered, Yuaner is gone. Let's have another one. Lu Yuan's mother immediately blushed, You scoundrel, so annoying. Actually, Yuaner liked causing trouble so much, it's better that he's dead. Yes, we'll have another child, one much better than Lu Yuan. As for Yi Tian, give him 2 million huaxia currency as compensation, so he doesn't hold a grudge against our Lu family because of Yuaner. If only Yi Tian were my son. Yuaner was truly a disaster. Thankfully, he was beaten to death by Yi Tian. Madam. Master. In the rental house where Yi Tian lived. Today was the second day after awakening. The night before, Yi Tian spent the entire night cultivating, absorbing a Yuan stone worth 200,000. His energy was abundant, and he was in peak condition. During the day, the security bureau sent over a sumptuous meal, with tender and delicious meat that ordinary families couldn't afford, beast meat. A pound of beast meat typically costs several hundred yuan, but the meat sent by Director Su turned out to be high-grade beast meat, priced at nearly 2,000 Chinese yuan per pound. Yi Tian devoured the food ravenously, feeling warm and incredibly comfortable. Director Su watched from the side and said with a smile, For the next few days, just take a good rest. The city lord and the first training camp have already reported your awakening to the supreme SSS level talent. Yi Tian nodded and said, Thank you for your trouble. Director Su waved his hand, his face full of smiles. Yi Tian, are you familiar with the martial arts universities in China nowadays? Yi Tian heard Director Su's words and shook his head, but secretly pondered in his heart. This world is indeed full of surprises and challenges. Director Su looked at Yi Tian's expression, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Today, I'll tell you about these martial arts universities. Yi Tian nodded, his heart filled with anticipation. Director Su continued, there are a total of 3,000 martial arts universities in China. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. He hadn't expected there to be so many martial arts universities, as if each one held countless opportunities. Among these 3,000 martial arts universities, the top 10 are the most elite. Director Su's tone became even more solemn. Yi Tian nodded, thinking to himself that these 10 universities must be filled with experts in fierce competition. In these 10 top universities, there are still 5 tied for first place. Director Su continued. Yi Tian was instantly shocked. 5 tied for first place, this was simply a miracle. He knew very well that such a situation was extremely rare in the martial arts world. That's why this era in China is called the era of miracles. Director Su said with a smile, his eyes full of pride. Countless images flashed through Yi Tian's mind, as if he saw countless possible paths for the future. Director Su slowly said, these 5 parallel universities are Imperial Capital Martial Arts University, Magic Martial Arts University, Nanjiang Martial Arts University, Wild State Martial Arts University, and Battle Sky Martial Arts University. Yi Tian listened, his heart surging with excitement, as if his future self was soaring within these academies. The admission threshold for these 5 universities is at least an A-level talent plus 1,000 points in the martial arts exam. Director Su's voice was filled with authority. Yi Tian nodded, silently thinking to himself, as expected of top-tier universities. An A-level talent is already considered top-notch in a place, and it still requires a score of 1,000 in the martial arts exam to get in. It's really tough. Yi Tian was well aware of the weight of this. In Bright City, there was only one A-level talent candidate, which showed just how fierce the competition was. Director Su looked at Yi Tian and said with a smile, for others, getting into these 5 top universities is as hard as climbing to the heavens. But for you, it's as easy as turning your hand. Yi Tian's heart trembled, he knew this was an acknowledgement of his talent. Director Su continued, once you enter university, with your talent, I estimate that within a year, you'll become a martial artist. Yi Tian shook his head. It's too long, I need to be faster. Director Su's mouth twitched as he sighed, Yi Tian, it's not a long time. Most students becoming martial artists within 4 years of college is already very impressive. I'm different from them, Yi Tian said firmly. Director Su pondered for a moment, then nodded. You're right. He was clearly moved by Yi Tian's confidence. Now it depends on how you choose these 5 universities. Director Su smiled faintly. The corners of Yi Tian's mouth curled into a playful smile. When the time comes, gather them all together. I'll go to whichever offers the highest price. Oh no, I mean, whichever provides the most resources. Director Su was momentarily stunned, finding this kid truly interesting and secretly admiring him. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. The 3rd day after Yi Tian awakened his talent had already arrived. Director Su had just hung up the phone, his face full of joy. The higher-ups are coming down, ready to compete for Yi Tian. He eagerly knocked on Yi Tian's door, ready to share the good news with him. Creak, the door opened, and Yi Tian's figure appeared in Director Su's view. Yi Tian, let me tell you. Director Su's words were cut short as his eyes suddenly widened, staring at Yi Tian in disbelief. Yi Tian, classmate, you actually became a martial artist. Yi Tian nodded calmly. Not bad, 3 days, and I finally advanced from an awakened to a martial artist. Director Su almost spat out a mouthful of blood upon hearing this, his heart filled with shock. 3 days, from an awakened to a martial artist. He felt as if he were in a dream, unable to believe it. Your cultivation speed is truly terrifying. Director Su inadvertently gasped, his face full of awe. Yi Tian chuckled lightly, just a stroke of luck. After hearing this, Director Su shook his head, Yi Tian, you're being modest. For ordinary people, it generally takes 3 to 5 years to progress from an awakened to a warrior. Even geniuses need 1 to 2 years. The strongest genius in China took nearly 100 days to go from an awakened to a warrior. Looking at Yi Tian, he sighed, and you managed it in just 3 days. If people outside knew, their eyes would probably pop out. Yi Tian smiled faintly, but his heart was full of confidence. Director Su continued, perhaps it's because you've awakened the most powerful SSS level talent that you've cultivated so quickly. Yi Tian nodded, secretly pondering the secret of his 100-fold cultivation speed, which he could only keep to himself. If he revealed it, he might be taken back for dissection and turned into a test subject. Yi Tian looked at Director Su and asked, "Director Su, were you about to tell me something just now?" After Yi Tian's promotion to a martial artist, Director Su's shock gradually subsided. Hearing Yi Tian's words, he quickly came back to his senses and said, joyfully, "Yi Tian, congratulations. You no longer need to take the martial arts exam. The top martial arts universities in China will compete for you." The corners of Yi Tian's mouth lifted into a smile. "As long as they offer abundant resources and favorable conditions, I'll let them compete for me properly." Director Su was momentarily speechless and could only look at him helplessly, sighing inwardly. "I just received news that representatives from 4 of the top 5 martial arts universities have already arrived today," Director Su said excitedly. "They are the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University, the Magic Capital Martial Artists University, the Southern River Martial Arts University, and the Wild State Martial Arts University." He sighed. In the past, representatives from these top universities would never come to Guangming City. Previously, when students from Guangming City awakened their talents and participated in the martial arts exam, not even representatives from second-tier universities would come. Director Su looked at Yi Tian with admiration. "This time, they are coming here entirely because of you. Yi Tian, you are extremely sought after now. Later, the representatives from these top universities in China will all be competing for you." Yi Tian understood Director Su's meaning and nodded. Director Su continued, "Yi Tian, feel free to make any demands of them. Having more resources will make your future path of cultivation much smoother." Yi Tian responded, "Resources, naturally, the more the better." Director Su nodded and smiled, "That's right." After a brief pause, Director Su added, "It's best to make a request to them to find a teacher from a top martial arts university. This way, they can both teach you martial techniques and protect you." Yi Tian nodded earnestly, "All right, thank you for the reminder, Director Su." Then, his eyes lit up as he asked, "Director Su, is there a female mentor who is both incredibly strong and particularly beautiful, with a great figure?" Director Su helplessly held his forehead. "What are you even thinking?" At this moment, Director Su's expression changed, and he suddenly shouted, "Run!" After speaking, he quickly grabbed Yi Tian and broke through the window to escape. Boom! A loud explosion sounded. Yi Tian turned his head and was instantly terrified. The rental apartment he had been living in exploded in an instant, flames soaring into the sky. However, the crisis was far from over. Bang! Beside Yi Tian, Director Su was struck by a mysterious strong figure, sent flying with blood spraying wildly. Ugh! The martial spirit level Director Su's face turned pale. He hurriedly raised his head and looked toward Yi Tian. In front of Yi Tian, a demon shrouded in black mist was slowly approaching, exuding a chilling and bone-piercing aura. Director Su's heart tightened. Just as he was about to shout for Yi Tian to run quickly, he was interrupted by Yi Tian's voice. "Uncle Su, are you okay?" "Oh no, Yi Tian's house has been blown up. He'll definitely be heartbroken when he finds out." Yi Tian's heart tightened. Director Su, ? Black Mist Demon Clan, ? The powerful demon shrouded in black mist was instantly stunned. "You're not Yi Tian," he finally spoke. Yi Tian shook his head and said, "I'm a leader from the Education Bureau, here to find Yi Tian. But it turns out Yi Tian has gone to school." The demon shrouded in black mist stared at Yi Tian, sensing his aura, and shook his head. "So young and already a warrior, not bad. Unfortunately, the person I'm looking for is Yi Tian, who I've heard has reached the 10th level of body tempering." Swish! After speaking, he instantly disappeared. Yi Tian shouted, "Hey! You haven't paid for fixing Yi Tian's house yet." Director Su looked helpless. After a while, seeing that the person shrouded in black mist did not reappear, Yi Tian finally sat on the ground, gasping heavily, his back soaked with sweat. At this moment, Director Su also rushed over from afar and remarked with emotion, "Yi Tian, I didn't expect you to remain so composed in the face of danger and even act so cleverly. You really are impressive," Director Su praised. Yi Tian waved his hand modestly and said, "It was nothing. I was just taking a gamble, betting that he hadn't seen me before. Besides, my current cultivation level is no longer at the 10th stage of body tempering but that of a martial artist, so the chances of bluffing my way through were quite high." Amid the tense atmosphere, Yi Tian gradually regained his composure. He knew that the real challenge was only just beginning. Director Su was momentarily stunned upon hearing Yi Tian's words, then praised. "Yi Tian, your mental resilience is truly exceptional. You're clever and smart, your future achievements are immeasurable. Yi Tian waved his hand, stood up, and said with a resolute gaze, "Director Su, can you submit a request to the higher-ups to assign me a personal bodyguard? The best would be someone strong, gentle, beautiful, and most importantly, obedient." Director Su was momentarily speechless, thinking to himself, this kid really dares to ask. Yi Tian continued, "Director Su, let's hurry to the school now. My talent seems to have already been discovered by many. I believe it won't be long before my portraits and photos are exposed, and the entire bright city will be in an uproar." Director Su nodded and quickly headed to the school with Yi Tian. In Bright City, a medium-sized city with a population of 5 million, the streets and alleys were abuzz with discussions about high school students awakening their talents. In previous years, people wouldn't be so excited at this time, they would only start talking after the martial arts exam concluded. However, this year, because of one person, the discussions began fervently even before the martial arts exam had started. That's right, this person is Yi Tian. Hey! Have you heard? The first training camp has a bloodline awakener this year who awakened an SSS level talent. My son told me, the awakening stone exploded at the time. That person's name seems to be Yi Tian. I've heard about it too, that Yi Tian is simply incredible. SSS level talent. It's been 10 years since anyone in Bright City awakened an S-level talent, right? This is the legendary talent. Yi Tian, truly impressive. People were all talking about Yi Tian, inquiring about various news regarding him. In an instant, he became the hot topic of discussion in Bright City. I heard the city lord's daughter really likes Yi Tian. The city lord's daughter is really beautiful. I know something even more explosive than you. Rumor has it, she fell in love with Yi Tian at first sight. But the bootlickers of the city lord's daughter beat up Yi Tian, and on the day he awakened, he was covered in blood. I heard that's not the case. Yi Tian and the city lord's daughter have another story, which is why he was covered in blood. People gossiped, chatted, and laughed, the atmosphere lively, as if the entire city revolved around Yi Tian. In front of the gate of the first training camp, Yi Tian and Director Su finally arrived. "Director Su, let's go through the main gate. No one should dare to make a move against me now," Yi Tian said confidently. "Yi Tian, it's safer if we take the back door," Director Su firmly opposed. "I don't like the feeling of using connections," Yi Tian said disdainfully. Director Su sighed helplessly, "Alright." At this moment, inside the first training camp, many experts were already waiting for Yi Tian's arrival. First training camp. Luxurious office. It could also be called the most luxurious office of the first training camp. At this moment, in the most luxurious office of the first training camp, 4 individuals with extremely powerful auras were gathered. Although they had restrained their auras. However, at this moment, Ho Tao, the director of education, and Yi Tian's instructor Chen Hua all wore solemn expressions, as if sensing an invisible pressure. In this tense atmosphere, the presence of 4 powerful figures made it hard to breathe. Apart from the familiar Mediterranean-haired Ho Tao, the director of education, and instructor Chen Hua, standing on the far right was a burly man exuding an intense aura. His dark skin gave him a rugged appearance, resembling a towering mountain. He was the representative of the Arid State Martial Arts University, named Zhang Chuzhuang. Next to him stood a man with a square face, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, exuding an elegant demeanor, like a scholar full of literary charm. He was none other than the representative of the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University, Li Rusheng. Next, a woman wearing glasses and a suit caught everyone's attention. Her demeanor was capable, and her presence was commanding. She was the representative of the Magic City Martial Arts University, Yu Jiang. On the far left, the girl with twin ponytails was the most eye-catching presence. She had a petite figure and carried a heavy iron hammer on her back, creating a striking contrast between her delicate appearance and the massive weapon. She was the representative of Zhantian Martial Arts University, Chu Loli. The principal, along with other leaders and teachers, couldn't help but feel a tinge of nervousness as they looked at these 4 powerhouses. The 4 representatives did not pay attention to Principal Ho Tao and the others, instead, they exchanged glances, showing some confusion in their eyes. Zhang Chuzhuan looked around and frowned slightly. Strange, why hasn't the representative from Nanjiang University arrived yet? Li Rusheng, standing nearby, also remarked, "This is indeed surprising. Nanjiang University is usually the first to snatch people, but this time they're actually behind." Yu Jiang furrowed his brows slightly. Could something have happened to them? Chu Loli giggled and said, "It's fine, if Nanjing Martial Arts University doesn't come, that's one less competitor, hee hee." The principal and other school leaders were also filled with doubt upon hearing this. Logically speaking, the overall strength of Nanjing Martial Arts University is on par with the 4 top martial arts universities present, so why hasn't their representative shown up yet? Could it be that they don't think highly of Yi Tian? That's absolutely impossible. Yi Tian has awakened the legendary SSS level talent. The representative from Nanjing Martial Arts University failed to attend, which is truly unexpected. However, at the moment, the principal and the others do not intend to dwell on it, as Ho Tao and the others are overjoyed. Having the representatives of the 4 most renowned and powerful universities in all of China gathered together is undoubtedly the greatest honor for the first training camp. Zhang Chuzhuang said, I heard that this student Yi Tian awakened an SSS level talent. Why do I feel like all of this is somewhat unreal? Li Rushing agreed, indeed, it's been hundreds of years since anyone awakened an SSS level talent. Yu Jiang remarked, when the school leaders saw this news, they were all stunned. Bang! Chu Loli took out a massive awakening stone from her storage ring and revealed a bright smile. *__carat, hehe, it's simple. Let's have Yi Tian tested in front of us later. The other 3 also nodded one after another, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Ho Tao and the other leaders turned red in the face upon hearing this, their hearts burning with anger. They actually suspected that the awakening stone of the first training camp had issues? However, the formidable cultivation of the 4 left Ho Tao and the others feeling helpless. Chu Loli said expectantly, it's rumored that Yi Tian has already reached the 10th stage of body tempering. I have never seen the 10th stage of body tempering before, it's truly exciting. The representatives from the other 3 universities also nodded one after another, their eyes filled with longing. Yu Jiang said, if Yi Tian has truly awakened an SSS level talent, then our magic martial is set. As long as he joins our magic martial, we can make him a true warrior within a year. At this moment, the atmosphere in the entire office instantly became heated, as the representatives of the 4 top universities eagerly awaited Yi Tian's arrival. On the side, Ho Tao and the others exchanged glances, each seeing the shock in the other's eyes. At this point, Zhang Chuzhuan beside them said, if Yi Tian awakens an SSS level talent, our Huangzhou Martial Arts University will undoubtedly pay the highest price to welcome Yi Tian to enroll. Li Rushing said slowly, student Yi Tian, if he truly awakens an SSS level talent, our Imperial Capital Martial Arts University will not only ensure he advances to warrior status within a year but also fulfill any of his conditions. Chu Loli giggled and said, hehe, if this kid Yi Tian awakens an SSS level talent, then I, the Zhantian Academy, will definitely compete with everyone here for him. The principal and the leaders exchanged glances, all looking very pleased. No matter which top school Yi Tian joined, it would only benefit them without any drawbacks. At this moment, they were simply looking forward to Yi Tian's arrival. Just then, knock, knock, knock. A voice came from outside the door, Principal, it's me, Yi Tian. I'm here. This brief sentence instantly silenced the scene. Everyone's gaze immediately focused on the doorway. Ho Tao hurried to open the door for Yi Tian. You should know, it was always others opening the door for him before. This time, Ho Tao personally opened the door for Yi Tian. The door opened, revealing Yi Tian and Director Su. At this moment, Director Su stood behind Yi Tian. Ho Tao looked at Yi Tian and immediately greeted him warmly. Yi Tian, welcome, welcome, a warm welcome indeed. Everyone is already waiting for you, Yi Tian. You're here. Ho Tao said excitedly. Yi Tian smiled and said, sorry to keep everyone waiting. The others looked at Yi Tian curiously. Suddenly, Ho Tao exclaimed, Yi Tian, you've advanced to a warrior. The rental apartment where Yi Tian previously lived had just been blown up by a powerful demon. However, at this very moment, this powerful demon was actually kneeling on the ground, begging for mercy. Immortal, spare me. Immortal, spare me. The powerful demon who had just caused destruction was now kneeling on the ground, repeatedly pleading for mercy. In front of him stood a woman wearing a veil and dressed in a flowing white glazed silk gown. Her aura was completely unfathomable. The woman looked at the demon kneeling before her, and her ethereal, melodious voice rang out, go back and tell that witch not to target Yi Tian. Yi Tian, he is mine. Yi Tian, I remember 3 days ago, weren't you at the 10th stage of body tempering? How is it that now, you've already become a martial artist? After Principal Ho Tao's exclamation, the leaders nearby, along with Yi Tian's instructor Chen Hua, couldn't help but marvel. Hearing their voices, Yi Tian smiled and said, I've been cultivating these past 2 days, had some insights, just lucky, just lucky. Ho Tao and the other leaders exchanged glances upon hearing this. Each of them was shocked. 3 days, just 3 days to become a martial artist. Other than Yi Tian, no one else could do this. Yi Tian. You truly are a genius. Exactly, it's only been 3 days. Yi Tian, your cultivation speed is simply incredible. Hao Tao, the leaders and instructors looked at Yi Tian, unable to conceal the shock in their eyes. Some leaders, including Hao Tao, were even thinking to themselves, could this be the potential of an SSS-level talent? An SSS-level talent, cultivating at such an astonishing speed. Today has truly been an eye-opener. Everyone present, including Hao Tao, the leaders, and Yi Tian's instructor Manhwa, essentially shared the same thought. In their view, Yi Tian's rapid progress in cultivation was entirely due to his SSS-level talent. The representatives from Huangzhou Martial Arts University, Zhantian Martial Arts University, Imperial Capital Martial Arts University, and Magic Capital Martial Arts University all heard Hao Tao and Chen Hua's words. At this moment, Li Rusheng, Zhang Chuzhuang, Yu Jian, and Chu Luoli looked at Yi Tian, their hearts shocked as they thought, this is indeed the aura of a martial artist. Wasn't it said earlier that he was at the 10th stage of body tempering? How did he become a martial artist so quickly? Could it be that he truly advanced from an awakener to a martial artist in just these past 2 days? The four exchanged glances, all somewhat incredulous. How could anyone become a martial artist in just 3 days? The most gifted genius would need at least a year to become a martial artist. The barrier between an awakened and a martial artist is absolutely impossible to break so easily. Becoming a martial artist in 3 days? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The four of them, at this moment, all suspected that this wasn't real. However, the four were smart enough not to say it out loud. Instead, they planned to use practical actions to expose Yi Tian. At this moment, a refined and scholarly-looking man, Li Rusheng, stepped forward, smiled at Yi Tian, and said, Yi Tian, hello, I am the representative of the Imperial Martial Arts University. Apologies, but we are somewhat uncertain about the legendary SSS-level talent. Yi Tian looked at Li Rusheng, nodded slightly, and asked, so, what do you plan to do? At this moment, Yu Jiang stepped forward, his voice firm, Yi Tian, I am a representative of the Magic City Martial Arts University. We would like to ask you to awaken your talent once again on the awakening stone in front of us. Would that be possible? Hearing Yu Jiang's words, Yi Tian glanced at Zhang Chuzhuang and Chu Luoli. Understanding their concerns, they still harbored doubts about his ability to awaken an SSS-level talent. However, Yi Tian didn't mind. SSS-level talent is like a legend, almost never witnessed firsthand, making it hard for people to believe. Yi Tian looked at the four of them and said in a deep voice, sure. He walked over to the awakening stone that Chu Luoli had brought out, pointed at it, and asked, is it this awakening stone? The four spoke in unison, yes, it's this one. Yi Tian nodded, then, under the watchful eyes of the representatives from the four top martial arts schools, placed his hand on the awakening stone. A powerful aura instantly erupted. Whoosh! A dazzling white light suddenly illuminated the entire office, leaving everyone utterly stunned. So bright. Oh! As the white light dissipated, swish 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 swish, 10 dazzling beams of light burst forth from the awakening stone. Beside him, Zhang Chuzhuang stared at the 10 beams of light and couldn't help but exclaim, damn! It's really an SSS-level talent. Li Rusheng also abandoned his usual elegance and said in astonishment, wow, it really is an SSS-level talent. The representative of Modu Martial Arts University, Yu Jian, widened his eyes in disbelief, oh my god. It's actually the legendary SSS-level talent. Chu Luoli, standing nearby, her ponytail swaying, exclaimed in amazement, 10 beams of light? This Yi Tian's talent is just incredible. At this moment, the four representatives from the nation's strongest martial arts universities were all stunned as they witnessed Yi Tian's talent on the awakening stone. Their expressions were as if they had seen an alien. The principals and leaders exchanged glances, secretly thinking, why do these four look like they've never seen the world? Li Rusheng quickly took out his phone to capture a photo of Yi Tian and the 10 beams of light on the awakening stone, along with the words Fury of the Heavenly Flame beside it. The other three also hurriedly took out their phones, snapping pictures of Yi Tian and immediately sending them to their school leaders. Soon, ding-dong. 4 phones received messages almost simultaneously. Li Rusheng's phone, Yi Tian must belong to our school, all these conditions are met. Zhang Chuzhuang's phone, remember, Yi Tian must join our school. Joining our school will allow him to enjoy all the benefits. Let him know. Yu Jiang's phone, use every possible means to bring Yi Tian into our school. If you succeed, not only will you receive a large amount of resources, but you'll also get a promotion. Chu Luoli's phone, at all costs, even if we have to snatch him, we must get Yi Tian into our school. Not long after, the leaders sent even more messages promising resources. The four put down their phones, their gazes burning like flames as they looked at Yi Tian, as if they were about to devour him. This fervent gaze sent a chill through everyone present, and Yi Tian unconsciously took half a step back. Looking at their expressions, Yi Tian calmly asked, "Do you believe in my awakened talent now?" The four exchanged glances, their faces showing a hint of embarrassment. Chu Luoli immediately stepped forward and bowed deeply. "Sorry, Yi Tian, we doubted you just now." Ho Tao and the other leaders were dumbfounded, shocked that Chu Luoli would show such great respect to Yi Tian. After all, her strength had already surpassed all of them. The other three school representatives, seeing this, cursed inwardly, "Despicable." Then, they quickly bowed to Yi Tian as well. "Yi Tian, sorry, we shouldn't have doubted you earlier." The leaders and instructors nearby were dumbfounded, completely unprepared for such a scene. Yi Tian looked at the scene before him, feeling somewhat surprised as well. He waved his hand and said calmly, "You don't need to apologize to me. Doubt is normal. After all, an SSS-level talent is indeed extremely rare." He smiled faintly, his gaze resolute. "It's good that you're being cautious." Upon hearing Yi Tian's words, the four people's goodwill toward him skyrocketed instantly, as if they had seen the dawn of hope. The four bowed to Yi Tian in unison, then slowly stood up. Yi Tian looked at the four people in front of him and couldn't help but wonder why the Nanjiang Martial Arts University, which was on par with them, hadn't sent anyone. However, he didn't want to dwell on it now. He smiled faintly, his gaze firmly fixed on the four, and said, "Tell me your terms. The more generous the offer, the more likely I'll choose your school." As soon as the words fell, the air was instantly filled with a tense atmosphere, as if swords were drawn and bows were bent. The four exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with fighting spirit, as if they were ready to erupt at any moment. "Yi Tian, come to our Huangzhou Martial Arts University." Zhang Chuzhuan leapt forward, exuding an imposing aura. Yi Tian was about to respond, but before he could open his mouth, Zhang Chuzhuan continued, "As long as you join our Huangzhou Martial Arts University, we are willing to offer you an A-level combat technique. Additionally, we can provide you with 20 million huaxia currency. How does that sound?" After Zhang Chuzhuan finished speaking, he looked smugly at the other three, as if victory was already in his grasp. The principal and other school leaders nearby were instantly overjoyed and couldn't contain their excitement. "Oh my, this offer is unprecedented. Even last year's provincial top scorer didn't get such a high deal." Exactly, last year's provincial top scorer might not have received such terms. Huangzhou Martial Arts University is really going all out this time. As everyone knows, Guangming City belongs to Nanjiang Province, and Nanjiang Province has 1,000 cities like Guangming City. However, when last year's Nanjiang Province top scorer joined Huangzhou Martial Arts University, the offer was 10 million huaxia currency plus a B-level combat technique. Now, the terms offered to Yi Tian by Huangzhou Martial Arts University clearly far exceed those given to last year's top scorer. This means that even though this year's Nanjiang Province martial arts exam has yet to begin, Yi Tian's value has already surpassed last year's top scorer. And he himself doesn't even need to take the martial arts exam. Zhang Chuzhuan's eyes gleamed as he looked at Yi Tian, as if everything was under his control. However, Yi Tian did not respond immediately. He was patiently waiting for the others to compete fiercely before adding fuel to the fire. At this moment, Li Rushing slowly stepped forward, his gaze sharp as a blade. "Zhang Chuzhuan, the conditions you offered Yi Tian are simply too stingy. Is your Huangzhou Martial Arts University always this miserly when it comes to providing resources?" Zhang Chuzhuan instantly burned with anger. "Humph. Li Rushing, what right do you have to criticize our Huangzhou Martial Arts University? Didn't you lose to us in last year's National College Martial Arts Championship?" Li Rushing snorted coldly, refusing to back down. "This year, your Huangzhou Martial Arts University may not necessarily outperform our Imperial Capital Martial Arts University in the National College Martial Arts Championship. Last year, we were just careless." Li Rushing no longer dwelled on the matter. He turned to Yi Tian and said firmly, "Yi Tian, if you come to our Imperial Capital Martial Arts University, I can guarantee that your treatment will definitely be better than at the Wild State Martial Arts University." Yi Tian raised an eyebrow slightly. "Treatment?" Li Rushing continued, "We are also willing to offer you an A-level combat technique, plus 30 million huaxia currency." Just as Yi Tian was about to respond, Yu Jiang suddenly stepped forward and sneered, The conditions you two are offering don't seem generous enough." Li Rushing and Zhang Chuzhuang exchanged glances and sneered. "Then why don't you tell us, what resources are you offering Yi Tian?" Yu Jiang, full of confidence, smiled faintly. "As long as Yi Tian comes to our Magic City Martial Arts University, we are willing to offer him an A-grade combat technique, plus 50 million huaxia currency." After she finished speaking, she looked triumphantly at the other two, as if victory was already in her grasp. At this moment, Ho Tao and the leaders present were already in a frenzy. Wow, these conditions are simply beyond the treatment given to last year's National Martial Arts Exam champion. Exactly, last year's National Martial Arts Exam champion was offered 40 million huaxia currency plus an A-grade combat technique, and now Yi Tian's treatment has completely surpassed theirs. In the eyes of Ho Tao and the other leaders present, there was only envy and anticipation. Yi Tian nodded slightly. At this moment, Chu Loli refused to be outdone. How can your benefits compare to those of our Zhantian Martial Arts University? She looked at Yi Tian, smiling brightly. Yi Tian, if you join our Zhantian Martial Arts University, we will not only offer you an A-level combat technique but also a B-level combat technique, 2 combat techniques in total. Additionally, we'll give you 50 million huaxia currency. As soon as these words were spoken, the other three fell silent, and the atmosphere instantly became extremely tense. The three of them never expected that the Zhantian Martial Arts University, where Chu Loli was, would be so generous this time. In the past, Zhantian Martial Arts University had always been the stingiest among the top universities. But this time, for Yi Tian, they actually surpassed all other top martial arts universities. This is enough to show how valuable Yi Tian is now. The leaders on the side were dumbfounded, exclaiming one after another, "Damn! Even if I worked my whole life to the bone, I might not be able to achieve this. You should be more realistic, you wouldn't get it even in 2 lifetimes. I think even 3 lifetimes might not be enough." The others present listened, all utterly shocked. They had never imagined that China's top universities would be so generous with resources for Yi Tian. Li Rusheng, Zhang Chuzhuang, Chu Luoli, and Yu Jiang stared intently at Yi Tian, their eyes filled with anticipation. At this moment, the others in the first training camp office were also looking at Yi Tian with great anticipation. Yi Tian faced everyone's gaze with a calm expression. He looked at the 4 people and slowly said, "What do you think? How do I compare to the national top scorer in the martial arts college entrance exam?" Hearing Yi Tian's words, the 4 pondered for a moment. Li Rusheng slowly said, "Yi Tian, do you know that our huaxia has many top-tier families and military geniuses?" Yi Tian nodded. Li Rusheng continued, "Student Yi Tian, those children from noble families have affluent backgrounds and numerous martial artists in their clans. Moreover, their families possess abundant resources, so they complete their awakening early. Their awakening usually happens 6 or 7 years earlier than ordinary people, or even earlier." Yi Tian listened quietly as Chu Luoli continued. "Some of the children from these noble families have already become martial artists by the time of the martial arts entrance exam. Some, with extraordinary talent, even enter school directly as martial generals. So, student Yi Tian, although you are a martial artist now, your strength might still be insufficient compared to them." The 4 people nodded one after another. Yi Tian also nodded and asked, "Have you ever seen someone become a martial artist from an awakened one in just 3 days?" The 4 exchanged glances and all shook their heads. It takes at least a year for an awakened to become a warrior, and that was a record set by a genius in the imperial capital 5 years ago. Li Rusheng recalled and said slowly. Yi Tian smiled and said, "Now you've seen it. I completed the transformation from awakened to warrior in just 3 days." The 4 of them exclaimed in shock. "How is that possible? Are you joking?" Yi Tian smiled faintly. "You can ask the principal and director Su over there." The 4 of them looked at the principal nearby, and the people around responded one after another. "Yeah, Yi Tian is right. He really did become an awakened just 3 days ago from being an ordinary person. And now he's already a martial artist. Yi Tian is truly a super genius." People began discussing one after another, and the 4 grew increasingly shocked as they listened. They had never seen anyone like Yi Tian who cultivated at such a rapid pace. Immediately after, Yi Tian looked at the 4 and smiled, saying, "I'd like to ask you, is there only one national martial arts exam champion each year?" Li Rusheng and Zhang Chuzhuang spoke in unison. "Of course. Naturally, it happens every year." Yi Tian heard their response and then asked with a smile, "What about those who awaken SSS level talents? Doesn't it happen every year?" Hearing Yi Tian's question, Chu Loli, Yu Jiang, and the others trembled all over. Everyone was instantly stunned by this question. The excitement is about to begin. Looking at the 4 silent individuals, Yi Tian smiled faintly, his tone exuding confidence. "Now, do you still think the previous national top scorer compares to me?" A moment of silence. Chu Loli raised her head, looked directly at Yi Tian, and slowly said, "Yi Tian, you are right. You completed the breakthrough from awakened to warrior in just 3 days, proving that your cultivation talent is indeed extraordinary. We underestimated the power of SSS level talent. The four of them nodded in agreement. They now firmly believed that Yi Tian's ability to undergo such a transformation in just 3 days was entirely due to his SSS level talent. Next, Li Rusheng also nodded, his gaze resolutely fixed on Yi Tian. Yi Tian, what you said makes sense. Every year there are top scorers nationwide, but someone like you, who has awakened the legendary SSS level talent, has been the only one in all these years. Zhang Chuzhuang and Yu Jiang nodded in agreement from the side, their eyes filled with admiration. Yi Tian looked at them, his tone firm. Hurry up and report this to the higher-ups. Just tell them that after awakening my SSS level talent, it only took me 3 days to advance from an awakener to a warrior. The four people nodded in agreement after hearing Yi Tian's words, their admiration for him deepening even further. Not long after, they relayed this shocking news to their superiors. Zhang Chuzhuang specifically mentioned Yi Tian's talent. Every year there are top scorers in the martial arts college entrance exam, but only Yi Tian has awakened an SSS level talent. About an hour later, the leaders finally sent their message, which was about Yi Tian's resources. Li Rusheng, Zhang Chuzhuang, Yu Jiang, and Chuluoli looked at their phones, their eyes widening instantly, unable to hide their shock. The four of them looked up at Yi Tian and sighed one after another. Yi Tian, you're going to make it big. So many resources, Yi Tian. You've directly become a tycoon. Yi Tian, you're amazing. The principal and other leaders nearby were completely puzzled, but Yi Tian already had a hunch in his heart. Yi Tian smiled and asked, "Everyone, what are the conditions?" Zhang Chuzhuang immediately responded, "Yi Tian, as long as you join our Arid State Martial Arts University, we'll not only give you 50 million Huaxia currency, but also gift you a set of S-grade combat techniques." Upon hearing S-grade combat techniques, the principal and other leaders present were all stunned. Holy crap! S-grade combat techniques. This is the legendary top-tier combat technique. I've never seen an S-rank combat technique in my entire life. So this is how valuable Yi Tian is. At this moment, the principal, the leaders, and Director Su, who had been protecting Yi Tian all along, all revealed expressions of envy in their eyes. Yi Tian was surprised. He had thought he would receive more Huaxia currency, but unexpectedly, not only that, his combat technique had also been directly upgraded from Grade A to Grade S. At this moment, Li Rusheng stepped forward, his face full of sincerity. Yi Tian, our Imperial Capital Martial Arts University sincerely invites you. We are willing to offer you 60 million Huaxia currency, plus an S-level combat technique. This made Chu Loli's eyes flash with a hint of brilliance. She looked at Yi Tian gently. Yi Tian, our Zhantian Martial Arts University also warmly welcomes you. Our terms are the same as those of the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University. But, I can help you find a beautiful senior. As she spoke, Chu Loli gave a playful smile, her gaze soft and captivating. This drew the attention of everyone present, even Yi Tian couldn't help but glance at her a few more times. Yu Jiang suddenly burst into laughter. Yi Tian, our Magic City Martial Arts University sincerely invites you to join. As long as you come, our Magic Martial University will directly offer you 80 million Huaxia currency plus a set of S-level combat techniques. Moreover, Yi Tian, I can be your girlfriend. After speaking, Yu Jiang threw Yi Tian a flirtatious glance, instantly heating up the atmosphere. Yi Tian glanced at Yu Jiang. The black suit outlined her graceful figure, making her particularly captivating. Zhang Chuzhuang teased, "Troublesome woman." Li Rusheng couldn't help but laugh, hee hee. Chu Loli, on the other hand, had a look of disdain, *trash. The others looked at Yi Tian, their envy becoming even more apparent. At this moment, everyone's gaze was fixed on Yi Tian, eagerly anticipating which school he would choose. Feeling the expectant gazes of the crowd, Yi Tian had already made up his mind. He raised his head slightly, ready to respond to this tense moment. "I choose the demon. Nanjiang Martial Arts University." Just as Yi Tian was about to finish his sentence, he was suddenly interrupted by a voice as melodious as a heavenly tune. That voice, like a flowing spring, carried an irresistible charm that instantly captured everyone's attention. Unconsciously, everyone turned their heads, their gazes focusing on the doorway. At that moment, a woman walked in slowly, as if bringing light with her, illuminating the entire space. "Oh!" An exclamation of amazement rang out, and everyone simultaneously widened their eyes, including Yi Tian. The woman before them had a well-proportioned figure and was dressed in a snow-white long dress, as if she had stepped out of a fairyland. Her skin was as delicate as snow, seemingly so fragile that a gentle touch might shatter it. Her straight, elegant nose and graceful brows and eyes exuded an unparalleled beauty. The woman's eyes sparkled like a galaxy, as if they held countless secrets, and every exchange of glances made hearts race. Her lips were as delicate as flower petals, and with a slight smile, it felt as though the entire world had come to a standstill. At this moment, everyone around was captivated by her beauty, a strong sense of inferiority welling up in their hearts. "Is this some kind of celestial being?" someone murmured. "How could such a stunning beauty exist in this world? How could I possibly compare to her?" Li Rusheng and another young scholar exchanged glances, their faces involuntarily flushing as a wave of inferiority surged within them. Meanwhile, Yu Jiang and Chu Luoli stood frozen in place, silently marveling in their hearts. Their beauty seemed pale and powerless in the presence of this woman. "Yi Tian, hello." The woman walked up to Yi Tian, her voice ethereal and melodious, like the first ray of sunlight at dawn. "Would you be willing to join Nanjiang Martial Arts University and become one of us?" Yi Tian was stunned by this sudden invitation, his heart surging with overwhelming waves. He had never imagined he could converse with such an extraordinary beauty, let alone join the illustrious institution she represented. At this moment, a strong sense of determination and anticipation ignited within him. Li Rusheng, Yu Jiang, and the others stared at the fairy-like woman, stunned. When did Nanjiang Martial Arts University have a fairy-like woman like this? I have no idea. I've never heard of her. Why does Nanjiang Martial Arts University have such a fairy, but we at Magic Martial don't? This woman is simply too beautiful. The four of them stared intently at the stunning woman in a snow-white dress standing before Yi Tian, marveling in their hearts. At the same time, they were also wondering, when did South River Martial Arts University have such a fairy-like beauty appear? The leaders of the first training camp were also captivated by the woman before them, exclaiming in amazement, "There is actually such a beautiful fairy in the world. Indeed, today was truly worth living. This fairy is simply too beautiful. It feels like all the beauty in the world shines even brighter because of her. Turns out a woman can be so stunningly beautiful. She is the most beautiful person I have ever seen." The leaders' exclamations of amazement kept echoing. "Those women I've seen before are simply ordinary and unremarkable in front of her. That's right. Compared to her, those women are just like mortals. I always feel like she's a fairy who descended from the heavens." Yu Jiang and Chu Loli beside her couldn't help but lower their heads. "She's so beautiful. Compared to her, we look so plain. How can she be this beautiful?" In front of Yi Tian, the white-dressed fairy made Yu Jiang and Chu Loli feel an overwhelming sense of inferiority. At this moment, everyone's gaze was fixed on this fairy-like woman. However, the woman's eyes were focused solely on Yi Tian. The fairy-like woman looked at Yi Tian and softly said, "Yi Tian, would you consider coming to our Nanjiang Martial Arts University?" Her voice was ethereal and melodious, as if it were a celestial sound drifting down from the heavens. Yi Tian stared at the fairy before him, momentarily dazed. In his previous life, he had seen countless beauties, but he was certain he had never encountered anyone as extraordinary as the woman before him, akin to a goddess. Looking at the fairy before him, Yi Tian's heart unexpectedly stirred with a trace of emotion. He did not answer directly but instead asked, "Fairy, what is your name?" The woman, as graceful as a fairy, heard Yi Tian's words, and her ethereal voice sounded again, "Mu Xian Yun." Upon hearing this, Yi Tian nodded and a smile curved at the corner of his mouth. What a beautiful name. However, when Li Rusheng and the others heard the name Mu Xian Yun, they were instantly stunned, then became so excited they almost jumped up. Heavens! Mu Xian Yun! Isn't that the legendary fairy Xian Yun? It should be her. To see her here today, it's simply unbelievable. At this moment, Yu Jiang, Chu Loli, and others were overwhelmed with excitement. Meanwhile, the others nearby were puzzled by their excitement. Then, Yu Jiang, Chu Loli, Li Rusheng, and others all knelt on one knee and respectfully said, "Yu Jiang from Magic City Martial Arts University, pays respects to Immortal Cloud Fairy. Li Rusheng from the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University pays respects to Fairy Xian Yun. Chu Luoli from the Zhantian Martial Arts University pays respects to Fairy Xian Yun. From the Wild State Martial Arts University, pays respects to Fairy Xian Yun." The four respectfully knelt on one knee before Mu Xian Yun, their faces filled with devotion. The eyes of Director Su, the principal, and the other leaders nearby were almost popping out. They never expected that this figure, who was as powerful as a city lord in their eyes, would kneel on one knee before this fairy-like woman. Moreover, judging by their expressions, they were filled with reverence. Bang, bang, bang. The principal and the others finally came to their senses. Although they were confused, they hurriedly knelt down as well. "Yi Tian, At this moment, one of the leaders, a man who usually studies teaching materials, exclaimed, "I know who she is. She has appeared in our textbooks. Mu Xianyun, Fairy Xianyun. There are several pages about her in the textbooks." The principal and others were deeply shocked upon hearing this. Mu Xianyun, known to the world as Fairy Xianyun. Nanjiang Martial Arts University owes its place as one of the top 5 universities in China largely to her contributions. She, Mu Xianyun, though not the president of Nanjiang Martial Arts University, is more influential than one. Mu Xianyun's strength is rumored to have reached an incredible level. One of the top combat forces in Huaxia. Back then, after the full-scale war between the human race and the demon race broke out, Mu Xianyun, the immortal cloud fairy, single-handedly and forcefully slew the 8 demon saints of the demon race. It should be noted that the 8 demon saints of the demon race at that time had once struck fear into several martial saints. At that time, the 8 demon saints of the demon clan wreaked havoc, leaving the entire human clan almost in shambles, with the situation on the brink of collapse. It was at this critical moment that Mu Xianyun appeared like a ray of dawn, instantly turning the tide of the battle. The demon clan's assault came to an abrupt halt, and the human clan turned defeat into victory. From that moment on, Mu Xianyun's name swept across the entire continent like a storm. However, Mu Xianyun had no interest in fame. Her heart was set on only one place, Nanjiang, where she had grown up. Despite being invited by both the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University and the Magic Capital Martial Arts University to serve as their president, she declined them all. She disliked the hustle and bustle of the big cities and only wished to quietly stay at Nanjiang Martial Arts University. To retain her, Nanjiang Martial Arts University went out of its way to provide her with the best villa, a generous salary, and special privileges, allowing her to enjoy a leisurely life every day. Because of this, Mu Xianyun no longer paid attention to the outside world, and few people knew of her existence. But none of this stopped the global pursuit of the Fairy Xianyun by powerful individuals. In particular, the geniuses of several major families in Huaxia and the president of the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University were especially eager to win her favor. At this moment, Li Rushang and the other 3 were utterly shocked. Fairy Xianyun actually personally invited Yi Tian to Nanjiang Martial Arts University. Oh my God, is Yi Tian truly a heaven-defying existence? Yu Jiang and the others were overwhelmed with emotions, instantly realizing the significance of this opportunity. They quickly took out their phones, attempting to share this exciting news. Fairy Xianyun from Nanjiang Martial Arts University personally came to invite Yi Tian. Unfortunately, the message seemed to be swallowed and couldn't be sent out at all. Mu Xianyun smiled faintly, her gaze soft as she looked at Yi Tian. Yi Tian, what do you think? Would you like to join my Nanjiang Martial Arts University? Yi Tian glanced at Li Rushang and the others, recalling their earlier reactions, and a surge of emotion rose in his heart. What about the resources? Yi Tian asked. Mu Xianyun waved her hand, exuding boundless confidence. I'll give you 80 million Huaxia currency, plus an S-class combat technique. With such resources, this is absolutely top-tier magic martial. As soon as these words were spoken, Yu Jiang, the representative of magic martial standing nearby, felt a pang of unease in her heart. However, she dared not say a word, as Mu Xianyun's reputation was as resounding as thunder. Yi Tian nodded, took a deep breath, and looked at Mu Xianyun with unwavering determination. Fairy, may I take you as my master? As soon as the words fell, everyone was once again shocked to the core, their hearts pounding wildly. At this moment, Yi Tian's future seemed destined to be extraordinary with this single question. Hearing Yi Tian's words, everyone stared at him fixedly, as if he were a deity descending from the heavens. Li Rushang widened his eyes in shock and said, "This student Yi Tian is actually so brave." Yu Jiang was also stunned. Fairy Xianyun, she never takes disciples. Chuluwali stared at Yi Tian intently and murmured, "Student Yi Tian is truly a bold person. He actually wants Fairy Xianyun to take him as a disciple." Several individuals are representatives of the strongest martial arts university in China, and they have a deep understanding of top-tier experts like Mu Xianyun. It is rumored that she has never taken on a disciple in her life, let alone interacted with men. Li Rushang, Yu Jiang, and Chuluwali exchanged glances, their eyes revealing disdain. It seems that classmate Yi Tian is about to get scolded. He is indeed a bit reckless. If Fairy Xianyun truly wants to take on a disciple, many powerful figures would rush to become her apprentice. That's right. Fairy Xianyun is a figure of celestial status. The 4 of them did not think highly of Yi Tian and unanimously believed that Fairy Xianyun would not accept a disciple. The principal and others nearby were also startled by Yi Tian's actions, secretly thinking that Fairy Xianyun would definitely not accept this student. At this moment, Yi Tian looked at Mu Xianyun with a determined gaze and said earnestly, "Fairy Xianyun, please accept me as your disciple." Mu Xianyun was taken aback, clearly not expecting Yi Tian to be so bold as to want to become her disciple. She stared at Yi Tian's serious and determined face, then shook her head and said, "I never take students." Li Rusheng, Yu Jiang, Shu Loli, and the others immediately nodded. "See, I told you Yi Tian couldn't possibly succeed. Someone like Fairy Bingyun, how could she possibly take someone as her disciple?" "Exactly, I heard that a young master from an aristocratic family wanted to apprentice under Fairy Bingyun, but he was directly rejected. That young master kept pestering her, and in the end, he was even crippled by Fairy Bingyun." Several people were filled with awe, while also feeling a trace of sympathy for Yi Tian. The leaders nearby likewise felt a sense of regret for Yi Tian. However, Yi Tian showed no sign of fear. He looked at Mu Xianyun again and said firmly, "Fairy Xianyun, you want me to go to Nanjiang Martial Arts University, but you refuse to let me become your disciple. Then going to Nanjiang Martial Arts University would be no different from going to any other school, right? Fairy, your school needs to be competitive." Mu Xianyun frowned slightly. "I can find the best professor in Nanjiang Martial Arts University to teach you." Yi Tian shook his head, his gaze sharp. "To me, the best teacher in Nanjiang Martial Arts University is only you, Fairy Xianyun." Mu Xianyun said helplessly, "I have never taught students before." Yi Tian said firmly, "Fairy Xianyun, in Nanjiang Martial Arts University, I only trust you. I don't trust other professors." Mu Xianyun was startled. "You haven't met them yet, how do you know they're not suitable?" Yi Tian said affectionately, "The moment I saw you, Fairy, I knew they weren't suitable." Fairy Xianyun fell silent, her heart surging with emotions. Yi Tian continued, "I only trust you, Fairy Xianyun." Mu Xianyun shook her head again, "I like being alone quietly." Yi Tian immediately responded, "I can cultivate quietly, I won't disturb you." Mu Xianyun, "If you can cultivate quietly, what use is there in taking me as your master?" Yi Tian was momentarily stunned. After a brief daze, he said firmly, "Fairy Xianyun, I awakened an SSS level talent, which is a legendary talent." Mu Xianyun nodded, "I know, otherwise I wouldn't have come to you personally." Yi Tian added, "If I join Mo Wu University, not only can I get 80 million huaxia currency and an S-level combat technique, but Senior Yu Jiang can also become my girlfriend. But it seems that Nanjiang Martial Arts University hasn't offered me a girlfriend." He looked at Mu Xianyun, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. Mu Xianyun said softly, "The fact that you've awakened the legendary SSS talent will eventually spread throughout China. By then, who knows how many women will come to pursue you. Do you only want to find one girlfriend? Young man, sometimes you shouldn't give up an entire forest for the sake of one tree." Yi Tian was shaken by Fairy Xianyun's words, unable to recover for a long time. Yi Tian looked at Mu Xianyun, a serious yet mischievous smile unconsciously appearing on his face. "Fairy, you're so naughty, I really like it." Mu Xianyun. Yu Jiang, standing to the side, blushed deeply, his heart filled with mixed emotions, unsure how to respond. However, Yu Jiang knew in his heart that Mu Xianyun was indeed telling the truth. When Yi Tian's SSS level talent awakened and spread, many women began to pursue him. Yi Tian still refused to give up and continued to say, "Fairy Xianyun, haven't you also taken on students before?" Mu Xianyun nodded, seemingly pondering. Seeing this, Yi Tian's eyes sparkled with determination. "I have never had a master." Mu Xianyun, and then? Yi Tian continued. "We're all first-timers. Fairy, you've never taken a student before, and I've never had a master. Then why not give it a try?" Everyone, "Oh, wow." On the side, Li Rusheng and Yu Jiang exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. They had originally thought Yi Tian was a quiet and reserved person, but they never expected his eloquence to be so remarkable. Mu Xianyun looked at Yi Tian, her voice like a heavenly melody. "Yi Tian, do you really want to take me as your master? Do you truly long to become my student?" Upon hearing Mu Xianyun's words, Yi Tian replied without hesitation, "I do." Mu Xianyun stared at Yi Tian, the air filled with a tense atmosphere, and remained silent for a long time. Finally, Mu Xianyun spoke. "Yi Tian, can I ask you a question?" Yi Tian raised an eyebrow. "Why should I answer you?" Mu Xianyun. Everyone nearby was stunned, clearly not expecting Yi Tian to be so bold. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Mu Xianyun's mouth. "As long as you give me the answer I want, I will take you as my only student." At this moment, the people around widened their eyes, not expecting Fairy Xianyun to say such words. Yi Tian nodded, alright. Mu Xianyun looked at him and said slowly. Yi Tian, you've awakened an SSS level talent. This talent is too dazzling. Aren't you afraid that enemies might target you? The others fell into deep thought upon hearing this sentence. Yi Tian smiled faintly and replied. Fairy, there is a subtle balance in this world. His voice was as resonant as a great bell, drawing everyone's attention. Mu Xianyun watched him, quietly waiting. Yi Tian continued. I awakened an SSS level talent, which will indeed attract powerful enemies, but at the same time, there will also be powerful people to protect me, because only then can a balance be formed. Mu Xianyun was puzzled. Then why not just kill you and continue maintaining the balance of this world? Yi Tian chuckled lightly. My talent is rare in the world, and the limits I can reach surpass many strong individuals. My appearance has brought them greater hope. How could they easily destroy me? On the contrary, I will gain more opportunities. Human desire is endless. Yi Tian gave Mu Xianyun a meaningful look, his eyes shimmering with a light of wisdom. Mu Xianyun's heart trembled slightly. He hadn't expected Yi Tian to see through things so thoroughly. The principal's office instantly fell into silence. Clearly, Yi Tian's words just now had plunged everyone into deep thought. Just as everyone was pondering, Mu Xianyun suddenly said something shocking. Yi Tian, would you be willing to become my one and only student? Upon hearing this, everyone abruptly raised their heads. Did I just hear that correctly? Fairy Yun Xian wants to take Yi Tian as her sole student. My goodness! Is this true? Did I hear that wrong? You didn't hear wrong, I heard it too. Yu Jiang, Li Rusheng, and the other two exchanged glances, their hearts surging with shock like a tidal wave. At this moment, everyone suddenly looked up, their gazes fixed on Mu Xianyun and Yi Tian. I am willing. Yi Tian answered without hesitation. Hearing Yi Tian's response, Mu Xianyun smiled faintly and nodded, saying, good. Swish. Mu Xianyun gently waved her sleeve, and a white jade instantly appeared in Yi Tian's hand. This white jade, shaped like a white cloud, is called White Cloud Jade. Yi Tian held the white jade, his heart suddenly trembling, because he felt a powerful energy fluctuation within this jade. Swish! A gust of wind swept by, and Mu Xianyun whisked Yi Tian away, vanishing instantly before everyone's eyes. Why did Fairy Xianyun take Yi Tian away? Exactly, disappearing so suddenly like this. Director Su, the principal, and the other leaders stood there dumbfounded, their eyes wide and mouths agape. Zhang Chuzhuang, Li Rusheng, Yu Jian, and Chu Luoli exchanged glances, secretly shocked, and quickly lowered their heads to start sending messages. Zhang Chuzhuang, Yi Tian has already entered Nanjiang Martial Arts University and has been accepted as the sole disciple of Fairy Xianyun. Li Rusheng, Fairy Xianyun from Nanjiang Martial Arts University personally came to take Yi Tian as her only student. Yu Jian, the resources of Nanjiang Martial Arts University are the same as ours, and Fairy Xianyun has now regarded Yi Tian as her sole student. Chu Luoli, Yi Tian has already been admitted to Nanjiang Martial Arts University by Fairy Xianyun. The four of them quickly spread the news. After Fairy Xianyun left, the messages they sent no longer got stuck, and were quickly delivered. The news from above arrived swiftly. Arid State Martial Arts University Admissions Office. What? Immortal Cloud Fairy has appeared and accepted Yi Tian as her sole student. This Yi Tian is actually so impressive. He managed to be accepted as a student by Immortal Cloud Fairy. We are already aware, thank you for your efforts. Come back. Zheng Quazwang, received. Admissions Office of Zhantian Martial Arts University. Is the information accurate? Isn't Fairy Xianyun known for never accepting disciples? Loli Chu, I saw it with my own eyes. We need to verify. Imperial Capital Martial Arts University Admissions Office. Are you kidding me internationally? How could Fairy Yun accept a disciple? Li Rusheng, Li Rusheng, have never exaggerated in my entire life. Imperial Capital Martial Arts University Admissions Office. I understand, come back. Li Rusheng, Magic City Martial Arts University Admissions Office. Fairy Yun Xianzi is actually accepting students. Looks like a major upheaval is coming to Huaxia. Yu Jiang, this time it's not your fault for the recruitment. Even Fairy Xianyun showed up, so it's normal that we couldn't compete. Yu Jiang, you've worked hard. Come back. Yu Jiang, alright. The four of them sent their messages, finished their conversation, and exchanged smiles. Zhang Chuzhuang said, it seems that a storm is brewing in Huaxia. Even Fairy Xianyun has taken on her only student. Yi Tian is definitely extraordinary. Li Rusheng, what Huaxia lacks the least are geniuses. This Yi Tian may not be able to stir up much trouble. Yu Jiang shook his head, disagreeing with Li Ruxing's opinion. Yi Tian has awakened the strongest talent and is now favored by Fairy Xian Yun. He is definitely different. That's the Fairy Yun immortal. Anyone she takes a liking to is definitely extraordinary. After Yu Jiang finished speaking, the other three fell silent, because they realized that what Yu Jiang said was absolutely true. For someone to catch the eye of the Fairy Yun immortal, this Yi Tian must be anything but simple. At this moment, Chu Loli giggled and said, "Hee ****, I really hope Yi Tian can turn the whole world upside down. That must be exciting. I have a feeling that with Yi Tian's appearance, global martial arts will undergo a tremendous change," Chu Loli prophesied. Hearing Chu Loli's prophecy, the other three couldn't help but tense up, because Chu Loli's prophecy has never failed. After a brief conversation with the leaders, the four quickly left. They knew very well that the news of Fairy Xian Yun taking Yi Tian as her sole student would shock countless powerful figures. Seeing this, Director Su, who was protecting Yi Tian, also quickly left to report to the mayor of Xian City. First Training Camp Office. Ho Tao looked at the group of leaders, his tone firm. Today, the matter of Fairy Xian Yun accepting Yi Tian as her sole student should not be publicized for now. We need to wait for news from Nanjiang Martial Arts University. The other training camp leaders nodded one after another, secretly filled with anticipation. Immediately, Ho Tao continued. Now, first go to the Education Bureau to inform the director and tell him everything about this matter. Then, everyone will discuss the reward for Yi Tian together. This year, Yi Tian's rewards should be numerous. This year, the rewards Yi Tian receives will surely surpass those of any previous year. In a secluded spot with no one around, Yi Tian and Mu Xian Yun stood quietly, the surrounding air seeming to grow tense and mysterious. Yi Tian glanced around, his eyes flickering with surprise, his heart filled with both anticipation and unease. "Teacher, why did you bring me here?" Yi Tian's voice was clear and resolute, as if yearning for some kind of answer. Mu Xian Yun was slightly taken aback upon hearing the word teacher. A ripple stirred in her heart, but she quickly regained her composure. Her voice was as melodious as a spring in the morning light. "Yi Tian, since we are now teacher and student, there are some things I must be honest with you about." "Teacher, please speak," Yi Tian said eagerly, his eyes fixed on her with full attention. Mu Xian Yun's gaze was resolute. "Now that we are teacher and student, I want to tell you that I have never taken on a student before. I also don't know how to teach. If I end up delaying your studies, you mustn't blame me." Yi Tian's heart tightened for a moment, but he quickly responded with determination. "Teacher, I trust you completely. With you here, my studies will definitely not be delayed." His eyes sparkled with an unyielding belief, as if at that moment, the relationship between master and disciple was not merely about teaching and learning, but a profound intertwining of fate. Yi Tian felt as though an invisible force surged within him, a force that made him believe that with Mu Xianyun's guidance, his future would be incredibly bright. Yi Tian silently recited in his heart, "I acknowledge you as my master because of who you are. First, your strength is formidable, and you can be my pillar of support. Second, you are simply too beautiful." Mu Xianyun listened, nodded slightly, and felt secretly pleased in her heart. "Teacher, I want to know, why do you want me to enter Nanjiang Martial Arts University?" Yi Tian asked. "Because you have awakened an SSS level talent." Mu Xianyun's voice was firm and clear. "Your cultivation potential far exceeds mine." Yi Tian asked again, "Teacher, what is your talent?" Mu Xianyun proudly replied, "I am SS level, Aquatic Horizon." "Wow, SS level talent, teacher, you are truly amazing," Yi Tian exclaimed in awe. Mu Xianyun shook his head and said calmly, "My talent is already nearing its limit. Letting you enter Nanjiang Martial Arts University is in hopes of forming a good bond with you. When you become strong in the future, you might be able to help me." Yi Tian said earnestly, "Teacher, when I become strong, I will definitely help you." Mu Xianyun smiled faintly, the corners of her mouth forming a captivating curve. "Take out the white jade I just gave you." Yi Tian immediately took out the cloud-shaped jade from his chest, his face full of anticipation. Mu Xianyun said seriously, "This white cloud jade, when worn, can protect your life. Now, drip a drop of blood on it." Yi Tian, upon hearing this, instinctively let a drop of blood fall onto the jade. Mu Xianyun continued, "This white cloud jade contains 10 of my attacks. When you encounter an enemy you cannot handle, it will automatically launch an attack. At the same time, I can also sense your location and come to your rescue in time." Yi Tian was deeply shaken. Clutching the white cloud jade tightly, he understood its significance. At this moment, he looked at Mu Xianyun, tears welling up in his eyes, and said earnestly, "Teacher, you have been so kind to me. I have nothing to repay you with. I am willing to devote myself to you. Before the voice had faded, the atmosphere around turned chillingly cold. Mu Xianyun let out a cold smile, her tone calm yet exuding authority. I've treated you so well, and yet you harbor ill intentions toward me? Yi Tian felt a wave of coldness and hurriedly explained, Teacher, absolutely not. I just want to dedicate everything I have to you. Mu Xianyun shook her head. No need. Men, not a single one is good. Yi Tian was stunned and asked in confusion, Teacher, have you been hurt by a man? Mu Xianyun shook her head and said calmly, Since I was young, my teacher told me that men are the worst creatures in this world and told me to stay away from them. Yi Tian slowly said, Your grandmaster must have been hurt by a man. Mu Xianyun. Teacher, I'm a man too. Why did you take me as your disciple? Yi Tian asked in confusion. Mu Xianyun sized him up and calmly said, You are a boy now, but you are not yet a man. After hearing this, Yi Tian's face flushed slightly. Mu Xianyun continued, Yi Tian, the path of cultivation requires focused practice. Falling in love will only bring you pain. Teacher, how do you know falling in love is painful? You haven't been in love yourself. Yi Tian retorted. Mu Xianyun said solemnly, I've lived through so many years, witnessing countless couples break up painfully both in college and in society. It often leaves me feeling helpless. Sometimes, seeing them cry their hearts out, it truly seems laughable. Yi Tian was left speechless and could only listen quietly. Mu Xianyun continued, So, Yi Tian, there's no need for you to fall in love. You've awakened an SSS level supreme talent. You must train diligently, reach the pinnacle of martial arts, and by then, you can do whatever you want. Yi Tian looked at Mu Xianyun, a surge of impulse rising in his heart, and blurted out, Teacher, can I betray my master and ancestors? At that moment, a fierce wind suddenly arose around them, and the temperature plummeted. A trace of killing intent flashed in Mu Xianyun's eyes. Teacher, I was just asking casually. Yi Tian hurriedly begged for mercy, I was wrong, really wrong. The surrounding chill gradually dissipated, and Yi Tian let out a sigh of relief, secretly feeling fortunate. Mu Xianyun looked at Yi Tian, her eyes full of anticipation and hope. Yi Tian, I hope you can train seriously and not waste such a great talent. Mu Xianyun's tone carried a hint of expectation. When you become strong, you can have any kind of woman you want. Her words were undoubtedly a motivation for Yi Tian. Yi Tian heard this and secretly thought to himself, wait until I become stronger? I wonder if the teacher will be surprised? Of course, he didn't dare to say this directly in front of his teacher, as Mu Xianyun's strength filled him with awe. Teacher, when will the resources you promised me arrive? Yi Tian asked eagerly, calculating in his mind about awakening his SSS level talent, knowing it would attract the attention of many powerful figures. Not bad, knowing to cultivate and improve your strength. Mu Xianyun nodded in satisfaction. After their college entrance martial arts exams are over, the Huaxia currency and admission notice promised to you will be delivered. Teacher, what about the S-level combat technique? Yi Tian's eyes sparkled with a glow of desire. An S-rank combat technique is too precious, Mu Xianyun said seriously. When you come to the school, I'll explain it to you in detail. Then when should I come to the school? Yi Tian asked eagerly. Mu Xianyun pondered for a moment and gave him options. You can come like the other students, in 2 or 3 months as scheduled. Or, you can come after the martial exam ends in a few days. Alright, teacher, I'll come find you a few days after the martial exam, Yi Tian said firmly. Swish. After Mu Xianyun nodded, her figure flickered and instantly disappeared. Yi Tian stared at the spot where she vanished and couldn't help but mutter to himself, is this what it means to be a peerless powerhouse? His gaze gradually grew resolute as he silently vowed in his heart, one day, I will not only become such a peerless powerhouse but also surpass them and control their fates. Thinking of Mu Xianyun's unparalleled beauty, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Yi Tian's eyes. Yi Tian arrived at a luxurious hotel in Bright City. This was because his previous residence had been attacked and was no longer habitable. Compared to other places, high-end hotels were safer and had excellent soundproofing, making them ideal for him to focus on his cultivation. Originally, Yi Tian's welfare allowance could not cover the expenses here, but now he is a millionaire. The compensation from Zhang Xia, Wang Chang, and Lu Yuan made him rich overnight. Lu Yuan's family even provided him with 3 million Huaxia currency through Director Sua's support. Yi Tian used the 2 million Huaxia currency from Zhang Xia and Wang Chang to purchase essence stones. Now, he still holds the 3 million Huaxia currency from Lu Yuan's family, and with his newfound wealth, his heart is filled with anticipation for the future. Yi Tian booked a room at the hotel for 7 days, deciding to dedicate this time to training and improving his strength. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the martial arts exam was over. Of the 10 essence stones he had purchased earlier, he used 3 within 3 days, leaving exactly 7 stones, perfectly matching his 7-day training plan. Carrying his bag, he walked into the highest grade room in the luxurious hotel. The facilities were fully equipped, and the staff even delivered meals to his room during dining hours. Yi Tian put down his bag, looked around, and enjoyed an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. He had never stayed in such a luxurious room before. The aroma lingering in the air made him feel exceptionally comfortable, further solidifying his determination to become stronger. He brought up his attribute panel. Name, Yi Tian. Primordial Force, 25. Level, Early Stage Warrior. Talent, SSS level. Ability, Wrathful Divine Flame. Martial skill, none. Yi Tian looked at the panel, his heart trembling. His yuan power had reached 25, totaling 1,500 kilograms, and his strength had reached an astonishing 1,500 kilograms, yet he was still in the early stage of being a warrior. Typically, a warrior's early stage vitality force is around 15, with strength ranging between 900 kilograms and 1,000 kilograms. But he has already far surpassed warriors of the same rank. Yi Tian sat cross-legged, took out a vitality stone, and began absorbing vitality force with all his might, his heart filled with anticipation and excitement. For the past 7 days, he had been in seclusion, training alone, determined to break through his own limits and face the upcoming challenges. Vitality Stone, activate. With his command, the space instantly shimmered with dazzling light. However, accompanying this force is a beautiful yet deadly danger, like a beast hidden in the darkness, silently approaching Yi Tian. Yi Tian seized the time, focusing entirely on improving his strength, immersing himself in cultivation. Meanwhile, in the distant depths of the ocean, this region is known as the Domain of Death. 10,000 years ago, the Demon Clan and the Human Clan engaged in an earth-shattering war. After a full century of fierce battles, the Demon Clan suffered a devastating defeat, losing most of their territory and retreating to the depths of the ocean. This sea area, with its turbulent waves, seems to be shrouded in a deathly aura. Yet, it harbors countless fish and shrimp, each more than 10 times the size of ordinary ones. Despite this, few dare to venture here to catch them, for this place is inhabited entirely by the Demon Clan. The Demon Clan resembles humans in appearance but is enveloped in black mist. Only those who reach the level of Demon Emperor can rid themselves of this demonic aura. Demon Emperors, blending among humans, often go unnoticed. Now, the delicate balance between the Demon Clan and the Human Clan has begun to show signs of cracking due to the emergence of Yi Tian. At the center of this domain of death stands a towering palace, seemingly piercing the clouds. Above the palace, several massive stone pillars are stacked together, engraved with images of the Demon Clan, exuding an air of mystery and eeriness. Boom! Thunder roared, lightning tore through the sky. Inside the palace, the top-tier experts of the Demon Clan were gathered, their powerful auras suggesting they could unleash astonishing strength at any moment. At the very top of the palace, a majestic throne stood tall. This throne exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression, as if it symbolized the entire demon race. And seated upon the throne was the awe-inspiring beauty of the demon race Mo Mei Yao. Mo Mei Yao was stunningly beautiful beyond belief. Her eyes sparkled like the stars, her lips were alluringly vibrant, and her figure was exquisitely curvaceous, exuding an unparalleled allure. At this moment, she leaned lazily against the throne, emanating a faint yet heart-stirring aura of authority. The powerful demons below, though each possessed immense strength, with some even surpassing the level of a demon emperor, appeared utterly respectful in her presence, devoid of any thought of resistance. This was because of her ruthless methods and her merciless killing, which instilled both reverence and, more so, fear in the hearts of the strong below. At that moment, a figure slowly entered, appearing somewhat anxious and uneasy. Upon seeing Mo Mei Yao on the throne, his body trembled, and he immediately knelt down, bowing respectfully with a loud thud, bang. Greetings, Lady Mo Mei Yao. Upon closer perception, the aura of this demonic shadow had actually reached the level of a demon king. This shadow, named Wuzhua, was the very demon who had attempted to attack Yi Tian that day. Mo Mei Yao casually glanced at Wuzhua below, a seductive smile curling at the corner of her lips. Wuzhua, how is the task I assigned to you? Upon hearing this, Wuzhua instantly trembled all over and hurriedly pleaded for mercy. Lady Mo Mei Yao, spare me, spare me. I went, but I didn't see that human Yi Tian who awakened the SSS level talent. Instead, I encountered Immortal Cloud Fairy, and she told me to return. Mo Mei Yao had initially been indifferent to Wuzhua's failure, but upon hearing the words Immortal Cloud Fairy, she unconsciously straightened her posture. For immortal Cloud Fairy, Mu Xianyun was the greatest enemy of their demon race. Other high-ranking members of the demon clan were also shocked upon hearing Fairy Xianyun. What? The coroner actually encountered Fairy Xianyun. The coroner's luck is just too bad. Indeed. Fairy Xianyun's strength is unfathomable and inspires fear. I agree, Fairy Xianyun's power is truly terrifying. However, the coroner being able to return alive, his luck is truly remarkable. Among the many powerful figures of the demon race, even the demon emperor seemed somewhat apprehensive when mentioning Mu Xianyun. Mo Meiyao smiled faintly, her gaze sharp as she stared at the coroner and slowly asked, Mu Xianyun, what did she say to you? The coroner's heart tightened, and he immediately replied respectfully, Lord Mo Meiyao, the fairy, she said we should no longer make a move against Yi Tian. Yi Tian, he's one of them. The other powerful figures of the demon race looked at each other, puzzled voices echoing, who is Yi Tian? Does the human race have such a strong figure? Why haven't I heard of him? Could it be that Fairy Xianyun said Yi Tian is her man? Shock spread among the powerful figures of the demon race. Hiss. Fairy Xianyun is actually in love? Isn't she supposed to be indifferent to men? That Yi Tian must be very strong to make Fairy Xianyun say such things. I think he must be very handsome. In human terms, it's like saying whoa. At this moment, many powerful demons grew increasingly curious about Yi Tian. The demons have arrangements in every city, and Wu Zui is the leader of the demons stationed in Guangming City, with strength on par with Xian Chang. When Yi Tian awakened his SSS level talent, the demons quickly received the news and reported it to Wu Zui. Wu Zui reported the news to Mo Meiyao, but Mo Meiyao ordered him to kill Yi Tian. Mo Meiyao's lips curled into a meaningful smile, as if she were plotting something. She waved her hand lightly, and a wisp of demonic energy shot toward the coroner like lightning. I understand. You can die now. The coroner's face was filled with fear as he repeatedly begged for mercy. Lady Mo Meiyao, please spare me. Before he could finish his plea, the coroner was instantly reduced to nothingness under the corrosion of that wisp of demonic energy. The demon powerhouses present all shut their mouths, deeply intimidated by Mo Meiyao's temperament, not daring to utter another word. Mo Meiyao slightly curled her lips, revealing an extremely captivating smile. Yi Tian, is it? Even Mu Xianyun is willing to stand up for him, which proves that he has indeed awakened an SSS level talent. This Yi Tian is clearly worth paying attention to. Her voice seeped into the depths of the heart like a demonic melody. Mu Xianyun has always had no fondness for men, yet now she claims that Yi Tian is hers. Yi Tian, is it? He must be an extraordinary man. Looks like I need to let my demon beauty get to know this Yi Tian well. At this moment, the demon beauty's desire for Yi Tian grew even stronger. This Yi Tian, I must understand him thoroughly. On the demon clan's throne, the atmosphere was tense, and the air was filled with the oppressive aura of a powerful presence. Demon Meiyao sat high on the throne, overlooking the strong figures of the demon clan below. Her voice, as loud as spring thunder, carried an undeniable majesty. All of you, leave. Also, have Demon Mei Fox come to see me. Upon hearing this command, the strong figures of the demon clan below the throne couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. They hurriedly knelt, bowing their heads repeatedly as if pounding garlic, their voices deafening. Yes, we bid farewell to Lord Demon Meiyao. Farewell, Lady Mo Meiyao. Farewell, Lady Mo. The scene was chaotic, with numerous powerful demons kneeling one after another, respectfully and hastily departing, fearing even a moment's delay. Among the many powerful figures of the demon and human races, the name Ma Meiyao was like a nightmare, striking fear into all who spoke of her. Her strength was unparalleled, and her actions were extremely decisive. The slightest misstep could provoke her thunderous wrath. As a result, her fearsome reputation instilled dread even among the demons. Watching everyone leave in a hurry, Momayo's lips curled into a faint smile, with a hint of amusement in her eyes. Am I really that scary? The witch beside her, seeing this, quickly flattered. Lady Momayo, as beautiful as a goddess, peerless in the world, how could you possibly be scary? Mo Meiyao heard the praise, nodded lightly, feeling pleased, but said no more. The witch was secretly delighted, yet dared not lift her head due to Ma Meiyao's majesty, though a faint blush quietly appeared on her face. Mo Meiyao-sama, so beautiful, the witch silently murmured in her heart. Mo Meiyao lay lazily on the bed, gazing at her fair jade-like hand, murmuring softly to herself. That Yi Tian has caught Mu Xianyun's eye. Mu Xianyun has cultivated for many years and has always kept her distance from men, yet she harbors a deep affection for Yi Tian. This Yi Tian is definitely not just an ordinary person with an awakened SSS level talent. A glimmer of curiosity sparkled in her eyes. Yi Tian must be hiding some secret, and I must investigate it thoroughly. At this moment, a crisp bell rang from outside. Accompanied by the sound, a woman gracefully stepped into the hall. Her figure was as light as the wind, akin to a sprite. She was dressed coolly, with a slender waist, a stunning figure, a delicate face, and a hint of allure at the corners of her eyes. She was none other than the renowned demon enchantress Fox, Hu Linger. The demon enchantress Fox not only possessed the cultivation of a demon emperor but was also famous for her innate enchanting physique, capable of captivating countless demon hearts, and even human hearts. She had never had much interaction with any male, as she was naturally averse to men. Yet every man who had seen her was deeply entranced by her, obeying her every word. Linger pays her respects to Lord Demon Enchantress. Hu Linger walked up to the Demon Enchantress, respectfully knelt down, her voice soft and delicate, carrying a trace of seductive charm. Mo Mei Yao scrutinized Hu Linger and nodded with satisfaction. Linger, your charm techniques have been improving more and more lately. Hu Linger quickly responded humbly, it's all thanks to Lord Mo Mei Yao's guidance. I've nurtured you for 1,000 days. Now the time has come to put you to use. Mo Mei Yao's voice was as cold as a blade, piercing straight into Hu Linger's heart. Linger, obey Lady Mo Mei Yao's orders. Hu Linger felt a jolt in her heart and immediately agreed, fearing to anger Mo Mei Yao. Very good. Mo Mei Yao said softly, her enchanting voice flowing out gently, Linger, now go and start a romantic relationship with a man for me. Ah! Hu Linger's pupils suddenly dilated, so shocked that she could barely speak. Mo Mei Yao's gaze was like a sharp sword, carrying an invisible pressure that made Hu Linger tremble all over. She quickly lowered her voice and said, Linger is willing. Linger is willing. However, I need you to fall in love with a little human fellow. There was a hint of an undeniable command in Mo Mei Yao's tone. Hu Linger was so shocked she could hardly react, thinking to herself, what? Lord Mo Mei Yao, you want me to fall in love with a human? Mo Mei Yao nodded, revealing a captivating smile, and said, yes. Hu Linger added, Lord Mo Mei Yao, is he a martial saint expert? Mo Mei Yao shook her head and said, he is not, reportedly, he is not yet a martial artist, but he has reached the 10th stage of body tempering, the legendary realm. By the way, this little human's name is Yi Tian. When Hu Linger heard Mo Mei Yao's words, she was somewhat incredulous and said, he's actually just a little guy who isn't even a martial artist. Even if he is a genius and has reached the legendary 10 layers of body tempering, it's still unnecessary. Fox Linger looked at Mo Mei Yao, her eyes filled with a pleading expression. If that human expert were at the level of a martial saint, then in Fox Linger's view, it would still hold some significance. However, if the other party wasn't even a martial artist, then in Fox Linger's eyes, no matter how talented they were, she wouldn't be interested. Mo Mei Yao looked at Fox Linger and said indifferently, that Yi Tian is no ordinary genius. He has awakened the legendary SSS level talent. Upon hearing this, Hu Linger trembled inwardly and couldn't help but exclaim, SSS level talent, how is that possible? Mo Mei Yao waved her hand and said, in a few days, it will spread all over Huaxia. By then, you'll know. Then, Mo Mei Yao added, that Yi Tian, he is still Mu Xianyun's only student. Fox Linger widened her beautiful eyes, the only student of Fairy Xianyun. When Fox Linger heard Mo Mei Yao's words, after a while, she came back to her senses, and a hint of anticipation unexpectedly appeared in her eyes. Fox Linger hurriedly asked again, Lord Mo Mei Yao, is Yi Tian handsome? Mo Mei Yao. Rumor has it that Yi Tian is so handsome it's outrageous. When Hu Linger heard Mo Mei Yao's words, she unconsciously licked her lips. Mo Mei Yao, I reckon it won't take more than a few days for the news of Yi Tian awakening an SSS level talent to spread across all of China, and even the entire world. When the time comes, find out some information about Yi Tian and then get close to him. Hu Linger quickly nodded, don't worry, Lord Mo Mei Yao, I will. Mo Mei Yao nodded and added, if he has a white moonlight, kill his white moonlight and become the one he loves instead. I want you to enchant Yi Tian completely, making him serve our demon clan. Hu Linger licked her lips and immediately said, rest assured, Lord Mo Mei Yao, that Yi Tian will never escape from the palm of my hand. Mo Mei Yao murmured to herself, Mu Xianyun, don't you want Yi Tian? I'll make Yi Tian fall in love with someone from my demon clan so that you, Mu Xianyun, can taste the bitterness of love. At the same time, Yi Tian was in the hotel, frantically improving his cultivation. He was unaware that a beautiful danger lurking in the shadows was quietly approaching, waiting for his destined battle. Whoosh! Yi Tian slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, his eyes suddenly snapping open. The originally intact elemental stone in his hand had already turned to powder and disappeared. Time had swiftly shifted from morning to midnight, and 7 days of cultivation had passed like a flash of lightning. Every day, he absorbed elemental energy using elemental stones, frantically enhancing his strength. Thanks to the blessing of the hundredfold cultivation speed, Yi Tian's strength skyrocketed, reaching levels 10 times, or even more, that of ordinary people. In just 7 days, Yi Tian's power had undergone a complete transformation. It was now late at night, and the martial arts portion of the college entrance exam had concluded. After 7 days of cultivation, Yi Tian had absorbed 7 elemental stones, an achievement that could only be described as astonishing. For ordinary people, even the slightest improvement in 7 days would be nearly impossible. For geniuses, a small increase in elemental energy within 7 days would already be considered remarkable. But Yi Tian had absorbed the immense energy of 7 elemental stones in 7 days. What kind of concept was this? Even top-tier geniuses would need at least 100 days to fully absorb the energy of a single elemental stone, yet he had done it in just 1 day. This was the terrifying effect brought about by the hundredfold cultivation speed. Now, Yi Tian's elemental energy had increased by a full 35 points, and his strength had grown by 2,100 kilograms. 2,100 kilograms. Boom! Yi Tian threw a punch, and the air erupted with a deafening roar. It was no exaggeration to say that with his current strength, Yi Tian could easily kill Zhang Xia, Wang Chang, and Lu Yuan with a single punch. His power had reached the level of effortlessly defeating them in an instant. Yi Tian opened his attribute panel and carefully examined it. Name, Yi Tian. Primordial Force, 60. Level, Mid-Stage Warrior. Talent, SSS level. Ability, Wrathful Divine Flame. Martial skills, none. Looking at the data on the panel, Yi Tian couldn't help but be stunned. Not only did he need to cultivate, but he also had to find a martial skill. The school had promised to give him an S-level combat skill, which was highly anticipated. The martial arts exam was over, and soon he would be able to go to school early to learn the combat skill. Looking at his attribute panel, Yi Tian felt puzzled. Didn't the teacher say that when Yuan power reaches 50 and strength reaches 3,000 kilograms, one can become a martial general? Why am I still in the early stage of a martial artist? It seemed as though the system heard Yi Tian's question, and its voice sounded. Enhancing host, the host's talent is too strong, the upper limit is too high, requiring much more Yuan power. In the same realm, the host's foundation is far more solid than others, so the required Yuan power is also higher. Yi Tian nodded, understanding the system's explanation. Then, the system reminded him again. Master, with your current strength, you have few rivals among opponents of the same level. Yi Tian thought to himself that if a late-stage martial artist could break through to 2,000 kilograms of strength, it would already be remarkable. Yet, as a mid-stage martial artist, his strength had reached 3,600 kilograms, which was simply unbelievable. If other powerful figures were to learn that Yi Tian, at the mid-stage, possessed a colossal strength of 3,600 kilograms, they would probably be too shocked to speak. The night was gentle, the starry sky brilliant, but Yi Tian was lost in thought. He had repurchased a new phone, keeping his original number. When he turned it on, he found several missed calls. 3 were from Instructor Manhwa, 1 was from Xin Tian, and the last was from the City Lord, Xin Chang. After thinking for a moment, Yi Tian decided to call back tomorrow. To avoid being disturbed during his cultivation, he set his phone to silent mode. Accompanied by a night of deep sleep, Yi Tian continued his cultivation journey in his dreams. Early the next morning, Yi Tian dialed Instructor Manhwa's number. Instructor, it's me, Yi Tian. On the other end of the line, Instructor Manhwa, upon hearing the voice, said excitedly, Yi Tian, you finally answered the phone. Yi Tian replied, sorry about that, Instructor. I was cultivating yesterday, absorbing the elemental energy from the elemental stone. Manhwa listened, gave a thumbs up, and praised, Yi Tian, you are truly diligent. Awakening such a high talent and still training so hard, you really have a bright future. Manhwa praised Yi Tian, his eyes full of anticipation. I came to tell you that Nanjing Martial Arts University has sent you an admission letter, along with a black gold card. When Yi Tian heard Instructor Manhwa's words, his eyes lit up, and a surge of excitement rose in his heart. Instructor Manhwa continued, Yi Tian, in addition, the training camp also plans to reward you. This time, the reward is even higher than being the top scorer in Guangming City. Yi Tian's heart trembled with excitement as he responded, Teacher, I'm coming to the training camp today. Manhwa, upon hearing Yi Tian's words, was so thrilled that he almost jumped up. Good, good, good. I'll notify the leadership right away. If they know you're coming to school today, they'll definitely be very happy. Yi Tian nodded and reminded, Teacher, I want to keep a low profile. There's no need to publicize anything about me. Chen Hua was momentarily stunned, then showed an appreciative expression. Yi Tian, not bad, not bad. Humble and reserved, your future holds great promise. Yi Tian smiled faintly. Teacher, you're too kind. As he spoke, Yi Tian sincerely said to Chen Hua, Teacher, thank you for taking care of me during these 3 years of training. Chen Hua said with emotion, Yi Tian, it's your own excellence. Afterward, Yi Tian took the bus to school. As soon as he got on, he found there were no seats left and stood like everyone else. Suddenly, Yi Tian felt a slight unease because the people around him were all glancing at him furtively. Two seated elderly folks, a man and a woman, enthusiastically asked, Young man, are you Yi Tian? Young man, you really look just like the pride of our Guangming city, Yi Tian. Yi Tian. Isn't this Yi Tian? Holy crap! I never thought, at my age, I'd still get to see Yi Tian. Yi Tian once again. At this moment, the elderly man and woman nearby pointed at the poster. Yi Tian took a look and immediately widened his eyes. On the bus, there was actually a poster about him. Swish, swish, swish. The elderly men on the bus all stood up excitedly, looking at Yi Tian. Classmate Yi Tian. You are the pride of our Guangming city. Classmate Yi Tian, come, don't be polite. We'll stand, you sit down. Student Yi Tian, we should give you our seat, we are still in good health. Yi Tian. He looked at the poster on the bus. On the poster, Yi Tian was wearing a school uniform, standing on the school playground under the blue sky and white clouds, appearing harmless to humans and animals. Yi Tian's portrait on the poster was exceptionally conspicuous. Below were the words, Yi Tian, an outstanding student of Guangming No. 1 High School, awakened an SSS level talent, shocking the entire nation. Guangming City became a prefecture-level city because of Yi Tian. Thanks to Yi Tian, the treatment of all residents in Guangming City has been improved. Yi Tian stared at the picture on the poster and the words above, his eyes wide open. At this moment, the bus driver turned to glance at Yi Tian and burst into laughter. Ha! I never expected this. Today, I actually have the honor of driving Yi Tian, the pride of Guangming City. This is something I can brag about for a lifetime. Ha ha! The bus driver uncle seemed extremely happy, even driving the bus a bit unsteadily. Yi Tian quickly said, Uncle, please watch the road and drive slower. There's no rush. The bus driver uncle, hearing Yi Tian's words, laughed excitedly and said, Yi Tian, don't worry. I will drive carefully and make sure to get you safely to Guangming No. 1 High School. Yi Tian nodded and sincerely said, Thank you. The bus driver uncle, hearing Yi Tian's words, excitedly praised, Yi Tian, you really are a polite and good kid. No need to be so formal with me. After all, we are all very grateful to you now, Yi Tian. Hearing the uncle's words, Yi Tian asked in confusion, Grateful to me? Grateful for what? The bus driver uncle was about to speak when the elderly man beside him urged him to focus on driving. The elderly woman beside Yi Tian explained, Yi Tian, thanks to you, our Guangming city has now been directly promoted to a prefecture-level city. Not only that, but the higher-ups have allocated a lot of funds to improve our lives. Because of you, we've been able to enjoy so many benefits. Many elderly men and women looked at Yi Tian, their eyes filled with deep gratitude. As they spoke, they all stood up and greeted Yi Tian. Yi Tian, don't just stand there, come and sit down. Here, Yi Tian, take my seat. We're in good health, we should give Yi Tian a seat. Here, sit here. Yi Tian, sit here. Many elderly men and women politely offered their seats to Yi Tian, hoping he would sit near them. Nearby, a little child watched with wide eyes, filled with envy. This big brother named Yi Tian is amazing. He even made these grandpas and grandmas give up their seats. Before long, Yi Tian's bus approached the entrance of the first training camp. Yi Tian, from now on, you can ride the bus for free. The driver cheerfully said to Yi Tian as he got off. Student Yi Tian, thank you, the passengers around him said one after another. Thanks to you, so many people in the city have benefited. Other elderly men and women also expressed their gratitude to Yi Tian. Yi Tian nodded and responded with a smile, you're welcome. As soon as he got off the bus, Yi Tian was stunned by the scene in front of him. Student Yi Tian, look here, look here. The reporters swarmed in. Student Yi Tian is so handsome. Student Yi Tian, come, look at the camera. Yi Tian's heart tightened, he hadn't expected to be surrounded by a large group of reporters just after stepping out of the car. He quickly stepped back, cautiously observing his surroundings. At that moment, a few familiar faces emerged from the crowd, Ho Tao and several school leaders. What was even more surprising was that the principal and the leaders were dressed exceptionally formally today, in suits and ties, with slicked-back hairstyles, exuding an impressive aura. Ho Tao pointed at the focal point in the crowd, Yi Tian, and said loudly, "This is the most outstanding person in our first training camp, Yi Tian." Click, click, click. The reporters immediately began frantically taking photos of Yi Tian, with flashes going off one after another. Yi Tian felt a wave of helplessness in his heart. What is going on? The principal and the leaders gathered around Yi Tian, shook his hand, and said excitedly, "Student Yi Tian, we are grateful, thank you for being here. Student Yi Tian, you are the pride of our first training camp. The first training camp is proud because of you, Yi Tian." Yi Tian was momentarily speechless, feeling as awkward as a child. Other leaders stood on either side of Yi Tian and Ho Tao, looking at him with pride. Ho Tao's eyes were filled with tears, overwhelmed with emotion. Click, click, click. The reporters busily captured this moment, recording the warmth and emotion. Yi Tian secretly regretted in his heart, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into, as this situation was completely unexpected for him. Student Yi Tian, say a few words. Student Yi Tian, it turns out you have such a deep bond with the training camp. Student Yi Tian, say something. The reporters eagerly handed their microphones to Yi Tian, almost pressing them against his face. Yi Tian took half a step back, feeling somewhat helpless. Looking at the enthusiastic reporters and the excited principal, he said expressionlessly, "Sorry, I'm too moved to speak." At this moment, the principal and the leaders rushed forward, grabbed the microphone, and said excitedly, "Yi Tian. He has always been an exemplary student in our training camp. During his time in the training camp, Yi Tian achieved outstanding academic performance." The leaders praised him one after another. Yi Tian is a model of both character and academics. They continued. Everyone holds him in great esteem. The principal was so excited that he became incoherent. Student Yi Tian, between our instructor and us. Yi Tian quietly watched everything from the side as Ho Tao and the leaders passionately recounted Yi Tian's outstanding deeds. However, the reporters hardly took any photos of the principal and the leaders. The camera lenses were focused solely on Yi Tian. The interview ended quickly, and Yi Tian, along with the principal and many leaders, returned to the school. In the most luxurious office of the first training camp, Ho Tao excitedly said, "Student Yi Tian, because of you, our first training camp has become famous. Student Yi Tian, we really owe it to you." The other leaders chimed in one after another. This year, the education funds allocated to our first training camp by the Education Bureau are several times more than in previous years. Ho Tao said excitedly. "Student Yi Tian, it's truly great to have you in the first training camp." Everyone praised in unison. Yi Tian looked at the principal and leaders who were praising him and calmly said, "Where's my reward?" Hearing Yi Tian's words, Ho Tao quickly picked up an admission letter and a gold card from the table and said with a smile, "Oh, my memory. My apologies. Yi Tian, this is your reward." The principal handed the admission letter and gold card to Yi Tian with both hands. Yi Tian took the admission letter and, upon seeing the words on it, felt a moment of daze in his heart. The admission letter from Nanjiang Martial Arts University is different from those of other universities. It is personally handwritten by the principal with a brush and bears the principal's signature. It should be noted that the principal of Nanjiang Martial Arts University is a genuine martial saint-level superpower. His calligraphy is practically priceless, comparable to a treasure beyond value. How could the printed materials of other martial arts universities compare? The gold card in Yi Tian's hand shimmered with dazzling light, stirring waves of emotion in his heart. This was a gold card worth 80 million. This amount of money was enough for him to purchase a large number of cultivation resources, and he could even splurge on some gourmet food and daily necessities. It was simply irresistible, enough to enjoy for a long time. The principal and a group of school leaders stared intently at the admission notice and gold card in Yi Tian's hand, their eyes filled with undisguised envy. They knew that a student with such resources was destined for a boundless future. "Student Yi Tian, you have even more generous rewards." The principal's voice carried a hint of anticipation, as if he had already foreseen Yi Tian's brilliant future. Yi Tian looked at the principal and the school leaders, his eyes shining with expectation, and asked, "What other rewards?" The principal and the school leaders exchanged glances, a trace of excitement flashing in their eyes, and then said in unison, "The director of the Education Bureau of Guangming City wants to personally present it to you." "The director of the Education Bureau of Guangming City?" Yi Tian exclaimed in surprise. At that moment, a man dressed in a neatly tailored suit and polished leather shoes walked in from the doorway, holding a pair of gold-rimmed glasses in his hand. He exuded both elegance and an imposing presence. The principal and the other leaders immediately stepped forward to greet him enthusiastically. "Director, you're here. Director, welcome to our first training camp. Director, please, this way." Yi Tian stood to the side, stunned as he watched the scene unfold, silently thinking to himself that this director's status was indeed extraordinary. However, what happened next surprised him even more. The director of the Guangming City Education Bureau paid little attention to the enthusiastic principal and leaders. Instead, his gaze shifted to Yi Tian, and his face quickly lit up with a warm smile. "Student Yi Tian, hello, hello." The director stepped forward, warmly shook Yi Tian's hand, and said kindly, "Yi Tian, you are the pride of our Guangming City. With you, our Guangming City is truly fortunate." Yi Tian smiled slightly and replied modestly, "You're too kind, Director." "Yi Tian, first of all, congratulations on being admitted to Nanjiang Martial Arts University," the director of the Education Bureau continued. "Thank you," Yi Tian responded. The director slowly said, "Secondly, we are here this time to present an honorary certificate to student Yi Tian." Yi Tian's expression remained calm as he said lightly, "Thank you." He accepted the honorary certificate handed over by the director's assistant, which prominently read, "The most outstanding youth of Guangming City, student Yi Tian." He nodded while looking at the certificate, then asked, "Director, is there any substantial reward?" For Yi Tian, substantial rewards were the real attraction. The director of Guangming City's Education Bureau smiled slightly upon hearing this. "Rest assured, student Yi Tian, there will certainly be substantial rewards." Yi Tian eagerly said, "Thank you, Director. Please hand over the reward." The director was momentarily stunned, then solemnly took out a shiny set of keys from his pocket and handed them to Yi Tian. "Student Yi Tian, here you go. This is a villa worth 2 million huaxia currency in the city center, just for you." The principal and school leaders were instantly shocked, their mouths agape in disbelief. They hadn't expected the Guangming City Education Bureau to be so generous this time. In the past, the top scorer in the college entrance martial arts exam only received a reward of 200,000 huaxia currency, but this time it had increased tenfold. Yi Tian took the keys, feeling a surge of astonishment in his heart. He hadn't expected the reward to be so generous. "You are very thoughtful," Yi Tian said earnestly. The director of the Guangming City Education Bureau listened and smiled broadly. "Student Yi Tian, you have directly elevated Guangming City to a prefecture-level city. It is us who should be thanking you." His tone was filled with immense satisfaction. "To be honest, student Yi Tian, the talent you have awakened is absolutely rare in the world. Coupled with your diligence in cultivation, your future is simply boundless." The principal and other leaders nearby nodded repeatedly, expressing their agreement and secretly feeling fortunate. Yi Tian's future was destined to be that of a formidable figure. Meanwhile, Yi Tian silently vowed in his heart that he would not just become a formidable figure in one region, but a powerhouse across all regions. Yi Tian stepped into the villa gifted to him by the city center's education bureau, and the sight before him left him utterly amazed. This villa boasted a prime location, exquisite decor, and was free of any odors or formaldehyde, as it had been completed over a year ago. The interior furniture had also been completely replaced, giving it a fresh and renewed appearance. Yi Tian walked around the villa, carefully inspecting it. Feeling reassured after confirming there were no surveillance devices, he finally relaxed, sat on the sofa, and looked around. This villa was far better than the rental apartment he had lived in before. It was simply paradise. "It seems that awakening an SSS level talent has truly brought me so much." Yi Tian sighed deeply, his heart filled with anticipation and longing for the future. Looking at everything around him and feeling the power within, Yi Tian's resolve grew even stronger. He murmured to himself, "I must become more powerful. Now that I've awakened an SSS level talent, I will become the center of everyone's attention. This means I can gain access to abundant resources, but at the same time, I will also face countless crises." Yi Tian was well aware that fortune and misfortune go hand in hand, and crises and opportunities always coexist. "Only by continuously improving my strength can I cope with the changes ahead." Yi Tian quickly took out the gold card, stared at it, and made up his mind. First, use this money to purchase elemental stones, absorb elemental energy, and enhance his strength. Then, go to school to learn combat techniques from Mu Xianyun, and finally, buy a weapon for self-defense. Ding dong! At that moment, the doorbell rang. Yi Tian instantly became alert. At this hour, who could be visiting? He walked to the door and peeked through the crack. To his surprise, it was two unfamiliar bearded men. Yi Tian's heart tightened, and he quickly picked up his phone to dial the police. However, just as he was about to dial, a message popped up on his phone. It was from the director of the Education Bureau. "The masters of Blizzard Martial Arts Hall and Storm Martial Arts Hall have come to see you." Yi Tian was stunned. These two martial arts halls were renowned in Bright City. What could they possibly want with him? Ding dong, the doorbell rang again. Yi Tian's heart stirred. Seeing the message from the director of the Education Bureau, he decided to open the door. Outside the door stood two imposing men, one with long hair and the other with short hair. Both had long beards. Though dressed in suits, they appeared exceptionally strong, exuding an aura of inviolability. As soon as Yi Tian opened the door, the two masters warmly said, "Student Yi Tian, sorry to bother you. We came to find you because we'd like to invite you for a discussion. Would it be possible for you to come in and sit for a while?" Yi Tian was startled. He initially wanted to refuse, but on second thought, Blizzard Martial Hall and Storm Martial Hall were the sanctuaries countless martial artists in Bright City aspired to. These two masters were highly esteemed figures, sought after by many. Moreover, it was rumored that these two were quite aloof in Bright City, yet now they were being so enthusiastic toward him. This made Yi Tian vigilant. He took a deep breath and decided not to refuse for now, to see what these two were really up to. Yi Tian's downtown villa. At this moment, in the living room, the master of the Blizzard Martial Arts Hall and the master of the Storm Martial Arts Hall were sitting together. These two were undoubtedly the top figures in Guangming City, rarely seen and highly revered. Many people sought to build connections with them, a testament to their lofty status. Rumor had it that these two big shots were extremely aloof and unapproachable. Yet at this moment, in front of Yi Tian, they appeared incredibly warm and enthusiastic, as if trying to melt all the ice around them. "Student Yi Tian, I'm here to invite you to join our Blizzard Martial Arts Hall and complete the warrior certification." The long-haired Blizzard master beamed, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Yi Tian was just about to speak when the head of the Fengyun Martial Arts Hall immediately interjected. "Student Yi Tian, on behalf of Fengyun Martial Arts Hall, I invite you to our hall to complete your martial artist certification. If you are willing, we will warmly welcome you." After speaking, the short-haired head of Fengyun Martial Arts Hall didn't forget to cast a provocative glare at the head of Blizzard Martial Arts Hall, clearly aiming to gain the upper hand in the competition. In Huaxia, once an awakener reaches the body-tempering realm and continues to train diligently, they can become a martial artist. Every martial artist, after achieving this status, must go to the local martial arts hall for certification. The martial arts hall provides a monthly subsidy of 9,000 Huaxia currency, which is 6 times the 1,500 Huaxia currency that ordinary people earn per month. Moreover, martial artists who complete their certification for the first time will receive a yuan stone, valued at approximately 200,000 Huaxia currency. This is undoubtedly a massive fortune. Yi Tian was so focused on his cultivation at the time that he completely forgot about this matter. Seeing the two hall masters being so enthusiastic, he took a breath and said, "Hall masters, thank you for your invitation. However, aren't the subsidies for certified martial artists all the same?" Blizzard and Storm Hall Masters exchanged a glance and nodded in agreement. "That's true," Blizzard Hall Master continued, "but if Yi Tian chooses our Blizzard Martial Arts Hall, our training room is the best in the city, definitely better than Storm Martial Arts Hall. As long as you come for certification, the training room will always be free for you," he said confidently, with a hint of provocation in his gaze. The master of the Fengyun Martial Hall immediately countered, "Student Yi Tian, come to our Fengyun Martial Hall. We will provide you with free lifetime access to our beast nutrient meals. These are the famous delicacies of Huaxia, worth 2,000 Huaxia coins per meal." The two hall masters took turns speaking, doing their utmost to persuade Yi Tian to join, offering conditions so generous they were hard to resist. Under normal circumstances, martial hall masters would never actively invite martial artists to join, especially people of their high status. Yet now, to invite Yi Tian, they were offering such tempting conditions, clearly valuing his potential. If it were anyone else, they would probably be overwhelmed with surprise, move to tears, and agree immediately. However, Yi Tian was no ordinary person. He knew opportunities like this were rare and that he must not compromise easily. "To be honest, both masters," Yi Tian said slowly, "I will be leaving Bright City in 2 days. I have awakened an SSS level talent and must dedicate myself to training." Master Blizzard and Master Storm were instantly stunned, clearly not expecting Yi Tian to be in such a hurry. The two exchanged a shocked glance, thinking to themselves, "This kid not only has extraordinary talent but is also so decisive in his actions." "Both masters, my teacher is Mu Xianyun. Yi Tian's voice was like thunder, shaking everyone present to their core. Fairy Xian Yun praised my exceptional talent and couldn't wait to call me to Nanjiang Martial Arts University. Fairy Xian Yun wants to personally guide me in cultivation. His words were powerful and resonated deeply in the hearts of the two dojo masters. The Blizzard Dojo Master and the Storm Dojo Master instantly felt a strong shock. So, it turns out that this student Yi Tian is so highly regarded by the fairy. It is said that the fairy doesn't get close to any man. Yet she actually did this for Yi Tian. Even a peerless powerhouse like the fairy favors Yi Tian, which shows that Yi Tian is absolutely extraordinary. The two pavilion masters thought to themselves, their eyes revealing a glimmer of desire. I must get Yi Tian to come to my martial arts school to prove himself, so I can leverage his influence in the future. The master of the Storm Martial Arts Hall took the lead, his eyes flashing with determination. Student Yi Tian, as long as you come to our martial arts hall to certify as a martial artist, not only will the conditions I just mentioned still stand, but I will also add more. As long as you come to our martial arts hall to certify as a martial artist and succeed, the martial arts hall will reward you with one more elemental stone than usual, which is an additional 200,000 huaxia currency. Yi Tian nodded slightly, pondering silently in his heart. At this moment, the master of the Blizzard Martial Arts Hall, seeing the Storm Hall master take the lead, immediately refused to be outdone. Student Yi Tian, as long as you come to our martial arts hall to certify, the conditions I just mentioned still stand. We'll give you one more elemental stone than the neighboring Fengyun Martial Arts Hall, and 400,000 more huaxia coins than the average person. The head of Fengyun Martial Arts Hall was undeterred. I'll directly give you 5 elemental stones, Yi Tian. As long as you succeed in proving it, I'll give you 1 million huaxia coins. The head of Blizzard Martial Arts Hall turned pale with anger. You. The master of the Fengyun Martial Arts Hall had a look of pride in his eyes. He glanced at him disdainfully, secretly laughing to himself. This move is truly brilliant. According to huaxia regulations, when verifying martial artists, the maximum reward given is 1 million huaxia yuans, and this amount must not be exceeded. This is to prevent people from deliberately offering bribes. At this moment, in the eyes of the masters of Blizzard Martial Arts Hall and Fengyun Martial Arts Hall, Yi Tian clearly qualified, making further verification completely unnecessary. Fengyun Martial Arts Hall directly raised Yi Tian's verification reward from the original 200,000 to 1 million, which the master of Blizzard Martial Arts Hall never expected. Yi Tian glanced at the master of Blizzard Martial Arts Hall, only to see his eyes wide with rage, as if about to spew fire. However, the master of Storm Martial Arts Hall was completely unconcerned, his mind solely focused on Yi Tian's response. Seeing that the Blizzard Hall master's anger had subsided, Yi Tian understood the situation, smiled faintly, and said to the Storm Martial Arts Hall master, "Then I shall trouble your hall to conduct the martial artist certification for me. However, there's no need to give me huaxia currency, just give me 5 yuan stones." The Storm Martial Arts Hall master was as excited as a storm. Student Yi Tian, thank you so much for choosing our Storm Martial Arts Hall. Rest assured, once the verification is successful, 5 elemental stones will be delivered immediately. Yi Tian nodded, turned to look at the Blizzard Martial Arts Hall master, and smiled slightly. Thank you as well for coming in person. I can feel your sincerity, and I hope we can collaborate in the future. Thank you. The originally dejected Blizzard Martial Arts Hall master felt somewhat moved upon hearing Yi Tian's sincere words. Although he knew it was unlikely, seeing the smile on Yi Tian's face gradually brightened his mood. Alright, I look forward to collaborating with Yi Tian in the future. The Blizzard Martial Arts Hall master showed a friendly smile and secretly vowed to establish a deeper connection with Yi Tian in the days to come. The next morning, Yi Tian got up early and headed to the Fengyun Martial Arts Hall with great anticipation. The Fengyun Martial Arts Hall was located in the center of Guangming City, where bustling crowds surged like waves. As Yi Tian walked along the road, passers-by turned to look at him, their gazes filled with surprise and awe, because now the streets and alleys of Guangming City were plastered with his posters. Look, that person seems to be Yi Tian. Huh, something's not right. Wasn't it said that Yi Tian was an awakened? How is he a martial artist now? Damn. I noticed it too, this Yi Tian is now a martial artist. People sensed the cultivation aura erupting from Yi Tian and were all left with their mouths agape, utterly shocked. Discussions broke out one after another, and Yi Tian's reputation spread like wildfire. Whoa! In just a few days, Yi Tian has gone from being an awakened to a warrior. No wonder he's the most talented man in the history of Bright City. Many people looked at Yi Tian and praised him. Look, he's entering the Wind and Cloud Martial Hall. Is he going to get his warrior certification? At present, many people saw Yi Tian enter the Fengyun Martial Arts Hall and immediately guessed his purpose. Fengyun Martial Arts Hall. As one of the two largest martial arts halls in Guangming City, it is usually bustling with people coming and going in an endless stream. But today, the atmosphere in the Fengyun Martial Arts Hall was completely different from usual, appearing especially oppressive. Because the long-absent master of the Fengyun Martial Arts Hall has personally appeared today. For a moment, the front desk staff, the martial arts hall manager, and even the ladies in charge of the hall's nutritional meals all seemed exceptionally serious, completely devoid of their usual laxity. Why has the master come today? The master looks so serious, with such a powerful aura, truly terrifying. Today, slacking off is absolutely not an option. The master is too imposing. Many staff members of the martial arts school were discussing the master. In their eyes, the master of their Storm Martial Arts School was usually stern and unsmiling, exuding an overwhelming aura that inspired fear. So at this moment, many employees felt somewhat reserved and even a little intimidated when they saw the owner of the martial arts gym. The owner of Fengyun Martial Arts Gym was still dressed in a black suit today, with clean and neat short hair exuding a faint but powerful aura. The manager of the martial arts gym standing nearby was dressed in a refined suit but appeared somewhat nervous. The owner of Fengyun Martial Arts Gym patted the manager on the shoulder and said in a low voice, "Work hard, and by the end of the year, I'll get you all a sister-in-law." The manager's face lit up with joy upon hearing the boss's words and quickly said, "All right, all right." The owner of the Fengyun Martial Arts Hall waved his hand, "Go ahead and get to work. No need to stay here with me." The manager, as if granted amnesty, quickly responded, "Owner, all right, all right. If you need anything, just call me anytime." Afterward, the manager left as if fleeing. Other employees watched their boss constantly looking outside, seemingly waiting for someone, and were filled with curiosity. What do you think the owner is waiting for today? Who could be so important that they make our boss wait personally? Could it be the city lord? Many employees knew that their boss usually never showed up at the martial arts hall, but today he had arrived early, clearly indicating that the other party's identity was extraordinary. In the employees' eyes, anyone who can make the boss personally wait must surely be a big figure, like the city lord. Whoa, whoa. Look quickly, the owner is actually smiling, and so warmly too. The receptionist and some staff at the martial arts hall entranced suddenly saw the owner smiling and all exclaimed in surprise. They realized they were too excited and quickly covered their mouths. They saw the usually stern master of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion unexpectedly showing a warm smile upon seeing the young man walking in from outside the door, leaving the nearby employees in disbelief. This young man was none other than Yi Tian. "Student Yi Tian, you're finally here. Let's go, I'll take student Yi Tian to verify it right now." The owner of the Fengyun Martial Arts Hall warmly welcomed Yi Tian, which surprised him, as the owner had taken the initiative to wait for him. Yi Tian looked at the owner and said slowly, "You are very thoughtful, hall master." The owner responded enthusiastically, "It's my duty, it's my duty." The martial arts school staff and passers-by were all shocked. Who is this young man? He actually made the master so warmly welcome him. It's hard to imagine, the master, who is usually as cold as an iceberg, is smiling so brightly at this young man today. Many of the people coming and going, as well as the staff, had their eyes fixed on Yi Tian at this moment. Everyone speculated about what kind of big shot Yi Tian could be, because only a Battle King powerhouse like the City Lord would receive such treatment. Our Wind and Cloud Martial Arts Hallmaster is actually so enthusiastic about this young man. This young man must be extraordinary. The employees of the Wind and Cloud Martial Arts Hall all cast respectful and awe-filled gazes at Yi Tian, secretly marveling in their hearts. Suddenly, one of the employees caught sight of the poster on the wall and exclaimed, "Isn't that Yi Tian?" The others were stunned, and then one of Yi Tian's classmates pointed to the poster next to it and said, "It's the boy on that poster. Look, although he looks even better than in the poster, he really does resemble him." Everyone took a closer look and immediately widened their eyes. Whoa, it really does look like him. It's really Yi Tian. Yi Tian is so handsome. At this moment, everyone seemed to suddenly understand and began to grasp the reason for the curator's enthusiasm toward Yi Tian. No wonder the curator is so enthusiastic about him. This Yi Tian is truly the pride of our Guangming city. It's said that he awakened the strongest talent in history. This is truly impressive. Many employees looked at Yi Tian, and after their shock, a trace of respect appeared in their eyes. What is Yi Tian doing at our martial arts school? Didn't he just become an awakened a few days ago? Our martial arts school is only for martial artists to enter. The onlookers, including staff and trainees, were all puzzled. Suddenly, someone noticed the aura emanating from Yi Tian and their pupils dilated sharply. Oh my god! Yi Tian is actually a martial artist now. Didn't he just become an awakened a few days ago? It's only been a few days, and he's already become a martial artist. Damn, is his cultivation speed really this insane? Everyone was shocked by the martial artist aura emanating from Yi Tian. You must know, even the most top-notch genius takes 100 days to progress from an awakener to a warrior. Yet Yi Tian completed this leap in just 10 days, how could that not be shocking? In fact, from Yi Tian's awakening to now, including the martial exam, it has only been a total of 10 days. But only Director Su knows that Yi Tian actually took just 3 days to cross this stage. More importantly, Yi Tian's martial artist foundation is extremely solid, far surpassing most people. If others were to find out that Yi Tian became a martial artist in just 3 days, they would undoubtedly be shocked beyond belief. Next, the master of the Fengyun Martial Arts Hall took Yi Tian to undergo the martial artist certification. The front desk and staff hurriedly processed Yi Tian's identification. Normally, it takes 3 days for a martial artist to undergo verification. The first 2 days are for submitting review materials, and the third day is for the verification process. The results and certification usually take a week to be issued. But today, the owner of the Fengyun Martial Arts Hall personally accompanied Yi Tian, allowing almost all procedures to be completed in the afternoon. Soon, the review of materials was completed in less than 10 minutes and incredible speed. The owner of the Fengyun Martial Arts Hall led Yi Tian to a massive piece of equipment nearby. On this machine, there is a gauge displaying the strength values, and next to it is a robot connected to the machine. For bold characters are prominently printed on the machine, early warrior stage. Yi Tian was slightly taken aback, and the curator enthusiastically explained, Yi Tian, during the test later, you will spar with this early warrior stage robot. If you can fight it to a draw, it means you have reached the warrior level. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian immediately understood, looked up at the curator, and slowly said, Curator, I am at the mid-warrior stage. Should we switch to a mid-warrior stage robot? To be honest, the curator has been quite kind to him. This robot looks expensive, and Yi Tian doesn't want to damage it. The master of the Wind and Cloud Martial Hall smiled upon hearing Yi Tian's words. Rest assured, Yi Tian. The robots for early-stage warriors can withstand the strength of both early-stage and mid-stage warriors. The robots for mid-stage warriors can withstand the strength of both mid-stage and late-stage warriors. He quickly added, Yi Tian, every warrior who comes to test their skills does the same. Many mid-stage warriors who come to our Wind and Cloud Martial Hall to train and spar also use the robots for early-stage warriors. After hearing this, Yi Tian was surprised and secretly thought to himself, these early-stage warrior robots are so powerful, they are indeed extraordinary. The combat power of the early-stage warrior robots far surpasses that of ordinary mid-stage warriors. Yi Tian was shaken when he heard the words of the Fengyun Martial Arts Hall master, and the early-stage warrior robot before him immediately caught his attention. He turned to the master and said firmly, Master, then it will be this one. At this moment, a surge of anticipation rose in Yi Tian's heart. He couldn't wait to see just how strong this robot, whose combat power far exceeded that of a mid-stage warrior, truly was and to spar with it. The master of the Fengyun Martial Arts Hall revealed a gratified smile. Alright, Yi Tian, get ready. Yi Tian nodded, feeling secretly excited. This was his first time battling a robot, and it was even an opponent with extraordinary combat power. It was inevitable that his heart would be surging with excitement. The curator waved to the staff beside him, who immediately understood and quickly adjusted the various data on the testing equipment. Next, the staff unplugged the charging device of the martial artist early-stage robot. In an instant, the robot's eyes flashed with dazzling white light. Bang, bang, bang. The martial artist early-stage robot began to move, and the ground emitted a heavy sound. Its movements became increasingly agile, surprisingly vivid, almost like a human. In this spacious testing room, Yi Tian and the robot locked eyes. The walls of the testing room were made of transparent glass, allowing the curator of the Storm Martial Arts Hall and other staff outside to clearly see what was happening inside. Yi Tian, during his battle with the robot, had every attack reflected in the corresponding data on the nearby testing instruments. This data would provide direct evidence of Yi Tian's strength. The master of the Fengyun Martial Arts Hall turned to the staff and asked, in your opinion, what is Yi Tian's win rate against our robot? After careful consideration, the staff member replied, Master, I think it's 60%. The master nodded in agreement. He also believed that Yi Tian could suppress the robot in this duel, but whether he could ultimately defeat the opponent remained uncertain. Not far away, many employees and martial artists who came to the martial arts hall for training were watching, eager to see the strength of Yi Tian, whom the hall master valued. Inside the testing room, the atmosphere was tense and intense. "Please," Yi Tian said calmly, as the robot's eyes flashed with light and it launched a fierce attack on him. Swish! The robot clenched its iron fist and charged straight at Yi Tian, its punch carrying the sound of wind-breaking force, unstoppable like a bamboo splitting. Yi Tian's expression turned stern, showing no weakness as he stepped forward and threw a fierce punch. Bang! The clash of fists echoed deafeningly throughout the testing room. Yi Tian's gaze sharpened, and suddenly, his eyes widened. Bang! With a loud bang, the robot's steel arm instantly exploded, sending metal fragments flying. Damn! What's going on? The arm of the early-stage warrior robot exploded. So intense, so fierce? Outside the testing room where Yi Tian and the robot were, the onlookers widened their eyes and opened their mouths so wide it seemed they could fit a stone inside. They were utterly shocked by the scene they had just witnessed. Just now, they witnessed with their own eyes Yi Tian's earth-shaking battle with the early-stage warrior robot. The result. With a single powerful punch, Yi Tian directly smashed the mechanical arm of the early-stage warrior robot. After a brief silence, the scene immediately erupted into a flurry of discussion. This Yi Tian is too fierce. This is simply unbelievable. The robot's arm was so hard, yet it was still smashed to pieces by Yi Tian. Everyone snapped back to reality and couldn't help but marvel. This is incredible. How strong must this Yi Tian be? You have to know, the mechanical arm of this robot was forged with alloy by the Fengyun Martial Arts Hall. And yet, this incredibly tough alloy mechanical arm was smashed to pieces by Yi Tian with a single punch. Many onlookers gazed at Yi Tian, with a trace of fear unexpectedly appearing in their eyes. The martial arts school staff looked at Yi Tian, unable to help but sigh in admiration. No wonder the master is so enthusiastic about him. He's just incredible. The master truly has a great eye. No wonder the owner values this Yi Tian so much. His strength is indeed unquestionable. The employees looked at their owner, secretly admiring him in their hearts. However, the senior members of the Fengyun Martial Arts Hall stared at the robot in the testing room, whose mechanical arm had been broken by Yi Tian, feeling a jolt in their hearts. The Fengyun martial artists looked at the robot with a broken arm in the testing room, feeling a bit distressed. But immediately after, he recalled the scene where Yi Tian had just broken the robot's mechanical arm, and the shock in his eyes was unmistakable. This student Yi Tian is truly extraordinary. To think he could shatter the hard mechanical arm of a warrior-level robot with a single punch. This student Yi Tian's strength is definitely much greater than I had imagined. The master of the Fengyun Martial Arts Hall restrained his smile, his expression turning serious. Testing inside the hall. The robot showed no emotion, but Yi Tian did. Yi Tian felt a surge of amazement in his heart as he realized he had just smashed the robot's mechanical arm with a single punch. Didn't they say this robot's combat power far surpasses that of an average mid-stage martial artist? Why? I just threw one punch, and its mechanical arm exploded. Yi Tian stared intently at the robot with its mechanical arm blown apart, his heart filled with shock. He was currently at the mid-stage martial artist level, yet with just one punch, the mid-stage combat robot's mechanical arm was directly shattered by him. This left Yi Tian in disbelief. Continue. The robot opposite emitted a burst of mechanical sounds. Yi Tian looked up, staring intently at the robot opposite. Boom! The robot charged at Yi Tian with full force. Yi Tian's expression instantly turned serious. He wouldn't hold back just because the opponent was a machine, especially since he had already disabled one of its mechanical arms. He knew that he was now in a battle. In battle, there must not be the slightest slack, nor should the opponent be underestimated. He had to give it his all. Boom! The robot swiftly approached Yi Tian, swinging a mechanical leg toward him. Yi Tian deftly dodged and simultaneously kicked toward the robot's abdomen. The robot reacted quickly, easily evading Yi Tian's kick. But Yi Tian was not to be outdone, swiftly dodging the robot's attack. Boom! The robot used its remaining mechanical arm to launch an attack at Yi Tian. This time, Yi Tian did not choose to dodge but directly kicked out, fiercely striking the robot. Bang! The robot's mechanical arm failed to touch Yi Tian and was instead kicked flying by him. Yi Tian's expression turned serious as he seized the opportunity in an instant. Bang! The robot was kicked away by Yi Tian, crashing heavily onto the ground. Just as it was about to stand up, Yi Tian had already swiftly closed in on it. Smack! Yi Tian clenched his hands into heavy fists and fiercely smashed down on the robot that was about to rise. Bang! Yi Tian's heavy fists struck directly on the robot's mechanical body, producing a crisp sound. As a martial artist, Yi Tian's strength is far from ordinary, and striking the machine doesn't cause much pain. Bang! This heavy punch completely knocked the robot, which was just about to get up, back to the ground. However, a sudden change occurred. Boom! The robot that had just been knocked down by Yi Tian suddenly exploded. Student Yi Tian, the head of the Fengyun martial arts hall outside, watching the battle, immediately rushed into the testing room to check on Yi Tian's condition. All they saw. Amid the black smoke from the robot's explosion, Yi Tian slowly walked out. The master of the Fengyun martial arts hall saw Yi Tian come out safely, carefully examined him, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that Yi Tian was unharmed, the master of the Fengyun martial arts hall finally let out a sigh of relief. He thought to himself, Yi Tian must not have any accidents here. Now that he has just awakened a top-tier talent and has become a disciple of the immortal Cloud Fairy, if something happens, I'll be in big trouble. Student Yi Tian, are you alright? The master asked with concern. Yi Tian shook his head, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Rest assured, master, I'm fine. He paused for a moment, then his tone shifted, and a hint of slyness flashed in his eyes. However, master, that robot seems to have exploded. The master of the Fengyun martial arts hall turned his head immediately upon hearing this, looking behind Yi Tian, his pupils contracting sharply. He saw that the once imposing robot had been reduced to a pile of scrap metal by a single punch from Yi Tian. The scene was utterly shocking, and his heart ached. He had never expected Yi Tian's combat power to be so terrifying. The robot, designed for the early stages of martial artists, didn't even have a chance to resist in front of Yi Tian and was directly destroyed. The master suppressed the shock in his heart and forced a smile. It's fine, Yi Tian, as long as you're okay. I didn't expect your combat strength to be so formidable. Yi Tian shook his head, his tone serious. I didn't expect this robot to be so fragile either. At this moment, the onlookers nearby had already been stunned by this earth-shattering scene, their mouths agape in shock. After a brief silence, everyone snapped back to their senses, their eyes filled with astonishment and awe. Did you just see that? That robot was smashed to pieces by Yi Tian with a single punch. That was a robot designed for early-stage martial artists, and it couldn't even last 3 rounds. Just how terrifying is Yi Tian's combat power? I am also at the mid-stage of a martial artist. When sparring with beginner-stage martial artist robots, it's usually a draw unless I go all out to barely suppress it. But Yi Tian dismantled the robot in just a few moves. He's simply too fierce. The onlookers all turned their frightened gazes toward Yi Tian, their hearts filled with apprehension. The owner of the Fengyun martial arts hall snapped out of it at this moment, turned to the staff beside him, and urgently asked, what is Yi Tian's combat power and strength reading? The staff of the Fengyun martial arts hall looked at Yi Tian, their eyes revealing a trace of fear and reverence. Master, young Master Yi Tian's strength has already exceeded the limits of this robot as shown on the instrument, the staff reported anxiously. The pupils of the master of the Fengyun martial arts hall suddenly contracted, his heart filled with shock. It was widely known that the strength limit of a typical early-stage martial artist robot was equivalent to that of a mid-stage martial artist, generally around 1,500 kilograms. As a result, many mid-stage martial artists, no matter how skilled, could only passively endure attacks when facing an early-stage martial artist robot, finding it difficult to completely defeat it. But now, Yi Tian had broken all conventions, surpassing the robot's limits. Yi Tian, I never expected you to reach the strength limit of a mid-stage martial artist in such a short time, the master said in shock. Yi Tian smiled faintly and responded casually, probably because I awakened an SSS level talent. This statement struck the curator's heart like a thunderclap. He thought to himself, is this the legendary SSS level talent? After only 10 days of training, not only has he reached the level of a martial artist, but he's also cultivated to the mid-stage power limit of a martial artist. At this moment, the curator was deeply shocked by Yi Tian's talent and potential, and a sense of admiration arose in his heart. As he looked at Yi Tian, it was as if he saw endless possibilities for the future. Curator, why are you staring at me? Yi Tian teased, interrupting the curator's thoughts. Master, are you okay? Yi Tian asked with concern. The master of the Fengyun martial arts hall finally came to his senses and let out a dry laugh. Yi Tian, your cultivation speed makes me feel ashamed. Yi Tian smiled lightly. Master, you're being modest. Your king-level martial prowess is what truly makes me feel ashamed. You are the one being modest, Yi Tian, the master said earnestly. My cultivation and strength are the result of decades of arduous training. But you, perhaps in just a few years, will reach the realm of a battle king. The master of the Fengyun martial arts hall said solemnly, at first, I thought your rapid progress in cultivation would result in a shaky foundation. But just now, you demonstrated the strength of a martial artist's limit while still in the mid-stage, which is enough to prove your solid foundation. At this moment, the master's regard for Yi Tian deepened further. Thank you for the praise, master. Yi Tian smiled faintly. Student Yi Tian, would you like to try the mid-stage martial artist robot? The master's eyes sparkled with anticipation, eager to witness Yi Tian's ultimate strength firsthand. All right. Yi Tian readily agreed. Not long after, in a new testing room, Yi Tian prepared to face off against a mid-stage warrior robot. Outside the testing room, the earlier heated discussion sparked by Yi Tian's battle with the early-stage warrior robot had drawn even more spectators to the new testing room. Brother Yi Tian is going to battle a robot again, an excited warrior exclaimed. Brother Yi Tian was so fierce just now. He took down that early-stage warrior robot in less than 3 moves. Everyone was talking excitedly. But now he's facing a mid-stage warrior robot, and its strength is no joke, another person said worriedly. With my mid-stage warrior strength, I can't even beat a mid-stage warrior robot. Its power is just too monstrous. Someone was feeling extremely nervous. I think Brother Yi Tian can win. A warrior who had just witnessed the previous battle said confidently, he destroyed an early-stage warrior robot in 3 moves. His strength is simply astonishing. That's impossible. The new spectator looked incredulous. A mid-stage warrior, even at their strength limit, can't possibly destroy an early-stage warrior robot. Exactly, how could that be? I'm also a mid-stage warrior, and when facing an early-stage warrior robot, its full-force outburst can completely overwhelm me, leaving me with no chance to fight back. Another person shook their head repeatedly. However, Yi Tian's strength had already surpassed the imagination of ordinary people. He was about to shatter everyone's perceptions once again. Many of the new spectators, having just witnessed Yi Tian's battle against the robot, were as excited as if they'd taken a stimulant, chattering animatedly on the sidelines. Ha ha, this is absolute strength. You'll see soon enough, we believe in Brother Yi Tian. The martial artists who had just witnessed Yi Tian's astonishing battle expressed their trust in him without reservation. Yi Tian's performance had completely won over their hearts. The master of the Fengyun Martial Arts Hall stared at Yi Tian and the mid-stage martial artist robot in the testing room, his brows furrowed, and an increasingly uneasy feeling grew in his heart. I must be overthinking. This robot has the strength of a mid-level warrior, with a power limit reaching late-stage warrior. Yi Tian definitely can't handle it. He muttered to himself in a low voice, but deep down, he felt something was off, as if something unusual was about to happen. He looked at the staff member beside him and said in a serious tone, "Record the experimental data carefully." The staff immediately responded, "Rest assured, Master of the Hall. This time it's the peak strength of a late-stage warrior. Young Master Yi Tian absolutely won't be able to break it." The master of the Fengyun Martial Arts Hall nodded, his gaze fixed on the arena, eagerly anticipating the intense battle between Yi Tian and the robot. The other onlooking warriors and staff were also filled with anticipation, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. At this moment of great attention, the battle between Yi Tian and the mid-level warrior robot officially began in the new testing room. Boom! In front of Yi Tian, the robot suddenly launched an attack. Ha! Yi Tian's expression changed, his heart alert. The speed of this new robot was much faster, leaving no room for relaxation. Without hesitation, he threw a punch to meet it. Bang! As with the previous robot, the mechanical fist collided once again with Yi Tian's fist. A sudden mutation occurred. This new robot's combat power had increased by more than double. At the moment its iron fist collided with Yi Tian's fist, it produced an earth-shattering sound. Pong! The new robot's iron fist instantly exploded. However, Yi Tian did not give the opponent any chance to react. At the moment the new robot's iron fist burst. Yi Tian delivered a kick straight to the new robot's head. His immense strength of 3,600 kilograms burst forth in an instant, a terrifying force that even a late-stage martial artist could not withstand. The new robot's mechanical head stood no chance against Yi Tian's powerful attack. Pong! Silence! A deathly silence. Bang! At this moment, Yi Tian kicked out, directly blasting the head of this new mid-stage martial artist robot. Outside the new testing room, everyone was completely stunned. Yi Tian's speed was like lightning, his strength like a torrent, ruthless and decisive, leaving no time for anyone to react. The new robot was instantly defeated by him just like that. A few seconds of silence were followed by the sound of sharp intakes of breath. Hiss! The onlooking martial artists and staff were all dumbfounded, unable to contain themselves. Damn! Whoa! This guy actually blew the head off that powerful robot. I hadn't even reacted, and the robot was already smashed. The martial artists and staff watching were all exclaiming in amazement at Yi Tian in the new testing room. Seriously, Yi Tian took down that robot way too fast. We couldn't even react in time. That's incredible. I think Yi Tian is simply too fierce. Everyone looked at Yi Tian, their faces full of shock. Obviously, this battle left everyone in awe. Some of the onlooking martial artists began recalling the details just now and couldn't help but be even more astonished. Just now, I remember Yi Tian smashed the robot's mechanical arm with a single punch. Then, before the robot could even react, Yi Tian kicked its head and blew it up. Holy crap! Yi Tian is just too brutal. How strong is Yi Tian exactly? He's currently at the mid-stage of a martial artist. How can he have such immense strength? Indeed, Yi Tian's strength is too powerful. Everyone looked at the second robot that had already been scrapped on the ground and came to a conclusion in their hearts. Yi Tian's strength is absolutely extraordinary. Experienced martial artists glanced at Yi Tian, then at the discarded robot on the ground, their expressions serious. This Yi Tian is definitely not simple. The strength limit of a mid-stage martial artist robot is already close to that of a late-stage martial artist. For Yi Tian to be able to destroy it, it shows he is terrifyingly strong. Several experienced martial artists analyzed and their eyes widened like T-bulls, clearly shocked by their own speculation that Yi Tian, his strength is truly astonishing. I'm also at the mid-stage of martial arts, just like him, but if I were to fight him, I think I'd be completely overwhelmed. I feel the same way, he could kill me with a single punch. The onlooking martial artists all realized that, despite being at the same level as Yi Tian, the gap in strength was immense. Although they are all mid-stage warriors, Yi Tian can completely defeat them if he goes all out. A few late-stage warriors kept their eyes fixed on Yi Tian in the new testing room. Faced with the mechanical arm lying on the ground and the exploded robot, their expressions were solemn. If I were up against that robot, I wouldn't be able to destroy it at all. I am now a late-stage warrior, at most I could suppress it slightly, or perhaps end up in a draw. But as for destroying that robot, I simply can't do it. Many late-stage martial artists shook their heads, their hearts filled with helplessness. The onlooking martial artists finally snapped out of their shock and came to a conclusion. Whether they were at the same level as Yi Tian or stronger, they were absolutely no match for him. At this moment, the onlooking martial artists looked at Yi Tian, their eyes filled with fear, but even more with reverence for the strong. The master of the Fengyun Martial Arts Hall stared at Yi Tian in the new testing room, the shock on his face becoming even more evident. The staff member nearby looked utterly distressed and quickly said to the master of the Fengyun Martial Arts Hall, "Master, well, young Master Yi Tian's strength still isn't showing on the device. It must have exceeded the instrument's limit." Looking at the red warning sign on the device, the staff member felt deeply frustrated. The master of the Fengyun Martial Arts Hall nodded silently. However, looking at Yi Tian in the new testing room, the martial arts hall master secretly pondered. Yi Tian's strength has already surpassed the scope of a martial artist. Not only is he invincible at the same level, but his strength also far exceeds that of his peers. The master of the Fengyun Martial Arts Hall tried to calm himself down, thinking, and gradually came to understand. Student Yi Tian is now at the mid-stage of a martial artist, yet his strength is already so formidable. Then in the future, when he enters university, learns combat techniques, and becomes a disciple of the fairy, his power will undoubtedly defy the heavens. This student Yi Tian is bound to achieve extraordinary things in the future. We must win him over. Feeling a surge of excitement, the head of the Fengyun Martial Arts Hall straightened his face and immediately instructed the staff to disperse the onlookers. Afterward, the head of the Fengyun Martial Arts Hall smiled warmly, his eyes fixed intently on Yi Tian. "Student Yi Tian, your strength is truly formidable. To possess such astonishing power among martial artists, your future achievements will be unmatched." The master of the Fengyun Martial Arts Hall pushed open the door to the new testing room, walked in, and praised Yi Tian profusely. "Student Yi Tian, your strength has probably already surpassed the limits of martial artists. It seems that student Yi Tian has an extremely solid foundation in cultivation." Hearing the praise from the master of the Fengyun Martial Arts Hall, Yi Tian smiled slightly and said humbly, "Master, you flatter me. I still have many areas where I need to work hard." Upon hearing this, the master of the Fengyun Martial Arts Hall felt an even deeper appreciation for Yi Tian. Yi Tian looked at the master of the Fengyun Martial Arts Hall, a trace of concern appearing on his face, and asked, "Master, I broke 2 robots. Do I need to compensate for this?" The master of the Fengyun Martial Arts Hall glanced at the robots on the ground, feeling a pang of heartache. A martial artist's robot is extremely expensive to build, practically a sky-high price. If an ordinary person breaks it, they definitely have to compensate. If they can't afford it, They would have to work at the martial arts school for 10 years to accumulate work points. But Yi Tian is completely different from ordinary people. His talent is astonishing, his potential limitless, and the power he has displayed at this stage is already terrifying, not to mention having the immortal Cloud Fairy as his backing. The owner of the Fengyun Martial Arts Hall naturally wouldn't let Yi Tian compensate. Looking at Yi Tian's worried expression, the owner quickly said, "Yi Tian, you're joking. Just give it your all." Ha ha ha. The owner laughed heartily, secretly feeling fortunate to have such a talent. Yi Tian looked at the master of the Fengyun Martial Arts Hall and said seriously, "Master, how about giving me another late-stage martial artist robot? I feel like my strength hasn't been fully unleashed yet." The master of the Fengyun Martial Arts Hall was startled upon hearing this. He hurriedly said, "Student Yi Tian, the late-stage martial artist robot in our dojo is currently under maintenance and is completely unsuitable for sparring. Moreover, Student Yi Tian, your strength is truly overwhelming. I will immediately arrange for someone to conduct the martial artist certification for you." At this point, the dojo master felt uneasy, fearing that Yi Tian might bring up the robot again, and quickly added, "And also the primal stone reward that student Yi Tian is concerned about." At this moment, Yi Tian's phone rang. It was a message from Fairy Xianyun. After finishing his conversation with Yi Tian, the head of the Fengyun Martial Arts Hall immediately turned to the staff beside him and instructed, "Quickly process the warrior certification for student Yi Tian, and make it fast." The staff immediately perked up upon hearing the owner's command. "Rest assured, owner, I'll handle it right away." Before the words had even faded, a suit-clad staff member swiftly gathered a few colleagues nearby and promptly began processing Yi Tian's martial artist certification and proof. Under normal circumstances, the martial artist certification requires a 2-day process and is completed on the 3rd day. As for the martial artist proof, it typically takes 7 days, and can only be collected after approval. However, Yi Tian broke the norm as the owner of the Storm Martial Arts Hall decided to expedite everything for him immediately. Yi Tian looked at the busy staff and smiled as he spoke to the martial arts hall master. "Master, thank you for your dedication." The martial arts hall master, upon hearing Yi Tian's gratitude, revealed a gratified smile. "Yi Tian, this is only natural. Since you've come to our martial arts hall, we must provide you with the best service. Student Yi Tian, you destroyed the robot with just a few moves. Your strength is extraordinary," the martial arts hall master said excitedly. "Your presence at our dojo truly brings us great honor." Yi Tian nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the robot behind him, secretly pondering the extraordinary power he possessed. "Student Yi Tian, let's go claim your reward, the Origin Stone." The martial arts hall master's voice carried a hint of urgency, fearing that Yi Tian might request another late-stage warrior robot. The scene of Yi Tian destroying 2 robots just moments ago was still fresh in his mind. The martial arts hall master knew clearly that Yi Tian's strength far exceeded his expectations. He understood deeply that Yi Tian had already achieved unrivaled dominance within his tier. "Master, you are truly too kind." Yi Tian's eyes lit up when he heard he was going to be given Yuan stones, and his heart surged with excitement. "This is what you deserve, without a doubt," the martial arts hall master said with a broad smile. In the office of the Fengyun Martial Arts Hall master, the grand environment greatly surprised Yi Tian, and there was even a dedicated training room. Looking at all this, he couldn't help but marvel. "The master's office is really impressive," Yi Tian admitted. "Student Yi Tian, if you're interested, you can consider joining our Fengyun Martial Arts School." The owner took the opportunity to invite him, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "If the higher-ups find out you've joined, with your current talent and your connection to Immortal Cloud Fairy, having an office like this in the future would definitely be within your reach." The owner was full of expectation. Yi Tian shook his head with a smile. "My current strength is too low. I don't need such a good studio." "You're too modest, student Yi Tian. With your potential, you're absolutely worthy of something better." The owner disagreed. Yi Tian did not continue the topic but directly said, "Master, let's talk about the reward we mentioned earlier." The master of the Fengyun Martial Arts Hall did not hesitate and immediately took a medium-sized wooden box from the table. Upon opening it, 6 fist-sized elemental stones were revealed. "Master, why are there 6 stones instead of 5? Yi Tian asked in surprise. "Because you performed exceptionally well, we decided to give you an extra one," the master said with a radiant smile. Yi Tian took the wooden box, warmth surging in his heart. "Thank you, master. With your potential, you absolutely deserve it." The master nodded with a smile. Soon after, the staff quickly processed the martial artist certification, and the honorary certificate was delivered as scheduled. Yi Tian's martial artist certification was successfully completed in just one afternoon, leaving everyone astonished. The master of the Storm Martial Arts Hall personally drove Yi Tian home, reminding him along the way, everything that happened today was well deserved. Yi Tian. Master, thank you so much. Yi Tian expressed his heartfelt gratitude. It's nothing, the master replied with a smile, waving his hand. As he left, his heart was filled with satisfaction. Yi Tian watched the back of the master of the Fengyun Martial Arts Hall and reflected on everything that had happened today. He understood that all of this was due to his strength and potential. Thus, Yi Tian resolved to continue improving his abilities. Then, continue absorbing the elemental energy and cultivating. Yi Tian looked at the elemental stones in the wooden box, his gaze growing even more resolute, as if laying a solid foundation for his next stage of growth. The head of the Fengyun Martial Arts Hall drove back to the hall, walking with firm steps, and instructed the staff, post Yi Tian's poster in the most prominent spot. Also, the photo of me shaking hands with Yi Tian that I just had you take, enlarge it and print it out. Make sure to place the poster in the most prominent spot in our martial arts school. The staff member nearby was somewhat incredulous and stammered, Master, that student Yi Tian is just a martial artist, while you, Master, are a martial king. The master of Fengyun Martial Arts School shot a glare at the employee, his tone displeased. Do you have a problem with that? Seeing the master's displeasure, the employee quickly lowered his head and apologized. No. The short-haired master of the Fengyun Martial Arts Hall snorted coldly. What do you know? Student Yi Tian will definitely be more than just a martial king in the future. Yi Tian's downtown villa. At this moment, Yi Tian had just finished freshening up and was in excellent condition. He took out a primordial stone, preparing to absorb its energy, and secretly vowed in his heart, nothing is more important than improving strength. Primordial stone, activate. 100-fold cultivation speed, activate. Centered around Yi Tian, several small vortices suddenly appeared, frantically absorbing the energy from the primordial stone in his hand. The energy within Yi Tian's body kept accumulating, and his physical strength was rapidly increasing. After a night of cultivation, as day and night alternated, the elemental stone in his hand had already turned to powder by early morning. At this moment, Yi Tian's strength had greatly increased, gaining 5 points of elemental power, which translated to an enhancement of 300 kilograms in strength. He planned to go out for a meal, return for a short rest, and then continue his focused cultivation. Ring. At that moment, Yi Tian's phone rang. Upon answering, the sweet voice of the school beauty Xin Tian came through. Brother Yi Tian, what are you doing? Yi Tian replied with a smile. Xin Tian, I was just practicing. Xin Tian exclaimed joyfully. Wow. Brother Yi Tian, you're so hardworking. I really admire you. Yi Tian chuckled softly. Xin Tian, is there something you need from me? Xin Tian said sweetly, my dad wants to give you a gift. Yi Tian was taken aback. ? Ding dong. At this moment, a message came through. Immortal Cloud Fairy, Yi Tian, all is well now. Come to the school when you have time. I'll teach you cultivation. Yi Tian and Xin Tian's phone call. Yi Tian was startled upon hearing Xin Tian's words. Xin City Lord wants to give me a gift? Xin Tian nodded, her face full of anticipation. Yes. A thought flashed through Yi Tian's mind. Could it be that Xin City Lord believes I have awakened an SSS level talent and wants to win me over? Such an opportunity must not be missed. Alright, I'll come over tomorrow, Yi Tian said decisively. Xin Tian heard his response and was so excited that she almost jumped up. Great, I'll wait for brother Yi Tian at home tomorrow. Yi Tian smiled faintly, feeling secretly pleased. When there's an opportunity for benefits, of course, you have to strive for it. After all, the more, the better. He went out and grabbed a quick bite, then returned home to rest well, his heart filled with anticipation for tomorrow's meeting. The next morning, Yi Tian got up early, exercised for a while, had a simple breakfast, and bought some fresh fruits along the way before heading to Xin Tian's house. Xintian's home is located in a suburban villa area, where countless dignitaries and wealthy individuals converge, exuding extraordinary grandeur. At the center of this villa area is Xintian's luxurious mansion. Xintian's father, Xin Chang, is a martial king-level expert and the city lord, while her mother is a martial master-level expert and the director of a certain bureau. With such a background, Xintian's family is truly a combination of power and influence. The security guards in the villa area are tall and imposing, patrolling constantly. Yi Tian initially thought he would be stopped, but to his surprise, as soon as the security guards saw his face, they enthusiastically allowed him through. It turned out that City Lord Xin had already instructed them to ensure Yi Tian passed without hindrance under any circumstances. Walking through the villa area, Yi Tian felt a surge of emotions. Everything here was identical to what he had experienced in his previous life. The living environment of the wealthy was vastly different from that of ordinary people, top-tier greenery and impeccably clean roads without a trace of litter. Soon, Yi Tian arrived at the address provided by Xin Tian. In front of him stood a 3-story villa, with 3 luxury cars parked downstairs, 2 SUVs and a red sports car. As he approached, Xin Tian excitedly called out, "Brother Yi Tian, you're here." She was dressed in a white princess dress, her gaze as tender as water, resembling a fairy descending to the mortal world, instantly capturing Yi Tian's attention. Even her schoolmates would probably be unable to look away if they saw such a Xin Tian. "Xin Tian, you look truly beautiful today," Yi Tian sincerely complimented. Xin Tian listened, her face instantly flushed, and she shyly responded in a low voice, "Brother Yi Tian, you look very handsome today too." Her voice was as gentle as a spring breeze. At this moment, Xin Chang, dressed in formal attire, walked out. Seeing Yi Tian, he smiled and said, "Classmate Yi Tian, welcome to our home." Yi Tian also smiled politely, "Lord Xin Chang." He handed over the fruit in his hand. "Yi Tian, there's no need to be so formal. You're just here to have a meal with us," Xin Chang said politely. Yi Tian smiled and said, "I'm not trying to be formal. These fruits are meant as snacks for Xin Tian." Sure enough, upon hearing this, Xin Tian's gaze became even more affectionate, as if silently expressing her gratitude in her heart. Thump! This made Xin Chang's heart tighten as he watched them warily. "Student Yi Tian, please come in." Xin Chang quickly invited. Tian, go to the kitchen and help your mom," he hurriedly said to Xin Tian, not wanting her to be alone with Yi Tian. "Oh," Xin Tian responded reluctantly, carefully holding the fruit Yi Tian had brought as if it were a treasure. Then, Xin Tian busied herself in the kitchen, while Yi Tian chatted casually with Xin Chang in the living room. "Yi Tian, I didn't expect you to have already reached the mid-stage of a warrior's cultivation," Xin Chang said in surprise. "When I heard you were at the mid-stage, I could hardly believe it. Seeing you today, it turns out to be true." Yi Tian smiled faintly, "City Lord, I was just lucky." Xin Chang shook his head in disagreement, "You don't need to be so modest. The fact that you managed to cultivate to become a warrior and even reach the mid-stage in such a short time proves that it's far from mere luck. Yi Tian, you have talent and work so hard. Your future achievements are boundless." Xin Chang's eyes were full of admiration. Yi Tian smiled faintly, feeling secretly pleased, and said no more. Xin Chang continued. "Yi Tian, I have reported your talent to the higher-ups, and they value you greatly. They hope you will join our military organization and become one of us." Xin Chang stared intently at Yi Tian, noticing no change in his expression, and continued. "Yi Tian, rest assured, as long as you join our military, all the benefits will be top-notch. You definitely won't be disappointed." Hearing the city lord's words, Yi Tian chuckled softly, shook his head, and said calmly, "City Lord, I appreciate your kindness. However, I have already become a disciple of Fairy Xian Yun, so it wouldn't be appropriate for me to join another organization." Yi Tian felt secretly pleased, as he could conveniently use the connection with Fairy Xian Yun as an excuse to decline. Upon hearing this, Xin Chang frowned slightly, then spoke earnestly. "Student Yi Tian, it's fine, you can still join our military. As long as you are willing, even a powerful figure like Fairy Mu will not stop you." Yi Tian shook his head and said firmly, "City Lord, I must tell you the truth. Fairy Xian Yun once explicitly told me that I am the only man she has ever interacted with, and I am also her only student. The fairy said that I belong to her, and if anyone tries to take me away, she would be the first to object." For a moment, Xin Chang was speechless and could only remain silent. Then, Yi Tian added, "I also deeply admire the military. In my heart, it is a sacred place. It's just that, since I already belong to the fairy, I naturally can't go to the military anymore." "Sorry." Yi Tian's tone was so sincere that it moved people. The city lord Xin, seeing this, sighed, his tone filled with helplessness. Fine. Since the fairy values you so much, those above won't dare do anything to you." Yi Tian nodded, but inwardly he was secretly pleased, as if he could already see the brilliance of his future. However, City Lord Xin was still unwilling to give up. She looked at Yi Tian seriously, her tone firm. "Yi Tian, Fairy Xian Yun is indeed very powerful, but her personality is too laid back. I'm worried that after becoming her only student, her strength might instead cause you to lose your direction." Yi Tian's eyes lit up, and he pondered silently. Seeing this, Xin Cheng thought Yi Tian hadn't understood and said earnestly again, Yi Tian, coming to the military side, you can gain a lot of experience. Although it might be a bit tough, enduring hardships is the path to greatness. Those hardships are all meant to train you. Xin Cheng advised earnestly, even quoting words from above. You've awakened such a powerful talent, and the people above believe you should go through more trials. They think this will be of great help to your future development. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian immediately shook his head and said without hesitation, City Lord, sorry, I can't endure hardship. I can't endure hardship. His words revealed determination, as if he had already decided not to compromise for anyone. Yi Tian, you. Upon hearing Yi Tian's words, Xin Cheng's eyes widened instantly. The martial king-level powerhouse Xin Cheng never expected Yi Tian to say such words. For a moment, City Lord Xin was at a loss for words, not knowing how to respond. Yi Tian, standing to the side, raised a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. City Lord, I really can't endure hardship. Thank you for your appreciation. Hearing this, Xin Cheng's expression grew increasingly complex, with waves of emotion surging in his heart. Yi Tian, do you know what I admire most about you? Xin Cheng stared directly at Yi Tian. Yi Tian shook his head, his gaze clear. You were very decisive at the time, killing Zhang Xia, Wang Chang, and Lu Yuan, the three who harmed you. Xin Cheng said with emotion, his eyes flashing with admiration. When I heard this news, I was utterly shocked. At the same time, I think you did the right thing. Yi Tian nodded calmly, thank you. Xin Cheng's eyes revealed a trace of admiration, you're very smart. After awakening a top-tier talent, you decisively took action and killed those three. This way, others won't dare to make a move against you so easily. You are both courageous and resourceful, clear about gratitude and grudges. This is something I greatly admire. Thank you for the compliment. Yi Tian smiled faintly. What I admire most is your decisiveness in killing 3 people, and you killed them without hesitation. Xin Cheng's tone was full of boldness. A true man should be like this. He thought of Yi Tian's decisiveness, his eyes filled with admiration. Thank you for the city lord's affirmation. Yi Tian said humbly. Xin Cheng waved his hand and laughed. Since you are unwilling to join the military, then forget it. With your talent, courage, and intellect, you are destined to become a great figure in the future. Yi Tian nodded, his ambitions were far grander than this. Not long after, a sumptuous feast was served, and Yi Tian's eyes lit up. These dishes were all made from expensive beast meat, something he normally couldn't afford to eat. Previously, he could only look up, but now he can fully enjoy himself. It's just that he's been busy cultivating these past few days and hasn't had time to eat properly. Yi Tian, eat more, okay? Xin Tian's mom warmly greeted him. As a warrior-level expert, she is even stronger than the principal of Guangming First High School. On regular days, her aloof demeanor made her hard to approach, but at this moment, she showed unprecedented enthusiasm toward Yi Tian. Originally, Xin Tian's mother had no intention of cooking for Yi Tian. Even when city officials visited, she wouldn't personally prepare meals. But today, Yi Tian's arrival changed everything. She took leave early and stayed home with her husband and child to wait for him, simply because she had heard that Yi Tian had awakened the legendary SSS-level talent. In her eyes, Yi Tian is a future genius, worthy of her personally cooking for him. So, she bought expensive beast meat and personally prepared a feast for Yi Tian. Seeing Xin Tian's mother so enthusiastic, Xin Cheng and Xin Tian exchanged glances, their shock evident. Thank you, Auntie. Yi Tian said politely, generously praising, Auntie's cooking is truly delicious. Xin Tian's mom beamed with a smile, as long as you like it, eat more. All right. Yi Tian responded cheerfully, warmth surging in his heart. Nearby, Xin Tian and Xin Qing silently lowered their heads, secretly feeling jealous. Then, Yi Tian added, Auntie, you're really young and beautiful. Xin Tian's mother instantly beamed with a radiant smile. Come, Yi Tian, you're at the age of growing. Eat more of this beast meat. This juice is also great, very nutritious. She kept serving food to Yi Tian, her enthusiasm overflowing. Thank you, Auntie, that's enough, that's enough. The food piled up in front of Yi Tian was clearly much more abundant than what Xin Cheng and Xin Tian had. The two felt even more helpless and speechless. After some time enjoying the meal, it finally came to an end. Yi Tian ate to his heart's content, his face lit up with a satisfied smile. Xin Cheng and Xin Tian felt a mix of sourness and sweetness in their hearts, wondering why their wife and mother treated Yi Tian with more enthusiasm than they did them. Yi Tian and Xin Tian's family walked out of the house. Xin Cheng pointed to a majestic off-road vehicle and said with a beaming, Smile, Yi Tian, congratulations on being admitted to Nanjian Martial Arts University. This is a gift from the Xin family to you. Yi Tian was shocked upon hearing this, staring incredulously at the off-road vehicle. Its majestic appearance far surpassed the Mercedes-Benz G-Class of his previous life. The all-black paint on the body resembled a warrior in the night, exuding a top-tier aura. The price of this car was definitely not low, at least in the millions of Chinese yuan. Yi Tian quickly waved his hand and refused. City Lord, I can't accept this car. One should not accept rewards without merit. Yi Tian understood clearly in his heart that the reason he accepted compensation from Zhang Xie and his family was because the three of them had indeed caused him harm. However, this car Xin City and its family had not caused him any harm. On the contrary, they had provided him with considerable help. Today, you invited me to your home for a meal, and I am already very happy, Yi Tian continued. Moreover, Xin Tian has always taken good care of me at school. This car, I absolutely cannot accept. Xin Chang exchanged a glance with his wife, their eyes revealing admiration for Yi Tian. Seeing this, Yi Tian quickly added, how about this? Lord of the city, you sell me this car, as it happens I need one. I'm afraid of being scammed when buying a car, but with you, Lord of the city, overseeing it, this car is definitely reliable. Coincidentally, I just happen to like such tall and mighty cars. At this moment, Yi Tian had a massive fortune of 80 million in his heart, so buying a car was nothing to him. Hearing this, Lord Xin Chang and his wife exchanged another glance, their impression of Yi Tian growing even deeper. Yi Tian, you will definitely go very far in Huaxia in the future. Xin Chang said with heartfelt satisfaction. At that moment, Xin Tian's phone rang, and a message flashed on the screen. Xin Tian's cheeks instantly turned crimson, and her heart raced. It was a message from her best friend, Yi Tian's strategy guide. In the end, Yi Tian paid the city lord's cab fare and then drove off. At this moment, Yi Tian had over 80 million Huaxia currency, so there was no need to owe the city lord any favors. The previous experience at the martial arts hall confirmed the trials that every person aspiring to become a martial artist must go through. But the city lord wanted to gift him a luxury car, which Yi Tian simply could not accept. Because the city lord owed him nothing, and if he accepted it, he would invisibly owe a favor in return. Coincidentally, Yi Tian spent over 1 million Huaxia coins to buy the luxury car that the city lord of Xin City had intended to gift him. This Yi Tian is no ordinary man. The lord of Xin City gazed at Yi Tian's back and spoke slowly. Xin Tian's mother, standing nearby, nodded. This Yi Tian knows how to speak, how to act, has great talent, and I've heard his strength is formidable too. Yi Tian's future is boundless. Xin City nodded. Yi Tian's future achievements will surely be terrifying. At this moment, Xin Tian's mother suddenly said, Honey, what do you think about our Tian and Yi Tian? Xin Chang heard his wife's words, glanced at the graceful figure beside Yi Tian not far away, and a trace of affection appeared in his eyes. Our Tian is very good, but compared to Yi Tian, there is still some gap. Xin Tian's mother, hearing her husband's words, felt a bit dissatisfied and questioned, Honey, our Tian is beautiful. From elementary school to middle school to high school, she was always the prettiest one. Tian's current awakened talent is still an A-level talent. Whether it's appearance or talent, our Tian is top-notch. Xin Chang quickly explained, Honey, I understand what you mean. It's just that I heard from the teacher and some classmates that our daughter has been pursuing Yi Tian for 3 years, and he still hasn't agreed. Xin Tian's mother exclaimed upon hearing this, What? Our Tian has been pursuing Yi Tian for 3 years. Chased him for 3 years, and yet Yi Tian still didn't agree? The beautiful woman's face was clearly filled with shock. Beside her, Xin Chang looked at his wife's expression and couldn't help but sigh, yes. When I heard this news, I couldn't believe it either. Unexpectedly, our daughter pursued him for 3 years when he had nothing, yet still couldn't win him over, sigh. Xin Chang glanced again at Xin Tian and Yi Tian not far away, and continued to sigh. Now, Yi Tian has gone from having nothing to possessing an SSS level talent and has even become a disciple of Immortal Yin Fairy. Although our daughter is beautiful, the number of girls chasing Yi Tian in the future will only increase. The city lord's wife, hearing her husband's words, silently pondered. Because she knew deeply that her husband's judgment was accurate. With the potential Yi Tian is currently showing, the number of girls pursuing him in the future will only increase. Moreover, the backgrounds of those girls will become increasingly powerful and they will be increasingly beautiful. Looking at Yi Tian and Xin Tian not far away, Xin Tian's mother sighed. Under the warm sunlight, a man and a woman were strolling along the path beside the moat. This couple was Yi Tian and Xin Tian. Xin Tian was dressed in a pure white princess gown, drawing countless gazes from passers-by. This girl is really beautiful. Indeed, this girl is truly stunning. I'm so jealous of that guy, having such a gorgeous girlfriend. Passers-by looked at Yi Tian and Xin Tian, marveling at Xin Tian's beauty while also envying Yi Tian. Xin Tian, beside Yi Tian, blushed deeply upon hearing everyone's discussion. However, Yi Tian appeared completely indifferent. That guy looks really familiar. Seems like I've seen him somewhere before. Many people glanced at Yi Tian beside Xin Tian, feeling he looked familiar, and began pondering where they had seen him before. Yi Tian paid no attention to this. At that moment, Xin Tian beside him spoke up, "Brother Yi Tian, do you remember the first time we met?" Yi Tian was a bit surprised upon hearing Xin Tian's words, as he couldn't recall it. However, Yi Tian replied, "I remember. That day, Xin Tian, you looked really beautiful." Xin Tian was overjoyed upon hearing Yi Tian's words. "Brother Yi Tian, it's great that you remember." Xin Tian is so happy. Xin Tian looked at Yi Tian, the sunlight falling on the tips of his hair, making him appear especially handsome, leaving her momentarily entranced. Yi Tian spoke up at this moment, "Xin Tian, is there something you want to tell me?" Xin Tian snapped out of her thoughts upon hearing Yi Tian's words, looked at him seriously, and said, "Brother Yi Tian, I've noticed you've changed." Yi Tian! Xin Tian looked at Yi Tian and said seriously. The Yi Tian brother from before was gentle, kind, and loved to smile, like a flower under the sunlight. But ever since you were injured by Zhang Xia and the other two, Yi Tian brother seems like a completely different person, exuding a whole new aura. Yi Tian looked at Xin Tian, smiled faintly, and thought to himself, "Does this change make you feel unfamiliar? What kind of person have I become?" he asked slowly. Xin Tian answered earnestly, "Brother Yi Tian has become strong and calm, but it seems like you don't smile much anymore." A faint smile appeared at the corner of Yi Tian's lips, and a sense of determination welled up in his heart. He asked, "Then Xin Tian, which version of me do you like?" Xin Tian said firmly, "No matter what brother Yi Tian becomes, I like you all the same." Yi Tian's heart trembled, as if her words had struck a chord within him. Xin Tian's eyes revealed concern. "Now, brother Yi Tian, though there's a sense of distance, it makes me feel safer. I used to worry whether, with brother Yi Tian's gentle personality, you might get bullied in such a complicated world outside." Yi Tian's heart shook violently, as if he saw his own former vulnerability reflected in her worries. "So, I swore in my heart to protect brother Yi Tian. But that day, the moment I saw you walking covered in blood, I really felt so guilty. It's my fault for not protecting you, sob sob." As she spoke, Xin Tian's tears flowed uncontrollably, like scalding pearls. After hearing this, Yi Tian remained silent, unable to calm the waves in his heart. After a while, Xin Tian wiped away her tears. Seeing Yi Tian's silent demeanor, she suddenly revealed a radiant smile. "Brother Yi Tian has finally become strong now. This kind of personality is really great. Because in this society where martial strength is revered, you won't be bullied anymore. I can rest assured now." Upon hearing this, Yi Tian's heart trembled. For some reason, his heartbeat quickened, as if he felt an invisible force. "Xin Tian, thank you," he said sincerely. Xin Tian looked at Yi Tian, her smile brighter than the sunlight, as if the entire world was shining within her smile. After a while, Xin Tian asked earnestly, "Brother Yi Tian, can I still contact you in the future?" Yi Tian smiled and nodded, "Of course you can." Xin Tian revealed a sweet smile, her heart filled with immense joy. The warm sunlight fell on the shoulders of the boy and girl, like a touching painting, frozen in this moment. Yi Tian took Xin Tian home, and Xin Tian sent messages to her best friend in her room. "Best friend, Xin Tian, how did it go? Did you win Yi Tian over?" Xin Tian, "No. Best friend, that shouldn't be the case. Was there something wrong with the methods I taught you?" Xintian shook her head. "I think love shouldn't involve playing tricks, it should be sincere. Best friend." On the other side, Yi Tian was preparing to head to Nanjing Martial Arts University. He sent a message to Fairy Xianyun, his heart filled with anticipation and nervousness. "Xintian's best friend, Xintian, you're so hopelessly clueless. I even taught you the tricks, and you still make people worry. Xintian, Cinny, we need to treat feelings sincerely. Cinny, sigh. I even prepared the clothes and pants. Tonight, I was planning to deal with Yi Tian together with you, but you really let me down." Xin Tian's face instantly turned bright red upon hearing this. "Xine, we can't do this. Xine. Right here." Yi Tian returned to his villa and casually drove back the luxury off-road vehicle he had bought from City Lord Xin. After freshening up, Yi Tian took out his phone and quickly replied to Mu Xinyun's message. Earlier, Mu Xinyun had sent a message informing him that he could go to Nanjiang Martial Arts University. Ma Xianyun's message is, Yi Tian, come to school when you have time. Yi Tian immediately picked up his phone and quickly typed, Teacher, I'll go to school in 5 days. Are you available? After sending the message, he waited patiently, but even after 10 minutes, he still hadn't received a reply. Thinking about the personality of his teacher, Fairy Cloud Fairy, Yi Tian wondered if she was focused on her cultivation. He put down his phone and decided to go out to buy groceries, as he didn't plan to leave the house for the next 5 days. During these 5 days, he would devote himself entirely to cultivation. He currently has 5 elemental stones on hand, and by activating the 100-fold cultivation speed, he can absorb them within 5 days to gain powerful elemental energy. Therefore, Yi Tian plans to go to Nanjiang Martial Arts University in 5 days, which will give him enough time to significantly enhance his strength. Now, with the reward of 8,000 Huaxia currency, his life has become more affluent. Although he spent over $1 million on a luxury car, he still has more than 78 million in savings. As long as he doesn't cultivate and lives as an ordinary person, money will be like a sponge, never running out. However, this is obviously impossible. He needs to become stronger to gain more and protect the people he cares about. Yet, becoming stronger requires consuming a vast amount of resources and money. The higher you go, the less money you have to spend. Of course, after your strength improves, earning money and acquiring resources will become much easier. Yi Tian arrived at the high-grade magical beast meat market in Bright City. To enhance strength, one must eat magical beast meat. The higher the grade of the beast meat, the more nutritious it is and the more energy it provides. He bought 10 gene of golden demon ox meat. The meat of this golden demon ox is rich in nutrients, with a protein content more than 10 times that of regular beef. It is evident that the nutritional value of this golden demon ox meat is exceptionally high. However, the meat of this golden demon ox is also extremely expensive. 6,000 Huaxia currency for just 1 gene. In the past, Yi Tian couldn't even imagine it. Because at that time, his monthly relief fund was only 1,500 Huaxia currency. However, today, for Yi Tian, this can be easily purchased. He felt grateful to the Huaxia authorities. Without the monthly relief funds, he wouldn't have been able to survive. Yi Tian then went to the nearby vegetable market, bought some greens, and headed home. Over the next 5 days, he needed to train diligently, absorb those 5 elemental stones, and then head to Martial Arts University. At this moment, improving his strength was his only goal. Yi Tian tidied up the dishes and returned to the old, dilapidated neighborhood where he used to live. Although the neighborhood was run down, it held an immeasurable place in Yi Tian's heart. Because this place carried too many of his memories. Returning here, after the last time when the Demon Clan launched a surprise attack and the place he rented was damaged, Director Su had already contacted the higher-ups. Nowadays, Yi Tian's rented house has been repaired. When he walked to his residence, he saw a middle-aged man sitting in front of the house. The man was wearing an ill-fitting suit, a gold chain hung around his neck, and he held a briefcase in his hand. Seeing this, Yi Tian instantly became alert and slowly approached the man. "Who are you?" Yi Tian asked. The man quickly raised his head upon hearing this. When he saw Yi Tian's appearance, he instantly became excited. "Are you Yi Tian?" Yi Tian looked at him in confusion, thinking to himself that he didn't know this person. However, he still nodded cautiously. The man hurriedly stood up, trying to shake Yi Tian's hand. Yi Tian stepped back, avoiding his hand. The man felt a bit awkward but didn't mind. Yi Tian asked seriously, "Have we met before?" Hearing Yi Tian's words, the man felt the powerful aura emanating from him, and his heart trembled as a sense of fear arose. Bang! The man dropped to his knees immediately. Seeing this, Yi Tian's eyes widened instantly. Yi Tian looked at the man in front of him, filled with confusion. He didn't know this person at all, but at this moment, the man seemed as if he had seen a ghost, suddenly dropping to his knees and begging incessantly, "Yi Tian, please spare me." Yi Tian was stunned, a trace of unease rising in his heart. "What's going on?" The man hurriedly explained, "Master Yi Tian, your parents used to work on my construction site." This sentence was like a heavy hammer striking Yi Tian's heart. He finally understood that the man kneeling before him was the foreman in charge of the construction site back then. Thinking about how his parents had died in a construction accident, Yi Tian's emotions instantly became complicated. "Were my parents the ones who had an accident on your construction site?" Yi Tian's voice was low, carrying a hint of questioning. The foreman trembled involuntarily upon hearing this, hurriedly kneeling again, his voice choked. Master Yi Tian, your parents' accident was a construction site mishap, it really has nothing to do with me. Yi Tian stared at him, silently pondering. The foreman's extreme fear clearly indicated that he was well aware of what had happened back then. His gaze sharpened as he calmly asked, "Are you sure it has nothing to do with you?" The foreman shook his head frantically, beads of sweat continuously dripping from his forehead. Master Yi Tian, your parents' accident was truly a construction site mishap, it absolutely has nothing to do with me. Yi Tian watched him kneel and beg for mercy, and a sudden realization dawned upon him. The foreman coming to plead with him clearly had a hidden truth behind it, which was evidently related to the matter of the compensation money. He did not speak immediately but quietly observed the foreman. The foreman hurriedly took out a card from his briefcase and respectfully handed it over with both hands. Master Yi Tian, this is your parents' compensation money. The original compensation for your esteemed parents was 300,000 Huaxia currency, but at the time, I thought you were young and easy to deceive, so I only gave you 5,000. As he said this, the foreman kowtowed to Yi Tian. Once again, his voice earnest, Master Yi Tian, I was wrong. I shouldn't have coveted your parents' compensation money. Now, I want to atone for my sins, so I am willing to pay double the amount, a total of 600,000. The foreman was actually somewhat reluctant in his heart, but faced with Yi Tian's authority, he knew that compromise was absolutely necessary. At this moment, his eyes were filled with fear and pleading. The foreman originally did not want to compensate Yi Tian, but recently, rumors about Yi Tian had spread like wildfire, causing the entire Guangming city to boil with excitement. At first, the foreman paid no attention to it, but later he realized that Yi Tian's parents, whom he had once employed at the construction site, had been involved in an accident. At the time, he had only given them 5,000 yuan in compensation, which now filled him with unease. As time passed, the foreman learned that Yi Tian's starting point would be as a martial artist, with limitless prospects ahead. In his eyes, martial artists were already absolute big shots, and Yi Tian was destined to become a future giant. The foreman knew that even the lofty figures of Guangming City now had to treat Yi Tian with utmost respect, which filled him with fear. He worried that Yi Tian might seek revenge on him, so for several consecutive days, he waited here from morning till night, hoping Yi Tian would spare him. When Yi Tian heard the foreman's words, he nodded slightly, secretly thinking it aligned with his expectations. He took the card handed to him by the foreman, which had the password written on it. This was his rightful claim as compensation for his parents. Seeing Yi Tian accept the compensation, the foreman showed a look of joy on his face, though his heart remained uneasy. He knew Yi Tian's influence was immense, and he had to tread carefully. I want to build a very good tomb for my parents. How much will it cost? Yi Tian asked directly. He had been in this world for a few days. Although he hadn't felt the warmth of parental love, the cherished memories in his mind were priceless. So, he decided to do something for his parents, build a decent cemetery. The foreman, upon hearing Yi Tian's words, immediately said respectfully, Master Yi Tian, if you wish to build a fine cemetery, I can lead the workers to construct it for you free of charge. He quickly praised, Master Yi Tian, your filial piety is truly admirable. Your esteemed parents in the afterlife will surely feel proud of you. Yi Tian waved his hand, I will pay you, there's no need for it to be free. The workers are from ordinary families and need to support their households. The contractor nodded repeatedly, all right, I'll follow Lord Yi Tian's instructions. Afterward, he paused for a moment and said, the materials for building the tomb are easy to purchase, but finding a suitable plot of land is difficult and requires approval from higher-ups. Hearing this, Yi Tian nodded, then picked up his phone and made a call to Xian Chang. Hello, City Lord, this is Yi Tian. Xian Chang's voice revealed surprise and delight. Yi Tian, it's rare for you to call. What's the matter? I want to establish a feng shui-blessed burial site for my parents. Yi Tian said concisely. Upon hearing this, Xian Chang was taken aback, then immediately praised, Yi Tian, with such filial intentions, your parents would surely be comforted. You truly are a good child. The mighty Xian Chang, a warrior of King Wu's level, repeatedly expressed his admiration. He then promptly called his subordinates to swiftly arrange the planning of the feng shui-blessed site. The foreman, witnessing this scene from the side, was utterly shocked. He knew that even wealthy people would need to pull many strings and spend a fortune to secure a feng shui-blessed site. Yet Yi Tian resolved it effortlessly with just one phone call, making the foreman even more acutely aware of Yi Tian's immense influence. Yi Tian looked at the foreman and said firmly, go buy the materials for me, buy the most expensive ones. Then take the workers to check out that feng shui treasure land. If there are no issues, you can start the work. The foreman quickly nodded respectfully. All right, Master Yi Tian, we will do our utmost. Thank you for your trust. Yi Tian waved his hand. No need to call me master, I'm just an ordinary person. All right, Master Yi Tian. The foreman felt deeply grateful, his respect reaching its peak. He thought to himself, Yi Tian is truly extraordinary, worthy of being a future prodigy. Lord Yi Tian, truly admirable. To achieve such accomplishments at such a young age, while being humble and filial, his parents must be so proud. I hope my child can be even 1/10 as outstanding as Lord Yi Tian. Before long, the foreman led the workers to bring back the materials, spending nearly 300,000 huaxia currency. Ordinary materials would only cost 3,000 huaxia currency, but Yi Tian insisted on the best and most expensive materials, driving the price up by 100-fold. However, for Yi Tian, this was nothing, as he wanted to provide the best for his deceased parents. Immediately, a group of people headed to the feng shui treasure land that Lord Xian had planned for Yi Tian. When the foreman led the workers in, everyone was stunned. This piece of land is just too good. Look, the tomb next to it is really grand. That's right, it should be the tomb of those martial artists. Many workers, including the foreman, were stunned, because they had never seen such a luxurious feng shui treasure land. Truly envy Lord Yi Tian's parents. To rest here after death, what a place of peace. The foreman gazed at the feng shui treasure land before him, then looked at the most expensive materials he had purchased, feeling an immense envy for Yi Tian's parents in his heart. Yi Tian sat in the villa, took out the primordial stone, and began cultivating. What he needed now was to enhance his own strength. Because he understood that in this world, strength is the most important thing. Only by possessing great strength could he do what he wanted to do and become the person he wanted to be. Elemental stone, activate. Activate 100-fold cultivation speed. Yi Tian let out a low roar, and whirlpools capable of absorbing elemental energy appeared around him, frantically absorbing the energy. Time passed by, second by second. 5 days had passed. The 5 elemental stones in Yi Tian's hand were refined by him, and the elemental energy was completely absorbed. He slowly opened his eyes and threw a punch. Boom! A deafening sonic boom resounded through the air. After these days of intense training, Yi Tian's strength had skyrocketed, becoming incredibly powerful. Feeling the enhancement of his own strength, Yi Tian murmured to himself, "It's time to find fairy teacher." Yi Tian opened his attribute panel. Name, Yi Tian. Primordial force, 90. Level, late stage warrior. Talent, SSS level. Ability, wrathful divine flame. Martial skills, none. Yi Tian looked at his attribute panel, astonished. Because his elemental power had already reached 90, yet he still hadn't stepped into the realm of a martial general. This left him feeling puzzled as he was striving to learn the knowledge of this world. The books clearly stated that when a person's elemental power surpasses 50, meaning their strength exceeds 3,000 kilograms, they can advance from a martial artist to a martial general. However, the common sense of this world turned out to be completely different for Yi Tian. The system seemed to sense Yi Tian's confusion and quickly explained. Host, your cultivation limit is too high, you are completely different from ordinary people. Yi Tian pondered for a moment and slowly asked, how am I different? Host, you are invincible among those of the same rank, capable of fighting across realms as a powerful being. Currently, the power you possess at the same rank is far greater than that of ordinary people. This is to raise the upper limit for your future cultivation advancements. Yi Tian understood. His strength at the current stage far surpassed that of typical martial artists, meaning he would go further. Boom! Yi Tian once again punched into the air. This punch directly caused a sonic boom in the air, showcasing his immense power. It must be noted that Yi Tian's elemental force has already reached 90. What does this mean? 1 unit of elemental force equals 60 kilograms, so 90 units of elemental force amount to 5,400 kilograms. The key is that Yi Tian's cultivation is only at the late stage of a martial artist, but his strength has already surpassed others at the same level. I still need to continue improving my strength. Yi Tian felt the increase in power, and his desire for greater strength grew even stronger. If others heard Yi Tian's words, they would probably be so shocked that they couldn't speak. After all, it had only been about half a month since his awakening during the college entrance exams. And in this half month, Yi Tian had already advanced from an awakener to the late stage of a warrior. Moreover, Yi Tian's cultivation level was not the least bit superficial. Typically, those who forcibly enhance their cultivation level through medication often end up with a hollow foundation. For example, normally reaching the late stage of a martial artist through cultivation results in a strength of 40 yuan force, which is equivalent to 2,400 kilograms. However, when reaching the late stage of a martial artist through medication, the yuan force may fall short of 40, usually only reaching 35 yuan force. In other words, those who rely on medication to reach the late stage of a martial artist often fail to meet the standard strength of ordinary late-stage martial artists, typically only around 2,100 kilograms. Yet, Yi Tian completely overturned this norm. His realm had already advanced to the late stage of a martial artist, and his cultivation foundation was not only solid but exceeded the average late-stage martial artist by a full 50 yuan force. This means Yi Tian's strength was more than twice that of an ordinary late-stage martial artist. Just imagine, if others knew that Yi Tian had reached 90 yuan force in the late stage of a martial artist, possessing an astonishing strength of 5,400 kilograms, they would probably be scared half to death. It's simply unimaginable. What's even more shocking is that Yi Tian achieved such a massive breakthrough in just half a month. If not for those familiar with him, no one would believe he could leap from an awakener to the late stage of a martial artist in such a short time. Ring at that moment, Yi Tian's phone rang. He looked at it. It was the foreman calling. He quickly answered. Master Yi Tian, the tombs for your two late elders have been completed. When would you like to come inspect them? Yi Tian smiled faintly and said firmly, I'm coming right away. In front of a luxurious tomb, Yi Tian held a bouquet of fresh flowers, dressed in a black suit, his gaze fixed on the magnificent scene before him. Not far away, the foreman and a group of workers were whispering about Yi Tian's filial piety. Lord Yi Tian is truly filial. Yes, after his parents passed away, he built such a luxurious tomb for them once he had the means. I hope my children will have even 1/10 of Lord Yi Tian's abilities in the future. The workers' eyes revealed envy and admiration, and their hearts were filled with respect for Yi Tian. In this era of global martial prowess, ordinary people were accustomed to addressing martial artists as Lord. The foreman shook his head and sighed. You are too idealistic. Our children in the future will hardly reach 1/10 of Lord Yi Tian's level. Lord Yi Tian is someone whom many nobles in the city are eager to curry favor with. It is said that his future achievements will even surpass those of the city lord. The workers nearby widened their eyes upon hearing this. Surpass the city lord's achievements. Is Lord Yi Tian really that incredible? Future achievements surpassing the city lord. This is simply defying the heavens. Master Yi Tian is truly powerful. Many workers, including the foreman, were filled with reverence for Yi Tian. Bang! 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 Yi Tian knelt before his parents' tombstones, sincerely kowtowing 3 times. Although I have only been in this world for half a month and have never met you both, in my memories, you always gave me the best of everything. From elementary school to my first year of high school, you were always by my side as I grew up. I will forever cherish these warm memories. Thank you. Then, Yi Tian firmly said, you both always hoped I would achieve greatness and bring fame to Huaxia. Rest assured, I will accomplish it, and I will far exceed your expectations. After paying respects to his parents, Yi Tian returned home and intentionally paid the workers who had built the tomb extra money. Instead of giving it to the contractor, he handed the stacks of money directly to the workers one by one. The workers were deeply grateful, which caused a pang of emotion in Yi Tian's heart. In his past life, he was born into a poor family, and this life was no different. Having lived 2 lives, he deeply understood the hardships of the underprivileged. At this moment, ding dong, a message came through. Mu Xianyun, Yi Tian, when are you coming to school? Yi Tian immediately replied, Teacher, I'm coming right away. Mu Xianyun, I'll wait for you. Soon, Yi Tian organized his thoughts and luggage, ensuring nothing was left behind. Then, he started his tall SUV, entered Nanjiang Martial Arts University into the phone's navigation, and set off. Yi Tian had just left the city when someone in the shadows quickly reported to their superior. Confirmed, Yi Tian, who has awakened an SSS level talent, has already left the city. The license plate number is B10086. In the shadows, more than one group of people were watching Yi Tian. Yi Tian, huh? He really is handsome. A beautiful demoness licked her lips, her voice dripping with allure. Yi Tian, you won't escape from the palm of my hand. Yi Tian drove a tall and imposing off-road vehicle, heading toward Nanjiang Martial Arts University. On an exceptionally wide asphalt road, a black off-road vehicle sped forward, as if proclaiming its dominance and power. Inside the car, Yi Tian enjoyed the most popular songs of the moment while keeping his eyes on the road ahead. The trees on both sides quickly receded due to his speed. Yi Tian felt an unparalleled sense of ease, as if the entire world was cheering for him. When he reached a transit station, the surrounding tranquility made him vigilant. Although the station was bustling with people, there was no noise at all. Instead, it exuded a stifling atmosphere. Through the windshield, Yi Tian noticed several people around him occasionally glancing in his direction. He instinctively looked at the rearview mirror and found that there were also a few people behind him staring at him. His heart sank, and a sense of alertness surged instantly. This isn't right, Yi Tian thought to himself. Without hesitation, he stepped on the gas pedal, and the off-road vehicle sped straight toward the exit of the transit station. However, a sudden change occurred. Several burly martial artists instantly blocked his path. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Tian's off-road vehicle rammed into them without hesitation, but the moment it hit them, the martial artists stood firm like immovable mountains, completely unaffected. At that moment, more people suddenly surged in from all directions, forming an ironclad encirclement. The other people in the transit station were instantly terrified, and cries of alarm erupted everywhere. Damn! So many martial artists. They're here to surround this off-road vehicle. No, to be precise, they're here to surround the person in the car. The crowd began to speculate, and the atmosphere instantly became tense and oppressive. The aura of these martial artists was powerful, even surpassing the mid-level of martial artists. Around Yi Tian's off-road vehicle, there were as many as 16 or 17 martial artists dressed in black suits and wearing sunglasses, clearly elite individuals who had undergone rigorous training. What was even more surprising was that there was no trace of demonic energy on these martial artists, clearly indicating they were not from the demon race but the human race. Yi Tian looked at these people, his heart sinking, yet he showed no sign of fear. Unexpectedly, the ones who came to kill me first turned out to be humans. He sneered coldly, pondering silently in his heart. Click. He resolutely opened the car door, and the black-suited martial artists around him stepped back one after another, appearing somewhat tense. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yi Tian slowly stepped out of the car, and his aura instantly shifted. The surrounding martial artists immediately became alert. They realized that Yi Tian's presence was not weaker than theirs and even showed faint signs of surpassing them. Wasn't the intel saying he had just recently stepped into the realm of martial artists? How has he already reached the late stage of a martial artist? Several martial artists in black suits exchanged glances, their hearts filled with shock. However, they did not retreat. Instead, their killing intent grew even stronger. These martial artists were enforcers from a prominent family in China, ordered to kill this young man, but they were instantly overwhelmed by Yi Tian's aura. The onlookers were completely stunned by the scene, exclaiming, "What the heck? There's only one person in the off-road vehicle, and it's actually a teenager. So many martial artists surrounding just one teenager." Exclamations from the crowd rose one after another, and the atmosphere instantly reached a peak of tension. All eyes were fixed on Yi Tian, as his every move would determine life and death in the moments to come. This young man's aura is actually that of a late-stage warrior. Wow! This young man is so young, yet he's already reached the late stage of a warrior. This young man is truly a genius. The onlookers stared at Yi Tian, sensing the powerful aura emanating from him, and exclaimed in astonishment. Among the crowd were warriors of various levels, some in the early stage, some in the mid-stage, and quite a few late-stage experts as well. At this moment, some onlooking martial artists, bursting with a sense of justice, could no longer tolerate it and stepped forward to speak up for Yi Tian. So many mid-level and late-stage martial artists joining forces to bully a teenager, this is just too much. Exactly. So many martial artists ganging up on one young man, it's completely unreasonable. This young man is so young, why should he have to endure such treatment? Of course, there were also some onlookers who held different opinions. They sized up Yi Tian, secretly marveling in their hearts. Look at this young man, so young yet already at the late stage of a martial artist. He's definitely a genius. Back in my day at his age, I couldn't even reach the level of a martial artist. Do you think this young man might be a descendant of some prominent family who sneaked out? I think it's unlikely. Look at how he shows no fear towards the surrounding martial artists, this indicates they don't know him. Among the onlookers, discussions arose one after another. If they don't know him, and so many people are here to catch this young man, then that's really unfortunate. Indeed. Reaching the late stage of martial artist at such a young age is simply incredible. Indeed, this young man's talent is astonishing. Although most of the onlookers were ordinary people, with a few martial artists among them, at this moment, everyone's eyes were filled with admiration and respect for Yi Tian. However, on the other hand, they couldn't help but feel worried for him. Sigh. This young man is in such a dangerous situation. With so many martial artists surrounding him, capturing even a martial general would be more than enough. Even if he is at the late stage of a martial artist, facing so many strong opponents, even a martial general wouldn't escape unscathed. This young man is really in danger. In the arena, Yi Tian's gaze was resolute as he looked at a man in a suit, exuding the most powerful aura among the late-stage martial artists, and coldly asked, "You want to kill me?" The man in the suit, wearing sunglasses, nodded slightly, a fierce glint in his eyes. Seeing this, Yi Tian glanced at the surrounding martial artists and curled his lips into a contemptuous smile. "You may have numbers, but in my eyes, you're nothing more than ants. What gives you the confidence to think you can kill me? These martial artists actually want to kill this young man. This young man still looks like a teenager. Exactly, these martial artists are really going too far. A group of people capturing him is already enough, but they even want to kill him." In the transit station, some righteous individuals were standing up for Yi Tian, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. The onlookers had complex expressions, their hearts filled with worry. Can this young man escape? With so many mid and late-stage martial artists surrounding him, it's too difficult. Even a martial general would find it hard to get away from such a situation. Everyone silently felt pity for Yi Tian. The scene filled with powerful figures made them uneasy. This young man is probably in trouble today. Indeed. To have reached the late stage of a martial artist at this age is truly impressive. Exactly, sigh. The young man is likely to have a hard time escaping disaster today. At this extremely tense moment, the surrounding martial artists began whispering to each other. It seems the boss has already confronted the strong individual protecting Yi Tian. Unexpectedly, even the boss hasn't shown up. The person protecting Yi Tian must be incredibly powerful. We must make it quick. Yi Tian quietly looked at the martial artists surrounding him, smiled faintly, and said coldly, "Who sent you to kill me?" The middle-aged man in the black suit leading the group was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, then shook his head and said, "A man about to die has no need to know." However, a faint unease crept into his heart. Yi Tian's expression remained calm and unperturbed, which instead made his heart sink, giving rise to a foreboding sense of dread. "Wait, I hope you can still say that sentence just now." Yi Tian's voice was as cold as frost. "If you want to kill me, all of you must die." Before the words had even fallen, Yi Tian suddenly struck, instantly attacking the nearest martial artist. "Everyone, attack! Kill him!" The middle-aged man roared, and all the martial artists charged toward Yi Tian. But Yi Tian's speed was like lightning, leaving everyone unable to react. The warrior closest to him suddenly had his pupils dilate as Yi Tian's heavy punch came crashing down. Bang! Yi Tian's heavy punch struck the warrior's chest fiercely. Logically, both Yi Tian and this man were at the late stage of martial arts, with comparable strength, so it shouldn't have caused much damage. However, Yi Tian's yuan power had reached an astonishing 90, equivalent to 5,400 kilograms of force, an unimaginable feat for ordinary people. A shocking scene unfolded. Bang! Yi Tian's punch was like thunder, instantly sending the martial artist flying. Ah! The martial artist cried out in pain, his body seemingly struck by a cannonball, flying backward and heavily crashing into three companions who were attempting to attack Yi Tian. Click, click. The sound of bones breaking was clearly audible. His chest was completely caved in, despair written all over his face. He wanted to speak but only spat out a mouthful of blood, mixed with fragments of internal organs. He tried to struggle to get up but could no longer move. Bang! The late-stage warrior collapsed with a thud, his body twitching a few times before completely losing all signs of life. Silence. A deathly silence. Yi Tian's attack was astonishingly fast, instantly killing this late-stage warrior. Hiss! The onlookers gasped in shock, their faces quickly filled with astonishment. Damn! Just now, this young man sent that late-stage martial artist flying with a single punch. More than just flying. That late-stage martial artist seems to be gone. This is just too powerful. Many people witnessed this scene, their eyes wide open in disbelief. This guy is also at the late stage of a martial artist. How can there be such a huge gap between people at the same late stage of a martial artist? The late-stage warrior actually killed an opponent of the same level with just one punch. This guy is truly too strong. The onlookers marveled one after another, completely surprised by how powerful Yi Tian turned out to be. It seems that dealing with this guy won't be so easy for them. At first, I was worried about the young man, but now it seems he's too fierce, there's no need to worry at all. That's right, the young man killed a late-stage martial artist with one punch, he's practically invincible among his peers. At this moment, the suit-clad martial artists surrounding Yi Tian witnessed their companion being easily killed, and the calmness on their faces instantly vanished. Some of the suit-clad martial artists subconsciously took a step back, a trace of fear flashing in their eyes. Several mid-stage martial artists even directly avoided Yi Tian, fearing they might get caught in the crossfire. As for the late-stage martial artists, when facing Yi Tian, a look of fear appeared in their eyes. The leader, a late-stage martial artist dressed in a black suit and wearing sunglasses, a middle-aged man, stared at Yi Tian and said in a deep voice, "I didn't expect your strength to be so formidable." Yi Tian shook his head slightly and responded calmly, "It's not that my strength is formidable." He pointed to the late-stage warrior lying on the ground and said indifferently, "It's because he's too weak to withstand even one punch from me." Upon hearing Yi Tian's words, everyone's pupils suddenly contracted, their hearts filled with shock. "Humph! Arrogant!" Hearing Yi Tian's words, the leading man in the black suit snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with disdain. "Let's go together. Beat him to death." The middle-aged man's command fell like thunder, instantly triggering the surrounding martial artists to surge like a tide. "Kill! All together, kill him!" Swish, swish, swish. More than a dozen martial artists charged at Yi Tian like a raging storm, creating utter chaos. Everyone watching couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat for Yi Tian. So many martial artists attacking a young man all at once. This is just too brutal. Several of them have the same cultivation level as the young man. So many martial artists, even a martial general can be easily dealt with. This young man, I'm afraid his chances of survival are slim this time. However, Yi Tian stood in place, facing the oncoming enemies with a calm smile on his face. Bang! He turned around and threw a punch without hesitation, striking the warrior attacking from behind. Crack! The crisp sound of a dislocated jaw echoed as the warrior was sent flying by the punch, crashing into other warriors attempting to attack, their fate uncertain. Swish! Yi Tian kicked out, directly striking the arm of the martial artist who was trying to attack him. In an instant, a powerful force surged like a ferocious beast, shattering the arm amidst a deafening sound. Ah! The martial artist screamed in agony, his voice echoing through the air, leaving the other martial artists stunned and horrified. Bang! Yi Tian seized the opportunity to deliver another heavy punch, striking his face directly. The martial artist fell to the ground, twitched a few times, and completely lost all signs of life. Swish! Just as he had narrowly dodged an attack, another martial artist launched a sneak attack from behind. How is this possible? The attacker was utterly shocked, but Yi Tian had already anticipated his movements. Bang! Crossing his legs, Yi Tian swept out with one kick, instantly breaking the attacker's legs. Ah! A painful scream echoed through the air. Bang! The martial artist fell to the ground, his expression pleading, "Please, spare me." Yi Tian let out a cold laugh, "If you want to kill me, you must be prepared to pay the price of being killed." Before the voice had faded, he had already stepped on the warrior's neck. With a crack, the neck snapped, and blood gushed out wildly. Damn! That guy is too strong. In just a few seconds, he actually killed several warriors. The onlookers watched in astonishment, utterly amazed. I was originally worried that he might be in grave danger, but I didn't expect this young man to be so incredibly powerful. Both are late-stage martial artists, yet he defeats mid- to late-stage martial artists as effortlessly as if he were playing. Many mid- to late-stage martial artists were secretly shocked, their hearts filled with disbelief. I am at the mid-stage of a warrior, and it is absolutely impossible for me to kill an opponent of the same level so easily. In fact, I might not even be able to kill someone who is also at the mid-stage of a warrior. Even at the late stage of a warrior, I am definitely not as strong as this young man when facing someone of the same level. My strength is simply incomparable. They secretly thought to themselves that if it were them, they probably wouldn't even qualify as Yi Tian's opponent. If it were us, even though we're at the same level, the young man would still easily kill us. This shock spread in their hearts, and Yi Tian's strength completely changed their understanding of power. But those warriors who were killed earlier were all in the late stage of martial arts. Can we really beat him? The underling's voice trembled, clearly showing great apprehension. That's right, Yi Tian is too strong, we don't stand a chance. The surrounding warriors echoed, fear evident in their eyes. What are you doing? Are you going to let him run rampant all by himself? The middle-aged man in sunglasses roared angrily, but his words failed to ignite everyone's fighting spirit. At that moment, Yi Tian slowly walked toward them, a faint smile on his face, his gaze sharp as a blade. His imposing aura was overwhelming, as if the entire world had grown heavier because of him. What are you hesitating for? I will wait for you, Yi Tian's voice rang out like thunder, shaking everyone to their core. Charge! Don't let him get cocky. Finally, a martial artist couldn't hold back any longer and led the charge. But as soon as he got close, Yi Tian struck like lightning, delivering a heavy punch straight to his abdomen. Ah! The martial artist let out a painful scream before being kicked by Yi Tian, flying through the air and landing heavily on the ground, completely losing the ability to fight. This. How is this possible? The other martial artists retreated in terror, their eyes filled with despair. I told you all, in this battle, I will be the only victor. Yi Tian said with a cold smile, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings. Everyone, attack together. Or we'll all die. Finally, one martial artist summoned the courage to lead the rest in launching an assault on Yi Tian. However, Yi Tian's figure was like a phantom, dodging effortlessly and counterattacking swiftly. Bang! 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 A series of sounds of fists and kicks echoed as several martial artists were instantly knocked to the ground by Yi Tian, completely powerless to resist. Don't be afraid. We still have people, the middle-aged man in sunglasses shouted, trying to boost morale, but his voice seemed pale and powerless in the face of Yi Tian's overwhelming dominance. At that moment, Yi Tian's figure moved like a whirlwind, charging forward and consecutively taking down more than a dozen martial artists, instantly reversing the tide of the battle. Why? How can he be this strong? The surrounding martial artists completely broke down, scattering in all directions, utterly losing their will to fight. Trying to run? It's not that simple. Yi Tian sneered coldly, relentlessly pursuing, his power surging like a flood, knocking down one opponent after another. I surrender. Finally, a martial artist broke down in despair, crying bitterly and raising his hands in surrender. Too late. Yi Tian narrowed his eyes and walked toward him mercilessly. Just as the battle was about to end, Yi Tian's smile was as cunning as a leopard, his eyes gleaming with intense fighting spirit and confidence. At this moment, he was not just fighting but writing his own legend. Boss, all the ones who went up first were killed by Yi Tian. And also, none of the ones who tried to ambush him are alive. Boss, we really don't dare to be the first to go up. The three mid-level martial artist underlings nearby hurriedly pleaded with their leader. The other mid-level and late-level martial artist underlings all nodded in agreement. Boss, we're all human, we're afraid of dying. We can't even take a single punch now. Exactly, boss, we're living people too, we're scared of dying. Several underlings said hurriedly. The middle-aged man wearing sunglasses, the leader at the late stage of martial arts, jumped in anger upon hearing these words. You bunch of cowards. We have so many people, and yet we're afraid of a student. You've truly let me down completely. Yi Tian sneered coldly, pointed at the middle-aged man wearing sunglasses, and said, You, come out and fight me one-on-one. Hearing Yi Tian's words, a trace of panic instantly flashed in the leader's eyes. The martial artists surrounding Yi Tian looked at him and sneered, Ha, Yi Tian, do you think I'm stupid? We have so many people against you alone, why bother with a one-on-one fight? Yi Tian smiled indifferently, whatever, one-on-one is fine, or I can take on all of you at once. Hearing this, the leading man roared angrily, Go! Let's kill him together. However, none of the warriors around dared to be the first to step forward. Yi Tian slowly walked toward the leading man, and the surrounding warriors quickly stepped aside. Hey! Why are you all stepping back? Let's go together and kill him. The leading man roared, but a trace of fear flickered in his eyes. Go! Let's kill Yi Tian together. He shouted, yet none of his underlings dared to move. Next, Yi Tian walked up to the leader and suddenly kicked his knee. Bang! Crack! The leader's knee instantly shattered, and he fell to the ground in pain. Ah, he wailed in agony, completely unable to stand up again. But Yi Tian did not stop. Instead, he turned around and swung a punch to the side. A late-stage martial artist nearby attempted a sneak attack, but before his fist could get close, Yi Tian struck his shoulder with a punch. Crack! The martial artist's shoulder blade was directly shattered. It hurts. It hurts so much, he cried out in agony, tears streaming down his face. However, what greeted him was Yi Tian's super heavy punch. Bang! Yi Tian's fist struck heavily against his chest. Put! The warrior instantly died. Next, Yi Tian didn't give the other warriors a chance to react and swiftly launched an attack on them. Attack! Let's kill him together. The other warriors finally realized the danger and charged toward Yi Tian together. But Yi Tian didn't think much of it, he also wanted to see where his limits truly lay. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Tian's back was struck by several martial artists. However, to him, these attacks were completely insignificant. His strength is more than twice that of other martial artists, and his physical endurance far surpasses theirs. Therefore, even when attacked, he only feels a slight pain, but it won't cause fatal injuries. However, those martial artists who attempt to attack him are in serious trouble. Yi Tian's strength is enough to be fatal to them, and he can even kill them with a single punch. He can withstand numerous attacks, but other martial artists absolutely cannot. Bang! 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 Several martial artists were killed by Yi Tian with a single punch. As for those who tried to attack Yi Tian, although they managed to hit him, it only caused him a slight twinge of pain. Conversely, Yi Tian's single kick could kill them instantly. Not long after, 16 martial artists' corpses were already lying on the ground, all killed by Yi Tian's hand. A trace of blood trickled from the corner of Yi Tian's mouth, a testament to the ferocity of the battle. Still kneeling on the ground was the leading man in the late stage of martial arts. His sunglasses had long been shattered, revealing eyes filled with terror. At this moment, his sunglasses had already shattered into several pieces, reflecting flickering light, as complex as his current mood. Yi Tian spared his life precisely to extract from him the identity of the mastermind hidden in the shadows. Silence. A deathly silence. The onlookers stared with eyes as white as copper bells, watching the scene in disbelief, secretly speculating about what might happen next. Everyone's heartbeat seemed to amplify in that instant, the air filled with tension, as if even time had frozen at this moment. Hiss. The onlookers collectively gasped in shock. Looking at Yi Tian, everyone present was filled with nothing but shock and more shock. They had never witnessed such a soul-stirring scene. A trace of blood appeared at the corner of Yi Tian's mouth, yet, around him, all those who had fallen were martial artists. A total of 16 martial artists' corpses. Among them, there are 10 mid-stage martial artists' corpses and 6 late-stage martial artists' corpses. These martial artists were top-tier existences in any faction under normal circumstances. And now, all of them were beaten to death by Yi Tian alone. It is imaginable that the level of shock among the crowd could no longer be described with words. If they had been killed by a late-stage warrior, the crowd would only marvel at the strength of the warrior. However, the one who killed them turned out to be Yi Tian, who was also at the late stage of a warrior. The leader of this group of warriors was now kneeling before Yi Tian, his knees shattered to pieces. In the transit station, the onlookers witnessed this scene, their eyes wide open, utterly shocked in their hearts. This guy is truly incredible. What on earth did I just see? He single-handedly managed to beat so many martial artists to death. This guy is simply a monster. At this moment, everyone looked at Yi Tian, a trace of apprehension in their eyes. This guy is unbelievably awesome. He's only at the late stage of a martial artist. Hearing someone mention Yi Tian's cultivation level, everyone finally reacted. Damn. That's right. This young man is only at the late stage of a martial artist. This young man is truly incredible. Among the martial artists watching, a few late-stage martial artist experts looked at Yi Tian with a trace of fear on their faces. It's impossible for me, a late-stage warrior, to kill a mid-stage warrior with just one punch. Let alone a mid-stage warrior, I might not even be able to kill a fellow late-stage warrior with one punch. I really don't know how classmate Yi Tian managed to do it, actually killing a mid-stage warrior with just one punch. Many late-stage warriors among the onlookers began to doubt their own cultivation. Could it be that this guy's cultivation level is really at the late stage of a warrior? That's just too monstrous. His strength definitely exceeds 50 yuan force, 5,400 kilograms. Absolutely. It has definitely surpassed that. These late-stage warriors all believed that Yi Tian's strength had definitely exceeded the conventional level. This guy is incredible. So many mid-stage and late-stage martial artists were actually taken down by him all at once. I was worried about him before, but now it seems he's the strongest of all. This guy is truly awesome. At this moment, everyone looked at the corpse of the warrior lying at Yi Tian's feet, their eyes full of awe. This was awe for the strong. In the arena, blood stained the corner of Yi Tian's mouth. Having been besieged earlier, he had taken several hits and inevitably sustained injuries. However, Yi Tian's elemental force had already increased to 90 units, 5,400 kilograms, and the density of his body continued to strengthen. Therefore, his defense also improved accordingly. At the same level, when other martial artists land a few punches on him, he only suffers minor injuries. But when he lands a punch on other martial artists, it can severely injure them, or even leave them on the brink of death. Yi Tian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and muttered to himself. It seems I need to improve my speed and reflexes. That way, I'll definitely be stronger in actual combat. If others were to hear Yi Tian's words, they would undoubtedly be so furious they'd spit blood. After all, Yi Tian single-handedly took down 16 mid and late-stage martial artists. At this moment, the surrounding spectators were all looking at Yi Tian with admiration. Yi Tian walked toward the kneeling leader. The leader's kneecap had been shattered by Yi Tian's kick, and now he could only kneel. Yi Tian stood before him, looking down indifferently, and said coldly, "Who sent you to kill me?" The black-suited martial artist who once carried a magic mirror and tried to kill Yi Tian now had his sunglasses shattered and was kneeling on the ground. He looked at the corpses of his subordinates around him, his eyes filled with fear. He did not answer Yi Tian's question. His body trembled as he looked at Yi Tian and stammered. "Are you really at the late stage of a martial artist? Why? How can your strength be so immense? How can someone at the late stage of a martial artist possess such overwhelming power?" At this moment, this person's mental state had completely collapsed, and their eyes were filled with fear. Obviously. He couldn't believe it. How could someone in the late stage of martial arts possess such immense power like Yi Tian? Smack! Yi Tian struck the man's face with a powerful slap, the force so great it was deafening. Bang! The man was directly knocked to the ground by Yi Tian's slap, his face showing an expression of disbelief. "I ask you, who sent you to kill me?" Yi Tian asked coldly. Thud! The man spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with terror, completely unable to hide it. Trembling, he said, "You're doomed. They won't let you go." Yi Tian looked down at the man lying on the ground like a dying dog and asked calmly, "They? Who are they?" Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. The man's neck tilted, and he collapsed to the ground. Yi Tian quickly stepped forward to check and found that the man was no longer breathing. He frowned slightly, thinking to himself, this man actually chose to commit suicide. What could be hidden behind this? He walked into the transit station, and the crowd parted to make way for him, casting him looks of reverence. Yi Tian didn't say much, directly instructing the staff to fill up his car with fuel, then once again set off on the road to Nanjiang Martial Arts University. Time flew by, and night fell. After resting for one night, he would arrive at the school by noon tomorrow. Yi Tian drove to a hotel in a city, parked his car, and walked into the lobby. "Sir, your room number is 666. The receptionist respectfully handed over the room card with both hands. Yi Tian walked into room 666. The facilities inside satisfied him, everything was very well equipped. After checking around and finding nothing suspicious, he prepared to take a shower and rest for the night. Just then, ding-a-ling, a sudden ringing sound echoed. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking suddenly rang out. Yi Tian approached the door and looked through the peephole, instantly becoming alert. Standing outside was a girl of unparalleled beauty. "What is it?" Yi Tian asked, his heart on guard. "Brother Yi Tian, don't you want to know who attacked you during the day?" The woman's voice came from outside, carrying a hint of seduction. Hearing her voice, Yi Tian's pupils suddenly contracted, but he did not open the door immediately. He touched the white cloud jade on him. This was a treasure given to him by the fairy Yunxian for self-defense. Bang! Yi Tian suddenly opened the door. As soon as it opened, two figures were thrown inside. He stared in surprise at the two people. Both were generals with cultivation levels far surpassing ordinary warriors. What's going on here? Could this be the clue she mentioned? A storm is brewing. Yi Tian secretly calculated in his heart that tonight, no one must escape again. At Yi Tian's feet lay two powerful martial generals who had been tied up. They were firmly bound by special ropes, unable to struggle free, and were mercilessly kicked by a stunning woman in high heels. Blood immediately gushed out, but they could not cry out in pain because their mouths were sealed with tape. Yi Tian frowned and then turned his gaze toward the woman. She was a stunningly seductive beauty with a slender waist, wearing revealing attire. Her delicate oval face exuded an alluring charm. She was none other than the demon clan beauty, Hu Linger. Yi Tian admired her silently for a few seconds but quickly became alert. She was still holding a martial artist in her hand, which clearly indicated that this woman's cultivation was extraordinary, effortlessly capturing two martial generals and one martial artist. Yi Tian's heart tightened as he cautiously asked, "Who are you?" Hu Linger looked at him, her smile enchanting, her tone gentle. "Young Master Yi Tian, there's no need to be so tense." Bang! She slammed the martial artist in her hand onto the ground forcefully, the sound of jingling bells ringing out, and then she gracefully approached Yi Tian. Her delicate hand lightly rested on his shoulder as she softly said, "Little brother Yi Tian, my name is Hu Linger." Hu Linger? Yi Tian was puzzled. Which prominent family in Huaxia has the surname Hu? He didn't say anything further and simply waited quietly. Fox Linger continued, "During the day, I saw young Master Yi Tian. Watching you single-handedly defeat more than 10 martial artists, I couldn't help but admire you." Her voice carried a hint of enchantment, captivating to the ear, yet Yi Tian felt a wave of unease. He knew that while traveling, one must always remain vigilant. Fox Linger was slightly startled, not expecting Yi Tian to remain unaffected by her alluring tone. This made his image in her mind rise even further. Earlier today, she had already developed a favorable impression of Yi Tian's performance. Your cultivation is far superior to mine. How could you possibly admire me? Yi Tian shook his head and said, Young Master Yi Tian, I may be stronger than you now, but the future might not be the same. Fox Linger's response sent a shock through Yi Tian's heart. Could it be that she knew about his awakening of an SSS-level talent and had come specifically to find him? He pondered, was Fox Linger here to win him over? Someone intending to kill him wouldn't come tied up with 3 others, especially since he held the White Cloud Jade gifted by Mu Xianyun, which granted him 10 chances. Killing him would be as difficult as ascending to heaven. Fox Linger looked at Yi Tian and sincerely said, When I was at the late stage of a martial artist, I was far from having the strength of young Master Yi Tian. These words clearly came from the heart. There's no need to be modest, your strength must be formidable. Yi Tian waved his hand and pointed to the 3 people on the ground. You just said they were merely the leaders of the attack on me. Fox Linger shook her head and said, Young Master Yi Tian, you misunderstood. They are merely the leaders of that group of martial artists. The mastermind behind them is someone else entirely. Yi Tian frowned and asked, Why are you handing them over to me? Hu Linger answered earnestly, I want to make friends with young Master Yi Tian. Just friends? Yi Tian raised his eyebrows slightly. Hu Linger smiled charmingly, take a guess. Yi Tian shook his head and said, Your cultivation is higher than mine, and with your beauty, there will surely be many people who like you. These words made Hu Linger's smile even brighter, her eyes shimmering with a special light. You don't need to seek me out or befriend me. Hu Linger looked at Yi Tian, openly expressing her feelings, and said, Young Master Yi Tian, what if I told you that Linger specifically wants to befriend you because of your awakened SSS-level talent? Yi Tian smiled faintly and nodded earnestly. If you can be honest, then I am naturally willing. A trace of joy flashed in Hu Linger's eyes, and she then led Yi Tian and his companions toward the underground parking lot. They wanted to make a move against you at the time, so I captured them and left them for you to deal with. Hu Linger confidently looked at Yi Tian, her face full of smiles. Yi Tian looked back at her and nodded gratefully. Thank you for your help. At this moment, Yi Tian tore off the tape from a mid-stage martial general's mouth and coldly asked, Speak, who sent you to kill me? Heh, I will never tell you. The man curled his lips into a disdainful smile. Smack! Yi Tian slapped him hard, causing the man's face to swell instantly, leaving him in agony. Ah! Kid, let's duel, dare to accept? The man had never suffered such humiliation and angrily shouted at Yi Tian. Yi Tian, however, ignored him and directly kicked him to the ground. Bang! The man fell heavily, and Yi Tian stepped on his head, sneering coldly. Heh, are you even worthy of challenging me one-on-one? As he spoke, he kicked the man in the face again. Ah! Kid, I'm going to kill you. The man's anger and humiliation intertwined, almost reaching a breaking point. Yi Tian stepped on the man twice more and said indifferently, Can you kill me now? After speaking, he even spat on the man's face. Pah! The man felt not only the sharp pain on his face but also the raging fury in his heart. Kid, fight me one-on-one, he gritted his teeth, as if struggling to break free from this humiliation. I was just tied up by that woman. If she hadn't sealed my powers, I could take on 10 of you like this. Yi Tian responded with a cold laugh, Tell me who sent you, or you don't deserve to challenge me one-on-one. After speaking, he kicked the man's face again. Bang! At this moment, the man's face was completely unrecognizable. Furious to the extreme, he roared. The Wang family of Magic City, the family head sent us to kill you. Now, can we fight one-on-one? Upon hearing this, Yi Tian's expression slightly shifted. Magic City Wang family? This is one of the top 10 martial arts families in Magic City, with immense power behind it, making people wary. Yi Tian turned to look at Hu Linger, pointed at the martial artist he had already kicked several times, and calmly said, Miss Linger, could you let him go? By the way, help him unlock his cultivation. Today, I will kill the martial general. Hu Linger heard Yi Tian's words, a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes, and she thought to herself, this young master is truly extraordinary. Heh, you, a late-stage warrior, trying to kill me in a one-on-one fight? Utterly delusional. The general lying on the ground sneered at Yi Tian, his face full of disdain. Yi Tian's gaze was sharp as a blade, and he calmly asked, What you just said, that you were sent by the Wang family of the Demon City, is it true? At this moment, Hu Linger patted Yi Tian on the shoulder and said, Young Master Yi Tian, you're making this too troublesome. Yi Tian was slightly stunned, but Hu Linger had already walked over to another general whose mouth was sealed with tape. A strange light flickered in her eyes, and the warrior instantly became dazed. Rip! Hu Linger tore off the tape from his mouth without hesitation. Who sent you to kill young Master Yi Tian? Hu Linger stared directly at the gagged warrior. Elder Wang Jun of the Wang family in the Demon City. He answered like a puppet. How many of you came in total? Hu Linger continued to ask. 17 warriors, 2 generals, and 1 master. He revealed truthfully. Yi Tian's pupils suddenly contracted, and his heart trembled. He hadn't expected the Wang family of the Demon City to be so ruthless, sending so many experts to assassinate him. In the information he obtained, he was merely at the mid-stage of a warrior, yet this time they deployed late-stage warriors, mid-stage generals, late-stage generals, and even masters, all with the intent to completely annihilate him. What happened? The general, who had been staring blankly under Fox Linger's gaze, finally snapped out of it. Fox Linger, however, ignored him and sealed his mouth with tape once again. Ding-ling-ling. Fox Linger stood up, walked to Yi Tian's side, and said earnestly, Young Master Yi Tian, what that person just said should be true. This is my unique cultivation secret technique. As long as someone makes eye contact with me, it can make them speak the truth. Yi Tian nodded to express his gratitude. Thank you, Miss Fox Linger. He carefully looked at Fox Linger's neck, avoiding eye contact with her, fearing she might use the same method on him. Fox Linger noticed Yi Tian's cautiousness and chuckled softly. Young Master Yi Tian, there's no need to be so wary. I won't use that technique on you. I believe you, Yi Tian said, though he felt a faint sense of danger from Hu Linger deep down. Pointing at the warrior on the ground, he slowly said, Miss Hu Linger, could you untie him? Please restore his cultivation. I want to beat him to death. Hu Linger exclaimed in surprise, Young Master Yi Tian, there's no need to untie him and restore his cultivation before killing him. In his current state, it would be easier for you to kill him. Miss Linger, although I am currently at the late stage of a martial artist, in my eyes, a warrior is nothing more than this, Yi Tian said firmly. Ha! The mid-stage martial general lying on the ground sneered disdainfully after hearing that. Smack! Yi Tian mercilessly slapped him and said coldly, You have no right to sneer. Shut up! This martial general had never suffered such humiliation and burned with rage. Kid, if you have the guts, duel me one-on-one. You, a mid-stage martial general, dare to challenge me, a late-stage martial artist, to a duel? Do you even have any shame? Yi Tian responded disdainfully. The mid-stage warrior's face turned red, but he had to admit in his heart that Yi Tian was right. I'll give you a chance, fight me. Yi Tian said provocatively. Hu Linger observed from the side, surprised in her heart that Yi Tian was not just putting on airs. Young Master Yi Tian, can he really defeat a mid-stage warrior? Hu Linger wondered in her heart. Yi Tian looked at Hu Linger and said calmly, Sorry to trouble you, Miss Linger. Hu Linger nodded, Alright, I look forward to seeing young Master Yi Tian defeat him. Thank you. Yi Tian smiled faintly. Hu Linger shook her head, then waved her hand, and the special ropes on the man instantly disappeared. The man stood up, and Hu Linger waved her hand again, releasing the man's cultivation. In an instant, he transformed into a mid-stage martial general. Sensing the martial general aura emanating from the man, Yi Tian's lips curled into a smug smile. He thought to himself, just how far has his own strength reached its peak now? The mid-stage martial general before him was the perfect touchstone. Opposite Yi Tian, the mid-stage martial general exuded a murderous intent and sneered coldly, Kid, I'll show you the difference between a martial general and a martial artist. Boom! The man charged at Yi Tian like a tiger descending the mountain, seemingly intent on killing him in one strike. Nearby, Hu Linger furrowed her brows but, seeing the composure on Yi Tian's face, ultimately refrained from intervening. Fine, if you can't handle it later, I'll step in to help. Hu Linger silently thought to herself, then fixed her gaze firmly on the scene, eagerly anticipating Yi Tian's performance. Kid, prepare to die. The mid-stage martial general threw a punch, his momentum like a rainbow, charging straight at Yi Tian. Yi Tian's expression remained calm, showing no fear as he directly met the punch head-on. Bang! The fists collided, and the deafening sound echoed in the air. Yi Tian was secretly astonished. Is this the power of a martial general? Truly formidable. However, the man was utterly shocked to the extreme. Why? How can your strength be so powerful? The man stared at Yi Tian in disbelief, muttering, Impossible, how can a martial artist's strength be this strong? His fist began to feel a sharp pain, and at this moment, Hu Linger, standing nearby, also revealed a surprised expression. I didn't expect young Master Yi Tian's strength to be on par with a mid-stage martial general. What a pleasant surprise! Yi Tian did not respond to the opposing general. Instead, taking advantage of his shock, he suddenly lashed out with a fierce kick to his lower body. Bang! The general was completely caught off guard. Yi Tian's combat experience was so formidable that he knocked him down with one kick, leaving his leg slightly bent in unbearable pain. In that instant, bang! Yi Tian's other fist mercilessly smashed into the general's jaw. With a force of 5,400 kilograms, it immediately left him dazed, completely unable to react. Bang! 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 Yi Tian didn't let up, throwing punch after punch directly at the general's face. After over a dozen blows, the general couldn't even utter a single plea for mercy before he was directly beaten to death by Yi Tian. So powerful. Nearby, Hu Linger covered her small mouth in astonishment, her eyes glittering with an expression of utter disbelief. Yi Tian's fists were covered in blood. Bang! The mid-stage warrior collapsed with a loud thud. His eyes were wide open, unable to rest in peace. Even in death, he couldn't believe that he was killed by Yi Tian, a late-stage warrior. Yi Tian showed no mercy, landing over 10 fierce punches on his head. If it were an ordinary late-stage martial artist, they wouldn't pose any threat to a mid-stage martial general. This is because an ordinary late-stage martial artist's strength is at most 50 yuan force, equivalent to 3,000 kilograms. Meanwhile, the strength of an early-stage martial general has already reached 4,000 kilograms, approximately between 65 to 70 yuan force. The strength of a mid-stage warrior has already reached 5,000 kilograms, around 85 units of force. The strength of a late-stage warrior reaches 6,000 kilograms, approximately 100 units of force. Ordinary late-stage martial artists can't even defeat early-stage warriors. However, Yi Tian, though currently a late-stage martial artist, has long surpassed the strength of his peers and even reached the level of a mid-stage warrior. With the opponent's underestimation, Yi Tian easily defeated the mid-stage martial general just now. However, in the eyes of others, this was simply unbelievable. Mu San was killed by a late-stage martial artist boy. How is that possible? Are late-stage martial artists this powerful? A late-stage martial artist who was tied up nearby looked at Mu San on the ground, incredulous. Although he was in the late stage of martial general and well experienced, he couldn't accept this scene. A martial artist killing a martial general. This made him incredulous. No, impossible. How could a warrior possibly kill a general? This is simply a paradox. The man in the later stage of being a general kept shaking his head, clearly unwilling to believe it. It must be that woman who sealed Mu San's cultivation. Yes, it must be like this. The bound warrior in the late stage firmly believed that Yi Tian could kill his companion because there was a woman helping him. At this moment, Hu Linger looked at Yi Tian, a trace of surprise flashing in her eyes. This Yi Tian, only at the late stage of a warrior, is actually so powerful. A late-stage warrior can defeat a mid-stage general. Yi Tian, you're truly amazing. Hu Linger sincerely praised Yi Tian. Yi Tian waved his hand and said, "Thank you for the compliment, Miss Hu Linger." Immediately, he turned to look at another late-stage martial general who was tied up, pondering for a moment. Yi Tian pointed at the late-stage martial general lying on the ground and said slowly, "Miss Hu Linger, could you untie him? By the way, release his cultivation as well. I want to try the feeling of fighting against him." Yi Tian knew that his potential had not been fully unleashed yet. He wanted to challenge the late-stage martial artist on the ground to see if he could kill him. Upon hearing Yi Tian's words, the late-stage martial artist lying on the ground suddenly had his pupils contract sharply. He stared at Yi Tian, his eyes filled with disbelief. Immediately, he roared at Yi Tian, "Kid, you, a late-stage martial artist, actually want to challenge me? I am a late-stage martial general. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you?" Yi Tian responded slowly, "Afraid? Of course, I'm afraid. But you can't kill me, because you're not strong enough." The late-stage martial general snorted coldly, "Humph. Arrogant and conceited." Fox Linger was surprised once again. She looked at Yi Tian and asked, "Young Master Yi Tian, are you sure? For you, a late-stage martial general is not an easy opponent to handle." Fox Linger reminded him. Yi Tian smiled faintly, "Thank you for the reminder, Miss Linger. Rest assured, I know what I'm doing." Hu Linger hesitated for a moment and finally said, "Young Master Yi Tian, if you can't defeat him, remember to say so immediately. I will handle him for you." Yi Tian nodded and said earnestly, "Thank you." Hu Linger shook her head and said, "You're welcome. I'm very happy to have made a friend like you." Speaking, Hu Linger waved her jade-like hand. Swish! The special rope on the late-stage warrior lying on the ground instantly unraveled. At the same time, his cultivation was also released. The aura of a late-stage warrior surged like a tide, causing Yi Tian to feel a hint of pressure. "My name is Mu Wu, kid, remember my name," the man said to Yi Tian, his gaze flickering with apprehension. Yi Tian nodded, his eyes resolute. Let's begin. Be careful, Yi Tian. Mu Wu, a late-stage warrior, was ready to strike and suddenly launched an attack on Yi Tian. Boom! Mu Wu charged at Yi Tian with astonishing speed, closing in directly. He swung a punch, his momentum overwhelming. However, Yi Tian had anticipated all of this, his expression calm and composed. He chose not to confront the attack head-on, as he was well aware of the power of a late-stage warrior. His elemental force had reached 100, his strength exceeded 6,000 kilograms, and his might was unparalleled. Just as Mu Wu's fist was about to land, Yi Tian kicked out, striking directly at Mu Wu's abdomen. Bang! Before Mu Wu's fist could touch Yi Tian, he was sent flying by the kick, pain surging through him instantly. How is this possible? Mu Wu's face was filled with shock as he stared at Yi Tian in disbelief. Your strength has already reached 5,000 kilograms? Mu Wu staggered, not injured but in immense pain. He understood in his heart that Yi Tian's strength had already surpassed the limits of ordinary people. A late-stage martial talent possesses 5,000 of strength, how can it be so powerful, he thought to himself. Kid, the steward was right, your awakened talent is too defiant of the natural order, you cannot be allowed to live. Mu Wu roared, launching another attack at Yi Tian. Yi Tian did not back down, charging forward to meet him head-on. Bang! 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 Fists clashed, releasing astonishing energy fluctuations into the air. Although Yi Tian felt some pain, as Mu Wu's strength surpassed his own, he never backed down. Mu Wu's power, though formidable, was also limited, while Yi Tian grew more resilient in battle, gradually reaching an even footing with Mu Wu. Yi Tian grew increasingly excited, realizing that his combat skills were improving rapidly. Mu Wu's expression gradually turned anxious, and he thought to himself that he must deal with this kid as soon as possible. B-level talent ability, Blazing Flame. Mu Wu roared as powerful flames surged toward Yi Tian. Yi Tian's expression remained unchanged, white flames flickering in his eyes as he calmly responded, SSS level innate ability, Wrathful Heavenly Flame. A white fire dragon instantly appeared behind him, exuding an overwhelming aura. Fox Linger was stunned at the sight, her beautiful eyes widening in terror as she quickly distanced herself from Yi Tian. The white fire dragon, like a divine beast, directly devoured Mu Wu's flames completely before charging straight at Mu Wu. Oh, no! Mu Wu's face showed fear, help! However, the Fury Heaven Divine Flame instantly engulfed him, and Mu Wu's screams echoed in the air. A late-stage warrior, fallen. Seeing this, Hu Linger trembled inwardly, her face showing shock. The beautiful oval-faced Hu Linger looked shocked, because she had just witnessed a stunning scene. That was... She saw with her own eyes Mu Wu, a late-stage martial general, completely consumed by the Fury Heaven Divine Flame. What impressed her even more was the Fury Heaven Divine Flame unleashed by Yi Tian. Which is this Fury Heaven Divine Flame White Dragon? This white dragon instantly made Hu Linger bristle with fear. This Yi Tian's innate talent is truly terrifying. My goodness! This white dragon is simply awe-inspiring. Fox Linger covered her small mouth, her heart trembling. At the very moment the furious heavenly divine flame white dragon appeared, even a powerhouse like her felt fear. Immediately after, Fox Linger suppressed the fear in her heart, her gaze locking onto Yi Tian, thinking to herself. Lord Demon Beauty Yao was indeed right. This Yi Tian has truly awakened an SSS level talent. Such talent is truly astonishing. With my current cultivation, I can't help but feel fear in the face of such flames. Thinking of this, Hu Linger suddenly revealed a faint smile, secretly delighted in her heart. Right now, Yi Tian has a good impression of me. In the future, his achievements will surely surpass many people. If I can make Yi Tian fall in love with me, then in the future, I will undoubtedly stand above everyone. Thinking of this, Hu Linger looked at Yi Tian with a gaze full of deeper meaning. On the other side, Yi Tian stared at Mu Wu, a late-stage martial general, who was instantly consumed and vanished by the Fury Heaven Divine Flame, his eyes flashing with shock. He himself hadn't expected the power of the furious heavenly divine flame to be so immense, instantly devouring Mu Wu, a late-stage martial general, leaving not even a trace behind. Yi Tian's gaze swept over the martial artist beside him, whose mouth was sealed with tape. At the same time, this martial artist's cultivation had also been restrained by Hu Linger, and his limbs were tightly bound. However, the martial artist lying on the ground became instantly nervous when he saw Yi Tian's gaze fall on him. He struggled, the scene just now filling him with fear toward Yi Tian. Yi Tian glanced at Hu Linger, pointed at the martial artist lying on the ground, and asked, Miss Linger, can you let him go? I want to try fighting him. Upon hearing Yi Tian's words, Hu Linger quickly shook her head. Young Master Yi Tian, you're currently only at the late stage of a martial artist. Moreover, you haven't learned any martial techniques yet. Hearing Hu Linger's words, Yi Tian nodded. Hu Linger continued, "This means, young Master Yi Tian, that being able to defeat a martial general is already quite impressive. Really, when I was at your cultivation level, I couldn't even beat a mid-stage martial general. Even when using my innate abilities, I was completely no match." Hu Linger looked at Yi Tian and exclaimed, "Even when I was at your level as a late-stage warrior, using my innate abilities, I couldn't kill a late-stage martial general. Moreover, even if I used my innate abilities, a late-stage martial general could easily kill me. Young Master Yi Tian, being able to kill a late-stage martial general as a late-stage warrior is already very impressive." Yi Tian smiled faintly. "Thank you. Miss Hu Linger, rest assured, I just want to see the effect of my current innate ability on a martial master. So, could you please let him go so I can give it a try?" Yi Tian pointed at the martial master lying on the ground, bound, and spoke to Hu Linger. Hu Linger earnestly reminded, "Young Master Yi Tian, do you know? The martial artist is 2 entire major realms ahead of you. Moreover, he might have practiced martial techniques. In that case, your chances of winning are almost zero. There's even a possibility, young Master Yi Tian, that your life could be in danger, and you might be injured by him." Fox Linger earnestly advised Yi Tian. Yi Tian looked at Fox Linger and smiled, "Miss Fox Linger, no need to worry about me. I know what I'm doing. If I truly can't defeat this martial artist, Miss Fox Linger can step in and simply kill him. So I don't get hurt." The martial artist lying on the ground. Hu Linger. After a brief silence, Hu Linger pondered for a moment and nodded, "All right. Then be careful, young Master Yi Tian." Then, she waved her jade-like hand. Swish! The martial artist lying on the ground had both the ropes and his cultivation undone by Hu Linger. Just like that, the martial artist's cultivation was revealed. Instantly, Yi Tian felt an immense sense of oppression. "My name is Wang Ling. Today, I've fallen into your hands, and I accept it." The man looked at Yi Tian and Hu Linger, his voice booming like thunder, deafening, "You have nowhere to run." Wang Ling let out a cold laugh, his gaze sharp as a blade, staring at Yi Tian as he slowly said, "Yi Tian, this time you won't escape." I regret it deeply. But I must tell you, if it weren't for this young lady by your side protecting you, we would have killed you hundreds of times already. Yi Tian was stunned, anger burning in his heart. "How dare you say such things? I'm just a late-stage martial artist, yet you sent so many martial artists, martial generals, and even martial masters to deal with me alone, and you were still counter-killed by me." Wang Ling was rendered speechless, his furious expression twisted. Hu Linger chuckled lightly on the side, as if watching a farce. Yi Tian didn't want to waste any more words, his eyes flashing with battle intent. "Enough talk, let's fight first." Wang Ling burned with rage, gritting his teeth. "Fine." Boom! With a furious roar, Wang Ling suddenly charged at Yi Tian, his fists raining down on him like a storm. Yi Tian's eyes widened abruptly, his heart jolting. Wang Ling's speed was too fast, he couldn't block it at all. Just as Yi Tian was about to counterattack, Wang Ling's fist had already struck his shoulder with a thunderous impact. Bang! Yi Tian was sent flying backward by the blow, crashing into the wall with a deafening bang. Cough, cough. Yi Tian coughed, the intense pain making him realize just how formidable a martial artist-level expert truly was, and a wave of fear involuntarily rose in his heart. Boom! Wang Ling seized the opportunity to strike relentlessly. Go to hell! Fury of heavenly flames. In the face of despair, white flames flickered in Yi Tian's eyes, instantly forming a white dragon. Go! With a low roar from Yi Tian, the white dragon shot toward Wang Ling like lightning. Wang Ling felt the terrifying energy, his face changed drastically, and he turned to flee, but it was already too late. The furious heavenly flame white dragon instantly devoured him, stirring up a violent gust of wind. Ah! No! Wang Ling's screams echoed, and he was completely incinerated between heaven and earth, reduced to ashes. Fox Linger witnessed this scene, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment as she murmured to herself, "It can even burn a martial master. This wrathful heaven divine flame is too powerful." She turned to look at Yi Tian, her eyes sparkling with admiration, and her reverence for him growing day by day. Yi Tian gazed at the martial master-level expert completely consumed by the wrathful heaven divine flame and thought to himself, "My current strength is still somewhat lacking, I need to become even stronger." If others could hear Yi Tian's inner thoughts, they would probably be so furious they'd spit blood. As someone in the late martial artist stage, he had actually leapt across 2 major realms to slay a martial master. Such strength was enough to leave countless people in awe. Ordinary geniuses could only dominate within their own level, while exceptional geniuses might manage to fight across one level. But someone like Yi Tian, who could go from late Martial artist to defeating mid-stage martial generals, late-stage martial generals, and even martial masters, was almost an unimaginable existence. Even a powerful figure like Hu Linger couldn't help but feel a tremor in her heart upon witnessing Yi Tian's recent combat performance. A mix of shock and curiosity flashed through her mind. After the fierce battle with the two martial generals and martial masters, Yi Tian gained a clear understanding of his own strength. Now, in one-on-one combat, he could completely crush an early-stage martial general. And when facing martial artists, he could strike them down mercilessly. Moreover, he was currently only at the late stage of martial artist. If others were to find out, their jaws would surely drop in astonishment. At this moment, Yi Tian, with the enhancement of his innate abilities, was able to kill late-stage martial generals and even martial masters while still in the late stage of martial artist. Even a powerhouse like Hu Linger was utterly shocked after witnessing Yi Tian's recent battle, let alone others who could hardly fathom it. Yi Tian's gaze fell on Mu San, the mid-stage martial general lying on the ground, and his heart turned cold. The Wang family of the Demon City, if you want to kill me, you will pay the price. He made a firm resolution in his heart to seek justice from the Wang family of the Demon City in the future. The Wang family targeted him likely because he awakened the legendary SSS level talent, with limitless potential that would inevitably threaten the Wang family's dominance in the future. Yi Tian's newly awakened SSS level talent is not only unique but also poses a significant threat to those who are already powerful. At present, Yi Tian decided to focus on enhancing his strength. Only by becoming strong could he take control of his own destiny. After the day's battles, he gained a comprehensive understanding of his combat abilities and power. What I lack now is a cultivation technique. At the same time, I should continue absorbing elemental energy to improve my cultivation. At that moment, Hu Linger approached Yi Tian, her voice as gentle as a spring breeze. Young Master Yi Tian, you are truly amazing. Standing before Yi Tian, her radiant and captivating demeanor stirred his heart, and even he couldn't help but smile faintly. Miss Linger, how am I amazing? Hu Linger was taken aback, clearly not expecting Yi Tian to be so modest. A peculiar emotion flickered in her eyes as she chuckled softly. Young Master Yi Tian, you have so many impressive qualities just now. With your late-stage warrior cultivation, you defeated a mid-stage general barehanded. Linger was utterly amazed. Yi Tian quietly looked at her without speaking, but a surge of pride rose in his heart. Hu Linger's praise brought him an unprecedented sense of joy. What surprised Linger even more was that, young Master Yi Tian, you just used your innate ability to directly kill that late-stage general. What shocked Linger the most was that, young Master Yi Tian, you effortlessly used your innate ability to slay that martial master. Young Master Yi Tian, you are truly amazing. Yi Tian listened, his gaze like the stars, and calmly said, thank you for the compliment, Miss Linger. The one who deserves the most thanks is still Miss Linger for capturing those three, allowing me to easily find the mastermind behind it all, the Wang family of the Demon City. Yi Tian looked at Hu Linger intently, his eyes shimmering with a glow of wisdom. Miss Hu Linger, you are so powerful and so young. You must come from a prominent family, right? But as far as I remember, there isn't any family with the surname Huanhuaxia. Hearing Yi Tian's words, Hu Linger's heart immediately became alert. With a faint smile, she said, young Master Yi Tian, you really know how to joke. I'm just a girl from a small place who has reached where I am today through my own efforts. Yi Tian's sense of vigilance instantly heightened. Hu Linger's identity seemed far from simple. At this moment, Fox Linger smiled faintly, her gaze as gentle as water. So, young Master Yi Tian, how do you plan to thank me? Yi Tian stared at her and asked, how would you like me to thank you? Fox Linger's eyes carried a hint of charm as she softly said, young Master Yi Tian, would you like to be my boyfriend? Upon hearing this, Yi Tian's eyes revealed a trace of surprise, and he froze for a moment. Soon, he regained his composure and said earnestly, Miss Linger, matters of love shouldn't be taken lightly, they should be treated seriously. We've only just met for a day, how could we possibly be in love? Hearing Yi Tian's words, Hu Linger felt a tremor in her heart. She looked at Yi Tian, confirming that he wasn't joking. In an instant, Hu Linger's affection for Yi Tian deepened. Suddenly, she broke into a smile. Young Master Yi Tian is absolutely right. We will meet again. After speaking, Hu Linger turned around, swaying her slender waist, waved at Yi Tian, and disappeared into the night. In a place where Yi Tian couldn't see, Hu Linger's lips curved into a seductive smile. Young Master Yi Tian, truly impressive. I'm growing more and more fond of him. Hu Linger finished speaking with Yi Tian. We will meet again. Then, Fox Linger turned and disappeared into the night. Fox Linger arrived at a dark corner, a charming smile appearing on her lips. This Yi Tian is even more interesting than I imagined. I must find an opportunity to approach him again. Yi Tian watched the disappearing figure of Hu Linger, pondering silently. He knew that Hu Linger approached him precisely because of his SSS-level talent. He also understood that the news of his awakening this SSS-level talent had already spread throughout the entire circle. Some people wanted to harm him, while many more desired to get close to Yi Tian. For him, Hu Linger's appearance today was just a minor episode. The real storm had yet to arrive. In the future, there would undoubtedly be more people seeking him out. Yi Tian returned to his hotel room, carefully inspecting the surroundings. After finding nothing suspicious, he locked the door. Then, after freshening up, he lay on the bed, preparing to drift into dreamland. After a day of exhausting driving and intense battles, he knew he needed a good rest. By noon tomorrow, he would return to school to continue his path of cultivation. The Magic City, this extremely prosperous water metropolis, saw the revival of spiritual energy and the quiet arrival of an era where martial prowess was revered. As the apocalypse descended upon the world, the once bustling Magic City was now even more flourishing, becoming a hub where spiritual energy converged. In a luxurious manner within the Magic City, the verdant trees were pruned to perfection, creating a picturesque scene. The opulence of the manor inspired awe in all who beheld it. In this city where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, owning such a vast estate was a testament to the extraordinary status of its owner. This was the residence of the Magic City's most prestigious family, the Wang family. The Wang family was not only the wealthiest in the Magic City but also boasted numerous powerful individuals. Their influence spanned across the entirety of China and even extended to certain corners of the world. At this moment, in the palace of the Wang family, within the luxurious hall, a middle-aged man with a powerful aura sat on an exquisitely carved chair. He was Wang Huiwan, the head of the Wang family, exuding an imposing presence without anger. At this moment, a young man below looked at the message on his phone, his face instantly turning grim. He stood up, cupped his hands, and said to Wang Huiwan, family head, the warriors, generals, and masters we sent earlier to deal with that young man who awakened the SSS-level talent have all perished. It has now been confirmed that everyone is dead. Wang Huiyuan's brows furrowed slightly, and the young man continued, moreover, it is said that the young man named Yi Tian has already advanced to the late stage of warrior level. The others were shocked upon hearing this. Hasn't Yi Tian only awakened for just over half a month? How has he reached the late stage of warrior level in such a short time? His cultivation speed is unbelievably fast. The senior members of the Wang family looked at each other, feeling incredulous. An elder asked in confusion, even if he is at the late stage of a warrior, he shouldn't be able to deal with the dozen warriors we raised in the Wang family, right? Moreover, this time we even sent out 2 generals and 1 master. A young man said in a deep voice, it is said that at the transit station, Yi Tian single-handedly killed more than a dozen warriors from our Wang family. As soon as the words were spoken, the crowd was in an uproar. This Yi Tian is only at the late stage of a warrior, yet he's so powerful. Even the elders of the Wang family, who were accustomed to witnessing geniuses, couldn't help but feel shocked at this moment. Yi Tian's combat prowess sent chills down their spines. Immediately, an elder said gravely, killing more than 10 warriors single-handedly, this boy must not be allowed to live. If Yi Tian grows stronger, he will undoubtedly become a major threat to our Wang family. Many elders felt uneasy, realizing that Yi Tian's potential was not to be underestimated. Another elder asked, what about the generals and martial masters we sent? The young man replied, they have disappeared. We can't locate the 3 of them now, they might have fallen. Upon hearing this, the other members of the Wang family immediately fell silent. In their view, with Yi Tian now at the late stage of a martial artist, if he could deal with martial generals and martial masters, he must have received powerful external support. However, considering that Yi Tian awakened an SSS-level talent, there would certainly be no shortage of strong individuals willing to assist him. Sitting in the high seat, the Wang family patriarch Wang Huiwan, with eyes as sharp as a blade, swept his gaze over the silent crowd below, let out a cold laugh, and waved his hand, saying, it seems that our Wang family's attempt to kill Yi Tian this time has been a complete failure. He paused for a moment and continued, but no matter. When he travels alone, we can send even stronger martial artists to deal with him. The prodigy of this era can only be my grandson, Wang Tang. Wang Tang, the top scorer of the Huaxia martial arts exam 3 years ago, is now the president of the student council at Modi University, unmatched in fame. At this moment, an elder of the Wang family stepped forward, his expression resolute, patriarch, why not send the strongest assassin to deal with Yi Tian? Why only send warriors, martial generals, and martial masters against him? If I may, Patriarch, I am willing to go personally and cut down that Yi Tian. This elder is a martial emperor-level powerhouse, which is enough to demonstrate the profound foundation of the Wang family. Among the elders present, there are actually other martial emperors. Wang Huayuan sneered, the corner of his mouth curling into a trace of disdain. Nanjiang is Mu Xianyun's territory, and Yi Tian is currently the student she intends to take under her wing. Sending warriors, generals, or masters to kill Yi Tian might not necessarily be discovered by Mu Xianyun, but if a martial emperor is sent to infiltrate Nanjiang, Mu Xianyun will definitely notice. If you attempt to harm her only student, you will face a deadly retaliation. At this point, Wang Huayuan's tone became even more serious. I dare not underestimate Mu Xianyun's strength. Who knows to what extent she has cultivated over the years. We absolutely cannot become her enemy. An elder of the Wang family at the martial emperor level anxiously said, Patriarch, are we just going to stand by and watch Yi Tian grow stronger? With his awakened SSS level talent, he will only become more powerful in the future, threatening the status of our Wang family. Wang Huayuan's expression remained calm and unperturbed. Of course not. Yi Tian's talent is too extraordinary. We absolutely cannot allow him the chance to grow. In this era, only our Wang family's prodigy, Wang Tang, is worthy of being the #1 genius. The next day, the sun was shining brightly. After freshening up and enjoying a hearty breakfast, Yi Tian cheerfully drove toward Nanjing Martial Arts University. If all went smoothly, Yi Tian would arrive at Nanjing Martial Arts University by noon and begin his new journey. The scenery outside the car window was picturesque. Yi Tian drove into Nanjiang City, his heart filled with anticipation. Nanjiang Martial Arts University stood proudly in the heart of the city, exuding an extraordinary grandeur that clearly demonstrated its significance in Nanjiang City. Yi Tian opened the navigation system and quickly followed the directions to Nanjiang Martial Arts University. Suddenly, his car came to a halt because a black supercar blocked the road ahead. Yi Tian frowned slightly, his vigilance suddenly heightened. Either it was intentional, or it was accidental. A young man stepped out of the sports car, tall and slender, with handsome features and an extraordinary demeanor. Hello, Yi Tian. The young man walked up to Yi Tian, flashing a bright smile. Let me introduce myself. I am this year's National Martial Arts Exam top scorer. My name is Yuan Li. This unexpected encounter made Yi Tian secretly wary. He had a faint feeling that this young man was no ordinary person. Hearing the words of the handsome young man before him, Yi Tian was slightly stunned and thought to himself, the top scorer in the National Martial Arts Exam? He quickly took out his phone and searched. In this era of global high martial arts, the internet is advanced, and information is readily accessible. Yuan Li, this year's top scorer in the National Martial Arts Exam. He saw the information displayed on the screen and was shaken. He scored an astonishing 10,000 points in the exam, leading the second place by a full 2,000 points, securing the top spot without any suspense. Yi Tian was shocked. After all, the highest score in martial arts exams from their Guangming city had only been around 3,000 points. The young man before him indeed looked identical to the photos online, and was even more handsome than the boy in the pictures. The young man was dressed in a black trench coat, his eyes shimmering like stars, exuding an air of mystery. Hello, Yi Tian. I am Yuan Li, and I came specifically to meet you. Yuan Li smiled faintly, his tone gentle. Then, he extended his hand, intending to shake hands with Yi Tian. Hello, I am Yi Tian. Yi Tian also extended his hand and shook hands with Yuan Li. I don't know. Why are you blocking my way? Yi Tian said bluntly. Yuan Li smiled lightly. Brother Yi, don't misunderstand. I just want to be friends with you. Yi Tian stared at Yuan Li and calmly said, I'm afraid your intentions go beyond that, don't they? Upon hearing this, a trace of admiration flashed in Yuan Li's eyes. It seems Brother Yi is indeed extraordinary. Yi Tian did not speak, patiently waiting. Yuan Li continued, to be honest, I feel quite dissatisfied with the treatment you received, Brother Yi. Yi Tian nodded and said calmly, that's perfectly normal. I didn't participate in the martial arts exam, yet I received treatment better than the national top scorer. If I were in your position, I would feel resentful too. Yi Tian's candor surprised Yuan Li slightly. He looked at Yi Tian seriously and said, I didn't expect you to be so straightforward, Brother Yi. Brother Yi is right, I am indeed very unconvinced, Yuan Li continued. I have been diligently cultivating since childhood, and my family awakened a top-tier talent in me during my early years. Not only that, I have also undergone countless trials and received support from precious resources. Yi Tian nodded slightly, go on. I come from a top aristocratic family, possess extraordinary talent and valuable resources, and most importantly, I have always worked tirelessly. Yuan Li's voice was firm, his eyes exuding confidence. Yi Tian looked at him and said calmly, "So, you became the national top scorer in the martial arts exam, with your results far ahead of the second place." Yuan Li remained silent, seemingly stunned by Yi Tian's bluntness. After a moment, Yuan Li looked at Yi Tian seriously. "Brother Yi, I feel very unconvinced about you. Clearly, I am the national top scorer in the martial arts exam. Why is it that you, without even taking the exam, can receive better treatment than me? Is it just because you awakened the legendary SSS level talent, allowing you to bypass all tests directly?" he said bluntly. Yuan Li's tone carried no hostility, only a faint trace of dissatisfaction. Listening to this, Yi Tian understood in his heart that this question had no simple answer. It was like the geniuses of top aristocratic families, born with endless resources and lofty status, while the geniuses of ordinary families had to struggle for survival. Fairness, who can truly define it? After hearing Yuan Li's words, Yi Tian's impression of him changed significantly. At the very least, Yuan Li was not the kind of narrow-minded person who schemed against others behind their backs. His straightforwardness showed that he was upright and forthright. Yi Tian smiled faintly. "So, Brother Yuan, how do you want to proceed?" Yuan Li said seriously, "Let's have a match. What do you think, Brother Yi?" After hearing this, Yi Tian's gaze locked onto Yuan Li, sensing the powerful aura emanating from him. Although Yuan Li was about the same age as him, he had already stepped into the realm of a martial general. As expected of the National Martial Arts Examination champion, a rarity even among peers of the same age. Only a small number of students, either from prominent families, exceptionally gifted, or those who train relentlessly, can step into the realm of martial artists. As for martial generals, they are truly as rare as phoenix feathers. As the start of the school year approached, Yi Tian knew that some students might ascend to martial generals due to their talent or family background. However, at present, Yi Tian had never heard of anyone successfully stepping into the martial general realm. Yet, Yuan Li had already broken through this boundary, prompting Yi Tian to exclaim in admiration, "Brother Yuan, you are truly incredible to have already reached the level of a martial general." Upon hearing this, Yuan Li replied earnestly, "Thanks to the support of my family, I awakened far earlier than Brother Yi." His gaze was resolute as he continued. "I know Brother Yi only recently became an awakened one, yet you've already reached the late stage of martial artist. That is the mark of a true powerhouse." Yuan Li sensed Yi Tian's cultivation level and was deeply shocked. He had previously investigated Yi Tian's background and knew that his entry into the martial artist realm had been remarkably swift. This made Yuan Li admire Yi Tian's talent and dedication even more. Yi Tian waved his hand and said modestly, "Your cultivation level is now that of a martial general, surpassing me, which is indeed true." Yuan Li remained silent for a moment, then took out 10 yuan stones from his spatial ring and looked earnestly at Yi Tian. "Brother Yi, I have already stepped into the martial general realm. Competing with you puts me at an advantage. These 10 yuan stones are my compensation, regardless of the outcome. They represent my sincerity." Yuan Li's earnestness made Yi Tian greatly admire him, and he accepted the yuan stones without hesitation. In the open field, Yi Tian and the national martial arts champion Yuan Li were about to engage in an intense duel. Yuan Li clasped his fists and said, "Brother Yi, be careful." Boom! Before the words had even finished, Yuan Li instantly erupted with the powerful aura of an early-stage martial general, launching a fierce attack toward Yi Tian. Yi Tian's heart tightened. For Yuan Li to become the top scholar in the nation, he must have stepped over countless geniuses, and his strength was by no means ordinary. Well said. Yi Tian showed no signs of weakness, charging forward to engage Yuan Li in a fierce clash. Bang! Their fists collided, producing a deafening roar, akin to thunder. Yi Tian was astonished to discover that Yuan Li's strength was completely on par with his own. Yuan Li, too, was shaken to his core. He had never imagined Yi Tian could possess such formidable power. Bang! Yi Tian and the national martial arts exam champion Yuan Li, their fists collided. As a result, their fists produced a deafening sound, as if the heavens and earth were trembling. It was evident how powerful and awe-inspiring this clash of strength was. His strength is actually this formidable. Yi Tian exclaimed in surprise, truly worthy of being this year's national martial arts exam champion. At the moment their fists collided, Yi Tian felt a powerful vibration traveling up his arm, leaving him utterly shocked. He realized that Yuan Li's strength was actually on par with the late-stage martial generals he had encountered before. This meant that Yuan Li's power completely exceeded 6,000 kilograms, reaching at least 100 units of Yuan force. It must be noted that Yuan Li's cultivation level had only just stepped into the early stage of martial general. Ordinary early-stage martial generals would stand no chance against Yuan Li and might even be mercilessly crushed by him. While Yi Tian felt the immense power of Yuan Li, how could Yuan Li not sense Yi Tian's overwhelming strength? Compared to Yi Tian's surprise, Yuan Li's heart was in utter turmoil. How is this possible? This Yi Tian, isn't he supposed to be at the late stage of martial artist? Yuan Li was shaken to his core. How can his strength be this formidable? Originally, Yuan Li thought it was already shocking enough that Yi Tian could break through from an awakener to the late stage of a warrior in such a short time. However, after exchanging blows with Yi Tian, he realized that the power of a late-stage warrior could be so formidable. Brother Yi's strength must have already surpassed 85 Yuan force, reaching 5,000 kilograms, Yuan Li thought to himself. To achieve such power at just the late stage of a warrior, Brother Yi is truly astonishing. As this thought arose, Yuan Li's expression grew increasingly serious. Bang 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 bang. The battle between Yi Tian and Yuan Li became more intense, with the two clashing furiously. Their punches roared like thunder, shaking the heavens and the earth. The surrounding rocks were shattered into pieces, dust filled the air, and the scene was incredibly spectacular. After a while, the dust gradually settled, revealing two handsome young men. Yi Tian's arm was bright red, his strength was ultimately slightly inferior, falling short of Yuan Li by a few hundred pounds, approximately 10 units of force. However, Yuan Li was also unable to easily overpower Yi Tian, as Yi Tian was experienced and the difference in strength was not significant. Brother Yuan, I didn't expect that even though you're only in the early stage of martial general, your strength has already reached the level of the late stage of martial general, Yi Tian said in surprise. Yuan Li was equally astonished. Brother Yi, how do you know the strength of the late stage of martial general? Have you fought against someone at that level? Yi Tian nodded in acknowledgement, and Yuan Li's eyes revealed admiration. Brother Yi is truly impressive. You dared to face off against a late-stage martial general while only being at the late-stage martial artist level. So, how did it turn out? Yi Tian shook his head and said, in terms of strength, I couldn't match him, but I activated my innate ability and ultimately killed him. Hearing this, Yuan Li's mouth slightly opened, clicking his tongue in amazement. Brother Yi is truly remarkable. Relying on strength alone, I couldn't beat him either. Yi Tian waved his hand with a smile, his gaze falling on Yuan Li as he praised, you truly deserve to be the national martial exam champion. Your cultivation speed is so fast, your foundation so solid, and even at the early stage martial general level, your strength is already so formidable. Yuan Li gave a humble smile. Brother Yi, you flatter me. Brother Yi, as a late-stage warrior, your strength already rivals that of a mid-stage general. That is what truly astonishes me, Yuan Li continued. If you were to unleash that legendary innate ability of yours, I wouldn't be able to resist at all. Brother Yi, I awakened an SS level wind elemental innate ability, one of the legendary innate 8 trigrams. Yuan Li said proudly. After hearing this, Yi Tian praised, impressive. Yuan Li appeared slightly helpless. Brother Yi, your talent is SSS level, you don't need to praise me anymore. Yi Tian smiled faintly, an S-level talent is already top-notch, let alone your SS-level talent. Yuan Li looked at Yi Tian seriously and said sincerely, Brother Yi, you are truly strong. When I reach the late stage of a martial artist, I will be far less powerful than you. Moreover, although my current strength is slightly greater than yours, in a short-term battle with you, it would be impossible to determine a winner. What Yuan Li said was indeed true. Although his strength was formidable, compared to Yi Tian, the advantage was not significant. In a short-term fight, relying solely on strength to decide the outcome, his duel with Yi Tian was destined to end without a clear victor. Yi Tian looked at Yuan Li, secretly admiring this talented young man. Brother Yuan, as someone born into a prestigious family, you must have been able to practice martial arts since childhood. Yi Tian smiled faintly, an unyielding light flickering in his eyes. If you had just used martial arts, I might not have had it so easy. Yuan Li chuckled lightly, a teasing glint in his eyes. Brother Yi, your innate ability is said to be the legendary SSS level. If you were to use your innate ability, I wouldn't stand a chance against you. However, Brother Yi, even though you don't have martial arts skills now, you will soon. Yuan Li said confidently. With your exceptional talent for cultivation, mastering martial arts will surely be effortless. When that time comes, Brother Yi, your strength will reach an even greater height. Yi Tian smiled faintly, his heart full of anticipation. I'll take your kind words. Yuan Li looked at Yi Tian seriously and said with emotion, after competing with you today, I truly realized how powerful a warrior's late-stage strength can be. Your potential and talent truly deserve all the praise. Yuan Li took out a gold card from his pocket and solemnly handed it to Yi Tian. This is the Yuan family's gold card. Brother Yi, keep it well, it will bring you many benefits in the future. Yi Tian shook his head slightly, his gaze sharp. Today is our first meeting, and you've already given me Yuan stones, and now you want to give me a gold card. Do you have some kind of request? Brother Yi, you truly have foresight. Yuan Li's eyes widened, his tone urgent. I want to invite you to retrieve a treasure together. However, there will be danger along the way. Yi Tian took a step back, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. I won't involve myself in matters that risk my life. All right. Yuan Li seemed a bit disappointed, but secretly made up his mind. Watching Yi Tian's car gradually disappear into the distance, he thought to himself, China truly hides many talents. Brother Yi will undoubtedly become very powerful in the future. I must not slack off, I need to train even harder. How can the prodigies of this era be without me? Dressed in a black trench coat, Yuan Li drove a supercar, heading into a new journey amidst the cold wind. Yi Tian drove to Nanjiang Martial Arts University. He opened his phone and dialed Fairy's number. Those global powerhouses who longed to have Fairy Xianyun's phone number could only dream of it, yet Yi Tian had it. The call connected. Teacher, I've arrived. What happened on the way? Why are you only arriving now? Mu Xianyun's voice was as crisp as the morning light. Yi Tian did not shy away. Teacher, someone wants to kill me. On the other end of the phone, Mu Xianyun was not alarmed. Instead, she responded casually, that's normal. However, with my white cloud jade protecting you, no one should be able to kill you, right? I don't sense any powerful enemies here, she continued. Yi Tian nodded. What the teacher said is true, but this time the opponent has sent dozens of late-stage martial artists and martial masters. Wait for me, I'll come to the school gate now. Mu Xianyun's voice was as firm as a mountain. Yi Tian nodded. All right, I'll wait for the teacher. The security guard at the school gate glanced at Yi Tian and his tall SUV, frowning slightly but saying nothing. Soon, Mu Xianyun walked out of the school gate, instantly drawing astonished reactions from those around. Is this Fairy Xianyun? The passers-by whispered to each other, Fairy Xianyun is so beautiful. The security guard's gaze also softened. It's rare to see the fairy come out. I wonder where she's going. Yi Tian stared at Mu Xianyun as she walked out, his heart trembling. Teacher is still so beautiful. Mu Xianyun slowly walked toward Yi Tian, causing an uproar. Why is the fairy walking toward that man? That man is quite handsome. The passers-by exclaimed in admiration. However, his cultivation level is a bit low, only at the late stage of a warrior. Some expressed slight regret, but were soon captivated by Yi Tian's youthful talent. To reach the late stage of a warrior at such a young age, he's truly a genius. Under the gaze of the crowd, Yi Tian and Mu Xianyun's eyes met, and the challenges and opportunities of the future seemed to quietly unfold in their hearts. Many people looked at Yi Tian and began to speculate. The security guard at the school gate watched as Fairy Yin walked straight toward Yi Tian and exclaimed, the fairy, she's actually going to find that young man. Could it be that the rumor going around the school recently about the fairy taking in a male student is referring to that young man? The security guard's eyes flickered as he thought to himself, however, this student does indeed have an extraordinary demeanor. Fairy Yin approached Yi Tian, looked him up and down, and spoke in a melodious and ethereal voice, Yi Tian, have you suffered any serious injuries? Hearing Fairy Yin's concern, Yi Tian felt a warmth in his heart and replied, Teacher, don't worry, I'm fine. With your care, I feel much better now. Mu Xianyun carefully examined Yi Tian, trying to confirm whether he was seriously injured. Yi Tian couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Teacher, don't look at me like that in front of everyone. At this moment, the crowd and the security guard nearby were staring at the scene in shock, their eyes filled with surprise and envy. This made Yi Tian feel a bit uncomfortable, but Mu Xianyun didn't mind at all. Her gaze was full of determination and concern. Mu Xianyun carefully scrutinized Yi Tian and slowly nodded. You really aren't seriously injured, that's good. Hearing this, Yi Tian felt a warmth in his heart, an unprecedented sense of comfort. At this moment, Mu Xianyun's melodious voice rang out again, Yi Tian, how has your cultivation progressed so quickly? We've only been apart for a short time, and you've already stepped into the late stage of a martial artist. A hint of surprise flashed in Mu Xianyun's eyes, as if she was anticipating an even greater surprise. Upon hearing Mu Xianyun's words, Yi Tian quickly explained, Teacher, it's probably because I awakened an SSS level talent, which accelerated my cultivation speed. The existence of the system could not be mentioned, so Yi Tian could only attribute everything to the awakening of his SSS level talent. Mu Xianyun nodded, as long as you're not cultivating any demonic techniques, rapidly improving your cultivation is fine. Hearing Mu Xianyun's words, Yi Tian's heart trembled. He hadn't expected her to care about him so much. He immediately said, "Teacher, rest assured, I will not cultivate any demonic techniques." Mu Xianyun smiled faintly. "That is for the best. The path of cultivation must be taken step by step, and solidifying your foundation is the most important." Yi Tian immediately nodded. "Teacher, you're right." Mu Xianyun continued to ask, "Do you know which faction wanted to kill you on the way here?" Yi Tian nodded. "Teacher, it's the Wang family from Magic City." Upon hearing Yi Tian's words, Mu Xianyun nodded. "All right, the Wang family from Magic City?" Yi Tian confirmed with another nod. Seeing this, Mu Xianyun's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. "For now, I won't let you get familiar with the school and your residence. As for martial techniques, I will teach you later." Yi Tian was somewhat puzzled and asked, "Teacher, what do you mean?" Mu Xianyun's gaze was calm, but her voice carried a hint of coldness. "They actually want to kill you, so they must pay a bloody price. I will take you now to the Wang family in the Magic City to kill." When Yi Tian heard Mu Xianyun's words, his heart suddenly trembled, feeling an unprecedented surge of excitement. Such a cold and decisive resolve made him feel unexpectedly warm inside. "All right, I'll follow the teacher's lead." The two traveled from Nanzhong to the Magic City. For ordinary people, traveling from Nanzhong to the Magic City by car or bus would take an entire day. But Mu Xianyun brought Yi Tian to the Magic City in less than an hour. This was because Mu Xianyun had a specialized aircraft. This aircraft resembles a plane, but it is far more expensive. It is smaller in size than a plane, yet its interior is extremely luxurious, accommodating about 10 people. Moreover, its speed surpasses that of a plane. Most importantly, this aircraft is fully intelligent and automated. With just one command from Mu Xianyun, the aircraft can plan the optimal route and fly automatically. Sitting in the aircraft, Yi Tian not only didn't need to pilot it but could also enjoy the beautiful scenery of heaven and earth. The luxury and convenience of the aircraft made Yi Tian exclaim, "Teacher, where can I buy such an aircraft? It's so luxurious and comfortable inside. I want to own one too." Mu Xianyun calmly replied, "This aircraft is only available to the military. The military gave it to me as a gift, and it's said to be worth 30 billion huaxia currency." A trace of longing flashed in Yi Tian's eyes. "When I become powerful in the future, I'll make them give me one too." Mu Xianyun nodded. "All right." Immediately, Mu Xianyun led Yi Tian to a super luxurious and enormous estate. The estate exuded an imposing aura, as if heralding an earth-shattering comeback. The guards of this estate were all mid-level martial artists, their presence overwhelming and majestic. Among the guards, there were even strong individuals at the martial spirit level, their aura oppressive and chilling. Yi Tian gazed at the enormous and luxurious estate, a wave of shock surging in his heart. His eyes widened as he thought to himself, "This is the Wang family of the Magic City. It truly lives up to its reputation. Teacher, how about I wait until I become stronger and take revenge myself?" He clenched his fists, his face full of determination. Beside him, Mu Xianyun remained utterly calm, her gaze sharp and unwavering, without a trace of emotion. "Revenge, how can it wait for the future? A gentleman takes revenge on the spot." Her voice was like a cold blade, piercing straight into the heart. "Wait, let the Wang family pay with their lives and offer an apology." Mu Xianyun's resolve was as unyielding as steel, her eyes shining with an indomitable light. At this moment, a surge of anger ignited in Yi Tian's heart, and hatred surged like a tide. He knew that for the sake of justice in his heart, he must act immediately. The guard at the gate was a mid-level martial artist. Upon seeing Mu Xianyun and Yi Tian approaching, he immediately stepped forward to greet them. On ordinary days, these guards were arrogant and dismissive of ordinary people. However, Mu Xianyun's fairy-like demeanor, combined with Yi Tian's cultivation and aura, made them instantly aware of the extraordinary origins of these two, prompting them to hurriedly welcome them. Although Mu Xianyun's face was veiled, the aura she exuded had a sense of returning to simplicity. At first glance, she seemed to have no cultivation at all, yet inexplicably gave off a transcendent and mysterious feeling, as if she were a celestial being in the mortal world. Is that a fairy? Even though she's wearing a veil, I feel like she is a fairy. She has an otherworldly aura that no one else can compare to. The passing martial artists discussed fervently, full of admiration. She truly makes people yearn for her. Simply like a fairy descending to the mortal world. On the main road in front of the Wang family's mansion, amidst the bustling crowd, the moment they saw Mu Xianyun, everyone lowered their heads. They felt that a peerless beauty like Mu Xianyun would be desecrated even by an extra glance. The Wang family's guards were no exception. After catching a glimpse of Mu Xianyun, they immediately shifted their gaze to Yi Tian. Martial artist late stage. This young man, at such a young age, has already reached the late stage of martial artist. Truly remarkable. Indeed, reaching the late stage of martial artist at this age is absolutely genius. The other guards nodded in agreement, their faces full of admiration. Our young master from the Wang family is now the president of the student council at Modu Martial Arts University, and he was also the top scorer in the national exams back then. I remember that the young master also reached the late stage of the martial artist level at this age. Many of the guards secretly compared in their hearts. Yi Tian's age inevitably reminded them of the Wang family's young master, who was once the top scorer in the national martial arts exam. However, they did not know that Yi Tian had taken only half a month to break through from an awakener to the late stage of the martial artist level. If they were to find out, they would probably be utterly astonished. Passers-by also noticed Yi Tian. This young man is truly a genius. So young and already at the late stage of a martial artist, truly incredible. Could he be the young master of some noble family? He's simply a genius. People marveled, feeling that Yi Tian's strength and talent were truly impressive. At this moment, the Wang family's guard finally approached Mu Xianyun and Yi Tian, warmly asking, "Miss, young master, may I ask what brings you to the Wang residence?" Yi Tian remained silent, while Mu Xianyun calmly said, "Let Wang Huayuan come out to see me. Just say that Mu Xianyun is here to visit the Wang family." The guard was instantly stunned, his mouth wide open in disbelief. "Miss, you actually called the family head by his name directly?" The guards of the Wang residence stammered, their hearts filled with shock. Wang Huayuan, the head of the Wang family, was the leader of the richest family in the Demon City. His cultivation was unfathomable, rumored to have reached the martial sovereign realm. With such a noble status, even the most powerful martial artists would never dare to call him by name, always addressing him with honorifics. As for Mu Xianyun, her name was even less known, with most people referring to her as Fairy Xianyun. At this moment, hearing her directly call the Wang family head by name, the guards exchanged uneasy glances, their hearts filled with apprehension. The guard couldn't help but glance a few more times at Mu Xianyun and Yi Tian. Noticing that Yi Tian, despite his young age, had already reached the late stage of a martial artist, and coupled with Mu Xianyun's fairy-like demeanor, he thought to himself, this young master and lady must be from some powerful faction, they must not be offended. Thus, the guard said to the two, "All right, please wait a moment." After speaking, he turned around to report. After a while, a group of powerful martial artists, exuding an imposing aura, came striding out of the Wang family's grand residence. Accompanying them was a warm voice that rang out, "It is truly an honor to have the fairy grace our Wang family with her presence. Please forgive us for not welcoming you sooner." At the entrance of the Wang family's mansion, the atmosphere instantly grew tense. As a group of people approached quickly, the martial guards were so terrified that their souls nearly left their bodies. They hurriedly cupped their hands in salute, saying, "Greetings to the family head, greetings to all the esteemed lords." They knew that the fairy and the young man before them were no ordinary individuals. The Wang family's high-ranking members had all come out to greet them, an unprecedented event. "Fairy, it really is you." Wang Huayuan, the head of the Wang family, brightened up, but his pupils immediately contracted as he displayed a look of reverence. He cupped his hands toward Mu Xianyun and said, "Your presence at our Wang family is an honor for us." The surrounding high-ranking members of the Wang family exchanged glances, their faces full of shock. Even official authorities could not command such respect from Wang Huayuan. Yet now he was bowing and scraping because of this fairy, which was simply unbelievable. Following this, everyone hurriedly bowed to Mu Xianyun, fearing they might offend her. Mu Xianyun smiled faintly, her gaze sweeping over the Wang family's high-ranking members. She calmly said, "Let's talk inside." With that, she led Yi Tian and stepped into the Wang family's mansion without hesitation. The family head and the high-ranking members quickly followed behind, their hearts filled with a mix of fear and reverence. This fairy and the young man must be significant figures. A martial guard thought to himself, feeling fortunate, luckily, we were polite at the time and didn't provoke them. In the most luxurious hall of the Wang family, Yi Tian and Mu Xianyun sat upright. On the table were the most expensive tea leaves, worth millions per pound, which showed the Wang family's high regard for Mu Xianyun. Wang Huayuan's expression was solemn, his gaze fixed intently on Mu Xianyun. His tone was respectful but carried a hint of nervousness. "May I ask, what brings the fairy to our Wang family?" Mu Xianyun smiled faintly and turned her head to look at Yi Tian, her gaze resolute. "My student was ambushed on his way to school. And the ones who attacked him were people from your Wang family." This sentence exploded like thunder, causing Wang Huayuan and the Wang family's senior members to instantly have their pupils contract sharply, their expressions changing in an instant. A tense silence filled the air. Wang Huayuan secretly thought something was wrong, and the sense of crisis in his heart surged rapidly. Upon hearing Mu Xianyun's words, the atmosphere in the Wang family's luxurious hall instantly seemed to freeze, falling into complete silence. The head of the Wang family, Wang Huayuan, and the senior members of the Wang family immediately had their pupils shrink sharply, exchanging glances with unease written on their faces. Yi Tian observed their reactions, his heart sinking as he thought to himself, as expected, it's the Wang family. He looked at the expressions on the faces of the Wang family members and understood immediately it was the Wang family who had sent people to assassinate him. Mu Xianyun glanced at Yi Tian. Yi Tian nodded slightly, and a trace of determination flashed across Mu Xianyun's face. She turned her head, seemingly lost in thought. Wang Huayuan and the senior members of the Wang family exchanged glances, their eyes revealing an expression of disbelief. They could never have imagined that Yi Tian actually knew it was the Wang family pulling the strings behind all of this. Under normal circumstances, the Wang family might admit to all this, as their strength is unparalleled, and they fear no threats. But now, the Wang family dares not admit it, because Mu Xianyun is present. Mu Xianyun's power is overwhelming, making even a martial lord-level expert like Wang Huayuan feel uneasy. At this moment, Wang Huayuan finally regained his composure, forcing a warm expression as he looked at Yi Tian and said, "This must be Yi Tian, the student taken in by Fairy Xianyun. Yi Tian, you truly are outstanding." Yi Tian smiled faintly, and Wang Huayuan continued, "However, Yi Tian, this is our first meeting, isn't it? We've never met before, so how could we have any reason to harm you? Don't you agree?" Wang Huayuan's aura was overwhelming, as if it was suffocating the entire hall. Yet Yi Tian showed no fear, staring directly at Wang Huayuan and calmly saying, "Patriarch Wang, although this is our first meeting, it's hard to say whether you intend to harm me or not." Wang Huayuan and the senior members of the Wang family instantly looked grim upon hearing Yi Tian's words. If it were anyone else, they would have been subdued by the Wang family's collective pressure long ago. However, Yi Tian was Mu Xianyun's only student, so the Wang family dared not act rashly. At this moment, a senior member of the Wang family stepped forward and said respectfully, "Student Yi Tian, please don't speak recklessly. We have no intention of harming you." Another senior member of the Wang family immediately followed up, "Student Yi Tian, how could our Wang family possibly harm you? We are strangers to each other, so why would we send someone to attack you?" Yi Tian remained composed, quietly watching their attempts to justify themselves, as if waiting for something. Wang Huayuan glanced at Mu Xianyun and then addressed Yi Tian again, "Student Yi Tian, you claim that someone from our Wang family attacked you. Do you have any evidence? You can't falsely accuse our family without proof." The senior members of the Wang family echoed each other, putting on a victimized expression. "Exactly, Yi Tian, this requires evidence. How could our Wang family possibly attack you for no reason?" Yi Tian became even more certain in his heart that the Wang family had indeed sent people to kill him, as their reaction had already betrayed them. If they hadn't done it, those falsely accused would surely react with anger and counterattack. Yet, the Wang family members only kept demanding evidence, which revealed their guilty conscience. Yi Tian looked at Wang Huayuan and calmly said, "1 martial artist, 2 martial generals, and 17 martial practitioners, all of them were killed by me. How do you expect me to provide you with evidence? Before they died, they all told me it was your Wang family who sent them to kill me." Yi Tian's words were like a bolt from the blue. Wang Huayuan and the Wang family members instantly had their pupils contract sharply, their faces turning pale. A Wang family elder pointed at Yi Tian, his voice trembling, "How is that possible? You're just a late-stage martial artist, how could you possibly kill so many people?" "Impossible, absolutely impossible." Clearly, the elder of the Wang family could not believe that Yi Tian was capable of single-handedly killing those powerful martial artists. At this moment, the members of the Wang family looked at Yi Tian, their hearts filled with shock. Their cultivation levels were vastly inferior to those of the deceased, making it impossible for them to imagine how Yi Tian had achieved this. Just then, the head of the Wang family, Wang Huayuan, stepped forward slowly with a smile on his face. "Student Yi Tian, you must be joking. Your cultivation speed is truly astonishing. Your talent has also reached the legendary SSS level. But according to what student Yi Tian described, those people, whether in cultivation or numbers, far surpass you." Wang Huayuan smiled faintly, his gaze sharp as a blade. "Forgive me for being blunt, young master Yi Tian, but it's impossible for you to have killed so many people on your own. When I was young, even if I had young Master Yi Tian's level of cultivation, I might not have been able to handle it if half of those people came. Yi Tian sneered coldly, if it were your cultivation level when you were young, I would be several times stronger than you now. If you were my age, I could easily crush you. These words were like a heavy hammer striking Wang Huayuan's heart, causing his expression to change slightly, unable to accept it. Looking at the astonishment on the Wang family head's face, Yi Tian said indifferently, I told you before, your Wang family sent people to kill me, but they failed and ended up being killed by me instead. At this moment, an elder of the Wang family at the martial emperor level stepped forward, his face full of anger. If no evidence can be found, it has nothing to do with our Wang family. We have nothing to do with you. Student Yi Tian, saying this is accusing and slandering us. Our Wang family can sue you at any time. Yi Tian slightly raised an eyebrow, his gaze sharp as a blade. You too, make it clear, this is the Wang family, but it's not a place where you can act recklessly. Mu Xianyun raised her head, her eyes flashing with cold light, and sent a burst of energy toward the senior elder of the Wang family. Ah! The elder at the martial emperor level screamed in agony, his face contorted in pain. Amid the astonished gazes of the crowd, Mu Xianyun's burst of energy, like thunder, directly tore him to shreds, blood splattering everywhere, creating an extremely shocking scene. The atmosphere instantly froze, and everyone held their breath, deeply shocked in their hearts. In the luxurious hall of the Wang family, the atmosphere was as silent as a desolate wilderness, suffocating. Hiss! Suddenly, the sound of someone sharply inhaling broke the air. Everyone was stunned, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Though martial Emperor-level Wang Junlao, who had just been there, had turned into a mist of blood in the blink of an eye, completely vanishing before everyone's eyes. Damn! Elder Wang Jun just exploded like that, exclaimed a senior member of the Wang family, his voice filled with uncontrollable fear. Elder Wang Jun is at the martial emperor level of cultivation, how could he suddenly explode, stammered another person, his face full of disbelief. This is just too absurd. What on earth happened to Elder Wang Jun? Everyone looked at each other, unable to comprehend the situation. Do you remember? It seems Fairy Xian Yun just flicked a stream of energy towards Elder Wang Jun earlier. Someone suddenly recalled the sequence of events, their voice trembling. I saw it too. With just a swipe of her energy, she ended Elder Wang Jun's life. More of the Wang family's senior members echoed, their eyes filled with anger and fear. Mu Xian Yun remained indifferent, coldly staring at these senior members, causing them to lower their heads involuntarily, their hearts secretly trembling. Could it be? Is Fairy Xian Yun really this powerful? Someone speculated inwardly, her strength has already reached the level where she can easily kill a martial emperor. Fairy Xian Yun is simply a terrifying existence. The crowd discussed fervently, their eyes filled with apprehension. At this moment, Yi Tian also recovered from his shock, silently thinking to himself, the teacher's strength is indeed incredibly powerful. He looked toward the senior members of the Wang family and, seeing their expressions, became even more resolute. I must become such a strong person, capable of deciding life and death with a single strike. The head of the Wang family, Wang Huayuan, now had a livid expression and angrily shouted at Mu Xianyun, Fairy Xianyun, you have gone too far. You actually killed our elder right in front of the Wang family. How dare you be so arrogant, he roared hoarsely, burning with rage. As a super expert of the martial sovereign level, such humiliation was unbearable for him. Mu Xianyun's face was indifferent as she replied, he spoke insolently and deserved to die. You've gone too far. He merely said a few words. Wang Huayuan was furious, completely unable to accept the reality before him. Mu Xianyun was unfazed and calmly said, which of his words were true? Your Wang family wants to kill my student, how can I allow you to act recklessly? Wang Huayuan let out a cold laugh. Fairy Xianyun, what evidence do you have to prove that we want to kill Yi Tian? Mu Xianyun shook her head and said calmly, evidence? Not necessary. You 1,000-year-old foxes think you can do whatever you want just because my student is young and inexperienced. Evidence is only needed when the sides are evenly matched, and you are clearly unworthy. Wang Huayuan was shocked upon hearing this, not expecting Mu Xianyun's strength to have reached such a formidable level. Fairy Xianyun, you're going too far. Our Wang family has a protective formation and an ancestor. The senior members of the Wang family shouted one after another, attempting to intimidate Mu Xianyun. However, Mu Xianyun merely said indifferently, your ancestor is nothing more than a mere early-stage martial saint. If I wish, I could end him today. This statement exploded like a thunderclap in the Wang family hall, causing cold sweat to stream down everyone's hearts as they fully grasped the terror of Mu Xianyun. Upon hearing Mu Xianyun's words, Wang Huayuan and the senior members of the Wang family widened their eyes in shock, their faces filled with fear. Mu Xianyun smiled faintly, his gaze sharp as a blade, staring directly at Wang Huayuan as he spoke. You are merely a late-stage martial lord. In the eyes of the mundane world, you may indeed be considered powerful. But do you know? Without entering the saint realm, you are nothing but an ant. In my eyes, you are merely an ant. Wang Huayuan's pupils suddenly contracted, and fear surged in his heart like a tide. Remembering the ancestors' warning and the rumors about Mu Xianyun, his heart felt as if it were gripped by an invisible hand, his breathing rapid. The protective formation of your Wang family residence does indeed possess some power. Mu Xianyun sneered coldly and continued. But unfortunately, you haven't fully activated it yet, and I can easily kill you all. Now, are you sure you want to give it a try? Her words were as calm as water, yet carried supreme authority, causing the Wang family higher-ups present to tremble inwardly, their faces ashen. At that moment, Wang Huayuan felt a tremor in his heart as a message came from his ancestor. The being who had protected the Wang family for hundreds of years now issued a warning like a thunderclap, leaving him almost breathless. Looking at the ancestor's message, Wang Huayuan's face turned deathly pale, his heart filled with endless fear. Wang Chengyuan gave a glance to the Wang family senior members beside him, and then, under the shocked gazes of everyone, respectfully bowed to Mu Xianyun. Fairy, my apologies earlier, it was our Wang family's mistake. The senior members of the Wang family were stunned upon hearing this, their mouths agape and their eyes filled with disbelief. They then collectively bowed to Mu Xianyun. Fairy, it was our mistake, please forgive us. Yi Tian, standing to the side, was deeply shaken, never expecting Mu Xianyun's influence to be so immense. Mu Xianyun smiled faintly, her gaze sweeping over the crowd, and said calmly, you should not bow to me, but to my student, Yi Tian. Wang Huayuan and the senior members of the Wang family flushed red, exchanging glances. Yi Tian's cultivation was merely at the late stage of a martial artist, while their lowest level was martial emperor, with Wang Huayuan being a martial venerable. However, under the ancestors' instructions, they dared not defy Mu Xianyun's words. Martial Venerable Wang Huayuan led the group of martial emperors and martial masters, bowing 90 degrees to Yi Tian in unison and respectfully saying, Student Yi Tian, we were wrong. Please forgive us. The air was filled with a tense yet thrilling atmosphere. The senior members of the Wang family understood that today's situation had completely turned upside down. Student Yi Tian, we hope you can forgive us. This is truly astonishing. A martial venerable, leading martial lords and martial emperors, actually apologizing to a late-stage martial student, this scene is simply unbelievable. Yi Tian watched this scene, feeling a trace of surprise in his heart. At this moment, Wang Huayuan, the martial venerable, and the senior members of the Wang family had flushed faces, overwhelmed with shame. Having cultivated to such a high level, they actually had to apologize to a junior, leaving them utterly humiliated. Their bodies trembled slightly, as Mu Xianyun's overwhelming power left them too afraid to resist. Although Yi Tian noticed their embarrassment, he showed not the slightest hint of sympathy toward them. He looked indifferently at the senior members of the Wang family in front of him and said coldly, You feel humiliated, apologizing to me, a mere late-stage martial arts student? Hearing this, Wang Huayuan and the others blushed even more, wanting to argue but not daring to speak due to Mu Xianyun's presence. Yi Tian continued, You must understand, today's outcome is entirely your doing. If you hadn't sent people to kill me back then, how would things have come to this today? All of this is your fault. Wang Huayuan and the senior members of the Wang family were shaken, finally realizing that Yi Tian was telling the truth. The consequences of everything that had happened were indeed caused by themselves and had nothing to do with Yi Tian. Mu Xianyun glanced at Yi Tian, a hint of approval flashing in her eyes. Yi Tian waved his hand at the Wang family members and said calmly, You may rise. Next, let's discuss the matter of compensation. The senior members of the Wang family felt a sense of relief and quickly stood up. Yi Tian looked at Mu Xianyun, and she nodded slightly, making Yi Tian understand. He stared directly at Wang Huayuan and asked, Who among you gave the order to kill me? The senior members of the Wang family exchanged uneasy glances, unsure of how to respond. Finally, the head of the Wang family, Wang Huayuan, spoke up. Student Yi Tian, regarding this matter, we can compensate you. Tell us, how much do you need? Our Wang family is willing to compensate you fully. Other senior members quickly chimed in, That's right. Student Yi Tian, we can compensate you with any amount, as long as it's not too excessive. Yi Tian shook his head, a trace of determination flashing in his eyes. I want to know who gave the order to kill me. The senior members of the Wang family fell silent instantly. After a while, a scruffy bearded senior member of the Wang family finally stepped forward. His name was Wang Li, and his cultivation level was that of a martial emperor. Wang Li looked at Yi Tian, a hint of disdain in his tone. It's me. In his eyes, Yi Tian, who was at the late stage of the martial artist realm, was utterly insignificant and could be dealt with effortlessly. Furious heavenly divine flame. White flames flickered in Yi Tian's eyes, and in an instant, a white fire dragon rapidly took shape, charging straight at Wang Li. No one had expected Yi Tian to be so decisive, directly attacking Wang Li. The senior members of the Wang family were all stunned. Wang Li was a martial emperor-level expert, and Yi Tian, still in the late stage of the martial artist realm, dared to make a move? He actually took the initiative to attack Elder Wang Li. Although Yi Tian is a genius, how could he possibly stand a chance against Elder Wang Li, a martial emperor-level expert? With Immortal Yun Fairy by his side, Elder Wang Li dared not act recklessly. Wang Li snorted coldly, late-stage warrior, mere child's play. He completely disregarded the white dragon charging toward him, unleashing a chi shield in an attempt to block Yi Tian's wrathful heavenly flame fire dragon. Almost all the senior members of the Wang family believed that Wang Li could easily fend off Yi Tian's attack. However, despite the barrier Wang Li had erected in front of him, it could not stop Yi Tian's fury. Boom! Yi Tian's white fire dragon instantly devoured the barrier in front of Wang Li, causing Wang Li's pupils to contract sharply and his heart to tighten. Roar! Accompanied by the roar of the dragon, the wrathful heavenly divine flame fire dragon, imbued with terrifying power, mercilessly lunged at Wang Li and bit down fiercely. Wang Li felt the scorching flames and was instantly overwhelmed with pain. His face turned bright red as he screamed, "Ah! What kind of flame is this? It hurts so much." The agonized screams echoed throughout the entire arena, and Wang Li's heart was filled with shock and fear. This is far from over. Yi Tian unleashed another Fury Heaven Divine Flame Fire Dragon, which surged with overwhelming flames, charging straight at Wang Li. Wang Li, as a martial emperor powerhouse, had just been engulfed and scorched by one Fury Heaven Divine Flame Fire Dragon. In his agony, his spirit was utterly weakened, leaving him no time to deal with the incoming second fire dragon. Roar! The other Fury Heaven Divine Flame Fire Dragon, like a raging beast, directly devoured Wang Li's body. Ah! Wang Li grimaced in pain, his body already burned and consumed by the two fire dragons by a third. Fortunately, he was a martial emperor. If his level were any lower, he would have been completely devoured by the merciless flames. Help! Save me! Wang Li shouted in panic, his voice filled with despair. The senior members of the Wang family were anxious and wanted to step in to save Wang Li, but upon seeing Mu Xianyun beside Yi Tian, no one dared to act recklessly. Ah! I, a dignified martial emperor, was killed by a late-stage martial artist? I refuse to accept this. Wang Li roared furiously, but was immediately engulfed by the Fury Heaven Divine Flame, leaving not a single trace behind, disappearing instantly into the heavens and earth. Yi Tian, a late-stage martial artist, managed to directly slay Martial Emperor Wang Li with the Fury Heaven Divine Flame. Hiss! The senior members of the Wang family collectively gasped, too shocked to speak. Elder Wang Li is a martial emperor. He was killed just like that? Isn't Yi Tian's cultivation level only at the late stage of martial artist? At this moment, all the senior elders of the Wang family widened their eyes in disbelief. You must know that a martial emperor is not someone who can be easily killed, not even by martial generals or martial spirits giving their all. Yet Yi Tian, merely in the late stage of martial practitioner, managed to deliver a fatal blow in one strike. Just imagine how shocking this is. Is this Yi Tian's innate talent ability? He's only in the late stage of martial practitioner and can kill a martial emperor? This innate talent ability is ridiculously powerful. At this moment, the senior members of the Wang family looked at Yi Tian, their eyes filled with deep apprehension. Even Wang Huayuan, standing nearby, felt a trace of fear in his heart as he looked at Yi Tian and thought of the supernatural ability he had just displayed. Mu Xianyun gazed at Yi Tian, her eyes brimming with satisfaction, secretly feeling fortunate in her heart. At this moment, Mu Xianyun stepped forward, her gaze sharp as a blade, and addressed the senior members of the Wang family. Yi Tian is my only student, Mu Xianyun. From now on, remember not to lay a hand on him again. Otherwise. Her words were like an invisible sharp sword, cutting through the air, majestic and indisputable. If anyone from the Wang family dares to harm Yi Tian again, I will annihilate every single one of you. Mu Xianyun's voice echoed like thunder in the luxurious Wang family hall, its undisguised authority sending chills down everyone's spine. The Wang family patriarch, Wang Huayuan, and the senior members of the family instantly felt an invisible pressure, their hearts trembling involuntarily. Fairy Xianyun, you. Wang Huayuan wanted to argue, but the words stuck in his throat, unable to come out no matter how hard he tried. Mu Xinyan's gaze was as sharp as a blade. "I made it very clear, Yi Tian is my only student. I will not allow anyone to harm him. Whoever dares to harm him, I will kill them." These words were like an irresistible command, striking fear into everyone present. The senior members of the Wang family looked at each other, their eyes filled with fear and apprehension, secretly wondering, even Mu Xianyun is so protective of him, what kind of abilities does Yi Tian possess? Wang Huayuan glanced at Yi Tian, feeling a wave of unease in his heart, deeply afraid of provoking this powerful immortal again. Mu Xianyun stood up and left with Yi Tian, leaving behind a panicked Wang family crowd, as if under a spell, unable to recover for a long time. After a while, the Wang family members, confirming that Mu Xianyun had taken Yi Tian far away, finally breathed a sigh of relief, though their hearts burned with anger. Bullying too much. Mu Xianyun simply disregards the law. Openly shouting in our Wang family and even letting her student kill our elder, this is an utter humiliation. The elders of the Wang family were furious, voicing their protests loudly. Her student is clearly alive and well, yet so many people in our Wang family have died, even 2 martial emperor elders couldn't escape. For a moment, the senior members of the Wang family were filled with indignation, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. Wang Huayuan's expression was grave as he calmly said, "Enough, it is indeed our Wang family that was at fault first. If we hadn't sent people to kill Yi Tian, today's events wouldn't have happened at all. All of this started because of us." The senior members of the Wang family remained silent, feeling a tinge of guilt in their hearts. At this moment, an elder of the martial sect broke the silence. "Sect master, is that Mu Xianjun really that powerful?" Although their cultivation had reached the levels of martial emperor and martial sect, they were still far from achieving true peak combat strength. Wang Huayuan sighed, "Mu Xianyun is a super genius. I have been stuck at the peak of martial sovereign for 7 or 8 years, unable to break through, while she has already entered sainthood." The crowd fell silent once again, shaken by Wang Huayuan's words. Mu Xianyun hasn't made a move for many years, but back then, she was not weak among the martial saints. After all these years, with her rate of growth, who can predict what level she has reached? At this moment, another elder of the Wu sect asked, "Patriarch, what did the ancestor say?" The Wang family's ancestor is a super powerhouse at the martial saint level, who has protected the Wang family for many years. Everyone was filled with anticipation. Wang Huayuan showed a helpless expression. The ancestor said he is no match for Mu Xianyun. As long as Mu Xianyun does not pursue the matter or shake the foundation of my Wang family, he can do whatever he wants. The senior members of the Wang family trembled upon hearing this, unable to believe it. What? Even the ancestor is no match for Mu Xianyun? Just how strong is Mu Xianyun? Why would she only be a teacher at Nanjiang Martial Arts University? Could she really be this powerful? After a while, the crowd's discussions gradually subsided. "Patriarch, are we not going to deal with that Yi Tian? He has just reached the late stage of the warrior level, yet he was able to kill an elder of the martial emperor level. If he grows stronger, the threat will be endless." Some elders recalled the scene when Yi Tian used the Fury Heaven Divine Flame to kill martial emperor Wang Li, and their hearts couldn't help but tremble. Wang Huayuan glanced at the elders and said coldly, "Do you still dare to go and kill that Yi Tian now?" Everyone remained silent. Their original courage completely vanished the moment Mu Xianyun returned with Yi Tian. Wang Huayuan snorted coldly, "All you do is talk big. Mu Xianyun has made it clear that no one is allowed to touch Yi Tian. Yi Tian is Mu Xianyun's only student. If we harm him, we're doomed." Wang Huayuan sighed, his eyes filled with helplessness and fear. "I originally thought that someone like Mu Xianyun, who is indifferent to fame and fortune, wouldn't care about Yi Tian. I never expected her to protect her student so fiercely." Sigh. "Forget it, this time our Wang family admits defeat." He glanced at the Wang family executives present and decisively said, "Remember, no one is allowed to make a move against Yi Tian in the future. Additionally, all plans targeting Yi Tian are to be completely cancelled." Everyone was shocked upon hearing this and quickly responded, "Yes, Patriarch." Wang Huayuan continued, "This boy has awakened the legendary SSS level talent. Now, there is also the fairy Mu Xianyun protecting his path. In the future, he will surely rise, and no one can stop him." Other senior members of the Wang family nodded one after another, secretly acknowledging in their hearts, "Indeed, this Yi Tian is bound to rise in the future. It's just that our Wang family has already formed a grudge with him. I'm afraid it won't end well." Several elders looked worried, and the atmosphere instantly grew heavy. Wang Huayuan said in a deep voice, "Pass down the order, change the aspirations of the younger generation of the Wang family, and have them go to Nanjing Martial Arts University. Let them enroll, and try to please Yi Tian as much as possible. Make sure he no longer holds any grudge against my Wang family. Yi Tian followed Mu Xianyun, taking a top-tier aircraft to quickly return to Nanjing Martial University. Along the way, Yi Tian remained silent, while Mu Xianyun was as quiet as a maiden, making the atmosphere unusually oppressive. When they got off the aircraft and stepped into the campus, Yi Tian finally spoke. "Teacher, thank you." Mu Xianyun was slightly startled. "What?" Yi Tian said sincerely, "Thank you, teacher, for taking me to the Wang family in the Magic City, allowing me to take revenge on the spot." He was genuinely surprised. He hadn't expected Mu Xianyun to take him directly to the Wang family. Mu Xianyun listened, her face veiled, making her expression hard to discern. Her voice flowed like a clear spring. "Yi Tian, taking you for revenge today is one aspect. On the other hand, I want to tell you that when you are strong, you can do whatever you want. All of this ultimately still depends on strength." Yi Tian nodded, falling into deep thought, and after a moment said, "Teacher, I understand." Mu Xianyun smiled faintly and continued, "Strength is the foundation of everything. Next, I will do my best to help you improve your strength." Nanjiang Martial Arts University. This is one of the top 4 universities in Huaxia and the heart of Nanjiang City. The vast campus gathers countless outstanding students. Every year, several strong individuals emerge from here, step into society, and achieve great success, which is a testament to the strength of Nanjiang Martial Arts University. At this moment, more than half of the summer vacation has passed, yet the campus remains bustling with activity. Although some students choose to return home, most opt to stay at school and focus on their training. The students of Nanjiang Martial Arts University are all striving relentlessly, and this dedication to improving their skills continues even during the summer and winter breaks. Amid this vibrant campus, Yi Tian and Mu Xianyun strolled leisurely. Mu Xianyun was leading Yi Tian to her dormitory. Click, click. Several students took photos of the pair. Mu Xianyun remained expressionless, while Yi Tian appeared calm and composed. Before long, their walk instantly sparked heated discussions on the campus forum of Nanjiang Martial Arts University. "My goddess is actually walking with a guy, this man is so lucky. The goddess is so serene and elegant, how could she be walking with a man? This is simply unbelievable." Mu Xianyun's popularity at school is evident, with many students usually supporting her. At this moment, photos of Yi Tian and Mu Xianyun are rapidly spreading on the campus forum, sparking heated discussions among the students. Could this be Goddess Mu's younger brother? Look at him. He looks so young. Yeah, he's clearly a teenager. He must be Goddess Mu's younger brother. Some students carefully analyzed the two people in the photo, believing that Yi Tian might just be Mu Xianyun's younger brother. However, shortly afterward, a well-informed student posted a shocking message on the forum. "This young man is Yi Tian, who has just been admitted to our school through special recommendation. Moreover, he is the only student of Goddess Mu." This news caused a huge uproar on the forum. "Really? Isn't Goddess Mu known for never taking on students? Are you sure? Goddess Mu is actually accepting a student? And it's a guy?" For a moment, the students at the school doubted this news. After all, Mu Xianyun had always been a mysterious figure in their minds and never accepted students. This news must be fake. How could Goddess Mu possibly take on a student? And a male student at that? This is absolutely impossible. Really, this must be a rumor. Many students from Nanjiang Martial Arts University have denied the fact that Mu Xianyun is accepting students. However, the student who released the news continued to reveal more explosive information. According to official news, the Goddess Mu really accepted a student. Don't you dare not believe it. She accepted a student named Yi Tian. Do you know what kind of talent he awakened? Yi Tian awakened an SSS level talent. That's a legendary talent, otherwise, how could he possibly be accepted as a student by Goddess Mu? Next, some related students also came forward to confirm. This is true, Yi Tian has really awakened an SSS level talent and was accepted as the only student of Goddess Mu. My dad is the Dean of Education, now do you believe me? Hearing these revelations, the school's forum instantly exploded. Whoa! SSS level talent? This Yi Tian actually awakened an SSS level talent. This guy is incredible. SSS level talent, how powerful must that be? At this moment, many students at Nanjiang Martial Arts University were shocked by Yi Tian's talent. No wonder he was accepted as a student by Goddess Mu. Awakened an SSS level talent, that's awesome. It seems that in this year's freshman competition, Yi Tian is bound to take the top spot. That's right, no doubt about it. Everyone expressed their expectations for Yi Tian and silently cheered him on in their hearts. The goddess Mu accepted a student named Yi Tian, and he awakened an SSS level talent. Looks like if this Yi Tian comes to our Nanjing Martial University, the school is going to get lively. Yi Tian was unaware of what was happening on the school forum. At this moment, Yi Tian had already followed Mu Xianyun to a villa by a lake. This was a very large lake, with water as blue as the sky, as if one could see fish swimming joyfully in the depths. On both sides of the lake, weeping willows swayed gently in the breeze, adding a touch of poetry to the scene. Meanwhile, rows of small villas lined the lakeside, neat and picturesque, all prepared for the school's senior professors and leadership. Mu Xianyun led Yi Tian to a refreshing lakeside villa, smiled slightly, and pointed to the villa next to it, saying, "Yi Tian, from now on, you'll live in that house." Theoretically, students are not qualified to live in Lakeview villas. However, Yi Tian's status is extraordinary. He is Mu Xianyun's only student, and Mu Xianyun holds a privileged position at Nanjing Martial Arts University. At this moment, Mu Xianyun could decide without hesitation which house Yi Tian would live in. While others might only stay in a double or triple room, Yi Tian was arranged by Mu Xianyun to have an entire villa to himself. Hearing Mu Xianyun's words, Yi Tian nodded and said with great anticipation, "All right, teacher. Here, these are the keys." Mu Xianyun took out a set of keys from his pocket and handed them to Yi Tian. Yi Tian took the key, feeling a surge of excitement in his heart, and asked, "Teacher, where do you live?" Mu Xianyun pointed to the villa next door and smiled, "Go over and take a look first, get familiar with the environment. Then come find me, and I'll give you martial techniques and teach you cultivation." Hearing Mu Xianyun's words, Yi Tian felt a rush of passion ignite within him and nodded in agreement, "All right, teacher." Immediately, he walked into the villa that Mu Xianyun had prepared for him. Creak! Yi Tian unlocked the door with a key, and his eyes lit up instantly. This villa wasn't as luxurious as imagined, but the lighting and location were exceptional. At a glance, the lake view was picturesque, and the gentle breeze brushing his face made him feel incredibly comfortable. Looking at the arrangement in the living room, although there is no genuine leather sofa, all the furniture is exquisite solid wood, exuding grandeur. The whole house gives off one impression, spacious. Yi Tian glanced to the side and saw three bold characters, training room. His heart surged with excitement. This would be the starting point of his cultivation and rise. Training room. Yi Tian looked at the words before him, his heart trembling with shock, the surprise evident on his face. He never expected that the villa given to him by the teacher would contain such a mysterious training room. As he stepped into the training room, he was instantly struck by its spaciousness. The area of this training room was far larger than his own living room. The interior design was filled with a minimalist style, though not luxurious, it exuded an undeniable sense of elegance. The entire training room was divided into two sections. The first section was the entry area, where a series of brand new fitness equipment was arranged. The designs were modern, and the functions were comprehensive. These pieces of equipment were not just tools to assist in physical training but resembled an upgraded version of a luxury gym, surpassing most gym facilities available on the market. The second part of the training room is simply the epitome of technology. It is a large-scale simulated combat room, with an exorbitant price tag that only super families can afford. This simulated combat room can accurately simulate suitable opponents for combat training based on the user's physical condition and strength. Yi Tian thought to himself that this was practically a priceless treasure, something even the advanced facilities in Bright City, where he had previously lived, did not possess. This combat simulation room, I'll carefully study the manual later and use it gradually. Yi Tian muttered to himself, filled with anticipation. Afterward, he went upstairs, where there were 3 bedrooms, 2 secondary bedrooms and 1 master bedroom. Walking into the master bedroom, Yi Tian nodded in satisfaction. The bed sheets and duvet covers were brand new, and the light blue color exuded tranquility. The room was even filled with a faint, refreshing fragrance. Yi Tian drove his off-road vehicle into the school. Although the security guard initially refused, he immediately let him through enthusiastically upon recognizing him. This was because the guard had personally seen him with the immortal Cloud Fairy, who held a special status and privileges at the school. Yi Tian parked the car next to the villa, quickly placed his luggage in the master bedroom, tidied up a bit, then took a shower, paying special attention to washing his hair, feeling refreshed. At this moment, he walked toward the villa where Fairy Xianyun lived. Ding dong ding dong. Yi Tian pressed the doorbell twice in a row. Yi Tian, come in. Mu Xianyun's voice was as melodious as a clear spring. Pushing the door open, Yi Tian was captivated by Mu Xianyun's villa. The minimalist style here was even more pronounced, and the living room exuded a strong vintage vibe. At the center was an exquisite Solid wood tea set, surrounded by furniture also made of solid wood. Compared to his spacious living room, the space here seemed much smaller, with not even a television, just a coffee table and a chair. However, the training room next to the living room was unexpectedly large, even much larger than his own. Outside was a glass window connecting to a solid wood viewing platform, offering a panoramic view of the lake's beauty. On the shore, college students laughed and played, practiced martial arts, and fell in love, brimming with vitality. On the viewing platform, Mu Xianyun sat cross-legged, seemingly meditating and cultivating. Her silhouette was picturesque, evoking endless fascination. Yi Tian, have you gotten familiar with the place you're staying at? Mu Xianyun's voice interrupted his thoughts. Yi Tian nodded. Teacher, I've already familiarized myself with everything. That's good. Mu Xianyun smiled faintly, seemingly very pleased. Just then, something unexpected happened. Swish! A golden, shimmering scroll suddenly appeared before Yi Tian. What is this? He asked in surprise. Mu Xianyun smiled and explained, this is the martial technique I'm giving you first. Yi Tian's eyes lit up. Unable to contain his excitement, he picked up the scroll. As he opened it, a few bold characters immediately caught his eye: mountain, crushing fist. Following that were densely packed golden characters, as if calling to his potential, igniting his inner desire and fighting spirit. That is, cultivation method. Mu Xianyun turned around, her stunningly beautiful face revealed once again, radiating brilliance that was utterly captivating. She looked at Yi Tian and said firmly, Yi Tian, this is a sea-level martial technique. You've never practiced martial techniques before, so you need to start with a sea-level martial technique. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian's heart tightened, and his face was full of confusion. Teacher, what about the S-level martial technique you promised me? Mu Xianyun looked into Yi Tian's eyes, her tone gentle yet unquestionable. Yi Tian, once you have mastered the sea-level martial technique dominating Mountain Fist to perfection, I will give you the S-level martial technique. How about that? Hearing Mu Xianyun's words, Yi Tian nodded slightly, his gaze firm. All right, I trust you, teacher. He silently vowed to complete it in the shortest possible time. Mu Xianyun nodded in satisfaction, her gaze shifting to the martial-skilled mountain dominating fist in Yi Tian's hand, and continued, this sea-level martial skill typically takes an ordinary person about 5 years to master, 3 years for a genius, and at most 1 year for those true prodigies. Yi Tian listened attentively, silently repeating in his heart, Teacher, I understand. A hint of expectation flickered in Mu Xianyun's eyes. I believe in you, Yi Tian. Your talent is extraordinary. If you dedicate yourself to training, reaching mastery within half a year should be no problem. She wanted to catch a spark of confidence in Yi Tian's eyes, but instead found his gaze calm, seemingly without any ripple of emotion. Yi Tian looked directly at Mu Xianyun and said slowly, Teacher, rest assured, I will accomplish it. He felt secretly pleased in his heart. With the enhancement of 100-fold cultivation speed, half a year was more than enough for him to achieve all of this. However, he didn't want to boast too much. Mu Xianyun nodded in satisfaction. Good. You may go back now. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to come and ask me. I'll be right next door. Yi Tian nodded, filled with confidence. All right, teacher. After speaking, he held the scroll of the Bashan fist in his hand, turned around, and left, his heart already ablaze with determination. Watching Yi Tian's departing figure, Mu Xianyun murmured to herself, I hope you can master the Bashan fist within a year. However, she secretly thought to herself that she had just deceived Yi Tian. This Bashan fist was not actually a sea-level martial technique but an A-level one. Yi Tian returned to his residence and stepped into the training room, his eyes blazing with the fire of determination. He stared at the mountain-dominating fist in his hand and thought to himself, System, can the 100-fold training speed be activated? Host, it can. The system's response was like a shot of adrenaline, shaking Yi Tian to his core and boosting his confidence. He nodded, gripping the mountain-dominating fist scroll, and thought to himself, Mountain-dominating fist. Activate 100-fold training speed. Instantly, the surrounding air seemed to tremble, and Yi Tian's path of cultivation was about to embark on a frenzied journey. Inside the training room, Yi Tian focused intently on practicing the mountain-dominating fist. At the same time, he activated the 100-fold training speed, and in an instant, time flew by like a fleeting horse. One day passed quickly. In the morning, Yi Tian gazed at the scroll of Bashan fist, a confident smile curling at the corner of his lips. Congratulations to the host for mastering the entry level of Bashan fist. In just one day, Yi Tian had astonishingly cultivated Bashan fist to the entry-level realm. For an average person, merely reaching entry-level would Take a full 100 days, yet Yi Tian accomplished this feat in just one day. If outsiders were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly be shocked. Yi Tian stood up, ready to fill his stomach, as he had barely eaten since entering yesterday. Adjusting his mood, he walked out of the training room and headed straight to the school cafeteria. Teacher, would you like to have a meal together? Yi Tian came to the place where Mu Xianyun lived and asked. No need, Yi Tian, you go ahead. Mu Xianyun walked out of the room and handed Yi Tian a campus card. This is your campus card, take it. You can use it to eat at the school, and there are discounts in many places. Mu Xianyun's voice was as warm as a spring breeze. Thank you, teacher. Yi Tian gratefully accepted the campus card, his heart filled with anticipation. Soon after, Yi Tian walked alone toward the school cafeteria. Along the way, he kept asking for directions and finally found his destination. When he stepped into the cafeteria of Nanjiang Martial Arts University, the scene before him left him stunned. The size of this cafeteria was 10 times larger than the one at his training camp. Inside the cafeteria, the gazes of numerous students all turned toward Yi Tian in unison. Look, that's the classmate from the forum yesterday. I heard he's the only student of Goddess Mu. So lucky. I wish I could be a student of Goddess Mu too. Yi Tian felt the envious gazes cast upon him from all around, but he was already used to it and remained calm within. The cafeteria window before him dazzled Yi Tian's eyes, showcasing a wide array of delicacies, even including beast meat. This beast meat was brought back by students from their missions, and its tender texture, rich nutrition, and mouth-watering aroma were irresistible. He walked to the window and saw plates of steamed and braised beast meat, his mouth almost watering. However, when he saw the price, his eyes widened in shock. Even the cheapest steamed demon waterfish cost 1,000 huaxia coins per spoonful. This startled him, as he had thought it would only cost a few coins, not thousands. But soon, he realized that he had tens of millions of huaxia coins and didn't need to worry about the expense at all. At that moment, a classmate next to him swiped their campus card, revealing the balance. Yi Tian curiously noticed that the classmate's campus card was green, while the one in his hand was purple. Auntie, I want this, that, and that one. Thank you, Yi Tian said excitedly. The auntie saw the purple campus card in his hand and smiled as she started serving him food, while the students nearby stared in envy and amazement. BP Tian swiped the campus card, but it didn't display a balance or amount, leaving him puzzled. The auntie noticed and cheerfully said, Student, you're using the campus card of the school leadership, so you don't need to pay. Can I keep not paying forever? Yi Tian asked involuntarily. That's right, with the purple gold campus leader card, you never have to pay. The aunt's response brought a surge of joy to Yi Tian's heart, as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. Hearing the aunt's words, a trace of surprise flashed in Yi Tian's eyes. He hadn't expected such a privilege. He secretly chuckled to himself, thinking this was truly a windfall from the heavens. Auntie, I'll add a few more dishes, he said without hesitation. Afterward, Yi Tian carried a heaping plate of beast meat, found a quiet corner, and sat down to enjoy his feast. Delicious, not bad. Yi Tian chewed on the beast meat from the cafeteria of Nanjiang Martial Arts University, his eyebrows slightly raised, praising it endlessly. He couldn't help but admire the cafeteria of Nanjiang Martial Arts University. The beast meat they prepared was truly delicious. No wonder it was so expensive. For him, it was an even more delightful treat since he got to eat it for free, secretly feeling pleased. Just as he was enjoying his meal, a senior sister walked toward him, exuding a strong presence. Hello, Junior Yi Tian. A crisp voice rang out like the sound of silver bells. Then, a graceful figure came into his view. Yi Tian looked up and saw a girl with delicate features and a slender figure, momentarily stunned. Do we know each other? He asked curiously. The girl shook her head and smiled, saying, We don't know each other. But I know you. Yi Tian was taken aback. Oh? The girl opened her phone and showed photos and information about Yi Tian on the school forum, with content that was detailed and vivid. Yi Tian widened his eyes in shock. He hadn't expected that the campus forum of Nanjiang Martial Arts University was now filled with heated discussions about him, almost like he was a celebrity. However, this information was all positive for him, and he secretly felt proud. Junior Yi Tian, let me introduce myself. I am Yao Shi, the president of the student council, the delicate-looking girl said confidently. Yi Tian was once again shocked. He hadn't expected the outstanding girl before him to be the president of the student council at Nanjing University. Yao Shi smiled faintly, her eyes sparkling. Junior Yi Tian, I'm here to invite you to join our student council. Hearing this, Yi Tian curled his lips into a playful smile. Sorry, I don't plan on joining. Yao Shi raised her eyebrows in surprise, not expecting him to refuse so decisively. Her gaze was resolute as she smiled and said, Yi Tian, aren't you afraid of being challenged? Yi Tian looked at Yao Shi, a trace of cunning flashed in his eyes, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he thought to himself, challenge? How could I be afraid? Ding! Host, 2-star mission, dominate the college rankings. Mission reward, an additional gifted ability for the host. At this moment, an endless fighting spirit ignited in Yi Tian's heart. Yi Tian's eyes lit up instantly upon hearing the system issue a 2-star mission, his excitement evident. Yao Shi, who was standing nearby, felt her heart skip a beat. She had just mentioned the topic of challenges. Could Yi Tian be excited because he enjoys challenges? Yao Shi stared at Yi Tian, silently pondering. Yi Tian quickly regained his composure, looked directly at Yao Shi, and asked, Senior Yao, does our school have any kind of ranking list? Hearing Yi Tian's question, Yao Shi paused for a moment, then slowly said, Junior Yi, our school has a ranking list. There is a combat power ranking, and it is divided into 3 different lists. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian's eyes flashed with a hint of light, and he secretly looked forward to it. Seeing his reaction, Yao Shi's heart trembled again, as if she had grasped an important clue. Senior, what rankings are they? Yi Tian asked eagerly. Yao Shi pondered for a moment and patiently explained, the first one is the warrior ranking. Most of those listed are students in their sophomore year or above, and they must possess genuine warrior strength. After hearing this, Yi Tian felt a bit puzzled and couldn't help but ask, what about the freshmen? Yao Shi gave him a peculiar look, secretly wondering if he was unaware of the true situation of the freshmen. She quickly adjusted her emotions and continued, Yi Tian, not everyone is like you, possessing the cultivation of a warrior. Actually, most freshmen are still awakeners when they first enroll. Many only officially become martial artists by the second semester. Yi Tian seemed to understand, a sense of clarity arising in his heart. Seeing that he understood, Yao Shi continued to explain, so, naturally, freshmen won't be included in the martial artist rankings. She looked at Yi Tian, sensing his powerful cultivation at the late stage of martial artist, and exclaimed, Junior Yi Tian, you're truly amazing. It's rare to see a student reach the late stage of martial artist upon enrollment. Yi Tian modestly waved his hand, thank you. Yao Shi further said, there are 2 other rankings, one is the martial general ranking, and the other is the martial master ranking. Yi Tian listened attentively, and seeing this, Yao Shi explained in detail, the martial general ranking mostly consists of geniuses at the martial general level, usually 3rd or 4th year students. Coming from privileged backgrounds, they are able to reach the martial general realm at this age. Yi Tian nodded, understanding in his heart. Yao Shi continued, as for the martial master ranking, it is even more formidable. Reaching the level of martial master in senior year is almost as rare as a phoenix feather. She couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Yi Tian praised, Senior Yao is truly remarkable to have reached the martial master level at such a young age. Through perception, Yi Tian had already discerned Yao Shi's cultivation level, which had indeed reached the martial master stage. Yao Shi blushed from the praise and smiled softly, it's just good luck. Yi Tian shook his head, Senior, you're being too modest. This is your skill, there's no need to undervalue yourself. Hearing Yi Tian's words, Yao Shi felt deeply appreciated, and her fondness for Yi Tian instantly rose to another level. She looked at Yi Tian earnestly and continued to persuade, Junior Yi Tian, join our student council. If you join, many people won't come to challenge you anymore. You are now the only student of teacher Mu Xianyun. Many people want to make a name for themselves by challenging you. Yao Shi's gaze was resolute as she continued, if you join the student council, I and the other council members will do our utmost to protect you and ensure no one challenges you. After hearing this, Yi Tian understood that Yao Shi's invitation was more out of consideration for Mu Xianyun than for him personally. He was absolutely not anyone's subordinate, especially at this moment when the system's 2-star mission reward held great allure for him. Yi Tian smiled faintly and said directly, thank you for your kindness, senior sister Yao, but I, Yi Tian, prefer being alone. Yao Shi was momentarily stunned, then sighed, alright. However, junior brother Yi Tian, with teacher Mu's reputation, you will become more and more famous. Many people will surely want to challenge you to gain fame. Yi Tian nodded in agreement, secretly planning his next moves in his heart. If you can't handle it when the time comes, you can ask me for help, and I'll assist you. Yao Shi's words were like a gentle breeze, dispelling the doubts in Yi Tian's heart. Hearing this, a trace of surprise flashed in Yi Tian's eyes as he thought, she's actually willing to help me? Yao Shi looked at Yi Tian's surprised expression, the corners of her mouth curving into a faint smile. I'm helping you because I believe in you, junior Yi Tian. I believe you will rise in the future and become a strong individual. Teacher Mu is so powerful, and someone as unique as her chose you as her student. This proves you are no ordinary person, Yaoshi continued. When you become strong, you will surely be able to help me. Yi Tian was moved by Yaoshi's words, his heart filled with warmth. All right. At that moment, the two exchanged contact information. Yi Tian felt an incredible sense of wonder. On his first day of school, he could eat in the cafeteria without spending money. Then the student council president personally sought him out to invite him to join, and even someone was willing to offer help voluntarily. These special treatments left him feeling a bit overwhelmed. Before long, Yi Tian finished his meal and, following Yaoshi's guidance, arrived at the school's dueling platform. At this moment, there were already quite a few people fiercely dueling on the stage. Ha ha, go for it. Hit him, hit him. The onlooking students were brimming with enthusiasm, their cheers rising and falling. Yi Tian glanced at the school's warrior ranking list and secretly decided in his heart, then I'll start challenging from the warrior ranking list. He wouldn't foolishly wait for others to challenge him, instead, he would take the initiative. Yi Tian carefully studied several challengers on the duel ranking list and identified a few targets. Looking around, he noticed that many challengers were not present, feeling secretly pleased. At that moment, Yi Tian's eyes lit up as he spotted a senior he could challenge, who happened to be on the warrior ranking list. At this moment, the two senior students on stage were engaged in an intense duel, both possessing mid-level martial cultivation. The senior students outside the stage were watching intently. Yi Tian walked toward a burly senior student in the crowd, thinking to himself, this is my target. The burly senior student was focused on watching the duel when he suddenly noticed Yi Tian's approach. He frowned slightly, looking somewhat surprised. Yi Tian stood before the senior student, his gaze firm and his tone calm. I want to challenge you and duel with you. The fierce senior frowned deeply upon hearing this. The fierce senior challenged by Yi Tian was named Wang Fei. Wang Fei had an extremely robust physique, standing at 1.9 meters tall, with solid muscles all over his body, resembling a wall that inspired awe. His skin was dark, and his facial features were sharp and well-defined, giving him a mature and imposing appearance, completely unlike a student. However, Yi Tian had browsed the campus rankings and knew that Wang Fei was a student at Nanjiang Martial Arts University, whose strength should not be underestimated. On the rankings of Nanjiang Martial Arts University, he was actually ranked 56th. It is worth mentioning that the rankings at Nanjiang Martial Arts University include a total of 500 contestants. To be ranked so high, Wang Fei's strength is evident. Although Wang Fei appeared fierce, he did not like to get close to others, and his classmates kept their distance out of respect and fear. Are you sure you want to challenge me? Wang Fei stared at Yi Tian in front of him, a trace of doubt flashing in his eyes. He had never expected that someone would take the initiative to challenge him. Yes, I want to challenge you, Senior Wang Fei, Yi Tian replied firmly. Wang Fei frowned deeply, his heart filled with confusion, and then asked, Classmate, which department are you from? I haven't seen you before. I just started school this year, I'm a freshman, Yi Tian replied. Wang Fei's pupils suddenly dilated as he exclaimed in disbelief, A freshman? The aura of your cultivation has already reached the late stage of a warrior? Just starting school and already at the late stage of a warrior? He could hardly believe his eyes. Yi Tian looked at Wang Fei calmly and said, Senior Wang, you are also at the late stage of a warrior. Although Wang Fei appeared tough on the outside, he was not as impulsive as he seemed. He slowly asked, Why did you choose to challenge me? Senior Wang Fei, I not only want to challenge you but also all the seniors on the school's martial artist rankings, Yi Tian said bluntly. Why? Wang Fei asked again. Because I believe I can defeat you all. Yi Tian's voice was firm and powerful. Wang Fei's expression instantly turned cold, and he let out a cold snort. You, Junior, are too arrogant. Just wait, I'll teach you how to behave properly. After hearing this, Yi Tian's lips curled into a smile. Alright, Senior Wang Fei, I'm looking forward to our duel. The atmosphere in the dueling arena grew increasingly tense. Bang, bang, bang. The duel between the two seniors was nearing its end. Both were at the late stage of martial cultivation, with their auras evenly matched. At this moment, they were already injured, their arms bright red, and one senior even had a scar on his face. Both were drenched in sweat, a clear testament to the brutality of the fight. Bang! Finally, one senior fell to the ground and never got back up. Zhao Rixing. The referee shouted loudly, marking the end of the match. Junior, let's go sign up for the duel right now. Do you dare? Wang Fei said coldly. Yi Tian smiled faintly, sure. With that, Wang Fei took the lead and walked toward the dueling arena, with Yi Tian following closely behind. As they stepped onto the dueling arena, the onlooking students were instantly stunned. Wang Fei is going to fight? Who's that male classmate next to him? Many classmates curiously sized up Yi Tian. This male classmate looks unfamiliar, we haven't seen him before. Besides, he looks much younger than Wang Fei. However, the aura emanating from him is clearly that of a late-stage martial artist. Indeed, a genius. The onlooking classmates nodded one after another, all surprised by Yi Tian's strength. However, most people felt puzzled about him, as he had never been seen at school before. At this moment, a student who frequently browsed the school's official forum widened their eyes. Isn't this Yi Tian? Other students curiously asked, is he famous? That student nodded, he is indeed famous. Do you know who his teacher is? The other students shook their heads and asked in confusion, who? Student Yi Tian's teacher is none other than our school's goddess Mu, that student said earnestly. As soon as the words fell, other students immediately objected, you can't just say things like that. How could goddess Mu possibly take on a student? Exactly, that's simply a rumor. In the hearts of many students, Mu Xianyun was their goddess and the object of countless people's admiration. Her strength and charm were awe-inspiring, and everyone silently believed it was impossible for her to take on a student. However, when everyone heard the student say that Yi Tian was Mu Xianyun's student, they immediately retorted, how is that possible? The student who was refuted turned red with embarrassment and hurriedly defended, just check the campus forum and you'll see. As soon as the words were spoken, the onlooking students quickly took out their phones and opened the campus forum. When they saw the information on the screen, they were all dumbfounded, utterly shocked. Did Goddess Mu really take that Yi Tian as her student? A student exclaimed. Wow, I'm so jealous of this Yi Tian. Another student's eyes sparkled with envy. The onlooking students all turned their gaze toward Yi Tian, who had already stepped onto the dueling arena, their hearts filled with jealousy and admiration. Who would have thought that Goddess Mu would take a male student as her apprentice? This Yi Tian must have something extraordinary about him. Discussions buzzed incessantly, and everyone's curiosity about Yi Tian grew stronger. At this moment, Yi Tian and Wang Fei had already arrived at the dueling arena. The referee on the arena, a counselor teacher, was so shocked upon seeing Yi Tian that he could barely speak. Student, you're Yi Tian, truly the apprentice of the immortal Cloud Fairy. Yi Tian nodded slightly, that's right, Fairy Xianyun is indeed my teacher. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Fei couldn't sit still, staring at Yi Tian in shock. What did you just say? Goddess Mu is your teacher? Yi Tian nodded firmly, indeed. Wang Fei was in disbelief, as if struck by lightning. You're kidding. How is that possible? Goddess Mu is actually your teacher? I am the only student she accepted this year, Yi Tian said calmly. Check the campus forum, and you'll see. Upon hearing this, Wang Fei immediately took out his phone and anxiously checked. Shortly after, he looked up at Yi Tian and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Goddess Mu is actually your teacher. If I defeat you, won't I become famous? Ha ha ha. The students present were all drawn to the drama of the scene, eagerly anticipating the upcoming duel. At this moment, Yi Tian's future seemed to shine even brighter. On the martial arts stage, Yi Tian heard Wang Fei's words and a relaxed smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. As long as you have the strength to defeat me, that's enough. If you can really beat me, your reputation will skyrocket. Wang Fei's laughter abruptly stopped, and a trace of nervousness appeared on his face. He stared at Yi Tian, with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Junior, to be chosen as the only student of Goddess Mu, your strength and talent must be extraordinary. In the future, you are bound to become a formidable figure. Wang Fei's tone carried a hint of anticipation, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. But, Junior, as of now, you are far from reaching that level. You're still in the development stage. If I can defeat you now, I'll have bragging rights in the future. Just imagine, the only student of Goddess Mu, defeated by me, that would be an immense honor. Yi Tian nodded slightly and calmly responded, Senior, you're right, but my strength now is no weaker than yours. Wang Fei was momentarily stunned, his gaze becoming more scrutinizing. Junior, although we are both in the late stage of martial arts, I've learned a lot at school. You may not be my match. On the sidelines, the students watching eagerly took out their phones, ready to record Yi Tian's first battle. The only student of Goddess Mu, an excited senior sister exclaimed. Yi Tian must have something extraordinary. That's right, being chosen by Goddess Mu definitely means he has unique qualities, another senior sister chimed in. We absolutely can't miss their battle later. I have a feeling the campus forum is going to explode tonight. Many students looked at Yi Tian with anticipation. At this moment, some students began to wonder, who do you think will win, Yi Tian or Wang Fei? Quite a few students confidently said, it should be Yi Tian. For him to become Goddess Mu's student, he must be extraordinary. Exactly, I think so too. Yi Tian is definitely not weak. The students' confidence stemmed more from their trust in Mu Xianyun. However, some senior students expressed doubts. I don't think Yi Tian will win. Although he was accepted as a student by Goddess Mu, he hasn't fully matured yet. He just enrolled a day ago, his foundation is unstable, another senior student added. Wang Fei, on the other hand, has been in the late stage of martial arts for a year and has rich combat experience, giving him a greater chance of winning. Let's see, this duel should be very exciting. Everyone eagerly anticipated, their eyes focused on the center of the arena. In the arena, the referee began registering Yi Tian's information and then announced, next, Yi Tian will face Wang Fei. The referee loudly announced the start of the battle, and the atmosphere instantly became tense and serious. Wang Fei looked at Yi Tian and proudly shouted, Yi Tian, please enlighten me. Yi Tian calmly responded, you're too kind. Boom! Wang Fei stomped the ground and launched himself forward, swiftly attacking Yi Tian. Yi Tian's expression remained unchanged. As he silently pondered, wanting to see just how powerful a late-stage martial artist from Nanjing Martial Arts University could be, Wang Fei moved at lightning speed, instantly appearing in front of Yi Tian and throwing a punch. Yi Tian, unhurried, stepped forward and directly launched a punch in return. Wang Fei sneered coldly, arrogant. I've been in the late stage of martial arts for a year now, and at this level, my strength is not to be underestimated. With a loud bang, Wang Fei's heavy punch struck Yi Tian's fist directly. Yi Tian showed no fear, clashing his strength with Wang Fei's, shaking the surroundings. Bang! Fists collided. Wang Fei's eyes widened instantly, feeling Yi Tian's strength, and his heart was filled with shock. How is that possible? You're in the late stage of a martial artist, how can your strength be this great? Wang Fei looked up at Yi Tian, his face full of disbelief. Yi Tian did not answer him. At this moment, he already had a thorough understanding of Wang Fei's strength. Wang Fei's strength was not even comparable to that of an average early-stage martial general, while Yi Tian's strength had long surpassed the scope of the early-stage martial general. At the same time, Wang Fei felt intense pain radiating from his fist. The crowd's eyes were filled with astonishment as they shouted in unison, Wang Fei was blown away. Bang! Wang Fei crashed heavily onto the floor of the arena, and the spot where his right fist collided with Yi Tian's instantly swelled and turned red. Oh! The onlooking students couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Yi Tian sent Wang Fei, who was also at the late stage of martial arts, flying with just one punch. Yi Tian's strength is truly astonishing. Many students were clearly stunned by the scene just now. Junior Yi Tian is amazing. Wang Fei has been a martial artist for over a year, yet today he was unexpectedly sent flying by a single punch from Yi Tian. Junior Yi Tian's strength is truly incredible. The onlooking students cast astonished glances, full of admiration. In the arena, Wang Fei was now staring wide-eyed in utter disbelief. How is that possible? His strength is actually this powerful. This is definitely not a level of power that a late-stage martial artist can possess. Wang Fei's heart was shaken, he felt the force of Yi Tian's punch and began to waver internally. He suddenly raised his head, his gaze fixed tightly on Yi Tian, and he was shocked to discover, he's actually still at the late stage of a warrior. But why does his strength actually surpass the late stage of a warrior? Wang Fei found it hard to believe and decided to test Yi Tian's strength again. I might have felt it wrong. He secretly made up his mind and charged toward Yi Tian. Boom! Yi Tian watched Wang Fei rushing at him, feeling no fear in his heart. Junior Yi Tian, take another punch from me. Wang Fei used all his strength and threw a punch at Yi Tian. Boom! Yi Tian sneered and directly kicked Wang Fei in the abdomen. Bang! Wang Fei hadn't even touched Yi Tian before being sent flying by a kick. How could this happen? Wang Fei lay on the ground, closing his eyes in disbelief. Yi Tian wins. The senior students were instantly dumbfounded. Silence. At this moment, both the sidelines and the field were extremely quiet. Senior students, senior sisters, and the referee teacher never expected Yi Tian to kick Wang Fei out of the arena with a single strike. Wang Fei lay on the ground, writhing in pain, and directly passed out. Everyone was clearly unprepared for such an outcome. Gradually, the senior sisters and senior students began to come to their senses. Oh my god! Wang Fei was kicked flying by Yi Tian and fell so miserably. Now Wang Fei is unconscious, and Yi Tian has won. An upperclassman exclaimed, her gaze shifting between Wang Fei lying on the ground and Yi Tian standing, the shock in her eyes unmistakable. The senior students nearby also snapped back to reality. Damn! How strong must Yi Tian's kick be? That's just too fierce. Several senior students stared intently at Yi, thinking to themselves, that kick just now was simply shocking. Yi's strength is truly astonishing. Indeed, this Yi is absolutely very strong. Didn't you notice? With the first punch, Yi knocked Wang Fei out. At that moment, I already felt that Yi's strength was truly impressive. That's right, from the very beginning, Yi's power was astonishingly strong. Many senior students recalled the duel between Yi and Wang Fei, with the details vividly coming to mind. Student Yi, now at the late stage of the martial artist level, defeated fellow late-stage martial artist Wang Fei in just 2 moves. Yi's strength is absolutely not to be underestimated. The senior students fixed their gaze on Yi, nodding one after another, their eyes filled with admiration. The power just displayed even made my heart tremble. It seems that Yi's strength is definitely not just at the late stage of a martial artist. I must be cautious when dealing with him in the future. At this moment, the senior students watching Yi showed a hint of apprehension in their eyes. On the martial arts arena, the referee finally came back to his senses. Usually not one to easily show shock, this time he was truly stunned by Yi's performance. Who would have thought that Yi, as a late-stage martial artist, could so effortlessly defeat Wang Fei? No wonder he's a student favored by Fairy Xianyun. This student is bound to be extraordinary in the future. The referee teacher looked at Yi with a trace of admiration in his eyes. Yi looked at Wang Fei lying on the ground, walked over, and placed his hand in front of Wang Fei's nose. Still breathing, Yi let out a sigh of relief. Wang Fei had no intention of killing Yi, and Yi had absolutely no need to harm him. He had already restrained his strength and didn't use his full power. In this battle against Wang Fei, Yi only used 70% of his strength. If full strength were used, it's estimated that one punch could easily take care of Wang Fei. Shortly after, the school's medical staff arrived, carrying a stretcher onto the scene. They carefully examined Wang Fei's physical condition, and after confirming there were no issues, they breathed a sigh of relief. Then, the medical staff nodded toward Yi and carried Wang Fei, who was lying on the ground, away. The martial arts arena at Nanjing Wuda always has medical staff on standby to prevent students from accidentally losing control during a fight. In the duel between Yi and Wang Fei, the medical staff originally planned to intervene once the two got too heated. However, Yi's strength far exceeded expectations, and the situation became one-sided. Before the medical staff could react, Yi had already knocked Wang Fei unconscious. At this moment, the referee loudly announced, Yi fought against Wang Fei, and Yi won. The referee's voice rang out, marking the official end of the duel between Yi and Wang Fei. Enthusiastic applause erupted from the sidelines. Yi, well done. Student Yi, your strength is truly impressive. Student Yi, you're amazing. Many senior students praised him. Some bold senior girls enthusiastically shouted, Student Yi, can I have your contact information? Student Yi, do you have a girlfriend? Student Yi, what do you think of me? Yi was surrounded by the enthusiastic attention of his senior classmates and only returned to his seaside villa after a while. After returning to the villa, Yi opened the campus forum, wanting to learn more about the school. As a result, after opening the campus forum, he was completely stunned. The forum was almost entirely filled with news about Yi. Upon closer inspection, he found that most of it consisted of his photos. There are photos of him going to the cafeteria, as well as photos of him eating in the school cafeteria. There are also photos of him walking on the road. And some photos of Yi just now in the martial arts arena. And what else? That is, about the photo of him and Wang Fei during the duel just now. These have very high view counts. However, what surprised Yi the most was that he hadn't expected the students at Wuda to be so efficient. Because the video of his duel with Wang Fei had already become the most played video on today's campus forum. Not only that, the video of his duel with Wang Fei had already gone viral within the school. There were also a lot of comments below. I am well aware of Wang Fei's strength, he truly is capable. I never expected Wang Fei to be defeated by Yi. Moreover, Yi easily defeated Wang Fei, commented a student who knows Wang Fei. It shows that Yi is indeed very capable. He even easily defeated Wang Fei. This Yi strength in the late stage of a martial artist is definitely not weak. This Yi, not bad. Yi exited the campus forum. Most of the posts on the campus forum today and yesterday were about him. It seems that it won't be long before he becomes famous in the school. He opened the school's martial artist rankings. Already ranked 56th. Yi Tian was somewhat surprised. He had now climbed to the 56th position on the martial artist rankings, rising from the very bottom. It could be said that Yi Tian's ranking was becoming increasingly impressive, which also meant that he was gaining more and more fame. Next, Yi Tian looked at the information of the senior students ahead of him on the martial artist rankings within the campus. He needed to carefully verify the details about these seniors. Afterward, Yi Tian planned to continue challenging them. However, Yi Tian was unaware that he had already caught the attention of his senior. "Doctor, how is Xiao Fei?" In the school's infirmary, a delicate-looking girl gazed at Wang Fei, who had been knocked unconscious by Yi Tian, lying on the hospital bed. She anxiously asked the doctor about Wang Fei's condition. This delicate-looking girl was also a student at Nanjiang Martial Arts University. Moreover, she was very beautiful, a goddess-level figure on campus. This girl was none other than Wang Fei's sister. At this moment, Wang Fei's sister's eyes burned with flames of anger, and she silently vowed in her heart, "I will definitely avenge my brother. Yi Tian, don't get too complacent. I will show you what a true martial artist is like." Nanjiang Wuda Medical Office. In a spacious and bright medical office, Wang Fei, defeated by Yi Tian, lay unconscious on the hospital bed. Beside the bed, a stunningly beautiful girl quietly kept watch. She was Wang Fei's sister, Wang Yu. Wang Yu anxiously looked at her younger brother on the bed, her heart full of worry. She immediately asked the doctor, "How is my brother? Is he seriously hurt?" The doctor, hearing Wang Yu's question, let out a sigh of relief and replied with a smile, "Don't worry, your brother is fine. He was just impacted by a strong force, but there are no life-threatening injuries. I'll prescribe him some medicine for bruises and injuries. He'll recover in a few days without any lasting effects," the doctor said slowly, his tone filled with reassurance. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her heart. However, her expression quickly turned icy. "Whoever hurt my brother, no matter who it is, I will make them pay. Yi Tian, right? I will challenge you." Wang Yu, having learned the details of the incident from the school forum, was burning with anger and vowed to avenge her brother. "Achoo!" Yi Tian sneezed, frowned slightly, and thought to himself, "Who is cursing me?" The fruit stall owner nearby joked, "Young man, you're too modest. How could anyone curse you? You're so handsome." Hearing this, Yi Tian smiled faintly, "Thank you." After saying that, he paid, carried a large bag of fruit, and headed toward the medical office at Nanjiang Martial Arts University. He had injured Wang Fei and couldn't help but feel a bit guilty. After all, there was no grudge between them, and Wang Fei had no intention of killing him. So, Yi Tian decided to buy a bag of fruit and also pay for Wang Fei's medical expenses. Arriving at the infirmary, Yi Tian inquired about Wang Fei's condition and then headed straight to Wang Fei's ward. At this moment, Wang Fei had just woken up. Recalling the battle with Yi Tian, a trace of fear unexpectedly arose in his heart. That Yi Tian, his strength is truly formidable. Wang Fei looked at his bandaged arm and muttered to himself, "Classmate Yi Tian's strength has probably surpassed the late stage of a martial artist. I never thought someone at the late stage could possess such immense power. Classmate Yi Tian might stir up a storm in the school from now on." Wang Fei felt the faint pain in his arm and abdomen, and surprisingly, he found himself looking forward to Yi Tian's future performance at school. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Wang Fei was deep in thought, a knock on the door sounded. He looked up, his eyes widening, and stammered, Yi Tian, classmate, what are you doing here?" At the door, Yi Tian walked in carrying some fruit. Hearing Wang Fei's words, he felt a slight pang of guilt and said, "I'm sorry, Senior Wang Fei. This duel caused you to get hurt." As he spoke, Yi Tian placed the fruit on the table beside him. Wang Fei's heart trembled sharply, and he quickly shook his head. "Classmate Yi Tian, you did nothing wrong. Your strength is incredible, and I admit my defeat wholeheartedly." Yi Tian looked at Wang Fei and said sincerely, "Thank you, Senior Wang Fei. You are also very impressive." Wang Fei gave a bitter smile and said, "Classmate Yi Tian is still more impressive. I never expected that after cultivating for so long, I would still be no match for you, who just reached the late stage of the warrior level." Seeing that Wang Fei seemed a bit dejected, Yi Tian said gently, "Senior Wang Fei, your strength is truly commendable. Don't lose heart." Afterward, Yi Tian chatted with Wang Fei for a while before taking his leave. Before leaving, he took the initiative to pay Wang Fei's medical expenses. Since Wang Fei bore no hostility toward him, Yi Tian naturally wanted to show his sincerity. Looking at the fruit Yi Tian had left on the table, Wang Fei sighed inwardly, "This classmate Yi Tian not only has formidable strength but also an excellent character. No wonder he's the only student of Goddess Mu." Yi Tian returned to the villa and, after a brief rest, entered the training room. Sitting cross-legged, he took out the Mountain Crushing Fist scroll and began studying it earnestly. Mountain Crushing Fist. 100-fold training speed, activate. Host, received. As the contents of the scroll flooded into Yi Tian's mind at 100-fold speed, his comprehension became even more profound. Over the next few days, apart from eating and sleeping, Yi Tian devoted himself almost entirely to mastering the Mountain Crushing Fist, preparing for the upcoming challenge. 5 days had passed. That day, Yi Tian sat cross-legged in the room, his eyes slowly opened, exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, and a confident smile appeared on his face. Mountain Dominating Fist, perfected. At this moment, Yi Tian had already cultivated the Mountain Dominating Fist to perfection. Power surged within his body, as if it could erupt at any moment. I need to find someone to test the power of the Mountain Dominating Fist. Yi Tian thought to himself, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Ding dong. At that moment, a crisp doorbell sound interrupted his thoughts. Yi Tian quickly got up, walked to the door, and saw a stunning figure standing outside. It was Mu Xianyun. His heart trembled slightly, and he felt secretly excited. Teacher, why are you here? Yi Tian asked enthusiastically, his heart full of anticipation. Mu Xianyun smiled faintly and said calmly, I came to see you and teach you some martial techniques. Hearing these words, Yi Tian's heart warmed, as if a stream of warmth had flowed into his soul. Subsequently, Yi Tian opened the door for Mu Xianyun, and the two walked into the house together. Mu Xianyun entered the training room, with Yi Tian following closely behind, his heart filled with anticipation. Inside the training room, Mu Xianyun looked at the scroll of Ba Shan Fist with sharp eyes and asked, if there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask. Yi Tian felt a surge of excitement in his heart and said honestly, Teacher, I have already mastered the Ba Shan Fist. Mu Xianyun was slightly stunned, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Are you sure you've mastered the Overlord Mountain Fist? Many geniuses take 3 months to get started with the Overlord Mountain Fist, half a year to reach minor success, and 1 or even 2 years to achieve mastery. For ordinary martial artists, the training time is several times longer than that of geniuses, making it hard for Mu Xianyun to believe. Seeing his teacher's doubt, Yi Tian nodded firmly, Teacher, let me demonstrate it for you. Mu Xianyun nodded, a trace of anticipation flashing in her eyes. All right. On the other side of the training room, Yi Tian quickly activated the simulated combat chamber. Following the instructions, the simulation robot soon appeared before him. Ba Shan Fist. Yi Tian channeled his elemental power, activating the 100-fold training speed on the scroll. The martial technique was instantly comprehended within his body. A fist imprint as large as a basin slowly took shape, with the surrounding airflow surging, as if the heavens and earth were trembling because of it. This was the mark of the Mountain Dominating Fist reaching perfection. On the side, Mu Xianyun could no longer remain seated, her eyes revealing a look of shock as she thought to herself, this kid is actually this crazy. At the same time, a stunning figure arrived at the entrance of Yi Tian's villa. Hesitating for a moment, the delicate-looking girl finally mustered up the courage and pressed the doorbell. Ba Shan Fist. In front of Yi Tian, the shadow of a fist, as large as a basin, took shape. Opposite him stood a late-stage martial artist virtual robot. Swish! The virtual combat robot suddenly lunged at Yi Tian. Boom! Yi Tian controlled his fist shadow and struck out with a punch. The virtual combat robot at the late stage of the warrior level countered with a punch as well. Boom! Bang! As a result, Yi Tian's fist shadow shattered the late-stage warrior-level virtual combat robot with a single punch. Yi Tian was shocked, not expecting the power of the Mountain Dominating Fist to be so immense. Generally speaking, the combat power of such virtual battle robots has already reached the late stage of a martial artist, and many martial artists may not be able to defeat them. This is because virtual battle robots almost perfectly compensate for the shortcomings of martial artists. However, the perfected Mountain Dominating Fist that Yi Tian now unleashed was able to defeat it with a single punch. From this, it is evident how powerful Yi Tian's Mountain Dominating Fist truly is. But Yi Tian was not satisfied, he longed to face a real opponent and wanted to know the effectiveness of the perfected Mountain Dominating Fist in combat. He glanced at Mu Xianyun beside him, then quickly withdrew his gaze. Mu Xianyun's strength was beyond imagination, and Yi Tian couldn't determine whether he could defeat her. Moreover, even when facing Mu Xianyun, Yi Tian was unable to gauge his true combat strength. Therefore, Yi Tian urgently needed an opponent. Thinking of Wang Fei, Yi Tian quickly dismissed the idea. Wang Fei's current strength was no match for him. Even without using martial techniques, Yi Tian could easily crush him. The nearby Mu Xianyun watched Yi Tian, recalling the shadow fist he had just performed. A trace of shock flashed in her eyes. Clearly, even as a super-strong practitioner, Mu Xianyun hadn't expected Yi Tian's comprehension speed to be so fast. Originally, she thought that with Yi Tian's talent, mastering the Mountain Dominance Fist within half a year would already be quite impressive. Unexpectedly, Yi Tian reached this realm in just a few days. This completely overturned Mu Xianyun's understanding of geniuses. If other strong individuals were to see Mu Xianyun's shocked expression at this moment, they would likely be astonished beyond words. After all, Mu Xianyun has always left the impression of being calm and composed. However, at this moment, she saw Yi Tian mastering the Mountain Dominance Fist to perfection in just a few days, and couldn't help but feel deeply shocked. "Teacher, how is my practice of the Mountain Dominance Fist?" Yi Tian walked up to Mu Xianyun and asked sincerely. Mu Xianyun snapped back to reality, her expression returning to calm. Although she was shocked inside, she still managed to keep a calm expression. "Yes, it is indeed the perfected Bashan Fist," she said slowly. Yi Tian smiled and said, "Thank you, teacher." Mu Xianyun waved her hand lightly and said, "You don't need to thank me. Being able to cultivate the Bashan Fist to perfection is your own strength, it has nothing to do with me." Yi Tian shook his head. "If it weren't for the teacher teaching me the Mountain Dominance Fist and the teacher's care, how could I have learned this martial skill?" Mu Xianyun's heart trembled, but she quickly adjusted her state, gazed at Yi Tian, and asked, "Yi Tian, have you practiced the Mountain Dominance Fist before?" Yi Tian shook his head. "Teacher, I have never practiced the Mountain Dominance Fist." Mu Xianyun nodded, her gaze serious. "Yi Tian, your talent and comprehension are truly astonishing. I didn't expect you to master the Ba Mountain Fist in such a short time." Yi Tian was about to be modest, but Mu Xianyun shook her head. "No need to be modest. Your comprehension is so high, I'm very pleased. Originally, I came today to see if you had any issues with your training." Upon hearing this, Yi Tian felt a warmth in his heart. "Now it seems that there are no issues with your cultivation, so I can rest assured. If you encounter any problems in your cultivation, feel free to come to me at any time." Mu Xianyun's gaze revealed a hint of satisfaction. Yi Tian quickly said, "Thank you, teacher, I appreciate your concern for me." With that, Mu Xianyun turned and left. Just after Mu Xianyun left, Yi Tian was about to continue cultivating for a while when the doorbell rang outside. Ding dong. Yi Tian was slightly startled, feeling puzzled. Could it be that the teacher has returned? Through the peephole, he saw a delicate-looking girl standing outside the door. "Do I know this girl?" Yi Tian wondered to himself, then walked out. The delicate-looking girl looked at Yi Tian and asked, "Are you Yi Tian?" "It's me. What's the matter?" Yi Tian asked curiously. "Do we know each other?" He was a bit puzzled. The girl's voice carried a hint of coldness. "We don't know each other, but you injured my younger brother. I've come to seek justice for him." Yi Tian was stunned, his heart trembling. "You're Wang Fei's sister?" "Yes, I am Wang Fei's sister. I've come to seek justice for my brother, Wang Fei." A determined light flickered in her eyes. Yi Tian thought to himself, he hadn't expected the fierce Wang Fei to have such a delicate-looking sister. Wang Yu's appearance was completely different from Wang Fei's. Her delicate features carried a hint of cuteness, and she even exuded a faint aura of a martial general, giving off a strong sense of oppression. She seemed somewhat similar to the mid-stage martial general he had encountered before. Seeing Yi Tian staring at her, Wang Yu's face darkened, and she snapped angrily, "What are you looking at? What's so interesting to see?" Yi Tian looked at her seriously and said with a smile, "You look really beautiful." Wang Yu's ears instantly turned red, a mix of anger and a hint of shyness. Quickly, she regained her composure and stared at Yi Tian with eyes as sharp as knives. "Yi Tian, dare to fight me fair and square?" Yi Tian sensed Wang Yu's mid-stage warrior cultivation and a smile curved at the corner of his mouth. "Trying to bully me?" Wang Yu froze, secretly pondering in her heart, it seems this Yi Tian is not so simple after all. "Yi Tian, you. Wang Yu's fingers trembled as she pointed at Yi Tian, her face full of shock and unwillingness. Yi Tian smiled faintly, his gaze sharp. "Senior Wang Yu, isn't that the case?" Wang Yu put her hands on her hips, let out a delicate snort, and said aggressively, "Humph. Yi Tian, you bullied my brother, so I'm here to seek justice for him." "How did I bully you?" Yi Tian chuckled softly, his gaze like stars. "Senior Wang Yu, may I ask, what is your brother Wang Fei's cultivation level?" "Late-stage warrior." Wang Yu answered without hesitation. Then, "Senior Wang Yu, what is my cultivation level?" Yi Tian asked again. Wang Yu felt the powerful aura emanating from Yi Tian, her heart startled, but she still firmly replied, "Late-stage warrior." Yi Tian nodded, his tone gradually becoming serious. "Senior Wang Yu, we are at the same level. How does sparring between us count as bullying?" Wang Yu trembled all over, her expression complex. Senior Wang Yu, you are at the mid-stage of Martial General. Yi Tian continued, your cultivation level surpasses mine by a major realm and a minor realm. You came to challenge me, doesn't that count as bullying an honest person like me? Wang Yu was stunned, completely at a loss for words. Yi Tian looked at her, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Senior Wang Yu, tell me, are you bullying me? Wang Yu was momentarily speechless, her heart in turmoil. Yi Tian said slowly, Senior Wang Yu, do you still want to continue the duel? At this moment, Wang Yu remained silent, understanding in her heart that Yi Tian's cultivation level was comparable to her brother's, yet she had treated him as a strong person would treat the weak. A trace of guilt arose within her. Wang Yu finally looked at Yi Tian and said softly, Yi Tian, I'll wait for you. I'll challenge you when you reach the mid-stage of Martial General. Her words carried a hint of challenge, and her delicate, adorable face revealed determination. Yi Tian saw Wang Yu turning away and immediately called out to her, Senior Wang Yu, wait a moment. Wang Yu stopped in her tracks, turned around, and asked, what's wrong? Yi Tian said seriously, the two of us can have a match, but you have to agree to one condition of mine. Wang Yu was taken aback and looked at Yi Tian in surprise. Forget it, competing with someone at the late stage of the martial artist level like you would be bullying you. Also, Yi Tian, your backer is none other than Fairy Xianyun, Wang Yu said earnestly. Even my mentor is no match for her. Yi Tian responded with a smile, Senior Wang Yu, don't worry. Even if you beat me up, I definitely won't call my teacher. Wang Yu's eyes lit up, really? Yi Tian nodded, really? Alright, let's compete right now. Wang Yu secretly vowed in her heart that this time she would make Yi Tian understand the consequences of bullying her younger brother. Yi Tian looked at her, understanding Wang Yu's determination, and said with a smile, wait for me a moment, I'll tidy up. Wang Yu nodded and patiently waited at the door. Yi Tian went inside to tidy up, preparing to head to the competition platform. Just then, Wang Yu's phone suddenly rang, the ringtone breaking the tense atmosphere. She answered the phone, her expression instantly turning serious. Alright, I understand. I'll come over right now. Wang Yu hung up the phone and quickly turned to Yi Tian. Yi Tian, sorry about this. I owe you an apology. We won't be able to compete this year. Yi Tian was startled, the turn of events catching him off guard, but he did not give up. His gaze was resolute. It's alright, Senior Wang Yu. Opportunities will always come. Next time, let's have a real competition. Wang Yu smiled faintly, secretly making up her mind that the challenges ahead were just beginning. Yi Tian, The delicate and adorable Wang Yu paused, her expression tense as she said, my younger brother just went out and got hit by a car. Not only that, he was also beaten up. Hearing this news, Yi Tian was shocked and immediately turned to Wang Yu, asking in confusion, your brother Wang Fei, a late-stage martial artist, even if a car hit him, it shouldn't be a problem, right? Wang Yu gave Yi Tian a peculiar look and said firmly, my brother was injured by you, his body is hurt, and he can't exert his strength at all. Only then did Yi Tian feel as if he had just woken from a dream. Wang Fei had been injured by Yi Tian, unable to exert his strength, which caused him to be completely at a disadvantage in this accident. Feeling somewhat guilty, Yi Tian immediately said, I'll go with you to check on him. Wang Yu initially wanted to refuse, but seeing Yi Tian's sincere expression, her heart softened, and she nodded. Quickly, Wang Yu and Yi Tian rushed to the place where Wang Fei had been hit and beaten. At this moment, the street was crowded with people. These two are really too much. Exactly, how can they be so unreasonable? That man was clearly walking on the road and got hit by these two, but now he's even being beaten. This is just too much. The crowd pointed and whispered, their faces filled with indignation. However, no one dared to step forward because the background of those two rich second-generation heirs was simply too powerful, and ordinary people wouldn't dare provoke them. A red sports car with a dented front was in sight, and two lavishly dressed men were kicking and punching Wang Fei, who was lying on the ground. Damn! You even wrecked our car. Are you blind? Didn't you see us driving and move out of the way? Bang bang! The two men fiercely kicked Wang Fei, their arrogance unrestrained. These two spoiled heirs, one was at the mid-stage of a martial artist, while the other was at the late stage. However, at this moment, Wang Fei, having been injured earlier by Yi Tian, was completely unable to fight back and could only endure their violence. Bah! I was walking on the roadside, it's your lousy driving skills. Wang Fei endured the pain and angrily said, you hit me and still want me to take responsibility? I will make sure you pay the price. But the two rich second-generation heirs didn't care at all and mocked, kid, in a place like Nanjiang, no one dares to mess with us. You actually want us to pay the price? Truly courting death. They were about to continue assaulting Wang Fei when suddenly, bang! One of the rich heirs was kicked and sent flying. It wasn't Wang Fei, but that arrogant rich heir. Yi Tian. Wang Fei suddenly looked up and shouted in shock. Yi Tian kicked one of the arrogant rich second-generation heirs flying, instantly turning the situation around. Bang! The rich second-generation heir, who was at the mid-stage of martial arts, fell heavily to the ground and cursed in pain. How dare you kick me? Kid, you're dead. Yi Tian looked at him with a stern expression, his gaze as sharp as a blade, exerting invisible pressure. Not far away, the onlookers clapped and cheered. Well done. That kick was great, young man. Exactly, this young man sent Huao flying with just one kick. Huao was the name of the rich second generation who was kicked away by Yi Tian. Huao usually bullies and oppresses us ordinary people. He truly deserves it. This young man really stood up for us. People looked at Yi Tian with admiration and gratitude in their eyes. Many here, including the martial artists, had suffered bullying from Huao. Now, seeing Yi Tian kick him away, they couldn't help but feel excited and relieved. However, after the excitement, everyone began to worry. Huao's family is so wealthy and powerful. It's said that Huao's family even has a martial emperor. Won't this young man face retaliation? Exactly, Huao is known for being extremely petty. Last time, I just scolded him a few times, and he brought people to beat me for a long time. We were almost completely ruined by him. Ordinary people and martial artists who had been bullied by Huao looked at Huao, who had been kicked to the ground by Yi Tian, and began discussing among themselves. Then, these martial artists and ordinary people turned their gaze to Yi Tian, a hint of worry showing in their eyes. Wang Fei, lying on the ground, widened his eyes, so shocked that he could hardly speak. Yi Tian, why are you here? Wang Fei pointed at Yi Tian and exclaimed in surprise. Yi Tian simply gestured lightly toward Wang Yu beside him. Seeing Wang Fei with a bruised and swollen face, a trace of heartache instantly flashed in Wang Yu's eyes, and tears welled up in her eyes. Xiao Fei, what happened to you? Xiao Fei, your sister is late. Wang Fei trembled violently upon seeing his sister. Sis, I'm sorry, At this moment, Wang Fei was filled with embarrassment and guilt, but Wang Yu's expression instantly turned cold. Bang! Wang Yu didn't say a word and directly slapped a wealthy second-generation martial artist in the late stage, Sima Hu. Ah! How dare you hit me! Sima Hu's cheek instantly swelled red as he roared in fury. Wang Yu stared coldly at Sima Hu, completely ignoring his angry outburst. Swish! Wang Yu darted to Sima Hu like lightning and mercilessly slapped him again. Smack! Ah! You wretch! Smack! Ah! I'll kill you! Slap 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 slap. The crowd gathered around, witnessing the scene, all covering their faces in disbelief. This woman is really ruthless. Sima, who is truly miserable this time, practically turned into a pig's head. The sound of that slap was really loud. This must hurt a lot. Many people said gratefully. Sima, who finally got his comeuppance, that's great. Exactly, people like him deserve this. Thank you, young lady, for letting Sima Hu taste some bitterness. As for Huao, at this moment, watching Wang Yu reprimand his companion Sima Hu, a trace of fear involuntarily arose in his heart. What do you want to do? Huao shouted hastily. Swish! Wang Yu appeared in front of Huao with astonishing speed and slapped him without hesitation. Do you know who my dad is? Smack! Do you know who my mom is? Smack! Do you know? Clap clap clap. Huao finally lay powerlessly on the ground, unable to say another word. Wang Yu had no intention of letting him and Sima Hu go. Bang! 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 Wang Yu kicked Huao and Sima Hu mercilessly, one kick after another, and the two were soon in a miserable state. Wang Fei, standing nearby, was moved to tears, while the onlookers had fear and awe flashing in their eyes. Yi Tian watched all of this, utterly astonished. He never expected that Wang Yu, who appeared to be a delicate and adorable girl, could act with such decisiveness and ruthlessness. Wang Yu left with Wang Fei and Yi Tian, leaving behind Huao and Sima Hu, two pitiful rich second-generation heirs, along with a damaged sports car quietly parked by the roadside. Sis, why are you with Yi Tian? How did you know I was here? Wang Fei asked curiously. Wang Yu said calmly, Xiao Fei, take good care of yourself and recover before going out. Wang Fei quickly nodded, but the doubts in his heart remained unanswered. Subsequently, Wang Yu and Yi Tian left together, leaving Wang Fei with a puzzled expression. Walking along the school path, Wang Yu asked Yi Tian, do you still want to compete with me now? Yi Tian smiled faintly. Of course, I can. I also want to test the Ba Shan fist I've learned. Wang Yu nodded, and the two of them immediately headed to the sparring arena. Go for it. Hit him, hit him. Senior Jiang Yun is so fierce, truly amazing. At this moment, on the competition field, two senior students at the level of martial generals were engaged in an intense duel. Their fists and kicks collided, sparks flying, creating a tense and thrilling scene that left the audience dazzled. The watching students held their breath, their blood boiling, as if they were personally experiencing the action. Just then, the arrival of Yi Tian and Wang Yu was like a whirlwind, instantly drawing everyone's attention. The crowd turned to look, whispering among themselves, their faces a mix of shock and anticipation, as the atmosphere grew even more heated. Damn! Why is Yi Tian with Senior Wang Yu? What's going on here? The students watching the scene widened their eyes in disbelief. At this moment, senior brother Jiang Fei, who was pursuing Wang Yu, had his expression instantly turn grim. I remember Senior Jiang is pursuing Senior Wang Yu, isn't he? Yeah. That's something the whole school knows. TSK, TSK, TSK. Things are about to get interesting. The onlooking students, their gossiping spirits ablaze, buzzed with discussions, eagerly anticipating the next twist in the story. At that moment, the referee's voice, like a sudden clap of thunder, shattered the tense atmosphere on the field. Jiang Yun vs. Wan Zi, Jiang Yun wins. Jiang Yun, who had just claimed victory, revealed a smug smile at the corner of his mouth, as if this triumph was a testament to his strength. However, when his gaze swept over to Yi Tian and Wang Yu standing nearby, his smile froze instantly, and a wave of unease surged in his heart. The voices of the onlookers reached Yi Tian's ears as well. His heart stirred, as if foretelling the storm that was about to come. Do you want to explain to them that there's nothing between us? Yi Tian glanced at Wang Yu beside him, his eyes flickering with a hint of anticipation. Wang Yu calmly looked at Yi Tian and said indifferently, I don't like that guy. There are so many people chasing me, and I don't like any of them. As soon as she said this, the surrounding classmates were stunned, and Wang Yu's resoluteness left Yi Tian slightly surprised. Don't worry, I won't let you lose face. Wang Yu smiled faintly, her tone exuding a strong sense of confidence. I, along with Yi Tian, came here today for a duel. She stepped forward in front of everyone, her voice firm and powerful. Yi Tian competed with my brother, so I will compete with him. These words immediately sparked discussions among the crowd, and everyone began whispering to each other. So that's it, I remember now, Yi Tian defeated Wang Fei. Someone suddenly realized, as Wang Fei's elder sister, Senior Wang Yu must be seeking justice for her brother. Everyone nodded in agreement, as if Wang Yu's determination had given them a new sense of hope. On the stage, Jiang Yun heard Wang Yu's words, and his previously serious face immediately broke into a smile. He secretly rejoiced in his heart, having just thought that Yi Tian and Wang Yu were together. Now it seemed that Wang Yu was challenging Yi Tian for her brother, which was practically an opportunity falling from the sky. Yi Tian, I challenge you. Do you accept? Jiang Yun's voice was loud and resolute, his feelings for Wang Yu growing even stronger. But Yi Tian was somewhat surprised, not expecting Wang Yu to be so captivating. At this moment, Wang Yu's expression suddenly turned cold, directly interrupting Jiang Yun's words. Jiang Yun, are you out of your mind? I'm challenging Yi Tian, why are you interfering? Jiang Yun hesitated to speak, but was mercilessly interrupted by Wang Yu. Don't call me call me Wang Yu. Wang Yu's voice was as cold as a blade, instantly making Jiang Yun's face turn awkward, while the surrounding classmates couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Senior Jiang Yun got rejected by Senior Wang Yu again. Someone teased loudly, Senior Jiang Yun is just too unlucky. Yi Tian watched this scene from the side, the corners of his mouth curling into a smile. He thought to himself, this competition is destined to be spectacular. Let's go up and compete. Yi Tian said loudly, his gaze firm, as if he was fully prepared to face the challenge. Jiang Yun felt a surge of anger and indignation when he heard Yi Tian call Wang Yu. However, Yi Tian paid no mind to it. He knew Jiang Yun's strength was merely at the mid-stage of martial general, and even though his own cultivation appeared inferior on the surface, his actual strength was definitely not weak. Senior Wang Yu is at the mid-stage of martial general. The onlooking students began to discuss. Yi Tian is currently at the late stage of martial disciple. Isn't this competition a bit unfair? I think Senior Wang Yu is bullying Yi Tian. A classmate voiced their doubts. That's right, Yi Tian defeated Senior Wang Fei because Senior Wang Fei was also at the late stage of martial artist, and their levels were the same. More classmates began to speak up for Yi Tian. Jiang Yun, hearing these words, angrily retorted, what do you know? Yu is just being protective of her younger brother. Besides, wasn't it Yi Tian who agreed to the duel? Senior Jiang Yun, everyone knows you like Senior Wang Yu, but you can't just turn a blind eye and talk nonsense. The onlooking classmates were unyielding. Yi Tian is only at the late stage of martial artist right now, while Senior Wang Yu is already at the mid stage of martial general. Isn't this bullying Yi Tian? Exactly, exactly. Everyone echoed, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. The competition was about to begin, and Yi Tian's heart ignited with an unyielding fighting spirit. He knew that today's battle would not only be a contest of strength but also a clash of wills. Many classmates argued with Jiang Yun, standing up for Yi Tian and expressing their indignation. Clearly, these classmates felt that Wang Yu was being somewhat unfair. After all, a fight between a mid-stage warrior and a late-stage martial artist was hardly equitable. Jiang Yun blushed and felt his neck stiffen upon hearing these classmates' words, secretly thinking to himself, Yi Tian, you can't lose this. On the competition stage, the referee teacher looked at Yi Tian and said seriously, Student Yi Tian, do you really accept student Wang Yu's challenge? The referee teacher secretly felt worried, understanding the gap in levels between Yi Tian and Wang Yu, and confirmed once again. Yi Tian smiled faintly, nodded, and said, of course. Upon hearing Yi Tian's response, the referee teacher said no more and signaled the two to get ready. Yi Tian and Wang Yu exchanged nods, and the atmosphere instantly grew tense as both sides prepared to give their all for this competition. Yi Tian versus Wang Yu now begins. With the referee's command, the duel commenced with a roar. The scene fell silent in an instant, and everyone focused intently on the arena. The air was filled with a tense atmosphere. Yi Tian, be careful, Wang Yu said, and immediately launched an attack on Yi Tian at lightning speed. Swish! Wang Yu appeared in front of Yi Tian like a flash of lightning, throwing a punch straight at him. Boom! Yi Tian did not back down, swiftly throwing a punch to meet the attack. Bang! The two fists collided, producing a deafening sound of impact. Wang Yu felt Yi Tian's immense strength, utterly shocked in her heart. How could this be? Why is Yi Tian's power so overwhelming? Isn't he just at the late stage of a martial artist? Wang Yu felt indignant, her rational mind telling her that as a mid-stage martial general, she should easily overpower a late-stage martial artist opponent. However, reality left her stunned. Wang Yu realized her strength seemed inferior to Yi Tian's. Bang! 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 Yi Tian and Wang Yu exchanged several punches, fighting fiercely. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that Wang Yu was gradually falling into a disadvantage. Truly worthy of being the student of Immortal Cloud Fairy, this strength is incredible. The referee teacher's eyes sparkled with admiration and surprise. Yi Tian was also somewhat astonished. Wang Yu's strength was far superior to the mid-stage martial artists he had encountered before. However, compared to Yi Tian's surprise, Wang Yu's inner shock grew even stronger. She had never expected that a late-stage martial artist could unleash such immense power. Yi Tian's lips curled into a smile, a surge of confidence rising in his heart. He then shouted loudly, Mountain-crushing fist. A basin-sized fist shadow quickly condensed in front of Yi Tian, resembling Mount Tai pressing down, exuding an overwhelming aura. Bashan fist mastery, the referee exclaimed, his eyes flashing with incredulous light. Wang Yu was in disbelief, her eyes wide open, master-level martial skill. Yi Tian, how are you so powerful? Yi Tian, you actually cultivated the Bashan fist to mastery. Wang Yu stared at Yi Tian in shock, a storm surging in her heart. One must know, the Bashan fist is an extremely domineering martial art, and it takes ordinary people years just to get started. However, Yi Tian had reached the realm of mastery in just a short time, leaving Wang Yu utterly astonished. Yi Tian looked at Wang Yu and smiled, Senior, be careful. As he spoke, a massive shadow of a fist formed in front of him, radiating terrifying energy that made the students present tremble uncontrollably. On the sidelines, Jiang Yun, one of Wang Yu's admirers, stared with eyes as wide as saucers. What the hell? This Yi Tian, still just in the late stage of a martial artist, has already mastered the Bashan fist. This is freaking cheating, isn't it? Jiang Yun was also a genius, and he deeply understood the difficulties of martial arts. Even though he had already reached the cultivation level of a martial general, he still hadn't managed to master even the minor success stage of the mountain-dominating fist. Yi Tian's achievement was simply unbelievable to him. At this moment, the students on the sidelines were discussing one after another. Classmate Yi Tian actually cultivated the mountain-dominating fist to great success. Exactly, Junior Yi Tian is so terrifying. It took me 3 years just to get started. Same here. I spent 3 years just to get started, and the teacher even praised me as a genius. This student Yi Tian, having just entered the school for a few days, has already mastered the Bashin fist to perfection. Isn't this too unfair? Exactly. Student Yi Tian is just too incredible. No wonder even a figure like the fairy wants to take him as a disciple. He's truly a prodigy. At this moment, many senior students were looking at Yi Tian, their eyes filled with deep apprehension. The beautiful Wang Yu looked at Yi Tian and said slowly, "Yi Tian, make your move. Let me see just how powerful my martial technique, which has not yet reached perfection, truly is." Wang Yu's formidable aura as a martial general was instantly unleashed, like a mountain pressing down, exuding an overwhelming presence. However, in the face of such a strong opponent's pressure, Yi Tian, who was in the late stage of martial cultivation, remained unfazed, his heart as steadfast as iron. "Senior Wang Yu, be careful!" Yi Tian roared, gathering a massive shadow of a fist, which contained terrifying energy, seemingly capable of tearing through the void. Boom! Ah! Wang Yu widened her beautiful eyes, witnessing the massive fist shadow rushing toward her, utterly shocked and incredulous. Pong! The surrounding stone slabs were instantly lifted, with some even shattering directly under the immense force. The scene was overwhelming, the power evident, leaving one breathless. Dust flew everywhere, chaos engulfing the scene. At this moment, Wang Yu was forcefully shaken and sent flying backward. Swish! Yi Tian reacted swiftly, darting forward to catch Wang Yu, who was about to fall. By now, Wang Yu was already seriously injured, crashing heavily into Yi Tian's arms, her delicate body trembling slightly. Looking at Yi Tian's flawless face, Wang Yu's cheeks flushed slightly, her heart surging with emotion, and she couldn't help but whisper, "I lost, Yi Tian. Yi Tian, you are truly too powerful." Her voice carried a mix of helplessness and admiration. Not far away, a handsome figure silently watched everything, his heart breaking as if cut by a knife.